Chapter 381. Only by not being numb can one be flesh and blood. Only by not being numb can one be more thoughtful when issuing orders. He felt he would never learn to prioritize profit. He certainly couldn't grasp the arguments of those corporate confederation capitalists. As long as war could achieve the stated goal, casualties were irrelevant. He did care. He felt pain, be it Gao Mingrui's vision of universal peace, be it Eve's refusal to withdraw or the united front. Su Li suddenly realized he wasn't the only one struggling. Be it Gao Mingrui or Eve, they commanded countless armies, and neither of them was suffering less than he was. It's just that they hid it well, just like Gao Mingrui. You wouldn't know how healthy he was unless he kicked you. He suddenly felt a sense of relief. Standing on the cliff, watching the pilots return from training in the setting sun, Su Li suddenly realized that sentimentality didn't suit him at all. Tao Ao said it so well. A smile is a constant, it doesn't disappear, it just shifts. Since they're all emotions, then heartache and fear should be the same. Lao Gao, go back. Remember to take your medicine on time. Seeing these pilots makes me want to try my hand at something, so I'm going to go and try it out. He called out to Hong Ying, who immediately unfolded, allowing him to stand in the palm of his mecha, and flew towards the training ground. The impressive appearance, coupled with Hong Ying's distinctive engine sound, sent a chill down the spines of the pilots, who had just finished outdoor training. The engine sounds of Su Li and the other mecha girls had become conditioned reflexes for them all. A large group of pilots, who were about to head to the dormitories to shower and change clothes, stopped in their tracks and began to gather in front of the dormitory building. So by the time Su Li arrived, they were already neatly lined up. He glanced at the formation and nodded with satisfaction. Seeing their expressions of despair, his mood instantly lightened. Their faces were filled with either fear or grief over their own miserable lives. It was as if the person standing before them wasn't their instructor, not their regimental commander, but their lifelong enemy. Even the highest commander dared to be so hostile. This requires more training. Indoor venue, half an hour of weapons training, half an hour of free fighting. After training, there's plenty of drinks at the base. I brought some delicious food back today, so we'll have a good time today, and then we'll have 2 days off tomorrow, and the day after tomorrow. The crew listened to Su Li's words, silent for a while. They stared at him with confusion, as if questioning his identity. A holiday? After all this training, they only had half a day off. Now they're giving away 2 days at once? The commander is probably kidding. By the way, the mecha girls from each unit will also have a holiday after they return. Those of you who need to bond, you can bring out your little tricks. Wash them all off before heading back to base. If I see anyone dressed like a beggar again, trying to elicit sympathy from the mecha girls with such despicable tactics, I'll break their legs. And there are those who put up heart-shaped candles and set off fireworks. Do you have any sense of public morality? Singing in the girls' dormitory in the middle of the night with a broken guitar? That's allowed. But not within a 500-meter radius of my capsule. Anyone who violates any of the above will have their leave cancelled. Report. Why isn't it allowed within a 500-meter radius of the commander's capsule? Su Li raised an eyebrow and threw up his hands. Nonsense. What are you doing? Competing with the mech girls? The pilots all shut up, their expressions growing even uglier. They're struggling to find a mech girl, and the commander has a ton of them, and there are even a bunch of mech girls playing guitar in the square. Are you sure you want us to bond with the mech girls, not just witness their grand courtship? What are you looking at? Are you going to take a leave or not? Off. Then get back to the training ground. The entire formation turned neatly, and ran towards the indoor training ground. Su Li stood still, Hong Ying behind him flipping through her terminal again and again, then slowly frowned. Her dark eyes flickered as she placed the terminal in front of Su Li. Master, you haven't attended class today, and you also missed 2 days of class the other day during the Ling Qi death process incident. According to the schedule, you need to review all of this by tonight. I'm afraid you won't have time for the party. Oh, and there's also the daily Legion reports. And the training plan. Your sudden holiday means the training plan needs to be revised and postponed. Considering how much their muscles have relaxed over the past 2 days, the training plan needs to be further strengthened. Also, all the high-quality supplies obtained this time need to be registered and stored immediately, as per Sister Kailang's instructions. And the arrogant beetle armor also needs to be dealt with immediately. And your own physical strengthening plan. You'll need to train intensely for at least 3 to 4 hours tonight. Su Li, He wasn't ambitious, and for good reason. Every time he started something, there was always a pile of unfinished work waiting for him to deal with. Where's Han Hai? She handles the regiment's daily affairs, and 038 handles logistics. Lil Linging, as the second or third longest serving Met girl, don't you feel you owe it to your master? Hong Ying glanced at Su Li, bit her lower lip, and slowly lowered her hands, lifting the hem of her skirt. The delicate ankles, wrapped in white silk, were first revealed, followed by the flowing lines of her calves, and the perfect. Su Li pressed Hong Ying's hand. I'm talking about work. Hong Ying blushed. She clutched the hem of her skirt, racking her brains for a moment before slowly saying, I can help master with high-intensity training. Today, we can practice shooting steel balls. Su Li watched Hong Ying's cheeks gradually flush, and his own face began to turn red as well. Another eavesdropper. Why do those brief conversations between him and Lightning always get overheard by someone with ulterior motives? You could also do some prisoner of war training to hone your resistance to torture and further strengthen your willpower. Of course, Master can hone her interrogation techniques, while I strengthen my willpower. It's a good opportunity to complete the project while training. Su Li covered Hong Ying's small mouth with his hand. Why are you spouting such lewd words from those rosy lips? This is all serious business. Why are you blushing? Get started. Let's go! Now! Let's go over the lessons first. We can put the training off until after the party. Chapter 382. On the ship, Ling directed the Met girls to unload all the collected food. Even with her vast knowledge, she couldn't help but gasp when she saw such a large amount of food. The fact that a small species could grow to the same size as a medium-sized species wasn't simply explained by evolution. It was a direct mutation. If every insect in the farm she now oversaw were this size, she wouldn't have to worry about not having enough to satisfy these voracious eaters. Amid the busy procession, Yu, her skirt swirling and a face mask on her head, appeared inside the ship. Every time the ship returned, she would make a trip to replenish her blackthorn with new food. What's more, the level of food this time was at the queen stage, something she had never seen before. Watching the Met girls working like industrious ants carrying various supplies, she couldn't help but peer in, searching for any trace of pride. A flash of bright red stood out in the procession, impossible to ignore. She immediately spotted Lightning, sneaking among the group carrying food, like a thief. Lightning, where's Dad? Ah! I didn't take it, I was just looking? Lightning shuddered, frantically folding his hands behind his back. Yu froze, subconsciously glancing at the tarpaulin-shrouded object behind Lightning, then quickly regained consciousness. Lightning, what goodies are you hiding? Lightning finally saw Yu clearly, and with one free hand, he touched his chest. It's you? You scared me. You're walking so quietly. Let's not talk about that. What exactly are you hiding? Lightning glanced around and lowered her voice. I'm telling you, this is a good thing. A proud insect leg. Yu poked her head out to take a look. A single leg was almost taller than Lightning. It couldn't possibly be hidden, so what was the point in hiding it? The leg was nice, quite long, but she honestly had no interest in it. Did the master leave it for me to cultivate blackthorn? Lightning's eyes widened instantly, a look of despair on her face. What do you mean by cultivating blackthorn? Didn't you hear what I said? I said it's a good thing. Do you know what the prototype of pride is? Millipede. Millipede? An animal from the class Diplopida, class Arthropoda? Aren't they related to Ruozi? A centipede, a millipede. Yu patted the mask on her face to make it more comfortable, then gathered her long, swinging hair into a hairnet. She wasn't interested in what kind of arthropod or subclass of leg the millipede belonged to. All she knew was that on the entire Lingsue star, only Lightning was a bitch who loved to suck on millipede's legs. She even went so far as to say it was to feel a different version of herself. Trust me, Yu, just one bite, and you'll feel a different version of yourself. Arrogant is different from the last queen. Her toxins have reached a new level. Yu nodded, picked up the mirror, and looked at her lips. A new level, so what? Could it make her lips fuller? Lightning glanced around again, and said in a barely audible voice, I tried it this time. Guess what I felt? I turned my head, and to my left was the master, and to my right was the master. Everywhere in the mountains and plains was the master. Even in the air, the master was floating. He was lying in midair, waving at me. Here comes Lightning. Snap. Yu snapped the mirror shut, and extended her small hand toward Lightning. Lightning was stunned. What for? Yu slapped her forehead. What else? Sis, good things should be shared. Lightning curled her lips. One moment she was uninterested, the next she was sharing. Giving away things you don't need, that's what sharing is. I thought you were so reserved, but once the master was involved, Your true colors were immediately revealed. I can't give it to you now. When we were on the arrogant occupation planet, many of the mecha girls licked the bug's legs. The situation got a little serious, and it caused a series of consequences. So, Heiyu's eyes widened. My dear sister, it's not okay for you to lick them yourself, and you're bringing everyone else along? Lightning quickly waved her hands. No, I didn't lead them. So what's wrong? Did Daddy forbid it? Yeah. That's okay. He loves me so much, I'll just lick it for a bit. It's no big deal. As she spoke, she poked her little head toward the bug's legs. Lightning reached out and pinched Heiyu's ear in a flash. Stop trying to be cute. You're using the blackthorn cultivation as an excuse to take the insect away. Of course, that's secondary. I want you to extract the toxins from its body. That's the most important thing. Heiyu tilted her head, letting Lightning pull on her ear. Her eyes widened. It was the first time she heard Lightning speak so clearly. Isn't this supposed to be invigorating? Then, as a researcher, she should be taking more sips. And then? If it's just for the experience, there's no need to go through all this trouble. Lightning narrowed her eyes, her red pupils flickering slightly. She leaned close to Heiyu's ear and said, What do you know? After we eat, we can see many masters. Don't you want to know what the master will see after eating? Heiyu's eyes narrowed slightly as she spoke. Don't want to know? Impossible. She was dying to know. For the first time in her life, she was curious about the composition of a neurotoxin. She wanted not only to extract it, but also to refine it. Of course, after refining the toxin, the ingredients need to be adjusted to a level suitable for the master. Heiyu's fighting spirit surged. It had been a long time since she had felt such a surge of fighting spirit. Don't worry, sister. I'll go to the lab right now. Give me an hour, and I'll extract it for you. Lightning nodded, placing the legs hidden behind her back onto the cart with a loud bang. Actually, its glands are where the toxin is most concentrated. If you can get more bodies, remember to save some of the glands. Also, if you want to try, it's best to lock yourself in the room, otherwise. Lightning thought of the videos Suli had filmed and quickly shook her head, dispelling the memory of that part. Having a poor brain has its advantages. Some unnecessary memories can be erased with a simple shake. Heiyu nodded quickly, pulling the cart out. The insect legs weren't even fixed, swaying left and right with her movements, causing the other mecha girls to scramble to avoid them. But no one found it strange, because Heiyu was always like this. When it came to research, she was always impulsive. She was a six-sided mech, but she managed to run at almost half the speed of a lightning bolt. It was quite a stretch for her. It wasn't that she was anxious, she just wanted to see whose name her master would call out after being poisoned. Chapter 383. Inside the base capsule. Suli sat at his desk, flipping through a book. After closing his military theory book, he picked up his terminal. On the application and development of mechanical principles in mecha girls? Is that also the subject I want to study? He glanced at the title on the terminal, his eyes widening in surprise. I know every screw on your body. Forget about practical application, I can tell a lot at first glance. Hong Ying gently wiped the tabletop with a rag. Feeling Su Li's unruly hands, her face flushed slightly. Pa! He patted her thigh lightly, causing Hong Ying to groan. All I need is one tap to know you need an oil change. If I have time for that, I might as well go to the hangar and give you a maintenance course plus a wax. I'll just skip this corporate-style course from now on. I'm not the type to have any evil intentions with mech girls. Hong Ying tightened her thighs. Master, shouldn't you have taken your hands away when you said that? I'm not talking about evil intentions like those of Aka Industrial. Master, excessive explanations won't hide the truth of what you're doing. Suli chuckled. He had never considered covering up the truth. He picked up the book about mech girls and casually tossed it into the trash. He took the Hanhai-approved workflow and reviewed it one by one. Zerg blood is corrosive, and routine maintenance is required after every battle. He looked at the numbers and couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Just over a year ago, he was a C-rank pilot working illegally to save money while on campus. Now, he'd become a powerful Legion commander. The rapid rise in status gave him a sense of unrealistic detachment. While all this was accomplished thanks to the help of dedicated individuals, looking back, it still seemed incredible. Especially when he saw that just repairing the mecha girl's exterior armor and paint jobs cost over 10 million yuan per month. His head was buzzing. Not long ago, he scraped together so little. But now, with just a single signature, over 10 million yuan in military funds was gone. This didn't even include ammunition reserves or the mecha girl's daily expenses. Even if it was counted as military merit, it was still a significant expense. The Dawn Legion's equipment was already the highest in all of Longzhou. Their daily diet consisted of high-quality, high-protein insect meat, which itself subtly improved the quality of both humans and mecha girls. Not to mention the genetic enhancement fluid he provided. From the composition of their personnel's food to their weaponry and equipment, the Dawn Legion was truly top-notch. Even an ordinary pilot, with the aid of long-term genetic enhancement fluid, would possess the physique of an S-class pilot. Not to mention these battle-hardened warriors. Hong Ying blushed as she slowly sat down beside Su Li. Her master had said that touching thighs could increase brain function. She didn't know about others, but when Su Li touched her thighs, his speed in turning pages noticeably increased. The Legion has expended quite a bit of ammunition this quarter. When we support other legions next time, remember to ask them to provide ammunition and weapons. Our cold weapon inventory is also running low. Pride's weapons can be melted down and replaced with a batch for the SS-class mecha girls. With this high-strength alloy, we can effectively penetrate armor against high-level Zerg. By the way, does the mechanical island have a large supply of this special alloy? Hong Ying shook her head slightly. I don't know. That's under the jurisdiction of the resources department. But there's news from the vast sea. They say another intelligent race has been discovered within a Zerg nest on a planet occupied by Pride. Another intelligent race? Su Li paused, then suddenly realized. The existence of another intelligent race makes sense. The weapon in Pride's hand is proof of that. If the Zerg could forge their own weapons, they would be completely doomed. The thought of facing Zerg in alloy armor in the future made his teeth ache. Yes, they also have humanoid forms. Mechanical Island doesn't have any information on any related tribes, but Han Hai has already sent back the images. She opened the terminal and placed a photo in front of Su Li. The people look somewhat strange, with large heads and massive upper bodies, but their lower bodies resembled those of underdeveloped dwarfs. Su Li observed these natives of the original planet with great interest. Regardless of gender or age, their hair appeared gray. Are they skilled in smelting? I'm not sure about that, but I found many similar ores in their caves. Arrogant's weapon shouldn't just be made of a few ores. It has extremely strong energy conductivity. Arrogant even turned a steel fork into a staff. The governor said that's because Zerg genetics were detected in it. It must be a special species that was specifically bred. Hong Ying's words made Su Li purse his lips. This is also the most troublesome and most endearing aspect of the Zerg. Ruozi's targeted breeding ability has been unlocked. If he needs it, as long as Ruozi's realm is raised to a certain level, he can completely rely on his imagination to construct a race similar to the Mecha Girls. At least his Mecha Tree has a higher starting point than the Mecha Tree on Mecha Island. As long as the foundation is laid, it's not impossible for the new race to surpass the Mecha Girls. Of course, this requires a slow construction process, enormous resources, and a long time. After all, it took more than 200 years for Mecha Island to reach its current state. Its known history of fighting the Zerg alone spans 500 or 600 years. But the Mecha Girls changed one after another, their exact existence remaining only in the memory of the Mecha Tree. The thought of potentially having to spend hundreds of years making his next move made him feel a little more confident. How could he have deserved to have reached such a point where a single move could have such an impact on the world for millennia? If he were to cultivate a specific species, what kind of race would he create? He frowned in thought, subconsciously rubbing his thighs. There was a knock on the door, and a fiery red head burst in. Startled, Hong Ying quickly pushed away Su Li's disturbing right hand. Master, you already begun. How long will it take you to finish? Her hands, clasped behind her back, held a small, transparent medicine bottle, her eyes gleaming with wisdom. The hairs on the back of Su Li's neck stood up slightly. He smiled at Lightning and said, "Let's go." Right away. I finished studying. I'll be leaving after I finish the last 2 reports. You go ahead and take your seat. Lightning nodded and gently closed the door. Behind his desk, Su Li reached out and touched his back. It was damp. It had been a while since he felt this backstabbed. He vaguely remembered the last time he felt it was when Lightning elbowed him in the hot spring. Su Li turned his head to look at Hong Ying's thighs, wrapped in white silk stockings. Speaking of hot springs, it seemed like he hadn't been in one in a while. Chapter 384. I'll skip the report. A man's sixth sense, especially that of a Super S pilot, is incredibly accurate. Lightning again. Lightning again. She's definitely up to something again. Looking down at the bustling square below, Su Li grabbed Hong Ying's hand, gazed into her dark eyes, and said earnestly, "Little Ying, I'm giving you a task today. During the party, you must keep an eye out for Lightning. If she tries to attack me, you must stop her immediately. Hongying? ? Yes, you. Only you, with your flash, can withstand her sudden attack. To be honest, my body has already started to warn me. Su Li pointed at the hairs on the back of his neck, leaving Hongying stunned. The master was already a little stressed, evidently having endured a lot of lightning's ravages for so long. Unlike Heiyu, who always wanted to torture his master, he always ended up afflicting himself. She nodded resolutely and pounded her chest. Don't worry, master. I'll keep a close eye on her. If she gets within half a meter of you, I won't let her out of my sight. Su Li stroked her red tasseled hair in agreement, then accompanied her to the square. Lung Suishing's gatherings never seemed to be anything but formal. It was more like a large night market than a party. Tens of thousands of people crowded the commercial street and square, which had been expanded 3 times, each seeking their own pleasure. The small tree in the center of the square, nourished by the flesh and blood of arrogance, had expanded to an incredible size. Its golden canopy stretched dozens of meters, providing a vast expanse of shade for the small square. Surrounded by countless colorful lights, the kitchen staff of each major battle regiment set up stalls under the shade of the trees. So many people packed the entire canopy that it was completely packed. A dense crowd filled the entire commercial street. Whenever the commercial street opened up for business, it was 038's busiest time. A group of young women moved through the shops, carrying items for the soldiers and mecha girls who came to buy. 038 had just disembarked from the ship and immediately donned her professional attire, busying herself at the counter. The originally small shop had been renovated into a small 3-story building. As the staff grew, her work became increasingly busy. Outside the shop, 3 men, tanned like black men, sat under a parasol across from them, wearing sunglasses and drinking straws, scanning the crowds. Behind Li Tianlong's glasses, his eyes were like automatic radar, always detecting the presence of the legs. I'm not kidding. If you want to know where the girls are of the highest quality, they're right here in front of our Legion shop. Look at those long legs, Xiaopingzi. Let me ask you, isn't this a truly breathtaking spot in this feng shui location, a truly breathtaking sight? Sure. A breathtaking sight. Absolutely. Those legs are longer than my life. Zhang Chongping nodded in agreement, turned around, and called the waiter, demanding a refill. The human female soldier kicked her stool impatiently, venting her frustration. 3 grown men sat down here, drinking ice water with unlimited refills. That's only in the Legion. If it were outside, you'd be fine if they didn't kick you out. She simply grabbed a bucket and slammed it down on the table. Drink, drink, drink. Drink as much as you want, and refills are yours. Hey! What's with that attitude? I'll file a complaint against you. You're going to complain? If you dare to file a complaint against me, I'll scream at you. 3 hooligans, sitting outside someone's door, watching their brothel, without even the courage to take action. You filthy bastards. You? Do you know who I am? The female soldier stared directly at Li Tianlang, a sneer of disdain emanating from the corner of her mouth. Who are you? Tell me, who are you? Faced with the female soldier's aggressive tone, Li Tianlang quickly turned his head. Ha! Are you kidding me? Can I tell you who I am? And then I'll let you file a complaint? The female soldier glanced at the 3 of them and turned back to the air-conditioned shop. She didn't want to be out in the sun with 3 idiots. Xuqiang yanked his glasses off his face. Brother Ping, it's already evening, and the 3 of us are wearing sunglasses like idiots. Can you really see through them? Zhang Chongping rolled his eyes. Hazy, you know? That's called a black stockings filter. With sunglasses on, everyone looks like they're wearing long black stockings. What if you're wearing them? That's the difference between see-through and thick black. Xuqiang grinned, but didn't respond. Of course, there's another, most important reason. What's that reason? How embarrassing would it be if you were caught staring at someone like that? It's different with us wearing sunglasses. Even if they notice and walk straight towards us, we can look right at them before we take them off. Xuqiang's expression was one of sudden enlightenment. It has to be said that unlike people like him who join the army right out of high school, those who graduate from professional colleges know a lot more. Li Tianlang nodded contentedly at Xuqiang's sudden realization. See, that's professionalism. No matter how serious you talk, they can still provide you with a wealth of emotional value. Just this one expression, I'll take him with me wherever I go from now on. Look, look, your dream legs are here. Xuqiang shuddered and quickly put on his sunglasses. The next second, Yi Hua appeared in front of the shop. She wore a crisp military uniform and a formal dress skirt. But against her slender legs, the skirt gave the illusion of a short skirt. The formal high-heeled ankle boots accentuated her legs even more perfectly. She simply stood there, her hair flowing in the wind, and she already captivated Xuqiang. He swallowed subconsciously, wanting to look but not daring to. For a moment, he was at a loss, his eyes faithfully following his instinct, eager to linger on her. The long, straight, white legs, filtered through the sunglasses, looked hazy and slender. Though they were only 2 sections, he scanned them from all angles, as if appreciating a work of art. If he wasn't afraid of getting beaten, he would have even circled her to examine them. Yi Hua frowned. As a veteran, she instinctively scanned the area wherever she went, instantly sizing up any suspicious individuals or potential hiding spots. Besides, the perception of an SS-class mecha girl was truly a joke. 3 idiot-like black monkeys lay sprawled on a white table and sat on white stools. It was already dark, and they were still wearing sunglasses. It was impossible not to attract attention. Not to mention, one of them was the pilot she had chosen. The scorching gaze, even from this distance, made her legs burn. She picked up a cigarette, slowly lit it, and quickly walked over to the 3 men. Xuqiang suddenly realized that not everything Zhang Chongping said was true. At least when Yi Hua took off his glasses, he couldn't take his eyes off her legs. The next second, a faintly fragrant puff of smoke wafted towards him. Yi Hua placed one foot on the stool between Xuqiang's legs, her eyes narrowed slightly. She stared down at Xuqiang, her scarlet lips parted. Does it look good? Yes, it does. Just looking isn't enough. Touch it. Xuqiang's dark face was a dark crimson. He gritted his teeth and reached out to grasp Yi Hua's calf. The flesh-colored stockings were delicate to the touch, and the white beneath them formed a stark contrast to his dark hands. Chapter 385. Li Tianlang and Zhang Chongping moved their stools back in perfect tacit agreement. I'd rather die than let my friend die. They killed him. They hadn't expected Xuqiang to actually dare to touch them. While it's said that the brave enjoy the world first, the problem is, this is too brave. Who is Yi Hua? A tough guy who drives a ship like a bumper car. Li Tianlang even suspected that her only hobbies in life, besides cursing and hitting people, were arguing and hitting bugs. Could someone like Xuqiang handle such a person? Stay away. To avoid getting blood splattered. Yi Hua was also stunned. The smoke she just spit out was stuck in her mouth. She couldn't spit it out, but it was uncomfortable not to. She had no choice but to swallow the rest of her words back. The feeling of being stuck in her throat was excruciating. She looked at Xuqiang's blushing face, then at his puppy-like innocent eyes, and her heart softened. So obedient. Just let me touch you. Is this strength okay? Xiao Chong's sudden question caused the 2 people beside him to shove their stools back again. Insane! This is truly insane. Touching someone's legs is fine, but you're even asking about their feelings? Shoo! This is a true warrior. Su Li must have been searching for him with a lantern. Where in the world did he pull such a tough guy out of nowhere? Before they could finish their sighs, Yi Hua's face flushed slightly. You could use a little more force. My legs are still a little sore from the battlefield. Are the muscles in my legs tighter? Li Tianlong's perspective was shattered. Zhang Chongping's mouth never closed. What's going on? One of these 2 has to be a fake. Where's the promised punch, blood splattering 5 steps away? We're all ready for gore, and you're throwing dog food at us? Li Tianlang shot Zhang Chongping a quick look. Don't worry, this is a life or death question. Zhang Chongping nodded quickly. Yes, if a girl asks you if you have muscular legs, you're not going to be able to play it straight. Sincerity is a killer move, but it can also be a killer move that allows a girl to kill you. Xiao Chong, upon hearing Yi Hua's words, subconsciously placed both hands on Yi Hua's legs, gently massaging them. How did your legs get tired? You're flying a mecha into battle this time? I bet the situation must have been critical. Yi Hua's eyes suddenly lit up. She was really excited when she talked about this. You don't know, the situation at that time was. The situation was dire, a swarm of insects overwhelming the sky. I leaped. These insects, my god. They were just huge. And they were terrifying. And there's arrogance, you know arrogance? That queen with the prefix, that flattened thing on her chest. Those 2 weapons were as long as my mecha. Her whole body is so long. Anyway, I'm nothing compared to her. As Yi Hua spoke, she suddenly felt the pressure of the massage on her leg intensify. She lowered her head and saw those clear eyes, filled with deep worry. For a moment, she felt something melt inside her. She turned her head and looked at the stunned Li Tianlang. What are you looking at? You have no eyesight. I've been standing here for ages, and you didn't even bother to give me a stool. Or I'll tell your master about you. Li Tianlang shuddered, quickly straightening himself like a javelin, moving his own stool to Shiqiang's side, and thoughtfully wiping Yihua's face. Yihua nonchalantly pulled his stool closer to Xiaochang, and placed both of his legs on his. The two onlookers were stunned. Their gazes at Xiaochang were different. So, the true masters were right beside them. Look at this exemplary response. Not only did he see through the situation, but he also used the guise of concern to deflect the woman's anxiety about her body. If Yihua hadn't been there, they would have kneeled down to learn from him. Is this a comrade? This is his adoptive father. Li Tianlang used to think his master was awesome, but now it seems he's just SOSO. Look at Xiaochang. He's willing to honor him as the Dawn Corps' greatest beast trainer. Other mecha girls are like wild horses. But what about Yihua? She's long since transcended the realm of horses. She's a deranged prehistoric behemoth. TSK, TSK, TSK. The two men moved their stools under another parasol, taking the ice bucket from the table. These two are dying of thirst. What a hidden talent. What a hidden talent. Listening to Yihua's incessant tale at the next table, they watched Xiaochang blush as he shyly massaged Yihua's legs. The two exchanged glances, suddenly realizing that only the various legs before them could heal their wounded hearts. And he'll always bring him along for the ride? Unless he teaches him his unique skills, or else, goodbye. It's not that they're ostracizing him, it's that they're unworthy. In front of the square's guardrail, Suli took a bite of a skewer and watched the scene unfold under the awning, chewing the bamboo skewer to pieces without even noticing. What did he see? In all honesty, that guy who puts his legs on someone else, gently pounding their chest, is called Yihua. He glanced down at the skewers in his hand, half suspecting Hong Ying had poisoned him. But the next second, he realized he even chewed the skewers in his mouth. Not far away, a group of soldiers poured a large amount of beer and drinks into a huge container. The aroma of malt mingled with the fresh fragrance of the drinks. They always loved trying strange things, very much like the people of Longzhou. Watching the various juices being poured in, the enthusiasm of the people around them was instantly ignited. They stirred the mixture a few times with huge wooden sticks, then dipped their draft beer cups directly into the container to pour the drinks. Lightning was facing away from the huge container, twirling the skewers, 13 meters away from the owner. Hong Ying nodded and averted her gaze. She had never imagined that she would one day shoulder such a heavy responsibility. For a moment, she didn't even dare to take a sip of the beer. Looking at the cocktails the soldiers had mixed, she couldn't help but swallow. Lightning held the skewers in his mouth, the open beer in one hand, and uncorked a small bottle with the other. Heiyu stood beside her, shielding her from view. By the way, how much did you say to pour? 1 drop, just 1 drop. Heiyu glanced at the thumb-thick vial, and lowered his voice. I already lowered the dosage, but due to a lack of test subjects, it might not be entirely accurate. But it's okay, I verified it's harmless to humans. Lightning nodded, tilting the bottle, his eyes fixed intently, afraid to pour too much at once. What are you doing? Jun Quan suddenly appeared in front of them, startling Lightning. Her hand trembled, and the vial instantly slipped out of her grasp. Using the law of extreme speed to its fullest, Jun Quan blinked, and Lightning's hand was left with only a bottle of beer. Sister Lightning, was there something in your other hand just now? Jun Quan blinked in confusion. No, you saw it wrong. Lightning and Heiyu spoke in unison, their words firm and resolute. The transparent vial traced a parabola in the air, spilling its contents into the stirring liquor. Heiyu blinked, inquiring through his gaze. Did you put it in? Lightning blinked back. I don't know. Jun Quan arrived too suddenly. Where's the medicine? Throw it away. Heiyu was paralyzed. She spent an hour making something, and you just threw it away. With your hand speed, you couldn't just keep it in your pocket. Chapter 386. Take a sip. Heiyu subconsciously lowered her voice as she watched Lightning put his eyes close to the bottle's opening to carefully examine the venom. No! I'm resistant to this stuff. I can't taste it even after lowering the dosage. Heiyu's chest trembled with anger. She'd been busy for an entire hour. She set aside other experiments to work on this, figuring she'd purify it later if it worked. And now, all her efforts were wasted. I still can't taste it. You're resistant, aren't you? You're so proud. By the way, after making this stuff, have you tried it? Lightning glared at herself and looked at the anxious Heiyu. I didn't. Lightning's quick eyes and hand shoved the beer into Jun Quan's mouth. Jun Quan was stunned, then subconsciously took it and gulped down several gulps. She was still so engrossed in Lightning's speed that she didn't even notice the hushed words exchanged between them. The two of them stared at her, making her feel uneasy. She instinctively took several steps back. Fear crossed their faces. What was wrong with these two sisters? They looked like they were going to kill someone. She swallowed, then took a few more steps back with a forced smile. Haeyu turned around and shrugged, a look of wanting to cry but unable to. Damn it! It's not in there. The last glimmer of hope is gone. You said your hands were so quick. Where did you throw it? Lightning paused. The initial velocity was about 400 meters per second, and the angle was 0.32 degrees. The two of them stared straight up at the sky. This mysterious maneuver made Jun Quan, who had already retreated more than 10 steps, retreat even further. Hong Ying, who had been watching Lightning's movements from a distance, followed her gaze upwards, but saw nothing. She turned to glance at Su Li, picked up a clean draft beer mug, poured herself a glass of the mixed drink, and leaned against the railing to savor it carefully. The beer, a blend of juice and beverage, had distinct layers of flavor. Though a bit strange at first, as the refreshing aroma of the juice spread, a strange sense of satisfaction filled her mouth. She narrowed her eyes slightly, and raised her glass towards the soldier mixing the drink, clearly pleased with the taste. Su Li spat out the bamboo stick in his mouth, and turned to look at Lightning and Haeyu, who were looking up at the sky. He had a feeling that the two of them together were not good things. He also looked up, but saw nothing above except the golden treetops. Haeyu raised an eyebrow. Are you sure the angle is 0.32? There's no sign of the bottle denting the bark above, nor any trace of venom. Lightning twitched his wrist, uncharacteristically confident. I've been training on precision lately. I can guarantee the deviation won't exceed 0.001. Hiss. Haeyu gasped. Assuming you didn't put the cork on, the entire vial was released at an initial velocity of 400 meters per second. The angle of deflection, and the strong wind resistance, would cause it to spin rapidly. The bottle itself would follow a parabolic trajectory, and the resistance and initial velocity would partially offset each other. Considering a series of variables, Haeyu lowered his head, looking at the wine-filled container in front of him. He swallowed with a gulp. Lightning, are you ready to kneel for a day and a night? No, maybe 3 days and 2 nights, or maybe. Lightning clearly noticed Haeyu's look. It was too late to stop him. The mixed liquor was poured into draft beer cups, and placed on a tray. Within a few steps, it was snatched up by the crowd. In the short time it took to speak, at least 300 cups of liquor had been distributed. As the crowd moved, the number continued to steadily increase. I have some good news. Would you like to hear it? Lightning glanced in Su Li's direction. He was holding a draft beer, gulping it down in one gulp. Su Li burped and contentedly placed the draft beer cup in the recycling bin. There's nothing more relaxing than a cold beer after a hard day's work. If there's anything, it's most likely accompanied by a long-legged woman. Hong Ying's black hair fluttered, her face a faint blush from the alcohol. Like Lightning, she sported a queenly look, but now she had a more youthful air. The strands of hair swayed slightly in front of her forehead. She licked the corners of her lips, savoring the aroma of the wine. Su Li suddenly felt that Hong Ying looked particularly beautiful this way. Whether she was heroic on the battlefield or hesitant in the cockpit, smoke billowing from her head, neither of them could compare to her standing quietly in the sunset, adjusting the strands of hair by her ear. He shook his head, feeling a bit too much from the beer. And he seemed especially greedy today, even salivating more than usual. Lightning watched Su Li walk back toward the barbecue stall, and calmly tugged at Haeyu's sleeve. Sister, have you got the proportions right? If this large jar of liquor is diluted, it should. It should. A soldier took a draft beer mug and emptied it. The next second, his eyes threatened to split. Frightened, Lightning didn't care about what should happen, and quickly turned her head away, pretending she didn't see. Haeyu now understood the meaning of a misunderstanding, of joy turning to sorrow. Don't be so proud. That's based on the dosage for a super S-class pilot. Just this large container is enough to bring down an entire legion. It's all your fault. Why were you so quick? Now you're ready, get down onto your knees. What about the mecha girl? Is she okay? It will affect the mecha girl too, but it's much better than the pilot. It might not be so kind to the ordinary soldiers though. They'll probably be howling all night. Lightning took a deep breath, as if making a fateful decision, and grabbed Haeyu's hand. Sisters, let's get down. You take half, I take half. All that sisterly love is gone in the wine. Haeyu swallowed, looked at the enormous container, then at her flat stomach. She couldn't finish 10 glasses of this half container before she became a fountain. It wasn't lubricant, she could drink 3 buckets without burping. This alcohol was something that went to her stomach. She swung her pigtails wildly. She'd rather be down on her knees than alive. Lightning was also despairing. Those drunken soldiers, though not yet collapsed, were worse off than dead. They each swallowed furiously, their eyes wide open as they stared at the barbecue before them. It was as if they hadn't eaten in 8 lifetimes. Lightning paused for a moment, then picked up his draft beer mug and began guzzling it. If he himself was poisoned, who could claim he was the culprit? Let it go, after all. Sticking your head out is a knife to the head, and hiding it is still a knife to the head. The most important thing was to eat and drink enough. Chapter 387. The Lingsue Star Base finally welcomed its most boisterous night in history. Suli had never felt the atmosphere of a day as lively as today. The wind blowing from the past carried a touch of artistic flair, and even the golden treetops were shrouded in an ambiguous red by the setting sun. The sunset lingered for a long time, like the soldiers' rising and falling enthusiasm. Young people always loved to be loud and unrestrained in their youth. Before the lit bonfire, some tearfully confessed their love to their distant first loves, some embraced each other in the ambience. Others roared hysterically, and performed war dances around the bonfire. Those figures, like giant macaques, were hazy and hilariously amusing. All the annoyance in his heart vanished in an instant. This feeling brought him back to the battlefield of his previous life. During a break in battle, he would find an undisturbed valley, nestled under the shade of a tree, on the edge of a cliff, listening to the whistling wind. Right next to him was the mech that had always been by his side. Though it couldn't drink with him, it was always chattering. That chatty eye always began every sentence with "Dear Pilot." It wouldn't let him smoke, because it would give him away. It wouldn't let him eat too much compressed food, because it didn't want to have to apply for suppositories on his behalf. Suli stared intently at the wood lice before him, finding it difficult to focus on it. One of his eyes would subconsciously glance at the bound feet beside him, clad in white silk stockings and red tassels. Even though her skirt was low, barely revealing her ankles, just looking at them would make him imagine everything about them. The feeling of flesh being squeezed, the tight suspenders. Something's not right. Am I too tired? I'm clearly feeling quite high. He swallowed, scraped the wood lice meat off his hand with a spoon, rolled it into a leaf of lettuce, and stuffed it into his mouth. I'll rest after I finish eating. He glanced at the plates to the side. Just one more plate, and then I'll go back to rest. Kuling frowned slightly behind the grill. The rising smoke made it difficult for her to see Suli's face. She just noticed that Suli seemed to be eating extra hard tonight. He used to be full after just one plate, but tonight he already eaten 3. Tao Tao, the commander seems to be eating extravagantly today. Tao Tao glanced in Suli's direction, then at the boisterous crowd, grinning broadly. What's the big deal? It's just the right atmosphere. Forget him. We almost used up all the doubled food we stockpiled today. Everyone's eating a lot. Even Commander Gao, when Jing has been down 3 times. The lightning figure, flashing its insect legs wildly, shuddered slightly, and silently lowered its fiery red head. What a shameful mouth. Eat quickly. By the time Suli reacts, it'll be gone. Heiyu's receptiveness was evident. He was already kneeling anyway. At this point, there was nothing to be afraid of. She nibbled at the insect eggs in her hand, chewing each bite carefully. By the way, Lightning, whose name do you think Master will call? Whose? I don't know. When I had fewer sisters, I thought it was most likely mine, but now, it's hard to say. But I can guarantee that Master will never call you by your name. Heiyu was stunned. Why? Besides, of all Master's mecha girls, I'm the most exquisite. Lightning swallowed a mouthful of insect meat. Junwei has a queenly aura, and Junsho is petite yet voluptuous, a unique combination. You don't have Juns's delicate, frail demeanor. Junyu has a paralyzed face, and Junquan is a bit of a green tea. Hongying looks the most serious, but every time she comes home, she's always by her master's side. Even 038 offers her master the warmth of an older sister. And there's also Hanhai's Daily. Hiccup. TSK. Overall, I still have a chance, but you absolutely have no chance. Heiyu's eyes widened. Why am I dead? She lifted her breasts. These perfectly large D-cups. When did they become unattractive? What's wrong with being a sophisticated woman? I'm not just sophisticated, I'm versatile. I'm sweet. Kusien, I can be a queen and a lowly. Besides calling you daddy, uncle, and boss, I know so much more. Lightning frowned. Can you beat Rosie? Besides, she has horns. Heiyu gritted his teeth. Then I can wear cat ears. I can do that too. The sudden voice startled the 2 women. Jun Shou, holding a beer mug, approached them, his large brown eyes fixed on them with a scrutinizing look. Why do you care whose name your master calls you? Lightning drugged the beer. Hey, you struck first. There's nothing left to hide, no matter how hard you try. By the end of the game, when there's no way to stop it, everything will be revealed. Lightning was immediately furious. What do you mean by drugged? I just slipped. Jun Shou's ears twitched, and he glanced at Lightning. Suddenly, he understood. That split-eye position was all too familiar. I think the master will call my name. She took the wine glass, emptied it, and placed it heavily on the table. Each of the 3 mecha girls could observe 2 people simultaneously with her own eyes. At this moment, the situation reached a perfect balance. A shimmer of electricity flowed between the 3 girls' gazes. One was the first mecha girl to be contracted, one had also experienced setbacks, and the third was destined from the womb. None of them gave in to the other. After a moment, Jun Shou said, "It can't be Jun Yu or Jun Quan." Lightning was stunned. "It can't be 038 either." Hey, you rolled his eyes. "Are you still using the process of elimination? I think we should just stand on our own side." "What? You want to use this opportunity to rank people? Do you still have any regard for first come, first served?" Jun Shou narrowed his eyes. "If we really talk about first come, first served, you're still behind me. This contract was made when I was still in the petri dish. Hey you, why don't you mention that you knew each other before the mechanical tree was born?" Hey, you pointed at Lightning. "Jun Shou, as long as I'm around, you can't make any waves." Jun Shou narrowed his eyes and pointed at Lightning. "Ha! Then I'll really try and see if I can break your shackles." "Practice in the training ground?" "Practice, of course. You're just a researcher, you can't even touch my ass." Lightning was enjoying himself when Jun Shou grabbed his arm. Hey! You're grabbing the wrong person. Heiyu is to your left." Jun Shou glanced at his hands. "Yes, I'm the one grabbing with my left hand." "Big sister, who wants to practice?" Jun Quan's eyes flickered to the sides as he shouted at Heiyu. "Just tell me who's trying to bully you. Look at us sisters, if we don't fight her, she's done for." Heiyu suddenly felt confused. Voices were coming from all directions. She couldn't even hear who was speaking. Oh shit, the power was coming. Chapter 388. Their boisterous voices were barely worthy of mention in the bustling square. A large number of mech girls huddled together, strumming minor tunes on guitars, gathered directly beneath Su Li's capsule, and singing love songs. The reserve pilot's heart sank, their prepared small gifts unattainable. At this moment, many men gave up hope. At least, they no longer had any hope for any of the mech girls from the original Ling Sui star. The right thing to do was to honestly select their targets from the newly added mech girls. The Legion commander was right, they didn't even have a place to sing a song to express their feelings. It's like this again. It's like this again. Every time at this time of the evening, they always burst into song. Such tireless dedication, but is it for any reason? Anyway, weren't they singing from that spot before? Li Tianlang rubbed his eyes. These mecha girls are getting more and more arrogant. You could just stand further away and sing. Why are you singing right next to my cabin? Zhang Chongping removed his sunglasses and gulped down the ice water. The glow of the bonfire enveloped the entire valley. The sun finally gave up setting. He glanced at the tall, long-legged women in front of the store, and the next second, someone jumped up and pinched his ear. Pink hair caught his eye, followed by Jianduan's narrowed eyes. "I've been looking for you for ages. I sent you over a dozen text messages. Why didn't you reply?" "It hurts. I didn't have the terminal. And I was just having some ice water with Li Tianlang and chatting about training." Jiandun snorted disdainfully. "Training? Training? Why don't you talk about it on the training ground? You guys are really good at finding places, right? You pick places with lots of people." Without a word, she dragged Zhang Chongping away, like a young wife who had caught her man drinking. TSK. She boasts about $1 million, but it's nothing but bronchitis. My Yueron wouldn't dare do that to me. If she ever lays a hand on me, I'll show her what a whipping of love is. Li Tianlang shook his head, completely unaware that Yueron was standing behind him. She smoothed her lavender hair, her beautiful eyes narrowing slightly. "Really? Then my master is truly amazing. But having said that, I really do want to experience a whipping of love. Master, keep going. Let's start with 10 whippings tonight." Li Tianlang shuddered, nearly knocking over the glass of water on the table. He turned to look at Yueron, who was smiling so tenderly, and grinned bitterly. "What a sin! My legs were shaking from training, and if he got whipped 10 more times tonight, Would they still be able to move tomorrow? Soldiers, arm in arm, passed by them noisily. Li Tianlang stopped and rubbed his eyes again. Was I hallucinating? Why did everyone I saw have splayed eyes? Little Rong, am I hallucinating? Why do I feel like their eyes? Yuerong smiled beautifully. No. Their eyes are definitely splayed. She took a glass of beer from the tray beside her, gently brought it to Li Tianlong's lips, and fed him gulps. Under Yuerong's sweet smile, he didn't even burp. Master is wonderful. But I hope you keep being wonderful. Li Tianlong's eyes widened slightly, and he gave his daughter a thumbs up. Of course, of course. Yuerong smiled, picked up another glass, and brought it to Li Tianlong's lips. That'd be great. If she hears another woman's name from him tonight, he'll never get out of bed again. The bonfire flickered, crackling and sending sparks flying. Su Li finally realized something was amiss. He saw those people dancing around the bonfire, drooling madly. He hadn't paid much attention until he tried to speak, only to realize he couldn't open his mouth at all. As soon as he opened his mouth, saliva began to flow. Lightning. Lightning. He managed to utter a single word, then swallowed quickly before continuing. I got it. I got it all. This damn sixth sense never fails. Junwei, who had delivered barbecue and beer to Rosie, had just returned when he saw the frenzied scene in the square. Everyone, including the cooks behind the barbecue stall, stared blankly, their mouths open, drool streaming down their faces. Has this been another prideful creature? Or has prideful legs returned to life? She turned her head and looked around, realizing that, of the entire army, she seemed to be the only one who had escaped unscathed. Su Li stretched out his arm, and tapped Hong Ying's forehead again and again. Unable to hold back any longer, he simply let his saliva flow, soaking Hong Ying's collar. Lightning, lightning. It's you again. It's you again. I knew it was always your fault for things like this. Junwei was a little confused. Was this a real-life example of pointing fingers at the mulberry tree and cursing the locust tree? Where were his sisters? Why had his master been poisoned too? Was this how they protected him when he was away? An entire army. Except for the guards, they all fallen. If a fight broke out, they'd be wiped out. She finally understood. Without her, this family would fall apart sooner or later. She turned around and looked around. Jun Shou glared at Lightning. Jun Quan squinted at Heiyu. Junyu stood in front of the fountain, craning his neck, pretending to be a watering can. And her most trusted sister, Jun Zhe, stood by the flower bed, imagining she was a watering can, nodding her head rhythmically. The situation was clearly dire, but for some reason, she suddenly felt a small sense of joy. She quietly walked behind Su Li and hugged him tightly. Even though the square was incredibly noisy, she dared to act like no one else, hugging her master fiercely in front of Lightning, Heiyu, and her sisters. Feeling his warmth, her chest warmed. Even though the square was packed with people, she knew clearly that at this moment, Su Li belonged completely to her. She had never felt so comfortable using teleportation. In the capsule, Junwei pushed Su Li down onto the sofa and lifted the hem of her skirt. She gently wiped his saliva, looked into his half-open eyes, and smiled from the bottom of her heart. Although he looked a little dazed and foolish at this moment, even so, he was still her master. Furthermore, if she missed such a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, she would hate herself for the rest of her life. Junwei leaned over, biting her lower lip, and unbuttoned his uniform. His eyes were already hazy, and he was visibly lost in hallucinations. She gently took his hand and placed it on her leg, then leaned towards his cheek. The scorching heat made her body tremble involuntarily at the slightest inclination. She pecked his cheek gently, feeling her heart nearly bursting out of her chest. There was nothing to be shy about. Even if it was a turn, it was her turn. Sneaking off would happen again. As long as she kept quiet, how would Jun Shou know she'd done it again? She leaned forward again, this time intending to kiss his right cheek. Ling Xiao. You're so soft. Junwei slowly straightened up and reached out to scratch her ear. For a moment, she thought she was hallucinating. Ling Xiao. You're scratching me. Hee. That's just the right amount of force. A chill grew in Junwei's golden eyes. Good. As soon as he opened his mouth, she could accept any name of his mecha girl, but this one, she couldn't accept it at all. He'd been watching her every day, yet he still couldn't prevent her. Ling Xiao, huh? I want to see who this person is. Even the master's hallucinations were her name. Chapter 389. In the command room on the upper floor of the communications tower, Gao Mingrui stood on the windowsill, tugging at Wen Jing's arm with one hand, pretending to be a military flag fluttering in the wind. Drooling, He stretched his body under Wen Jing's tearful gaze. The military flag flutters in the wind. Don't sing. The battle flag can't sing. Wen Jing covered her face, feeling she couldn't bear to look at Gao Mingrui in the face. He was old, and his dignity was gone. He insisted on coming to Ling Sui's star. Now, when you wake up tomorrow, you'll still be here. Gao Mingrui opened his eyes, and pondered the question of the battle flag's inability to sing. He seemed to be confused as to why he could speak but not sing. Then you sing. Where's Eve? Let her voice my fluttering body. Wen Jing was frantic. Before dinner, she'd been worried about the poisoning on the mechanical island. Now, she was worried about her pilots. Her face flushed, and she reluctantly sang, fluttering military flags. Louder. You can't even sing a military anthem loudly. How can you boost morale? Wen Jing rolled her eyes. You're the supreme leader, and you're doing this, right? Fine. Anyway, I'm not the one being embarrassed. You tell me to sing, so I'll sing. I won't be the one regretting this later. A resounding military song emanated from the command room, and everyone instinctively raised their heads. The fluttering human-shaped military flag set the entire square ablaze. Red hair among horses, Lu Bu among men. Red hair is here. Where is Lu Bu? I'm here. Do you dare to follow me into battle? Kill him like hell. Get out of here. You're Zhao Zilong of Chanshan. Captain, Commander, why are you in that tree? Oh, I see. You're pretending to be a waterfall, right? So fun. Where's the commander? There are so many commanders. I want to play too. What fun. The Zerg are coming. I'll just crash into them and kill them. The captain of ship number 2 stretched out his arms, pretending to be an armed transport. Hurry, get aboard. A dozen mech girls piled on top of her like a pyramid and charged towards the guitar-playing crowd. Chaos, absolute chaos. The entire base was in utter chaos. Everyone was divided into two extremes. Some, like Jun Yu and Jun Zhe, pretended to be objects, while others were constantly making a scene. Many soldiers wept bitterly while hugging lampposts, calling for their mothers and wives, insisting on bending them and taking them home. Lightning, resistant to the poison, was the first to regain consciousness. But after witnessing what unfolded, she silently picked up her beer mug and emptied it again. Hey you, entranced by her own beauty, posed coquettishly against the trunk of the small tree. Jun Shou clutched the gerbil in one hand, his fingers jabbing at the ground, questioning why his master had shrunk. Those eyes, glaring to the sides, frightened it to the point of pooping. Jun Quan sat in his seat with a dagger in his hand, picking up a skewer from the table and throwing it to the ground. Someone, drag Lightning out and behead her. And Jun Shou too. Never mind, drag Jun Yu out and behead him too. This is outrageous. He's got a sullen face all day, and he's even trying to flirt with his master. 038 emerged from the shop and immediately spotted the restless crowd before her. Having witnessed everything, it was clear to her what had happened. She suddenly panicked. Could it be that the toxins in Pride's body were slowly evaporating? Why were so many people poisoned? But if the toxins had dissipated into the air, then why was she fine? She immediately called Su Li, and the next second, Jun Wei appeared before her with a sullen expression. Jun Wei, what's going on? Why is the base in such chaos? Lightning poisoned the base. I was hoping to see how the master would react, whose name he called. But I ended up throwing the bottle into the wine container. 038. So whose name did he call? On High on one side was stunned. Are you being politically correct here? Whose name he called? Does it matter? The whole base is in chaos now. You still care whose name he called? Junwei gritted his teeth. Ling Xiao. He called Ling Xiao. Han Hai frowned. Okay. This is quite important. She immediately picked up her terminal and began checking, but the results showed no such person. No. How could there be no such person? Check other units. The master is out there a lot. Check every unit he's connected to. What are you thinking? I accessed the robot island system and checked every registered robot girl. There's no one named Ling Xiao. Then is it possible that a user with a number like 038 was given a name by the master? The next second, the three of them cast their gazes upon the numerous mecha girls around them. 537 swallowed and silently took a step back. I swear it wasn't me. Although I like the commander, and he gave me the upgrade module, I swear, I'm not Ling Xiao. 032 shuddered slightly. Although he spat in my cockpit, to be honest, we're really not familiar with each other. 534's expression was uncertain. This feeling of being suspected was quite nice. If you keep guessing like this, Wouldn't that include the entire guards? 03 Elder scratched his head, his gaze shifting. I remember Eve was just a title. Her previous name was Ling something? The mecha girl's pupils trembled. They dared not speak, but none of them were not cursing inwardly. You're overthinking it. Overthinking it. There's no such person in the mechanical warehouse. It can't be the governor. Han Hai gave a somewhat weak smile. She suddenly realized that the governor's attention to Su Li was a bit too strong. Ever since he was still an unknown kid, she seemed to have been providing him with continuous assistance. Even when facing corporate dangers and parliamentary threats, she always stood by his side. Hiss, she gasped. So, the master she was so proud of was actually someone else's child bride? Was the governor's obsession with nurturing so strong? She didn't dare to dwell on this possibility. If that person really was the governor, then not only them, but even Lightning would have to move back and take the second seat. HU. Eve, far away on the mechanical island, sneezed loudly. She was a smart person. Why was she the only one who was socially doomed? The real social doom would come when everyone was socially doomed. Watching 04 dancing ballet on the floating platform, she happily adjusted the camera angle. Not to mention, the movements were absolutely perfect. Look at 12 again, hugging a telephone pole, dancing with an equally graceful grace. 100 years old, wow. So passionate inside, on the mechanical island, mecha girls flew everywhere, and from time to time, one could hear the loud noises of them crashing into buildings. Eve suddenly realized that this thing wasn't without its benefits. Aside from greatly mitigating the negative effects of war, with proper guidance, it could even significantly enhance the mecha girl's combat effectiveness. But its problems were equally obvious. The two eyes acted independently, making it difficult to lock onto a target. Chapter 390. Of course, there's also the drooling problem. She touched her lips, which were gradually losing their swelling, and a vein popped out on her forehead. Luckily, they were all one family. Yes, looking at the chaos outside, those were truly one family. Below the mechanical island, Ruozi curled up in a small cave, eating skewers, wondering why Lightning loved to immerse herself in the illusion brought on by the arrogant venom. Even her own poison mist was clearly more hallucinogenic, without the side effects of drooling. Oh, she seemed to have given a reason. Drooling is detoxification and beauty? In the Linjai Star base, a dazzling array of colorful lights illuminated the crowd below, which looked like ghosts and monsters. Some were crawling on the ground, some were grinding on telephone poles. Some were squatting on the ground, dissatisfied with the unprofessional barking of others and insisting on demonstrating it to them. 038's scalp was numb. While the name Su Li mentioned was important, the current chaos was the real priority. Is this the renowned Dawn Legion? If anyone saw this, the Dawn Legion would be finished, completely finished, regardless of their fame and reputation for military exploits or the tireless efforts of the propaganda department. If even a single piece of video were to leak outside, everything would be ruined. Block all terminal recording permissions. No! Not a single word can be sent out. Confiscate all terminals. Check the memory of all recording devices. Wipe it clean. You must wipe it clean. 038 clutched her hair, her head pounding. Han Hai leaned forward and gently patted her shoulder. No one should leak it. If he doesn't want to become the public enemy of the entire Dawn Legion. Still spreading it, how many people in the entire Legion could stand straight? In this world, there are many things that everyone tacitly understands and doesn't want to recall. Just thinking about this scene, the members of this Legion, without a construction team, could dig out a massive insect nest system from the ground. If this were to get out, the consequences could be a relentless hunt by the entire Legion. She wasn't worried about the future of the Dawn Legion at all. She was more worried about what would happen to Lightning in the next few days. Through the chaotic crowd, she could already see the figure gorging himself. She probably knew she wouldn't be around until tomorrow. Han Hai scratched her short blonde hair, then made her way through the dense crowd, picked up an unused draft beer mug, and filled it up. Some things, being awake is actually a sin. What was the point of having this brain? She didn't want to think about anything right now. The best solution was to join the crowd and drool. At least she wouldn't stand out. As for Ling Zhao's problem, let's leave it to the only conscious person. A group of mecha girls looked at each other, past 038, and joined Han Hai's group. When 038 finally came to her senses, there was no one beside her. Not far away, Han Hai, riding on 537, launched a fearless charge towards the regal throne. 038's lips trembled with anger. Looking at the sausage-shaped mouths and the artificial waterfall filling the square, she stamped her foot and quickly walked towards Su Li's capsule. He lay quietly on the couch in the cabin, listening to the cheers from below, gritting softly through his sausage-like mouth. His saliva was overflowing, and his stomach, swollen from eating so much, was even more swollen, pushing up his uniform. 038 pushed the door open, giving Sully a look of both anger and amusement. She lifted him up and hung him from the cabin window. To prevent him from falling, she thoughtfully tied him to a safety rope before starting to clean the room and clear up the mess. When Sully regained consciousness, he immediately felt a cool breeze. The next second, he realized he was hanging from the window. The cool night breeze seeped through his uniform, removing the last traces of heat from his body. Looking at the still boisterous crowd below, he had to face reality, no matter how reluctant he was. He unfastened the buckle, abandoning the idea of diving in, and turned around. Lightning, drooling, was already kneeling at the door. Sully was truly furious. Every time this happened, she knelt with exceptional enthusiasm. But every time someone made a mistake, she was always there. And this time, looking at her swollen lips, he touched his own before slowly letting out a sigh of relief. What can I say about you? Where's Hey You? Don't think I don't know, she's essential for this. Hey You went to mix the potion. I brought all the remaining pride venom glands and gave them to her. A faint blue light appeared in Sully's peripheral vision. His heart skipped a beat, and he turned back uncertainly. Sure enough, he saw the person he least wanted to see. Embarrassment was enough. Once on the arrogant planet, and once again on his own turf. Each time you saw it all. His saliva-soaked uniform felt cold. He pinched his trouser legs awkwardly, then gave Eve a standard military salute. Sully's heart was filled with anxiety. It seemed that going easy on Lightning was no longer possible. Poisoning an entire legion, while unintentional, was a fait accompli. The severity of the consequences was self-evident. He glared at Lightning and quickly approached Eve. Governor, I failed to supervise properly. I accept whatever punishment you choose. No, Governor, punish me. It was just a trembling hand. It has nothing to do with the master. Lightning's mouth was swollen, his eyes red, and the water running down his face, whether it was tears or saliva that hadn't yet escaped his mouth, had been redirected. He looked incredibly miserable. That sight made Sully's heart ache. Thinking of Yihua's misjudgment of the situation, his self-willed execution of military orders, and his kneeling for 7 days and nights, he couldn't imagine the fate of a mech who poisoned an entire regiment. Eve cracked the whip, making one crisp sound after another. The whip felt like it was lashing Sully's heart, his heartbeat subconsciously pacing with the cracks. Don't be so cautious. The lightning issue is minor or major, and I don't intend to pursue it. Fortunately, the venom is harmless to the human body, unlike Slanish's poison, which corrodes the mind. So let this matter pass. Of course, the team is your team, and the people are your people. If you wish to impose different punishments, I have no objection. Black combat boots paced the room gently, methodically, yet each step weighed on the hearts of others. The venom glands of arrogance are still beating rhythmically. I have only one request, that they survive as independent entities. I need enough venom to complete my research on the corresponding potion. Furthermore, we've taken this opportunity to discover 3 more low-level members of the Divine Grace within the Legion of Dawn. This is also a pleasant surprise. I have to say, we can hold more such parties. That way, our internal structure will become increasingly solid. Eve slowly walked in front of Sully, her blue eyes slightly narrowed. Sully lowered his head, watching Eve approach, his heart trembling slightly. I love Lingsue Star because every day here brings me surprises. I won't go into further detail, but I have one last question. Governor, please. Eve placed her riding whip under Sully's chin, staring directly into his eyes. She asked with interest, could you please, Commander Su, explain who Ling Xiao is? At these words, the mecha girls kneeling in every corner of the room pricked up their ears. Chapter 391. For a moment, Sully even wondered if Eve had snooped into his memories. Because no one in this world would know that name. It wasn't until the small tree in his mind swayed gently, telling him what had happened, that his tense muscles began to relax. It's the prototype of the mecha I designed. The prototype of those training machines out there. Prototype? A look of surprise crossed Eve's eyes. This answer clearly caught her off guard. Although she hadn't participated in the creation of the training machines, she had seen their blueprints. Although they were also humanoid, their structure was vastly different from that of the mecha girls. Especially the thick steel fibers used to simulate muscles, which were very different from the mecha girls' power transmission systems. Eve's first glance was at the kneeling Regal. It's just a prototype. How could it hurt him? Sure. Could it be that Su Li enjoys exploring the oil pipelines when the mechas are deployed? Come to think of it, I just had a hallucination and dreamt about that prototype. It grabbed me and dragged me into the cockpit, nearly breaking my ribs. Su Li smiled awkwardly. Seeing Ling Xiao was indeed a bit unexpected. But on reflection, it made sense. There are always regrets. I died in the vast universe in my previous life, so Ling Xiao's fate wouldn't be much better. The most likely outcome is that he'll be devoured by the Zerg roaming the universe. Of course, along with his own body. But if not, that chatterbox will probably continue whispering to himself in the universe. Well, alright then. You should get some rest, and I'll be leaving first. I already arranged for the guards to help deal with the crowd down there, so don't send any more. Goodbye, Governor. Su Li walked her all the way to the door before returning inside and closing it. That was exactly what they said, don't send any more. Who else could he send now? Besides the roomful of mech girls kneeling on the ground, he couldn't even send a single extra person. As Eve left, Su Li's face darkened as a cauldron. The thought of the serious consequences of this incident made his heart leap into his throat. Eve was right, the venom was harmless. But while harmless, they also said it could be a serious matter. Eve handled it gently, so he couldn't do the same, but it was a good thing Eve handled it gently, or else when he opened his eyes, he might not see the mech girls kneeling on the ground, but pools of blood. Su Li's face lost its playful smile, nor did it force a smile. His entire expression was completely cold. The very thought of that possibility sent a tearing pain through his heart. You, tell me what I'm going to say about you. If it weren't for those 3 members of the Divine Grace cult stepping in, you'd be dead this time. Where's your head? What the hell are you thinking about all day? If you want to know my name, you can just tell me. If you just put your arrogant leg in front of my face and act coquettish, I'll lick it for you. But what did you do? Lightning raised her little face, and the moment she saw Su Li's expression, she was completely panicked. She had never seen Su Li like this before. He was more cold and serious than she had ever seen him before. A surge of unease filled her heart, making her instinctively want to defend herself. This was the first time Su Li had been so angry. This time, the mistake she had made was truly enormous. You? What are you saying? What are you saying? Do you know that your survival this time depends entirely on the governor's decision? Lightning R5. Surges of rage surged within him. Su Li suddenly raised his palm, staring blankly at Lightning's cheek. After a moment's hesitation, he slapped himself hard across the face. The crisp sound completely woke the roomful of mecha girls. They only knew the venom wasn't harmful, so they had always treated it as a joke. But Eve's appearance finally made them realize the crux of the matter. And Su Li's slap completely woke them up. From a small perspective, this was truly a loss of life from top to bottom. But to put it more broadly, it was the Legion commander's mecha girl who poisoned the entire Legion. Even Longzhou's highest leader was among the victims. A trickle of blood trickled down from the corner of Su Li's mouth, dripping onto the ground. 5 bright red fingerprints, visible ridges. The dripping blood brought a fishy sweet taste to his mouth, but he couldn't suppress the panic within him. Eve could have framed the matter differently, but that was because she needed the venom to prepare the potion. In addition, 3 members of the Divine Grace cult paid the price for Lightning. But if the venom of arrogance had no effect on Eve, or rather, if these 3 low-ranking members of the Divine Grace cult were not there, what would happen? Then, Lightning will face only execution. You didn't die on the battlefield. You're committing suicide in your own foolishness. Lightning. Lightning R5. Raise your eyes and look. Go to the window and look. Each one of those people is a living person, a living being. They're all your trusted comrades, people you can trust on the battlefield. They might think this is just a good joke. I could even come forward, Eve could come forward, and tell them this was a necessary arrangement to find the hidden spy. But you alone? You can't think that. You can't quibble. Because whether it was an error or intentional, you already created a fait accompli. Why did you do that? Why didn't you stop at the moment you noticed? Do you truly believe that what you did was a joke? Now you become a complete joke. Su Li stumbled slightly, and the quick-witted 038 steadied him. I'm sorry, I should have noticed from the beginning. Hong Ying, standing to the side, buried her head in her chest, staring at the dripping blood on the ground, her eyes filled with endless self-blame. Su Li had clearly instructed her from the beginning to keep an eye on the lightning. Yet, she still neglected it. I'm sorry, Master, I'm sorry. Ha Hai stared at the crimson blood on the ground, and slapped himself hard in the face. How could she have thought that just because she was drunk, she could pretend nothing had happened? Anyone else could be careless, But why did she, the deputy commander of the Legion, one of the main thinkers of the Legion, make such a simple mistake? If I had taken action upon discovery, wouldn't he have needed to intervene personally? Probably not. Because the entire incident has already implicated Longzhou's top leadership. Both publicly and privately, it would have been more appropriate for Eve to personally handle the situation. Kneel down. Tomorrow morning, come with me to the medical department. Thanks to you and hey you, Commander Gao Mingrui has sprained his back. Chapter 392. In the hospital's inpatient department, Su Li stood in front of the door, raising and lowering his hand, but he still couldn't muster the courage to knock. How should he handle what was about to happen? Smiling playfully. Wouldn't that make him seem too indifferent to outsiders? But if he looked serious, wouldn't that be too serious? Behind him, the girls lowered their heads. Even Jun Quan, the usually outgoing Jun Quan, pursed his lips and remained silent. Unexpectedly, the door opened from the inside, and when Jing emerged carrying a tray, bumping into Su Li head-on. Her eyebrows curved, as if she thought of something amusing, and she gently covered her mouth. You're here. Come in. Lao Gao and I were just talking about you. Su Li took a deep breath, took the tray from Wen Jing's hand, and handed it to Hong Ying behind him. Then he followed Wen Jing into the ward. The light in the ward was bright, and Gao Mingrui looked unusually well. At least his face was rosy, and he looked healthier than usual. The two of them exchanged glances, their mouths opening and closing, but no sound came out. Gao Mingrui's face visibly grew redder. Pretending to be a military flag on the upper floors of a communications tower, this was probably the most significant event in his life. Even his inauguration as Speaker of the Human Parliament wasn't as shocking as this one. Not only did Su Li not know how to face him, he also didn't know how to face Su Li. Well, I won't stay on Lingsue Star much longer. Once my back heals, I'll head back to Tianshu Star. No! No! You should just stay here. Rest and recuperate is one thing, but the Dawn Corps, more importantly, needs your continued care. Didn't you say we're going to redeploy some personnel? The specific list, as well as the units that will be stationed and coordinated, will require your decision. When Jing poured a cup of hot tea and placed it in Gao Mingrui's hand, then took another and handed it to Su Li. Hey, what's wrong? You're being so polite, making me feel like an outsider. Su Li smiled awkwardly. Not that I'm an outsider, it's just that I made a mistake and can't stand up straight. So let me put it this way. You decide whether you want a beating or a punishment, I'll accept it. He waved his hand, and the mecha girls behind him knelt in unison. Commander Gao, I'm sorry. Hearing the chorus of voices, Gao Mingrui's face took on a strange expression. Wouldn't it be better for the two of them to just pretend nothing happened? Do they have to bring it up again, tear open his already scabbed wound, and make it bleed again? When Jing's suppressed laughter echoed through the ward. The thought of what Gao Mingrui had done on the command room windowsill made her smile hard. Get up. Get up. There's no need to be so drastic. We came to Lingsue Star to experience the atmosphere of the Dawn Legion. Besides, emergencies like this are an important part of that atmosphere. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have seen this other side of our old Gao. I tell you, he hasn't been this domineering in years. When Jing's words made Su Li breathe a sigh of relief. If nothing else, her attitude had saved Lightning's life. By the way, what's next? Next, I plan to go to Guanghua Star myself. My undercover work hasn't made much progress, so I want to take a closer look. I'm afraid I won't be able to make it to the graduation ceremony for the first batch of Dawn Corps cadets, so I'd like to invite Commander Gao to preside over it. When Jing's smile deepened, she quickly walked over to Su Li's mecha girls and helped them up one by one. Why did you suddenly think of going so far? It's not that far. With the Jun sisters here, if Longzhou needs anything, I can go anytime, anywhere. I'll provide immediate support. But you really should go and take a look. After all, Lazy is also a queen you tamed, so you're the perfect person to teach her a lesson. But when do you plan to leave? The sooner the better. I was originally planning to wait until the students graduated, but now it seems there's been no good news from there, so it's best to go as soon as possible. Gao Mingrui, lying on the hospital bed, was somewhat amused and pointed at Su Li, then at the ward door. Get out. Get out now. The very sight of you makes me angry. Hey! Get out now. Su Li hurried out of the ward, waited for the robot girl to come out, and then carefully closed the door. In the ward, Gao Mingrui took a sip of tea from his cup. He gazed at the scenery outside the window, a slight daze in his eyes. Su Li had indeed grown, but whether this kind of growth was right or wrong was unclear. In the long run, knowing how to compromise, and not stubbornly resist is a must for every adult. However, this also means that he may lose his courage to move forward. When Jing snatched the water cup from Gao Mingrui's hand and placed it on the table to the side. Drink, drink, drink. All you know is drink. You only said 2 words. Is the water really that good? Are you satisfied? You didn't even need to ask, they already given in. Gao Mingrui slowly retrieved the cup. When Jing tried to grab it, but he quickly covered it with his hand. Just let me drink. I've been hanging out in the wind for so long, and I've been drooling for so long, I'm dehydrated. When Jing curled her lips and said nothing more. He knows how to compromise, which is good. It's not a big deal, but I'm worried someone might make a fuss about it. So this is good? A temporary stay doesn't mean anything. Once the students are dispersed to the various legions, and the Dawn Legion's reputation is fully established, he will truly be worthy of the title of Legion Commander. Otherwise, he'll just be a reckless man with extraordinary martial arts skills. Without support, how far can he go? Yes, yes, yes. You have foresight. It has nothing to do with foresight. We just need to consider everything before the enemy, and we'll be invincible. Gao Mingrui took a sip of tea and shook his head contentedly. When Jing watched Su Li walk by below, carrying Lightning's ears, through the window, she covered her mouth and laughed again. Did you expect the opportunity you've been waiting for would come in this way? Gao Mingrui's hand trembled, and the hot tea spilled all over his pants. This girl is good in every way, except that she keeps bringing up her dark past. Oh! Are you suffering from dementia or Parkinson's? You can't even hold the cup. Looking at Wen Jing's narrowed eyes, Gao Mingrui curled his lips and placed the cup on the small table to the side. Instead of wasting time on sarcasm, why not pour me another glass? Chapter 393. On the platform, there were no one to see them off, nor were there any ships providing support. The group stood there alone, and with the expressions of the crowd, they felt a sense of loneliness. Master, are we leaving just like that? Jun Quan muttered, his face sullen. Su Li raised his hand and patted her head. If not this way, how else do you want to leave? By the time the Legion reacts, will you still be able to leave? Quickly deploy. Jun Quan grinned, deployed his mech, and opened his cockpit. Regal also deployed and stood on the other side. Lightning pouted, glanced at Su Li, and then, feeling aggrieved, climbed into Regal's mech. Hanhai will be the guard this time. Daily work scheduling will be coordinated between you and Jun Quan. Remember, mistakes like this must never be made again. If you have any questions, consult with 038. For matters requiring approval, you can ask Commander Gao or the Governor. Hanhai nodded heavily, watching Su Li pull Junsho into the cockpit. The golden mech saluted Hanhai and the others, then a second later, it tore through the void and vanished from the spot. Perhaps Su Li's words had an effect, as the 2 golden mechs' departure felt somewhat panic-stricken. In the command tower, Eve watched Su Li leave, her brow furrowed in dissatisfaction. He just left without a word. Without even a word of hello, as if he were afraid she'd go with him. 03 pushed the door open and placed a thick stack of documents on the table. Governor, here's the summary you requested. Are 04 and 12 leaving? We already departed. We already left our post on board the ship this morning. Eve tapped her fingers lightly on the windowsill, saying without turning back, then let's begin the deployment according to the original plan. 03 saluted and quickly accessed the terminal, issuing the order to execute. On the home planet, the once peaceful region was now in turmoil. A large number of power armors roamed the streets, their cold muzzles flashing a cold light. Housing prices around the human parliament had always been high, but now, they seemed like a hot potato. Forget the exorbitant prices, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that 9 out of 10 houses were empty. The streets were already stained red with blood. The parliament flag, flying high, had to condescend to flutter beneath the Dawn Legion's battle flag. The fluttering military flag swayed above the parliament, creating a beautiful irony. They dared to point their guns at ordinary people, but they lacked the courage to remove the military flag from the parliament's clock tower. The faces of the men clearing the bodies were already numb. Cursing, they dragged corpse after corpse away, dumping them into cars like garbage, then cleaned the ground with high-pressure water cannons. Hey! This woman is quite wild. She is indeed quite wild. Hurry up. If they send her back quickly, we might see her on the battlefield soon. They chattered loudly, as if the woman before them wasn't a human being, but a pig. 3 or 2 gathered together, looking at the corpse before them. On the white chest, half was written freedom, half was written human rights. Probably human rights. Because where the word human was written, a large caliber bullet had punctured a hole. She was shirtless, a metaphor for completely stripping away the Parliament's fig leaf. But it was clear that her life wasn't being respected as it should be, and her demands were even stuck in her throat, unuttered. Her large eyes had lost their luster, and even her golden hair had lost its luster, becoming like withered grass. And those words clearly couldn't awaken the consciences of those before her. Perhaps it was because their understanding was too low, or perhaps it was the meager hourly wages of $10 or $20 that had completely blinded them. They merely jokingly tossed the body into the car beside them, at most glancing a few more times at her stunning figure. The power armor suddenly erupted with flames. At the end of the street, a man hiding his head was shot in the head before he could even draw back. A loud whistle rang out, and as each power armor passed by the one that fired the shot, they patted its shoulder in praise. Good marksmanship. Keep it up. Amidst the rubble of a collapsed building, a mother and daughter huddled together, stunned as they watched the unfolding events unfold. They couldn't understand why these troops, these individuals, possessing such incredible marksmanship, didn't use it on the battlefield, instead turning their guns on their own compatriots. There were many things she couldn't understand, just as the soldiers couldn't understand why people, for the sake of the so-called freedom and human rights, chose to storm Parliament again and again, putting their lives in the way of their guns. Taking someone's life was incredibly easy, especially when armed with powerful weapons, and the disparity in power was too great. Taking someone's life couldn't really be called taking life. They were like a harvest. It made no difference whether these people were dead or alive. As long as they were stored using special methods, they could still serve as a gene pool for the front lines. A commotion rose from the street again, but this time, it was undoubtedly much louder. From the other end of the street, another power armor suddenly burst out, though its paint job looked completely different. The weapon spewed flames, and the large caliber ammunition caught the troops coming to suppress the march off guard. In the blink of an eye, both sides' power armor suffered damage. Kill! Kill all these lackeys! They don't fight on the front lines, but only turn their guns on their own people. Kill! Kill them all! Fight! Kill them all, even if it costs us our lives. One modified incendiary bomb after another hurled itself into the suppression troops. Flames began to spread through the crowd. The power armor was fine, but the unequipped corpse collectors were rolling on the ground. When their lives were threatened, they finally remembered to respect life, each one swatting the flames from their bodies and uttering shrill cries. But such actions earned them no mercy, only more incendiary bombs. In the streets before the human parliament, a fair battle finally took place. At least, it was fair in the eyes of the common people, for they saw their own side equipped with the same equipment and power armor. It wasn't until towering cyborg soldiers appeared on both sides of the street, completely surrounding the crowd, that they finally realized that, in fact, fairness had never existed. In the parliamentary hall, the golden hammer, representing silence and justice, hammered repeatedly on the board. Silence! Silence! Now proceed to vote on Resolution 321. Those who support the relocation of the Parliament, please raise your right hands. At the question of the new speaker, the entire chamber raised their right hands in unison. They seemed to have no hesitation in abandoning their home planet. The speaker surveyed the scene, a hint of relief playing on his lips. Even though the proposal had already passed, he still asked, symbolically, those who oppose this proposal, please raise your right hand. In the vast hall, no council member responded. Thank you all for taking the time to attend the Human Parliament's final meeting on the home planet. As the Speaker of the Human Parliament, I sincerely invite you all to enjoy a delicious dinner in our new Parliament Hall at the same time 1 week from now. Given our contributions to the progress of the human world, I believe a small reward is only due. As the Speaker stood and bowed, the entire hall erupted in applause. Each of them hid their faces in shadow, only the cold glint at the corners of their lips sent a chill through them. Chapter 394. Lingsue Star, Communications Tower. 8 elders oversaw over 200 mecha girls, processing news from all over simultaneously. Governor, the Human Council has passed a resolution. The next course of action has been determined. Elder, pillar industries across the country are collectively self-destructing. They're mad? They're cutting off their tails to survive. Governor, armed forces across the country are clashing with private armed forces destroying industries. Their combat capabilities are too weak. Aside from the production lines on the home planet and over 30 other planets, which have largely survived, most of the remaining planets have completely lost their chance. Their armed forces are not cohesive, and after suffering successive casualties, they lost the courage to attack. Eve, sitting in the command chair, quickly scrolled across the star map, instantly locating the Human Council's new migration destination, Fire Blue Star, another resource-rich and habitable planet. Even in the early stages of their migration, a large amount of heavy industry was already moving towards the surrounding planets in that direction. It could be said that the entire small star region fell squarely to the north of the human sphere of influence. It's a bit far from the home planet, but not particularly far. Gao Mingrui's brain is truly filthy. By provoking localized wars, he's directly exploiting the weak spots of the corporate alliance. With armed forces deployed everywhere, he's forcing them to migrate to relatively stable areas. Eve had assumed they wouldn't be so obedient. After all, a safe place isn't always safe. To achieve true security, the only long-term solution is to mobilize armed forces and secure the most strategically located area. But the other party was clearly rotten to the core. The businessman's nature was fully exposed, unwilling to put in the slightest effort, only wanting to pick up what was readily available. One wrong step, another. Gao Mingrui even took advantage of this opportunity to secretly contact several members of the business association, seizing a large amount of materials that would be inconvenient for the transfer. He was far from the cheerful old man he usually seemed. This guy was ruthless and merciless, and his favorite thing to do was settle accounts. The small star system centered around Fire Blue Star wasn't a truly desirable place. Perhaps the Divine Grace cult saw the relocation of the parliament as a means to attract Longzhou's attention. However, they had no idea that Longzhou had already laid a trap around Fire Blue Star from the very beginning. A large number of guards had already carried samples of blackthorn and spread them all over the planets surrounding the Fire Blue Star system. Even within the system itself, early this morning, the guards had deployed the latest blackthorn to cover the planets. A dense network of space stabilizers will seal off the outer reaches of the Fire Blue Star system in a week, completely blocking their outward expansion. Even if they attempt to mobilize warships to eliminate them, 04 will immediately show them what an SSS-class mecha girl truly is. 4 of the 6 main fleets of the corporate federation have already defected. Even if they still have 2 fleets, once the stabilizer deployment is complete, those fleets will be rendered useless. They will be confined to their own star systems. This chess game, with its interconnected nature, has been completely revitalized with Su Li's journey to Guanghua Star. Gao Mingrui had deeper considerations. Su Li could be a hero, a voice for Longzhou, a law enforcer for humanity. But he couldn't become a ruthless beast. But he could, Eve could, they had hearts of steel, and could carve a bloody path through this human civil war. A large number of humans were abandoned by the Human Council. With their departure, and the departure of all the companies, the remaining star systems would become lawless zones. War was about to break out, but what did this have to do with Long-O? While living and working in peace and contentment, he could, out of boredom, send troops to mediate. How wonderful! Gao Mingrui had been fanning the flames of everything that was about to happen. He would rather be the devil himself, as long as the Longzhou flag flew high, world peace be damned. Only political correctness that kept up with current events was truly political correctness. Everyone had their own temperament. After being stabbed so many times, can't he be a little more extreme? The world can be united, but it must be ruled by the Dragon Clan. In the ward, Gao Mingrui chewed the tea leaves. Feeling the bitter taste fill his mouth, he stretched his neck and swallowed it. Wenjing, let our people go and collect the supplies. Get the fleet moving. Chaos is brewing. It doesn't matter if people get hurt, but don't damage the things we worked so hard to seize. Wenjing rolled her eyes. So, you really don't plan to tell him anything? Gao Mingrui grinned. Why tell him? Don't you think his anger is enough? This time, he's just trying to catch rabbits by sniping at straws, disrupting the entire situation all at once. Doesn't Slaanesh enjoy controlling people's hearts? Doesn't her Divine Grace sect enjoy stirring up trouble? I wonder how Divine Grace will stir up trouble now that the world is in complete chaos. Wenjing chuckled softly. I'm afraid it won't be enough. As long as the armed forces increase in number, no matter how many people she has, they won't be enough for them to kill. Oh, right. Release those we detained and tell them to spread the word. If anyone wants to follow the business association's lead, we can also provide smuggling services. Especially for people of color, we can offer low-cost boat tickets. If you only need a certain amount of supplies, we'll provide transportation. Gao Mingrui raised an eyebrow. To address the transportation capacity issue, can Mechanical Island urgently produce a batch of stainless steel barrels? Wenjing's eyes began to widen. By the way, to demonstrate our humanitarian concern, those with illnesses can receive discounts, and those with highly contagious diseases can receive free treatment. To enrich species diversity, we can also give away some, like rats and insect larvae. Seeing Gao Mingrui grow increasingly excited, Wen Jing instinctively covered his mouth. Stop talking, stop talking, stop talking. If you keep going, the gods will come down and take you away. Stop. I'll go apply for you to cast a steel barrel first. You stay put. You're old now, and you should think more about doing good deeds. Like this. Could you please stop thinking about this scheme to wipe out your entire family? Aren't you afraid of the existence of God? Gao Mingrui snorted disdainfully. Humph. It's not his place to dictate what happens to my little piece of Longzhou land. You're acting like a little woman. I tell you, even if I, Gao Mingrui, slaughtered tens of thousands of people, even the king of hell would call me a hero and offer me a cup of tea in the underworld. You're truly hopeless. You know nothing. I slew all the foreigners and established the eternal foundation of Longzhou. I alone am a family tree. Even the ancestors of the Gao family would bow to me. Chapter 395. Wen Jing rolled her eyes in annoyance. She didn't want to disturb Gao Mingrui's dream of opening the family tree separately. The people of Longzhou seemed to be inherently sensitive to such matters. Even if it was a mission that meant certain death, the mere mention of opening the family tree separately could stir the blood of most people. In reality, Gao Mingrui hadn't done much. It was simply the Business Federation that handed him the evidence bit by bit, and he gradually leaked it. People have a threshold for acceptance. They can't accept things that are too big. They're too lazy to remember too much, but the disappointment kept piling up, because such emotions can accumulate. The public trial's rambling process had already pushed most people to a breaking point, and the new council's inaction had rubbed salt in everyone's wounds, not to mention that they were already planning to give up more human territory. As news spread, even greater unrest would erupt throughout the human realm. Su Li didn't need to be involved in these matters, because whether it was negotiating with individual planets, or further persecuting and purging the corporate federation, a great deal of blood would be shed. The price the human race paid to establish a foothold in this universe, and maintain their own civilization within the Zerg-occupied territory was far greater than just a few lives. Su Li's mechanical tree had given the people of Longzhou a truly peaceful and stable paradise. As long as the seedlings took root and sprouted, they would be invincible. When all occupied planets were free from Zerg invasion, they would have ample resources to slowly deal with the Divine Grace cult and the corporate federation. Gao Mingrui picked up his terminal and sent Qin Fang the order approving the operation. In a secluded building, Qin Fang, his eyes bloodshot, kicked the captive before him. The captive's massive form slid over 3 meters beneath Qin Fang's kick, crashing against a wooden frame, his body hunched over. There were many others in the building, their heads covered with black cloth, like him. As Gao Mingrui issued the order, Qin Fang slowly drew the pistol from his waistband and screwed on the silencer. The size 42 military boots pressed down on the size 40 SIX's face, and he involuntarily exerted all his strength. The man beneath him clearly realized his mortality was imminent, yet he struggled with all his might, like a wriggling insect. Don't waste your energy. Qin Fang's cold voice rang out. I'm a dog. A mad dog. Do you know why I live? To send you, a bunch of scum, to hell. You, the rats of the gutter, don't deserve to live and pollute the air. Thank God. You know, I was planning to follow Lung Suishing's example and torture you to death. Alas, you won't have that pleasure. Woo, woo, woo. The members of the Divine Grace sect struggled desperately, but no one present showed them even the most basic compassion. The remaining members of the 76th Army were completely devoid of this emotion. Qin Fang was right. They were dogs. Mad dogs, and they were blood-stained, wounded mad dogs. All they wanted now was to bite the enemy hard, tear them apart piece by piece, and force them to question their faith and fear. This was just the beginning, far from over. The muzzle of a gun rested against the prisoner's forehead. Following a burst of silenced gunshots, the entire room fell silent. Point 2 cleared. Point 3 successfully detonated. The militants have been lured to the vicinity of Point 1. We can proceed as planned. Qin Fang listened to the responses on the communicator and poured bottles of high-proof liquor onto the floor. Everyone in his squad methodically handled their tasks. As a wisp of fire slowly descended, orange and blue flames began to spread through the house. Many houses on both sides of the street were already ablaze. Plumes of smoke rose, accompanied by the sounds of large-scale armed clashes. They would occasionally rush into neighboring homes, burning, killing, and looting. The streets were stained a glaring crimson. Screams and curses echoed. But facing armed thugs, even with weapons, they could only slow their own demise. After all, thugs never fight alone. This unscrupulous behavior is being perpetrated across nearly every territory of the corporate federation. The situation is only growing increasingly chaotic, and both Longzhou and the Divine Grace sect are perfectly happy to stand by and watch. One is to remain aloof, appropriately condemning the thugs' egregious actions. The other is to wait for the right moment to formally intervene and step forward. They have begun to shed their cover, swarming the crowd like locusts, preaching their doctrines at every gathering point. Humanity is pathetic, for it always excels at self-destruction. In all those years of fighting the Zerg, perhaps not as many people have died in just a few days. Qin Fang crouched on the high tower of the evacuation point, observing the chaos below through his scope, a sneer curling his lips. Surrounded by the thugs, a distinctly obese man slowly stepped into the scope. Identity verification began immediately, locking onto his face and scanning his pupils. Qin Fang pressed his shoulder against the butt of his rifle, slowing his breathing. Through the scope, as the round watermelon shattered, a cry of surprise suddenly rang out from the crowd. This is how the world works. Some rejoice, others grieve. Qin Fang found himself quite happy. Watching several power armors hurtling towards him, he grinned, a hint of disdain emanating from his lips. As soon as the power armors turned the corner, they were intercepted by the long-awaited ambush. The rotating multi-barreled machine guns didn't even have time to fire before the steel swords pierced their bodies. A resounding whistle rang out. The gathered power armors instantly dispersed, rushing towards the next gathering point. Qin Fang took one last look at the headless corpse lying on the ground before leaping from the tower. A power armor half jumped up to catch him, then landed steadily on the ground and began a rapid march forward. Captain Qin, this is thrilling. Exciting, yes. But this thrill is nothing compared to others. By the way, Qiangzi, what exactly is your commander thinking? Isn't he going on a covert infiltration mission? Are there any rules? Is he planning a major event? Xiao Chan rolled his eyes. Probably a major event. After all, neither Commander Gao nor the Governor General can take care of him right now. My commander said the most important thing about a covert mission is to avoid being discovered by the enemy. So if we kill everyone, no one will be able to find him. Qin Fang, sitting on the shoulder of the power armor, was stunned. Because he suddenly realized that there seemed to be nothing wrong with saying this. Chapter 396. On Guanghua Star, amidst the towering snow-capped mountains, two figures lay sprawled in the snow, their bodies covered in thick layers of snow. Su Li tugged at the cold-weather blanket beneath him, pulled an energy bar from his pocket, and handed it to Lightning beside him. Her long, bright red hair was completely covered by a white cashmere hat. From prolonged exposure to the wind and snow, her eyebrows and eyelashes were frosted with white frost. She took the energy bar from Su Li and cautiously took a bite. The biting cold wind made her jaw tremble. She had assumed this mission would likely involve her hunkering down in a cave like the June sisters. But she hadn't expected that, just 2 or 3 hours after arriving, Su Li would pull her up the mountain and land her in a snow cave. The chill wind, laced with snowflakes, sliced across her face like ice knives, and icicles formed on the telescope's mirror. In such low visibility, even a high-powered telescope could only detect a rough outline. High-precision electronic equipment is not easy to carry, and in such harsh weather, there's a high probability it won't work once we get up here. Master, isn't this a bit risky? Risk? What a risk! Don't you know how big a mess you made? If you don't get results quickly, how are you going to silence the gossip? Lightning gnawed at the energy bar with a grumble. Even though Su Li had placed it close to her, it had frozen solid in just a few moments. She sucked on it twice, then, finding it too much to chew, closed the package and stuffed it into her clothes. As her collar opened, a gust of cold wind, carrying snowflakes, rushed in, causing her to shiver subconsciously. Su Li lay in the snow, hunched over the telescope, like a statue. Only during a blizzard could they explore the mountain with such impunity. And once the storm subsided, they would have to wait for the next wave before returning underground. 16 large elevator gates, their internal structure unknown. To infiltrate silently, we'll need some extra effort from laziness. Su Li held a piece of chocolate in his mouth, feeling the bitter taste spread through his mouth, providing some relief to his stiff tongue. The entire research base's layout was unknown, but after more than 2 hours of observation, it was clear that at least 2 full-fledged legions were stationed there. The lack of mecha girls was perhaps the only positive factor. Firstly, there weren't enough high-level combatants, so if a fight broke out, the noise would be relatively quiet. Secondly, this base was absolutely the key to the Divine Grace cult. In other words, it was the lifeline of both the Divine Grace cult and the corporate federation. Through Ruozi's connection, He could accurately sense the positions of the 3 queens in the small tree. They were located in 3 directions of the base. Number 1 was being used for domestication and training, and its range of activity was arguably the widest. However, to date, no valuable intelligence had been gathered. Number 2 was caged, eating and drinking excessively, seemingly attempting to evolve further. Only Queen 3 was the most miserable, constantly wailing in order to obtain brainwaves to repel the alien Zerg. The Corporate Federation initiated this project as soon as they acquired the queens. They even dismantled all the repellent devices deployed by the mechanical island within their controlled areas and replaced them with their own. Ironically, they never understood that no such Zerg repelling device was used within the Longzhou-occupied area. Firstly, there were small trees, and secondly, there were high-level queens in charge. This caused all the Oathisi wandering the universe to subconsciously stay away from Longzhou's occupied territory. The Corporate Federation's actions further convinced Su Li of a possibility. Even within the Divine Grace cult, perhaps only a handful of individuals had access to Slaanish's true form. Furthermore, their relationship wasn't even that of master and servant. The entire sect could be a toy used by Slaanish to pass the time out of boredom. Otherwise, their so-called repellent brainwaves could simply be Slaanish's, without wasting time. The Corporate Federation has big ambitions. They want to cultivate their own high-level queens. Su Li crushed the chocolate in his mouth. According to Queen Number 2, there were 3 queens undergoing evolutionary training simultaneously with her, and only she had achieved the greatest improvement. Because she had demonstrated exceptional obedience, the food provided by the Enterprise Federation was of the highest quality. She even had humans at every meal. Not genetically engineered waste, but living, full-grown humans. Su Li could easily tell from Number 2's behavior that she was quite satisfied with her current life. Besides being unable to move around, accepting food like this was a unique experience. Now, besides eating, she spent her days keeping an eye on everyone moving around the lab. Some were exceptionally fragrant, while others had a faint stench. While the rotten, age-worn quality wasn't pleasant, their texture was excellent, with a particularly chewy texture. Especially those old men in white coats. Ever since she'd eaten them once, she'd been thinking about them every day. Su Li acknowledged her preferences remotely, and even painted a picture for her. When the base was breached, she could choose whoever was inside. Fat or thin, any taste, she could try. An armed transport ship broke through the thick clouds, bringing a ray of light to the mountaintop. Wrapped in wind and snow, it slowly approached the base. After verifying the information from the perimeter, it docked at an elevator. Su Li quickly perked up and examined the ship carefully. It had no special serial number, no military identification code. The great paint job was unremarkable, but the weaponry on it was incredibly well armed. If Yihua were here, she probably wouldn't be too fond of this thing full of gun barrels. As the hatch opened, one by one, people in electronic shackles were pushed off the ship. Cages covered in black cloth were already neatly stacked on the elevator. These mobile prison vans were designed to facilitate the transportation of these so-called prisoners. They were dressed in colorful clothing, mostly home clothes. The inclement weather had dealt them a heavy blow upon disembarking from the ship. Lacking warm clothing, they huddled together in a ball, shoved and beaten by soldiers as they were confined to the prison vans. Looking at the crowd descending, Su Li couldn't help but frown. This ship was packed with at least 1,000 people. And according to Jun Shou, such a ship arrived almost weekly. So, besides providing food for the queen insects, where did the rest of the people go? Chapter 397. Judging from their attire, their qualifications varied widely, and they were most likely not supplementary researchers. Furthermore, they were all wearing electronic shackles. Even covered in black cloth, they showed no sign of opening them. Were they still conducting various human experiments simultaneously? Su Li tightened his collar, feeling a slight chill run down his spine. These people were all fellow members of the Enterprise Federation. Yet, from the beginning, they had existed merely as tools. Their so-called freedom was a delusion, easily stripped of its veneer. Since they couldn't even guarantee their personal safety, how could they possibly have the right to talk about so-called freedom? Perhaps they themselves had never imagined that they would one day be sent to an experimental base to serve as live specimens, or given to the insects as food. Su Li knew without hesitation that these people most likely came from a turbulent planet. Only in such places could they exploit the population with impunity. Master, the blizzard is expected to end in half an hour. Do you want to retreat and rest? Jun Shou's voice came over the communication channel. Su Li raised a finger, glanced at Lightning, whose face was already weathered, and gestured to her. Lightning nodded, inching backward. Su Li retreated in sync, slowly moving a dozen meters before quickly standing up and pulling his snow gear from the base of a small tree. The visibility in the mountains was still acceptable. He put on his goggles, gestured to Lightning, and took the lead in sliding forward. He struggled to lower his center of gravity. Compared to the pain of climbing up, descending the mountain was undoubtedly much faster. They needed to evacuate away from the base. The spatial stabilizer had a very wide range, so to avoid alerting the enemy, they had to maneuver further. Lightning quickly caught up, two white figures darting through the forest like nimble elves. They moved at breakneck speed. In half an hour, they had traversed 10 kilometers of mountainside and finally plunged into a hidden cave. Hong Ying was already waiting there. She brushed the snow off Su Li's body and helped him remove his gear. Several intelligence officers quickly took over the equipment and headed to the weapons bay inside the cave for routine maintenance. The cave was extremely deep, and the small species had even created several branching paths and secondary concealment, making the cave even more concealed. Su Li said nothing, merely rubbing his hands together. He then sat on the backs of the small creatures, letting them carry him towards the interior of the hive. Only after entering the hive did he speak. Is there anything unusual at the base? Lightning's ears perked up at this. What she feared most now was that the people at the base would react and denounce her. Su Li glanced at Lightning, feeling both angry and amused. She was fearless, but now she was afraid. Hong Ying shook her head slightly. We don't receive much information. With irregular daily communication and short periods of time, it's difficult to obtain accurate information. However, according to Commander Gao's orders, half of the Dawn Legion's pilots have been pulled out on secret missions, and some are even departing earlier than we are. Su Li turned his head upon hearing this. They were sent out while still drooling? Hong Ying nodded. Based on the timing, that's most likely the case. Su Li paused for a moment, then suddenly asked, did the 76th Army also go? They did. The 76th Army, along with its commander, Qin Feng, completed all necessary deployments ahead of time. Su Li might not know about others, but he had a deep memory of Qin Feng, particularly those eyes, filled with hatred. He had thought he would find relief after the public trial and execution, but the truth is, many things aren't so easily let go. Still, it had come to this. If only the Dawn Legion's men were being withdrawn, it could be to counter the Zerg attack. But if Qin Feng was released, there was only one possibility. Civil war had begun. At the very least, the purge of the lower-level members of the Divine Grace cult had already begun. At such a crucial moment, he actually gone off to this godforsaken place and exiled himself. He wanted to slap himself. Commander Gao must have his reasons for making these arrangements. What reasons could he have? He doesn't want blood on my hands? Haven't I got enough? Don't think I don't know what he's thinking. When the family tree is opened, everyone has a stake. Then should we investigate? Investigate. Everyone's here. Why not investigate? But didn't you say? Su Li rolled his eyes and leaned weakly against the small creature's back. I can't go. Isn't it enough to just talk? Halfway through, he suddenly sat up straight. That's wrong. Why did it start all of a sudden? Didn't they stop after the negotiations over the 5 planets fell through? Could they be rebelling? Do they have the guts to do that? No. Absolutely not. There must be another opportunity. If the Divine Grace cult intervenes now, it's too early. If the Human Council doesn't act, then the conditions for war still haven't been met. Su Li scratched his head and said uncertainly, could it be that the Human Council has abandoned their defense zone for the second time and fled? Hong Ying was slightly taken aback. I'm not sure about that, but that's the Human Council. Even if they're unreliable, they can't betray humanity again and again. Su Li's face darkened the moment he considered this possibility. Is Gao Mingrui simply asking him to make a choice, to avoid disaster, to keep his hands clean of blood? Probably not. With the possibility of the Human Council fleeing looming, Su Li found himself unable to suppress the rage in his chest. What a hypocrite. They keep saying that Long Zhou has abandoned humanity, but in the end, it's them who have repeatedly abandoned their inherent defenses. They ignored their own suffering people. They even used their own people for experiments and fed them to insects. In the end, they threw all the blame on Long Zhou and Mechanical Island. Their calculations were so wicked, I almost thought the beads on the abacus were going to break. How could this be tolerated? He should have taken advantage of the Council's escape to launch another attack. Running away from the battlefield is desertion. Why can they find a safe haven while Long Zhou and Mechanical Island must fight to the death to secure a future for humanity? Su Li's thoughts grew increasingly infuriated. But the next moment, he froze. Could it be that Gao Mingrui and Eve hadn't informed him of any news regarding the war simply because they knew he would go? The action plan had already been deployed before he arrived, yet no one had mentioned it to him. But why couldn't he go? Is it that he couldn't go? Or was it that he didn't need to go? Chapter 398. Rusting sounds echoed throughout the insect nest. Sully jumped off the small seed and walked to the center of the nest. He took only 2 steps before goosebumps broke out all over his body. On the ground, a group of insects with human faces, but bodies only the size of fists gathered around him, rubbing against his trouser legs in a gesture of affection. Sully looked down and saw a sturdy human face with an ingratiating expression. He instinctively kicked it away. Lazy, are you itching for trouble? Lying on the platform, his body shrouded in black cloth, with only his head visible, Lazy shuddered and curled up. I asked you to cultivate it, and this is what you got? You came here to pinch my face? Sully kicked the deformed insect away from his leg, his eyes widening. He didn't even have time to consider Gao Mingrui and Eve's true intentions. His mind was completely consumed by the bizarre insects before him. Is this all you accomplished? How adorable. Sully leaned over and grabbed the head of an old woman. Beneath the massive head, a fist-sized insect body and legs kicked wildly. Looking around, the cave was filled with these massive heads scurrying about autonomously. He shook the head in his hand and glared at Sloth. Look into my eyes and tell me, what's the use of this thing besides creeping people out? The little insect shuddered, clearly upset at being disparaged. What did it have to do with it? It was innocent. Sloth bit his lower lip, his antennae curling slightly. Every face they ever seen is here. Okay, can you help His Majesty sort out their structural framework? Sully took a deep breath, trying to calm his anger. Then tell me, who are the experimental personnel, who are the individuals with questionable identities, and what the basic structure of the base is like. Sloth moved its tentacles, and snorted softly. The next second, a dense mass of heads began to scurry through the cave, soon dividing it into more than 20 areas. Watching them struggle to arrange themselves neatly, layer by layer, in this dimly lit cave, Sully felt a chill run up his soles and into his forehead. Especially the heads, each with an inexplicable smile on his face. A less mentally resilient person would have pissed themselves instantly. Stop! Stop them laughing. Change your expression. Sloth paused, and the next second, the heads bared their teeth. Sully slapped Lazy on the back of the head, and the heads finally lined up, expressionless. Even so, the creepy feeling remained. He was a bit confused. What on earth was wrong with this lazy brain? How could its thoughts be so outlandish? He had told her to think outside the box, but was she sure that this was the result of such a terrifying bunch of things? Your Majesty, this is how they are made up. On weekdays, I have them mimic the daily movements of the base personnel here. 300 meters behind us, the small species have already built a simulated scene of the base. With Lazy's command, the densely packed heads rolled to the ground again, then stretched out their thin legs and began to move along the tunnel towards the scene Lazy had described. The intelligence specialists along the way tried to keep their bodies close to the cave wall, fearing any scrapes from the heads. Maybe it was because they hadn't seen sunlight for so long, but the faces of the intelligence specialists were paler than the last. Sully followed the intelligence specialist's lead and walked to the side of the entire model. Without 3D imaging technology, these insects were really trying. They had forcibly dug a visual model out of the earth. Heads scurried around inside, and at a faster pace, they even roll. He clearly noticed the intelligence specialist beside him swallow and shrink back. Not only the intelligence specialists, but even Sully felt that this model was a bit too surreal. Participating in intelligence work here meant never seeing the light of day. Cramming up in the insect holes all day and night, living with the insects, was already a daunting job. But now, laziness had taken its toll. This was no small problem. Ah! No, don't come over here. In the corner, an intelligence specialist shuddered awake. They were all professionally trained. They wouldn't even talk in their sleep, yet they were startled awake. As Sully looked over, the squad leader beside him hurried over and kicked the intelligence officer. What's with all that howling? Sully quickly intervened. No, don't hit him. It has nothing to do with him. He couldn't think of anything else now. He just wanted to pry open the lazy skull and see what was stuffed inside. How cold resistant are they? They're quite cold resistant. They can remain active for 3 hours in temperatures as low as -30 degrees Celsius. The captain of the Guanghua Star Intelligence Squad's expression was indescribable. Not only her, but even Sully grinned after hearing this data. This data looks good on paper. But the question is, with their short legs, How far can they reach in 3 hours? The tunnels beneath the base have been laid, and we're attempting to expand the tunnels upwards. Currently, the larvae are primarily responsible for the excavation work, and the linear length of the tunnels has reached an astonishing 13 kilometers. However, since we don't know the specific defense deployment of the base or the detection equipment, we're hesitant to use small species for excavation. Currently, the medium-sized tunnels are approximately 15 kilometers away from the base in a straight line. The small upward tunnels will take at least 2 days to connect to the base. What's the diameter of the small tunnels? The captain gave an awkward smile. About 50 centimeters. Sully frowned, glancing at the heads running around with the models, and suddenly had an idea. These unappetizing things don't necessarily have to be left to disgust our own people. We can simply send them all to the base. Their daily routines consisted of training, patrols, and research. Their spiritual worlds must be severely depleted, otherwise they wouldn't be so frequently obsessed with a single insect. Thinking about it, he suddenly felt that he was truly wonderful. However, getting them in would require some systematic training. Speed up the excavation. There's no need to worry about alerting the enemy. Even if they discover it, the efficiency of the corporate federation will give us ample time to react. Sully looked at the model and pulled out his termo. I want you to quickly construct countless intricate circuits beneath the entire base. Don't they enjoy investigating? Let them. Above ground, it's theirs, but below, we have the final say. Chapter 399. The small terminal was placed on the mound. The resulting image was slightly distorted due to interference from the distant signal. Sully stood before a cluster of chubby heads and saluted them. The heads all swung to the left, revealing a spindly, short leg beneath. Independent Battalion of the Dawn Legion, please remember your mission. For our loyal faith and unfinished cause. Victory. A rustling sound echoed, and each head displayed a determined expression. As Sully blurted out victory, they split into hundreds of groups, scrambling unsteadily onto the backs of one small species after another. Sully suppressed his discomfort as he watched the scene before him. Those small species, like countless heads growing on their backs, rushed towards the distant tunnel. In 3.5 days, he had achieved the utmost he could. The project was originally supposed to take 2 days, but in order to build tunnels throughout the base, he even personally conducted a thorough exploration of the underground environment. This effectively added 1.5 days to the construction schedule. The walls were cast from high-grade concrete, embedded with multiple layers of high-strength steel plates. Every few meters, there was a hidden pressure sensor. This defensive measure wasn't particularly sophisticated, but it was definitely enough to deal with the Zerg. The outpost on Cold Essence was much more rudimentary than this one. They never imagined that one day someone would dig a tunnel and attempt to break into the base from underground. To ensure a stealthy entry into the base, he even systematically instilled in these brainiacs the limitations of this detection method. Sully devised a series of action plans. Because both the intelligence officer and his own mecha girlfriend believed he had gone mad from being too depressed underground. For 3.5 days, Sully tore up all the action plans and, through laziness, instilled them into the brains of all the big heads before him. They might not be bright, but they were extremely obedient. Sully had misjudged laziness, because after a series of training sessions, he suddenly discovered that these insects possessed a high degree of plasticity. Or rather, laziness's brain possessed a high degree of plasticity. If she weren't his insect, he would never have let her live. She was just lazy, but that didn't mean she couldn't think. If the insect swarm she had created spread, it would be the end of humanity. Inside the base, an elderly woman clutched her dry hair, staring at the test subject before her, repeatedly checking the experimental data. The body twitched on the lab table, and in just a few seconds, it lost its vitality. A group of researchers sighed helplessly as they gazed at the corpses before them. Too weak. Their physical constitution is too weak. They can't even withstand a little bit of Zerg genetics. Perhaps we should request stronger individuals to participate in the experiment. Those remaining pilots in the Alliance would be great. Rather than being fed like garbage to the Zerg on the battlefield, they should contribute to the great cause of science. Or perhaps the Zerg genetics are too strong. We could try to edit their genetic logic to make them less aggressive. Bullshit. Without our offensive genes, what's the point of us coming here? Don't forget, we need warriors, not muscular cowards. Shut up. Change the test subjects, use Agent 38, and conduct 3 more control experiments. This time, directly inject the subjects with a boosted version of adrenaline. Since Zerg genes can be absorbed through food and other means, other methods are certainly possible. We just haven't found the corresponding methods. My lab doesn't need these nagging idiots. All you need to do is follow my experimental plan. A group of researchers shut up and began clearing the table, preparing for the second experiment. An elderly woman picked up her empty cup and slowly walked towards the coffee machine in the lab cubicle. Listening to the sound of the machine grinding coffee beans, the woman's frown relaxed. The sound made her imagine the coffee beans being crushed to pieces in the machine. Every thought of that shattering feeling brought a sense of relief to her body and mind. Intoxicated, she lifted her head. Through the thick lenses, she saw a head hanging from the ceiling, a face identical to hers, grinning and chuckling at her. The grinding noise of the machine abruptly ceased. A piercing scream echoed throughout the laboratory. The head suddenly fell on her, bouncing off her shrunken chest before rolling along the floor. The eerie grin never faltered. The woman could even sense faint laughter echoing around her, until the head rolled to the other side of the table and disappeared. A biting cold swept through the woman, and she shivered and collapsed to the ground, not daring to breathe. Hearing her scream, the researchers hurried over. Two of them helped her up, only to see her pointing to the other side of the counter, her fingers trembling. Head. Head. There my head is. A sense of absurdity washed over them. Several researchers stared at each other for a moment, then one of them walked directly to the other side of the counter. But there was nothing there except the spotless floor. Find her. You must find her. I swear, I see her. I see my head. She might be under the counter. Find her. The researcher glanced at his teacher, seeing her terrified expression, and reluctantly knelt down. He leaned under the counter, peering, but found that in the darkness there was nothing. Those cleaning staff, are you trying to get on the lab bench? Look what I found. A hair? The researcher held up the hair, as if he won a battle, a smug look on his face, as if he found a new experimental target. Where's the head? The woman asked at the top of her lungs. The researcher shrugged. Teacher, you might be stressed out. It's better to skip the coffee. While it's refreshing, studies have shown that it's addictive and can damage the skin. The woman acted as if she hadn't heard him, her expression tinged with a hint of frenzy. She flung herself to the other side of the table, searching frantically, rummaging through drawers, and even turning over boxes of coffee beans. The researchers stood there for a moment, stunned, at a loss as to what to do, staring at their frantic supervisor. It seemed they weren't the only ones suffering from the prolonged delay in the experiment. As the leader of the experiment, their supervisor was clearly under even greater mental strain. Otherwise, how could she go crazy? Chapter 400. Will, the de facto controller of the base, sat in a swivel chair behind his desk, listening to his subordinates' reports. He slowly spun around in his chair. His prominent brow ridges gave him an oppressive look, while his sharp nose and thin cheeks accentuated his power-hungry nature. His brown eyes were filled with disregard for those below him, but the sound of the report compelled him to raise his gaze. Are you saying Professor Ina is crazy? Yes, she seems convinced she saw her own head hanging from the ceiling in the lab lounge. Will frowned at his subordinate's response. Praise the gods. What did he hear? A faithless scientist, in his own laboratory, claimed to have seen the glory of God? Is there anything more ridiculous than this? Then let her go to the medical officer. Jace. I don't believe I have the ability or the obligation to help an old woman with sagging skin, sagging breasts, wrinkled face, and endocrine disorders, addressing her psychological and physical needs. Of course, if she needs some physical comfort, I can still spare some time and arrange for you to choose a bed partner for her from among the death row inmates. Go! Once you made your selection, I'll sign the application. He blinked and pursed his lips, as if the black man's name before him deeply stung his tongue. He didn't want to see him for even a second longer. If it weren't for so-called political correctness, he would have even wanted to send Jace directly to the old woman's bed. But things aren't as simple as you think. Professor Ina might not be the only one going crazy in the base. At least according to the list of people reported by the subordinates, problems have occurred in almost every laboratory. Even the guards on duty have said they saw the head appear with their own eyes. Will's brows furrowed even deeper, as if he were trying to pinch a non-existent fly. Considering the possibility of the release of a neurotoxin, we collected blood and air samples from the relevant personnel. Unfortunately, we haven't found any useful information. Their health is normal. Don't tell me they're normal. How can those who take drugs all year round not be healthy? Do you really think I'm blind or stupid? What they put in the coffee is enough to make a dog sick. Jace, wearing his guard uniform, stared at Will in front of him for a long time without saying a word. Will waved his hand, shooing Jace away like a fly, saying, if you don't have anything more important to do, please leave my office. My friend, I trust you more than any of them. So when you see it in person, there's still time to report it to me. Jace slowly exited Will's office. Behind the transparent bulletproof door, Will opened his wine cabinet and pulled out a fragrant lemon and fine salt, clearly intending to make the most of his free time with a drink. He always has free time, Jace sighed inwardly. He was fully aware of his own dislike and fully understood it. After all, he despised him too. Just a jerk who was just sitting there doing nothing, not a difficult person to deal with. As long as he held the guards, his position within the base was unshakable. A faint rustling sound stopped Jace in his tracks. As a retired officer, he was all too familiar with the sound. Although it was quiet, he was certain it was most likely the rustling of insects scurrying past. He looked toward the source of the sound and placed his hand on his holster. No more nonsense, only the opening of the holster and the grip of the gun. The sound lasted only a moment, but Jace was certain he hadn't misheard. He didn't consider why the insects had entered the base, because any further distraction would cost him his life. Now, he was without the protection of the mecha girl. A mere mortal, the power he held no deterrent to the insects. Jace stayed where he was, making no move forward. He simply waited quietly for the moment the insect appeared. The only difference between humans and insects is that humans possess sufficient thinking, a greater understanding of timing and patience. The rustling sound did not return. At the end of the corridor, the light suddenly began to flicker. He frowned slowly, and to ensure a fatal blow, he slowly inched forward. The barrel of the small energy weapon shone with a faint, cold light. With further focus, he could ensure that if he found any trace of the insect, he would be able to kill it with a single shot. Right position, right line of fire. He paused again, staring intently at the equipment box at the end of the corridor in the flickering light. The next second, a head, eyes wide open, appeared at the edge of the box. Those eyes were filled with disbelief. Jace didn't fire, but instead quickly stepped back. He recognized the figure before him, Professor Aina, mentioned in the report. Why was she lying there? Had she been mauled by insects and pushed here? Jace felt his mind swirling, as if the sudden appearance of the head had instantly shut down his tense brain. Suddenly, a strange chuckle crossed the face that had been filled with disbelief just a moment before. Was she dead or alive? A person mauled by Zerg would never show such an expression. Jace gripped his weapon tightly, aiming firmly at the head. If it had been the head of an ordinary soldier, he would have just let it go. But now, he was facing the director of a laboratory. Killing such a creature easily would undoubtedly be a serious problem. The head suddenly jerked forward as Jace watched. Jace, startled, instinctively took another step back. But to his surprise, the floor behind him had, at some point, become empty. He plummeted down the tunnel, and the next second, the light above him was obscured. The insects had closed the steel floor again. The sharp mouthparts instantly pierced his throat, cutting off any sound. In the last glimmer of light before the floor closed, he saw a face identical to his own, smiling softly at him. Chapter 401. For a moment, he lamented the length of life for the first time. He felt countless mouthparts piercing his sturdy neck. He could even sense the smoothness of their penetration. The muscles he had painstakingly sculpted to enhance their definition hadn't had the desired effect. Perhaps, in the eyes of the Zerg, his muscles would enhance the texture. How's it going? Can you still hold on? He heard a man ask from the shadows. He opened his mouth to reply when a woman's voice rang out. Ugh! I can't. Master, I really can't take it. It's disgusting. The numbness in his neck gradually made him lose consciousness. A cold glowing light stick illuminated a small area underground. A very familiar corpse lay there, twitching violently. From the uniform to the build, the corpse looked exactly like him, yet he was clearly there. So who was that corpse? He struggled to move his head when he saw a man appear next to the corpse, a look of disdain on his face. That's still too rough. The gel they secrete isn't enough to clot blood quickly. Su Li's face reflected in the man's eyes, causing his pupils to constrict suddenly. It was him. The former glory of the Federation, now the Dragon State's killer. Why was he in this research base under the Enterprise Federation? Had Dragon State set its sights on this place? One after another, large heads appeared beside him, rubbing affectionately against his trouser legs. Jace's eyes widened. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. It turned out this was all a Longzhou conspiracy. They truly had mastered the art of controlling the Zerg. And the strange insects that had appeared beneath the base were the secret weapons the Longzhou people had developed, using the Zerg. He watched with his own eyes as a head that bore the same features as his swiftly scurried over to the corpse and collapsed to the ground. Slender legs suddenly stretched out, burrowing through the broken neck. With a sound that was either chewing or pistoning, Jace felt his brain tremble. The insect had completely burrowed into his neck, connecting its head on its back to the body. In a horrifying scene, the corpse suddenly twitched and sat up. Blood gushed from its neck, and the shiny back of its head spun rapidly, reorienting its face. Sully watched the insect before him burrow into the body and begin to mate with it, his head buzzing. Although he had suspected the insect's function the moment he first saw it, speculation remained only speculation until it was verified. When everything before him actually happened, it still shook his perspective. Slaanesh manipulated people's minds and strategized. Arrogance was unprecedented in its power, transcending everything. Laziness was filled with uncertainty, leaving everything uncertain. He had seen each of the three queens. He had thought laziness was the least useful. But now it seemed that her uncertainty was humanity's greatest enemy. Watching the corpse before him, rapidly moving under the insect's control, Sully's murderous intent grew even stronger. Unlike other Zerg, these purposefully bred species could actually assimilate and manipulate the bodies of others. Simply by replacing their heads, they could live like ordinary humans. How could anyone notice that the people around them had been silently replaced? The lacerations on the corpse's neck were being smoothed out by strands of flesh, then quickly stitched together. With the collar raised, no one could see the wound. In this extremely cold place, coupled with the man's sturdy build, a slim-fitting black turtleneck sweater was clearly the perfect cover. Watching the corpse before him salute, manipulated by the Zerg, Sully silently raised his hand and returned the salute. The next second, a voice, constantly shifting in pitch, emanated from the massive head, reporting, "Commander, 37213 has completed its mission and is ready to die bravely." Jace felt his vision narrowing, drawing closer to the light source. But as he drew closer, he suddenly felt a surge of panic. Because that body was so familiar. Until he saw his current reflection in the eyes of the giant head beside him. A hollow head, devoid of a body. But why, with only a head, could he still feel? Could he still have thoughts? Jace panicked. He couldn't understand why. Why, without a heart pumping blood, could he still maintain an active mind? He had never been so afraid of living as he was now. He feared what would happen next, even more horrifying. Send him back to lazy. Sully watched the heads scurry away, each one atop the other, and watched Jace crawl into the tunnel. From now on, all the infiltration work officially began. Lightning leaned over to Sully's side, her body still shaking uncontrollably. Zerg devouring humans wasn't a rare sight. She's seen it countless times. But seeing Zerg burrowing into a human body and manipulating it was the first time she'd seen them. She had initially doubted Sully's plan. But after seeing what she saw, she felt it was too conservative. The most challenging part of the entire infiltration plan was how to infiltrate the base undetected. They had done it. They found a suitable entry point underground. But this was nothing like the stealth infiltration mission she envisioned. While this method didn't require any soldiers, it was filled with strangeness and an unbearable discomfort. Inside the wormhole, Lazy looked at a head being delivered from a pile of heads. She rarely reached out her tiny hand and scooped it up. After scanning her surroundings and finding no one paying attention, she took a fierce bite. She had finally realized that since Jun Shang's arrival, not only had her quality of life improved, her strategic position had risen, but even her food had become more plentiful. It could be said that her future was definitely promising. She hummed incoherently, as if the head in her hand was particularly delicious. As the entire head entered her stomach, she gained a systematic and comprehensive understanding of the base's defenses. She emitted imperceptible brainwaves, transmitting the information she had captured to all the brainworms. This fortress-like base, armed to the teeth, completely stripped itself naked before everyone. Chapter 402. Jace returned to his quarters, changed out of his blood-stained uniform, and after a hot shower, he ran his black fingers over the seams of his neck. He didn't wear a turtleneck, but instead tied a blue, standard-issue handkerchief around his neck. This didn't seem out of place, and he remained calm and composed. As long as he kept his head slightly turned, his usual stern demeanor made it easy to slip through the cracks. In the monitoring room, the officer on duty dozed off. Even spiked coffee couldn't keep him from the daily grind. According to their plan, the entire base, within a 10-kilometer radius, was covered in space stabilizers. Even the perimeter of the base was covered with temperature sensors and various auxiliary radar scans. The enemy would essentially be eliminated within the base's perimeter. Entry was impossible. The heavy firepower deployed at the base, and the deployment of several legions gave them confidence in their ability to wage a localized war. Therefore, working in the monitoring room became the coveted, comfortable position every shift member dreamed of. Jace approached as if no one was around, bypassing one security checkpoint after another, and entered the security monitoring room in Sector 3. The Lord had said that everything must be done slowly and carefully, to avoid mistakes and haste. As he slowly took his place in the monitoring room, a dozen or so soldiers, chatting casually, immediately stood and saluted. He smiled calmly and clapped his hands, attracting the soldiers' attention. On the monitoring screen, the lazy synchronization dispatcher had immediately issued the order. Little heads darted through the surveillance area, sneaking into blind spots. Their bodies were small to begin with, and the warmth they carried was no different from that of dead matter. As more and more brainworms poured into the third sector, a faint smile spread across Jace's face. The soldiers looked at their commander, unsure of why he was grinning so sinisterly. But they knew full well that no one could rise to a high position in the corporate federation without a sane mind. You are all my most loyal soldiers. It is because of you that this base is impregnable. But now we have a slight problem. Someone is questioning your loyalty. Jace spoke slowly, his gaze fixed on each soldier's face. I know life in this base can be dull and tedious, but I can assure you that if you prove your loyalty to me, that will soon change. His sudden words caused the soldiers to exchange bewilderment. After all, they were merely soldiers at the bottom of the base. Whether expressing loyalty or seeking an opportunity to sell their services was their commander's job. Jace's brain had clearly suffered a fundamental logical error. He actually treated ordinary soldiers as negotiating partners, promising them a promise. Su Li's teeth itched as he watched through the portable camera. Fortunately, his purpose was to attract the soldiers' attention. Just as they were lost in their brainstorming, a dozen or so brainworms quietly pushed open the door and moved behind the dozen or so men. A series of puff sounds echoed, and before they could even utter a cry, the brainworms pierced their throats. Yes, that's the loyalty I seek. A large number of brainworms gathered in the monitoring room, hiding in dark corners. After a dozen soldiers were completely infested, they returned to their seats, pretending to discuss the female soldiers' buttocks. Each brainworm scrubbed the ground like a floor scrubber, licking the blood that had spilled from the soldiers' necks. With Jace's experience as a lesson, they even immediately sealed their blood vessels with gel before attacking. Jace smiled with satisfaction and opened the monitoring room door. He strolled through the corridor, shadowed by a dozen brainworms, strolling freely through the base. Using the monitoring equipment on his body, Su Li finally saw the base's internal structure. A complex steel structure embedded in the mountainside. Pipes as thick as a person abounded, covering the entire corridor. The passages were intricate, and the verification procedures required to pass through each gate were extremely tedious. The only silver lining was that the ventilation ducts were interconnected. To the insects, the infrared alarms inside were mere decorations. They could easily traverse them. In Jace's room, the ventilation ducts were already teeming with insects. One after another, squad leaders were summoned to the office, each staying for no more than 2 minutes. The entire parasitic operation was accomplished with unprecedented silence. In the underground insect nest, even Su Li, the instigator, felt a chill. As a high-level Zerg, it seemed they could achieve overwhelming control over humanity simply by creating something. And this high-level queen was the one he had always despised for her laziness. One by one, the brainworms tossed heads into the tunnel beneath the floor. The infested humans stared wide-eyed. Watching their heads drag through the tunnel by the larvae, they fell into deep despair. Su Li finally emerged from his long hiding place underground and arrived at Jace's office. This black officer was clearly not as burly as he appeared. His office contained a small cubicle of 7 or 8 square meters. While small, it was just enough for Su Li and Lightning to hide. A map of the entire base slowly unfolded before Su Li. He no longer cared to control the experimental subjects. He needed them to control more soldiers. Even if they were numerous, as long as he held on to military power, he could truly control the entire base, even without the high-ranking personnel. Don't sleep on his bed. Many of these black men are sick. Lightning but was about to sit on the bed when he jumped up in fright. The room was small to begin with. Besides a bed and a set of tables and chairs, there were only 2 nightstands. Bored, she scrambled to the bedside table and opened the drawer. The countless blocking elves nearly blinded Lightning. She casually flipped through the drawers and found a trove of disgusting photos on the second level. Lightning kicked the drawer shut, blushing slightly as she sat on the floor. The master was different now. Now, it seemed as if he was torturing her, keeping her by his side every day, showing her all sorts of disgusting things. She had even lost her appetite. Off to the side, Su Li examined the defense map and considered his own plan. It must be said that humans do share some commonalities. The corporate federation would have its own undead legion. Now, Sully had one too, and his legion would be truly fearless and possess limitless possibilities. However, to his regret, he was destined not to be its commander. Without Gao Mingrui and Eve making a decision, he had already thought of the person who was most suitable to lead this legion. That was Qin Fang, the former commander of the 76th Legion. Chapter 403. Rumors began to spread throughout the base. These things would normally spread without any basis, and now they had the breeding ground. Photos of heads captured from surveillance videos circulated across the soldiers' terminals, causing panic among them. The squad leaders of each team were overwhelmed, busy dealing with tasks assigned by their superiors, while also busy providing psychological support for the lower-level soldiers. All the divisions were in chaos. Only the 3rd Division was the most stable. They continued their drills and training as usual. It was unclear whether it was due to the soldiers' strong mental state or the squad leaders' good leadership. "Charlie, hasn't your team received the news? How come your 3rd sector is so peaceful? Even the captain of the security team praised you during the regular meeting?" Charlie smiled. "If you're talking about heads, I heard plenty of that sort of thing. I even seen pictures myself. But you can definitely ask Professor Ina in Sector 2 about the veracity of this." "Don't be ridiculous. I'm a squad leader, and I'm asking the person who actually controls the lab. I don't want to be targeted by her and end up lying on a cold alloy bed in the lab." Charlie shrugged. He couldn't tell them they were the ones spreading all the news. "Brother, share your psychological preparation. I can treat you to drinks tonight in Sector C. That's no problem. Come find me in our squad later. I'll show you in person. It's a deal. I'll find you after the shift change tonight, and then we'll go straight to Block C. There are a few death row inmates here with decent back strength, so I'll treat you then." Charlie smiled a bit strangely, but it didn't alert the other party. He automatically attributed the smile to a tacit understanding between men. However, he didn't notice that the soldiers sitting together at Charlie's table all wore the same strange smile. In the dark room, Sully rubbed his brow. Thanks to the constant supply of heads, Lazy had been working at full capacity during this period. But the drawbacks were also obvious. He turned to look at the intelligence specialist beside him. She was shivering even in her sleep. 10 people were crammed into the small room to begin with. Even the intelligence specialists, with their mental toughness, couldn't stand being in a dungeon filled with heads. A group of people were crammed into such a small dark room, and even to use the restroom, they had to queue up outside. With intelligence work at this level, what secrecy can we still maintain? "Your Majesty, if all else fails, let them hide in the camp?" Jace's words jolted the sleepy intelligence officer awake. No, I'm not going. If a pile of heads was unbearable enough, then a bunch of parasitic heads simultaneously grinning eerily was even more terrifying. The thought of waking up every day to a bunch of people tilting their heads and grinning at her completely overwhelmed her. "No, we're not going. We'll just stay here." Sully hurried to reassure him. Honestly, before he arrived, everything was fine, everything went according to plan, and nothing had ever gone wrong. But it seemed that after he arrived, the laziness he felt under pressure had completely unleashed his natural instincts. She had never worked so hard before, even when Ruozi was suppressing her. Sully felt a pang of guilt when she thought of the June sisters still suffering in the hive. However, the infiltration plan had already begun to take shape, and she believed that the harvest would come soon. It took 3 days to recruit the entire Legion's duty personnel in Sector 3. With the addition of more personnel, the pace continued to increase. It's not just Sector 2, 4, and 7. We must also simultaneously attack the remaining locations and gradually infiltrate them. Jace, I understand your joy and excitement, but please restrain yourself. Your smile isn't very pretty. Yes, Your Majesty. Next time you smile, be more restrained. Not everyone is your cup of tea. Understood, Your Majesty. Looking at Jace's unwavering smile, Sully felt the urge to turn back to the hive and take a nap. We completely infiltrated the electromagnetic guns and all the radar jammers. We also already decimated half of the conventional artillery regiment's gunners. Of the 2 publicly visible legions, there are roughly 6 main battle regiments left. The 4 covert special forces divisions, because they're directly under Will's command, haven't made any progress in their infiltration efforts. Can't we reach any of them? We can't reach any of them in Area C. The death row prisoners there are the ones the special forces divisions have selected. They don't go there for recreation. So far, I'm the only one who can enter Area A. But I'm afraid it's impossible to bring our compatriots in. Su Li tapped the table twice. Areas A and B are the core areas of the entire base, where all important core projects are carried out. Even with Jace's status, he only has access to entrances, and can only move within specific areas. 2 entire zones were clad in a special steel material. It wasn't that their defenses were exceptionally strong, but that silently breaching them was impossible. The double-layered steel plates were interspersed with a fine grid that transmitted signals. If breached, it would instantly trigger the base's early warning system. If even a moment's carelessness led to triggering the self-destruct system, no one present would escape. How many seconds does the space stabilizer shut down and shuttling last? The interval between each space stabilizer change is approximately 2.5 seconds. 2.5 seconds might be a problem for the June sisters. Without a precise target or visual contact, they couldn't perform such a high-intensity back-and-forth maneuver. Any mishap would only alert the enemy. Hong Ying could manage 8 flashes in 1 second, but she couldn't do it in human form. The narrow entranceway left no room for her to deploy her mecha. In the ventilation ducts, a similar steel mesh blocked all access to zones A and B, completely blocking the entrance for the brainworms. If the 2 legions outside were the external defense force, then the 4 divisions inside were absolutely the backbone of the entire base. Jay scratched his head, his eyes suddenly lighting up, as if he had unearthed some treasure from the depths of his mind. He eagerly said, "Lord, there's another way. They'll come out on their own. Whenever an important person visits the base, they're fully responsible for overall security." When was the last time someone visited? A month and a half ago. If nothing goes wrong, someone will come to collect the special supplies in a week. Special supplies? What good stuff. Jace looked at Su Li's curious eyes and swallowed, somewhat humanely. Yes, a bunch of lords. Chapter 404. Su Li's brow was etched with black lines. He had never imagined that while on a mission, he would actually encounter a den that was producing himself. He had never imagined that the very thing he had produced would become a special item, being taken away in bulk. Who could it be? Another experimental base of the Enterprise Federation? Or some high-ranking member of the Divine Grace sect, filled with malicious intent? Back then, Qin Yaoyao had dispatched a large number of mecha girls to escort her from her home planet. They used the dedicated transmission channel for the mecha girls on the mechanical island, reinforced with 3 layers of insulated barrels. By the time they reached Tianquan Star, the outermost stainless steel barrel had warped. Of course, the little Su Li's she had sent out also played a role in distracting the Enterprise Federation's attention. But only Su Li and Eve knew that all of them had been inactivated. He even later sent out a new batch to compensate the old men for their emotional loss. He swears to God, he never imagined that this thing of his would become a hot commodity. Counting the days, Qin Yaoyao's due date was still a month away. He bared his teeth, feeling, for some reason, like a father. What would his and Qin Yaoyao's child inherit from him? 2 giant bugs? Not to mention that his own genes were flawed, because only the combined power of his 2 lives made him the complete Su Li. But all the memories of his past life, everything etched into his bones, had been intercepted by the little tree. The only thing the child could inherit was everything he had in his body, before he became a super S-class pilot. Because of the genetic lock, bloodline inheritance couldn't be relied upon to overcome it. The same thing happened to the clones. The only gene I had left in my entire life was the tiny amount of blood I'd drawn during a school physical. With that little, what could they possibly clone? You mean, there are countless masters in the core area of this base? Lightning's eyes lit up. She suddenly felt that she could actually have a master of her own. If there were countless masters, then the only conflict between her and the other mecha girls would be gone. Hong Ying, did you hear that? Jay said there are countless masters here. Pack them up and take them back. Everyone in the Dawn Legion will get one. We're close, so I'll give them to you too. Su Li, No need, Sister Lightning. They're all yours. I only want this one. Lightning's lips moved. Wasn't that right? That was what she wanted to say, so why had Hong Ying said it first? She narrowed her eyes, suddenly feeling that Hong Ying was being a bit too shrewd. What brain-boosting foods have you been taking lately? Su Li was stunned. So you suspected what others have eaten, but never suspected your own brain. If you thought before doing anything, you wouldn't be kneeling there crying. Forget it. She's brainless. What can she possibly think about? Keep the infiltration going. When their men emerge, we'll find an opportunity to replace them. Jace nodded and exited the darkroom. As the sky darkened, the squad leader of Sector 2 arrived at Squad 4's room in Sector 3, as promised. Charlie looked at the burly white man who knocked on the door and pushed it open, offering what he considered a friendly smile. As the white man entered, the entire force squad quickly straightened and stood at arm's length. Oh my goodness! The atmosphere in your force squad is simply amazing. Unlike ours, where I walked in and they were still sprawled on their beds, browsing their terminals. Brother, how about we switch gears? Just give me a nod, and I'll report to the captain of the guards. Don't worry, from now on, you can spend half of my salary on expenses in Area C. Don't worry. Soon, your team will be up to their level. Charlie put his arm around the white man's neck. Even though you come here to learn from me, I have to show you some real good stuff. The white man's eyes lit up. Let's get started. I can't wait. Afterward, let's go to Area C and have a drink. Charlie nodded with a forced smile, pushing the man's back with both hands, guiding him to a corner of the barracks. To be honest, I didn't have any great training methods before, but I've been incredibly lucky. You might not believe this, but I met my own god. TSK, God? I can't question your faith, but I have the right to maintain my own. Praise God, if your God truly grants you a miracle, then please introduce me to him as well. After hearing the white man's words, Charlie's smile deepened. The two men quietly walked to a corner of the barracks, and Charlie finally lowered his head. You will meet him. Brother, I promise you. The white man suddenly realized something. Just as he was about to ask, several soldiers pounced on him from behind and pinned him to the ground. What are you doing? He struggled in panic, looking up to see Charlie's half-smile. Nothing. Just guiding you to our God. A steel plate quietly moved away from the white man's face, and the next second, a head identical to his own staggered out from the floor. Fair skin, dotted with freckles, a high nose, and pale blue eyes. The squad leader stared at his own head in amazement. Before he could even react, the sharp jaws pierced his throat. Unable to stop the blood flowing, it flowed into the tunnel, devoured along with the soil by the larvae inside. He watched helplessly as Charlie grasped his head and yanked it from his neck like a carrot. Then, the head burrowed into his body, and as the budding tissue in his neck moved, it completely connected his neck to the head. Charlie tossed him into the tunnel, a dark hole, like trash. Before entering the tunnel, the barracks erupted in applause, as if celebrating his new life. He understood. It wasn't his management skills that were inadequate. It was that he had somehow become a rare anomaly within the base. Outside the barracks wall, a soldier who had witnessed the entire process felt his legs tremble uncontrollably. He felt a warm current running down his thighs, soaking his combat pants. He trembled as he picked up his walkie-talkie, unsure which channel to report to. An entire unit, infested from top to bottom with strange insects. Such news was beyond his capacity to bear. A hand firmly grasped his trembling hands. A hook-nosed man gestured for silence and peered through the window. Captain! They! Shoo! I see them, follow me. The soldier breathed a sigh of relief, trembling as he followed his captain to a sufficient distance. The next moment, he could no longer control his emotions. Captain! Captain! Did you see that? It's horrible. Captain Stanley is gone. They're all inhuman. The hook-nosed man nodded and glanced at the surveillance camera overhead. A scar loomed on his raised neck. The soldier stared at the scar intently, his throat heaving. He frantically reached for his intercom, only to find it already in his captain's hand. The hook-nosed man lowered his head and gave the soldier a strange smile. So you noticed. Chapter 405. The soldier's terrified cry was muffled by a large hand. A rustling sound echoed, like the prelude to the approaching Grim Reaper. In the monitoring room, soldiers high-fived one another, as if celebrating the arrival of a new member. As heads tumbled down the tunnel, the two legions deployed around the perimeter of the base quietly shifted their beliefs. In Area C's entertainment area, a man gazed upon the dazzling displays with disgust. He sat upright in his chair, gently stroking the wound on his neck with his fingers, then took up his inferior liquor, beginning to numb his nerves. None of the dancers knew what had happened. They only knew that business had declined significantly recently. They hadn't even welcomed a single customer since opening today. They existed to allow the soldiers to vent their emotions. But if they were no longer needed, then all that awaited them was food or ingredients. A group of heavily made-up women shivered and huddled on the sofa, staring at the man before them. How much they used to hate those customers who groped them, now they eagerly yearned for their arrival. But in the empty bar, only the swirling ball of light remained. There was no loud music, no pulsating dance music, only the owner's sullen face, and one strong drink after another. For some reason, at this moment, these women felt an unprecedented emptiness. Take a vacation. Everyone, take some time off. Someone from above is planning an inspection soon. If you want to save your lives, you better remove your heavy makeup and stay indoors. As the man spoke, the women breathed a sigh of relief. Forget staying indoors. As long as they weren't killed, they'd do anything. Commands for deployments echoed through the headset. The man frowned, listening for a long time without hearing his name. There's an old saying in Longzhou, 30% destiny, 70% hard work. He had this face from the moment he arrived, and without even a chance to carry out a mission, how could he possibly fight? Honestly, he'd rather abandon this body and run to the lab to scare those researchers. He was a soldier too. Why should he stay with these dancers? Just because he was once the owner of this bar? The bar door was pushed open from the outside. 7 or 8 men walked in, all wearing the same wry smile. Compared to the soldiers in the barracks, their expressions were undoubtedly more natural. What are you doing here? Of course, we're just sitting around a table. We're all bored, so what's wrong with finding some solace? No, that's not right. We're supposed to be the bosses who lost their customers. After all, getting together to drink and relieve boredom is the best way to hide. 8 people gathered at the table, all raising their glasses. The longer their heads remained in contact with their bodies, the more their control over them became. They had reason to believe that as long as they could remain hidden long enough, no one would be able to discover their Zerg identities. In the Zerg nest, to make room for the rest of the group, Suli returned underground. From the commander controlling the outer armaments to infiltrating the monitoring room, they proceeded step by step, from point to surface. The entire outer perimeter of the base had been quietly and thoroughly controlled. Although there were a few minor incidents, they were all kept within acceptable limits. Encircled by the black cloth, the new red markings on Lazy's somewhat plump legs had already begun to glow with a faint golden light. Suli didn't know how she had survived, but she had clearly never devoured human brains so wantonly before. Adequate nutrition allowed her to evolve and become even more maternal, her skin becoming smoother and more radiant. The 2 tentacles on her forehead danced merrily, directing the large heads in the cave, her large eyes flickering with a green light. Suli finally understood why the intelligence officer disliked being here. Even the June sisters' spirits had visibly deteriorated. They now resolutely guarded their own side, never more than a meter apart. The faint scent of blood permeated the insect nest, more than 3 times stronger than the air in the dark room. Suli held his terminal, looking at the star map that appeared on it, ticking and scribbling, connecting one line after another. Finally, he set his sights on the flame-blue galaxy. These damned bastards couldn't possibly have gotten here. He scratched his head, expressing serious doubts about his own intelligence. The black thorns you had previously researched primarily covered the abandoned planets surrounding the flame-blue galaxy. It seemed Gao Mingrui had already made his decision from the outset, even anticipating the Enterprise Federation's next move. No, not anticipating. He was letting others move forward step by step according to the path he had mapped out. No wonder he didn't tell him. At this sensitive moment, to prevent those desperate individuals from taking extreme measures, he no longer needed to put more pressure on the business association. How filthy. So many entrepreneurs, and none of them could outmaneuver an old man. What? You're in love with an old man? Jun Quan, his nerves already weakening, suddenly yelled, followed by the crisp sound of a slap. Shut up. Jun Shou slapped Jun Quan, then closed his eyes, and leaned back into Su Li's arms. This insect nest was truly terrifying. Whether she had her eyes open or closed, she could feel countless eyes staring at her at all times. Every time she woke up with a start, she instinctively wanted to activate her fire control radar. But now, with her master's embrace, at least she could block out a large area of vision. Jun Quan covered his head and scooted closer to Junyu. Master, there's no sign of Slaanesh on this planet either. Could she be hiding on Fire Blue? Junzei asked softly, biting her lower lip as she watched Su Li study the star map. Su Li's eyes didn't leave the star map, but he quickly considered the possible next move of the corporate federation. He then explained softly, not necessarily. I mean, Slaanesh might not be here. After all, we haven't searched the entire planet. Junzei was slightly surprised, but before she could ask, Su Li provided an answer. There are still untamed queens on Guanghua. This means we can't confirm their presence by planting small trees. It's not appropriate for us to conduct a large-scale search on Guanghua until we have complete control of the entire base. He raised his head and shrugged. Each research base like this is independent. If we can't obtain sufficient information from it, we won't even know if there are any other bases of the same standard on Guanghua. Don't be too impatient. She's been able to hide in the dark for so many years. so we can't easily find her. She's a master of concealment. Moreover, to her at this level of evolution, the rest of us are just a more palatable meal. Would you expose yourself and put yourself in danger just for a meal? Lightning blinked his eyes and nodded firmly. Chapter 406. Junzei also blinked, and looking at Su Li's speechless face, he couldn't help but chuckle. Master, so you're saying, for now, we shouldn't look for it? It's not that we won't look, it's that we simply can't. Unless we sow saplings throughout the human-occupied territory. But why would we do that? To provide the enemy with the most secure rear? The occupied territory of Longzhou is now fully planted with saplings. As long as Slaanesh doesn't set foot on our territory, she can stir up trouble as she pleases. Su Li suddenly understood why Gao Mingrui and Eve were always so calm. Arrogant strength had frightened him, so much so that he subconsciously panicked when facing Slaanesh. But as he learned more about the Zerg, and spent these days reflecting on it, he suddenly realized that he had been overly self-righteous from the beginning. Perhaps, like arrogant, his presence was just a delicious meal for these high-level Zerg. Low-level Zerg follow their evolutionary instincts. However, this isn't the case for high-level Zerg. They certainly aspire to advance further, but the conditions for further advancement are too harsh. Once they reach the level of Zerg Emperor, further advancement is possible only through nourishment from their own kind. The existence of the Divine Grace cult and its collaboration with the Corporate Federation may cause significant trouble for Longzhou, but even if they were to disappear, Slaanesh wouldn't even raise an eye. After all, to the high-level Zerg, they are merely slaves, gathering delicious food for them, barely even cooks. Slaanesh's primary focus remained on searching for the queen with the same prefix. Perhaps old Zhang had known this all along, and therefore deliberately concealed the existence of Ruozi. Then, without Ruozi, Lingsue wouldn't be worth Slaanesh's personal trip. Furthermore, even if news of Ruozi's existence were leaked, given Slaanesh's cautious nature, she wouldn't have chosen to attack Lingsue immediately. She would undoubtedly pay closer attention to everything on Lingsue, perhaps even deploying additional personnel there at all costs. He suddenly understood why Eve had been so resentful of his absence for some time. She wouldn't have allowed him to leave even if he was only exploring the surrounding planets. It now seemed as if she was trying to prevent Slaanesh from suddenly appearing and keep him under control. But now, she had suddenly let go, uncharacteristically, because 3347 had undergone a new change. This gave her a chance to escape even against Slaanesh. Even at the prospect of great sacrifice, she resolutely chose to attack Pride. Besides strengthening her strength, it was also to provide an additional layer of protection for Long-O and Mechanical Island. Moreover, the war had quietly begun. While there were no overt flames, the clandestine clashes had already begun. She, too, was needed to coordinate. Su Li scratched his head, suddenly feeling a slight itch on his scalp. Why were these people so unwilling to speak clearly about things, insisting on others figuring things out bit by bit, only to have a sudden realization someday? And were they just so blatantly bearing all the misunderstandings and misinterpretations that had gone before? Like Gao Mingrui, did he know how much Su Li had wanted to take him away with them during the Human Council? For a moment, he felt the stark difference between himself and the other two. He stared at the cloud map before him, then suddenly closed it. The enemy's actions this time will be a good opportunity. First, we can use them to gain control of the base's interior. Second, we can send some personnel aboard the ship to see where it's headed. Junsho raised his eyes slightly and glanced at Su Li. Anyone who knew their clone was being used as mercenary would likely be in a bad mood. Su Li frowned. He controlled the deployment of the outer military forces, so infiltrating a few people onto the enemy ship wouldn't be difficult. The difficulty lay in concealing the situation. After all, the crew aboard the ship would be extremely familiar with each other, and they were constantly under the protection of the Special Forces Division. If anyone showed any signs of abnormality, they would be easily detected. His gaze suddenly shifted to Lazy, who was directing the brainworm. Directed breeding, it seemed, had never been said that humanoid insects couldn't be bred. Under the dim glow of the cold light stick, Lazy turned his head with a look of awareness. As their minds connected, Lazy's face visibly flushed. Lord, then wouldn't that mean I'm your mother for once? Pa! Su Li slapped Lazy, causing him to stumble. Is it possible? Yes. Yes. Lazy impatiently raised his lips, waiting for Su Li to drip blood into them. As the blood entered his mouth, he licked his lips with a hint of satisfaction. The brainworms in the hive began to spread rapidly in all directions. The small compartment enclosed by black cloth instantly exploded. An enormous figure emerged from the hive, crushing the cold light rods that had been scattered around it. The entire hive was plunged into darkness. A golden pattern lit up on the insect's underbelly, and with a flap of its gray-white wings, a violent gust of wind whipped through the hive. The lazy figure's body expanded proportionally. After consuming Su Li's blood, it was clear that she was poised for further advancement. Her aura began to rapidly rise, towards the late king level. Golden patterns covered the original bright red patterns, and golden lines appeared on the gray-white wings. As the enormous insect's body squirmed, the entire hive structure began to destabilize. Fragments of loosely attached soil fell, obscured by her outstretched wings. She turned to face Su Li, tilting her head, as big as his, with a hint of flattery. "Lord, can you give me some more samples? The ones just now were so delicious I couldn't resist." Su Li raised his arm unhappily. The next second, Lazy took his entire arm into his mouth. The immense suction radiated from his arm, and for a moment, Su Li felt as if he had placed his arm in a vacuum machine. Blood flowed rapidly. He instinctively raised his hand and slapped Lazy's face. But the shock of his tiny palm against his enormous face was so severe that it numbed him. Lazy, still unsatisfied, opened his mouth. The golden lines lit up again, illuminating the entire insect nest in stunning detail. Lazy's round face flushed crimson, and the antennae on his head danced wildly in the air. The lines on the insect's abdomen grew brighter and brighter, gradually causing Su Li to subconsciously cover his face. With a soft grunt from Sloth, 3 insect eggs, each over a man's height, tumbled down, immediately being carried on the small creature's back. The enormous figure slowly began to shrink. Remembering Su Li's request, Sloth plucked a piece of black cloth from the ground and wrapped it around himself. The next second, he bounded towards the 3 newly laid insect eggs. Seriously, not only Su Li, but even the June sisters had never seen Sloth, a creature that usually lay in bed all day, actually jump. Chapter 407. In the dark room, 3 fitted military uniforms and 3 white drapes lay on the table. Su Li casually pulled one open, revealing it was nothing more than a bed sheet with a hole cut in the middle. He compared it to his own clone. It wasn't that it didn't cover anything, just that it didn't cover much. "Your Majesty, this is standard laboratory attire." Su Li's scalp tingled at the thought of the countless elderly female researchers in the lab. "Can this be called attire? Tell me, what does it cover?" Jace scratched his head. "It covers half the body? At least from the front and back, it provides some protection. Of course, I'm assuming it's windless." Su Li suddenly realized that the large figure before him was a bug. Even though his speech and demeanor had become more normal over time, some of his thinking and logic still retained the Zerg's inertia. They prioritized defense over exposure. Fortunately, Lazy's values were relatively sound. At least, he didn't use thick insect armor on the little brother for protection. Su Li removed the black cloth from their waists and glanced at them again, somewhat uncertainly. Lightning took advantage of this moment, its red eyes seemingly piercing them. It had to be said that Lazy had done a good job of replicating them. It was a 1-to-1 replica. Even Su Li's hair was nearly identical. But these replicas were still neutered. At least most of the useful genes had been intercepted by Lazy. But it was undeniable that, with Lazy's genes mixed in, they were far more formidable than ordinary clones. The unique scale-like, layered structure of their bones and thickened muscle fibers imbue these 3 clones with immense explosive power. Their unique neural connections allow them to remain alive even after death, just like the Zerg. If Su Li, before unlocking his genetic lock, had faced these 3 beings, he wouldn't have had any chance of success without employing the combat techniques of his previous life. Everyone will be issued a basic uniform. Of course, they're only allowed to be worn after boarding the ship. Su Li looked at Jace. "You mean to say that my clones will all be dressed in a single sheet and parade around the base?" "No, Your Majesty. Not just inside the base. They'll also be flaunting themselves outside." Su Li frowned and looked at Jace again. "Thank you so much for your kind explanation. So, on that day, everyone will be pre-arranged under the elevator platform and guarded by the Special Forces?" "Yes, Your Majesty. That will be our only chance to replace the test subjects and take action against the Special Forces. If Will, who controls the self-destruct key, will accompany you throughout the entire handover process as you said, I will lead the team responsible for the forced entry as a backup plan." After hearing this, Lightning finally turned her gaze back. This past week had been nearly tiring for her. She would rather lie in the snow on the mountaintop than return to the hive and see a hive full of heads. Act according to the plan. Success or failure depends on this. Jay saluted Su Li. Victory. Early the next morning, upon receiving the docking order, the airlock leading from the core area to the outer area slowly opened. One by one, the Special Forces soldiers, clad in full armor, stepped out of the gate and headed for their designated duty stations. What was in the center of the group? The moment he saw Jace through the gate, a flicker of disgust crossed his face. He covered his mouth and nose and walked on. He was more eager to see the first sight of the people above him upon disembarking than to exchange a small exchange with a black man. Even a simple greeting would be preferable to discussing any base matters with Jace. God knows, the smell he carried was simply disgusting. Jace ignored Will's disgust. He simply watched the well-equipped Special Forces soldiers quietly, blocking most people's view with his body. Vehicles shrouded in black tarpaulin slowly rolled out. Expressionless clones stood inside, clutching their uniforms, and wearing their own bedsheets. As the last vehicle, and a handful of soldiers passed through the gate, the massive gate slowly closed amidst the blaring of alarms. A gentle rustling sound echoed. Dozens of brainworms, protected by the legionnaires, took advantage of the gap left by the gate's descent to slip into the core area. They raised their heads, carefully determining their direction with their hidden compound eyes. Dodging one camera after another, they began to maneuver forward, scurrying along blind spots. Outside the base, several figures crouched, halfway up the mountain, watching the transport ship slowly descend. A slender leg was the first to emerge from the hatch. She seemed oblivious to the chill outside. Her dress was so high-slit that she almost wished it had been open to her waist. In the telescope, Will met her with a fawning expression, his gaze lingering on those long legs for a long moment. Change of plan. Jace. After this mission, keep Will under my control. Sully stared intently through the telescope at those legs. Looking up, he saw a beautiful face. The haughty, overbearing expression was all too familiar. Even the bright red lips and golden eyes were familiar. He turned to look at Junwei standing to the side. You have a twin sister? Sully's brain nearly froze. Could a thing like a mecha girl be cloned through scientific means? After all, his current queen already possessed the ability to breed mecha girls. But that was due to the queen's special structure, which allowed for complex and systematic genetic editing. Human technology still can't penetrate the barrier of the genetic lock, let alone significantly modify the genetic sequence. But what on earth was that creature that disembarked from that ship? Junwei was also stunned. She touched her face tremblingly, a flicker of confusion crossing her features. Sully understood the filthiness of the human heart better than the mecha girl. He narrowed his eyes, the rage in his chest nearly uncontrollable. Copying his genes was one thing, and plastic surgery to resemble his mecha girl. At that moment, he was absolutely certain that this wasn't some experimental institution, but a high-ranking member of the Divine Grace sect, filled with a wicked taste for evil. Chapter 408. In the vintage manner, a blonde noblewoman gently caressed the face of the red-haired girl before her. Every time she saw that face, she felt an uncontrollable throbbing in her heart. This face, resembling lightning, was the one she was most satisfied with. It had the same features as lightning, yet possessed a touch of agility. She slowly leaned over her neck, inhaling the delicate floral scent of her hair, then bit her neck. A flicker of struggle crossed the girl's face, but that was all. Her body trembled slowly, allowing the blood to flow more freely. The bright red blood flowed down the collar of her maid's outfit, staining her fair skin with a glaring crimson. The girl moaned softly in pain, but with the woman's grip on her neck tight, she had no strength to resist. The noblewoman greedily sucked the blood, observing the girl's expression twisted in agony through the reflection in the mirror before her. She loved it. She loved seeing these exact replicas of the mecha girls struggling and writhing before her, helpless. The unique taste of blood no longer satisfied her, it only satisfied her appetite, not her spiritual emptiness. But fortunately, a new batch was on the way. She licked her blood-stained lips, and pushed away the slowly losing warmth of the corpse before her. The hideous expression was frozen in the moment of death, yet for some reason, it held an infuriating sense of relief. The lady's brow furrowed. She grabbed a goblet, and smashed it against the maid's head. Are you dead? Why don't you drag yourself out? Are you just an eyesore here? The girl with light blue hair walked over quickly, bent down, and pulled the body's ankle from the ground. Blood began to flow from her face. She didn't even dare to touch the wound on her forehead. She could only clutch the ankle tightly, and drag the body outside with great effort. A hint of envy lingered in her lowered eyes. Clones also possessed healthy brains. Although their cognition was limited, and their lives were short due to their overmatured bodies, they simply lacked the opportunity to learn, not their stupidity. Watching someone, delighted by their master's touch on the cheek one moment, transform into a cold corpse the next, She couldn't help but ponder the meaning of her life. She shouldn't be here. She didn't belong here. She belonged in the high sky, on the vast earth, under the boundless starry sky. Subconsciously, everything was clearly within reach, yet she couldn't understand why she was here. She felt as if she had forgotten so much that she couldn't remember anything, not even her own name. How could someone whose very existence needed to be defined by others truly seek liberation? A slender arm dragged the corpse along the corridor. Countless sisters knelt over the scar she had walked on, frantically scrubbing the blood, but no one came forward to help. Everyone seemed to be striving to do their own thing, because it seemed only in this way could they be granted liberation by others. But what was liberation? Feeling the lifeless corpse in her hands, a blush spread across her white stockings, like plum blossoms blooming in the snow. But what was May? Everything she couldn't remember constantly plagued her. She finally had time to wipe the wound on her forehead, but a shard of glass cut her palm. The shimmering, translucent fragments shimmered like ice crystals, a dazzling array of colors, like a magnificent Mecca. She suddenly understood what she was missing. It wasn't the empty memories that constantly tormented her, nor was it the vague fragments within those memories. It was another part of herself she was missing, her other half. Before she could even leap for joy, she was stumped by the resurfacing question. What was a Mecca? Her empty mind held no clear, pointed memory. Her face grimaced, and her grip on the corpse's ankle tightened. The small body paused at the edge of the garden, releasing its grip. A group of maids, considerably taller than hers, led a group of people, approaching at a brisk pace. The girl quickly lowered her head. The sound of measured footsteps, neatly adorned combat boots. They shared identical faces, marching in unison, following the maid leading the way, toward their master's bedroom. The girl breathed a sigh of relief. Although she'd been hit on the forehead, it also gave her a chance to avoid that bedroom. She walked to the side of the garden, retrieved a shovel from the toolbox, and began digging a hole in the clearing. One boot, unlike the others, stained with a hint of dirt, stopped before her, motionless. She raised her head in confusion, facing the sunlight, and saw a face with a frown on its face. This face had become quite common lately. She saw it numerous times every month and a half. But this was the first time she had seen one with such a rich expression. Unlike them, who were tools and food, these creatures were undoubtedly of a higher status than theirs, because they could ride on their masters. The girl didn't dare to look any further, and quickly lowered her head. She stared at the tips of her tiny leather shoes, silent. Suli narrowed her eyes. It was hard to believe she had gotten in so easily. The entire vast manor had almost zero defense. Throughout the manor, there were countless girls, and women dressed in maid outfits, like the one before her. Yet, they simply went about their business, like puppets on strings. Even when they encountered an outsider like her, they didn't react at all. Forget raising the alarm, they didn't even dare to glance at him. It wasn't that Suli didn't want to go straight for the kill. It was just that, having suffered so many setbacks, he had to learn his lesson. Furthermore, he had never imagined he'd see even the manor. He glanced at the body beside her. Its fiery red hair was particularly striking. Suli slowly crouched down, turned the body over, and with just one glance, he felt a sudden emptiness in his heart. It was lightning, in the form of a child. He looked up again at Eve standing to the side. Her pale blue eyes stared straight at him, revealing a hint of complexity. Suli's heart trembled slightly. He had been walking around the manor for half an hour, and this was the first time he had seen such emotion in someone's eyes. He reached out his white-gloved hand and covered the girl's mouth. Junsho suddenly appeared beside him. The next second, the three figures vanished from the manor. Chapter 409. Inside the manor stood a slightly shabby tool shed, its small room filled with miscellaneous items and tools. Suli sat on the only chair, surrounded by a group of mecha girls. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the small figure before them, their eyes filled with surprise and disbelief. From the small face to the long, pale blue hair and eyes, everything made one feel as if they had seen a ghost. Jun Quan involuntarily shrank back, hiding himself behind Suli. "Who are you?" Faced with the question, the girl opened her mouth, but could only whisper, I don't know. But they all call me Eve." At these words, everyone in the room's eyelids twitched. They couldn't even imagine how Eve would react if she knew what had happened. Infiltrate? Infiltrate. Just prepare the Star Destroyer, and you're done for. The pale blue eyes flickered slightly. She knew many of the people in the room, yet for some reason, they seemed so unfamiliar. She pointed her little finger at Lightning. "I know you. You're Lightning. You're Junwei. You're Junsho. You're Honging. And you? You're Suli." Her small voice was devoid of emotion, as if she were simply stating the truth. But this fact made Su Li's face darken. The little girl knew the name of the mecha girl beside her. There was only one possibility. They had copied more than just Junwei. Juan's fingers, tending to little Eve's wound, trembled slightly. The next second, a faint blue light emanated, carefully smudged across the wound on her forehead. Su Li looked at Junzei, who shook his head slightly. No mecha. This meant they had simply copied the form. But even so, he couldn't tolerate it. Everyone has their own privacy, and genes are the greatest repository of that. From memories to the chromosomal information passed down through millennia of racial heritage, nothing can be snooped on. Unbeknownst to you, someone had exposed your entire existence. This is something no one can tolerate. And what's more, they didn't just expose you. They even exposed his mecha girl, but looking at the little maid before him, who looked exactly like Eve, he suddenly felt a lot better. It's impossible to guard against it. Even Eve had been caught, so it seemed no surprise that a mere super S-class pilot like him had been exposed. Little Eve, do you know the deployment of the armed forces within the entire manor? Su Li tried to keep his expression gentle, as he spoke slowly. Little Eve felt a tingling sensation on her head. It was a novelty, something she had never experienced before. Her older sister, with her white hair, was beautiful, and the blue earrings on her ears were stunning. Her eyes, in particular, held a soothing magical power. For the first time, she felt loved. What is armed force? It's anyone with a gun or weapon. Someone who can threaten the lives of others. The entire manor is full of them. The mecha girls looked at each other in bewilderment. Weren't the little girls, like them, the only ones scattered throughout the manor? You could enter the manor, even the master's bedroom. But these three older sisters cannot. Once they enter the manor, they will be targeted. Little Eve extended her fingers, pointing at Junyu, Jun Quan, and Junzei. We never seen them in the manor. So, according to master's orders, sisters like this can be killed directly. She opened her pale blue eyes, and surveyed the people in the room. This was the first time she had spoken to so many people since she was born. Or rather, the first time she had spoken so much. Junzei's expression changed slightly. Master, a microscopic high-explosive charge has been implanted in her brain. At close range, it's enough to kill anyone she approaches. Even the bulletproof vests of the Special Forces Division wouldn't be able to withstand an explosion of this magnitude. This type of explosive has several detonation methods, and it will also explode if it leaves the designated area. The faces of all the women present changed. Junsho placed his hands directly on Su Li, immediately channeling his strength throughout his body. Cold sweat rolled down Su Li's forehead. If they hadn't found a small room in the manor, he would have been killed by now. He didn't know whether to describe the enemy's flawless defenses, or to thank God for his unwavering care. A sudden inspiration had him infiltrating with the clones, and he somehow managed to escape. The seemingly harmless clone girls scattered throughout the manor served as a defensive force, while strangers approached and were immediately killed. It was, to be honest, a brilliant idea. Who could have imagined that these seemingly powerless clones could be the manor's hidden weapon? But what baffled Su Li even more was that such a clever plan had been thwarted in this very way. Even the owner of the manor probably never imagined that one day, a clone of the original would secretly infiltrate the manor. Her pale blue eyes stared unblinkingly at Su Li before her, carefully examining his features. Their faces looked identical, yet he felt so different to her. She involuntarily stood up and leaned towards Su Li. Junwei was about to step forward to stop him when Su Li grabbed his wrist. Little Eve slowly leaned in and sniffed, confirming it. He didn't have that pure scent. Instead, there was a faint hint of tobacco and other strange, peculiar smells. The mixture was distinctly complex, yet somehow pleasant. I know. You're not the real Su Li, right? Because those Su Lis don't have some of your characteristics. Little Eve's words made Junwei's heart tighten. No, I'm the real Su Li. Everyone in this room is the same. We're the real people, the real beings. Haven't you heard? In this world, there are never two people who are exactly alike, let alone 2 drops of water. He glanced at the approaching little Eve, a flicker of pity in his eyes. He clearly saw the disappointment in her eyes, because his ruthless words had completely negated the meaning of her existence. I know, because there were many Eves before me. But what I still don't understand is, what am I exactly? The disappointment in her small eyes was replaced by confusion. You are you? Even if you're a replica, your birth and appearance should have true meaning. So what is true meaning? Su Li paused, glanced into those pale blue eyes, and his heart softened slightly. It's up to you to find it. A ray of sunlight filtered through the shabby window, illuminating Su Li's hand. Little Eve took another step forward and touched the spot of light. The scorching sunlight, after filtering through the window, became warm. This wonderful feeling seemed like something she had never experienced before. "So in your true self, are you here to kill us?" Su Li sighed softly and nodded slowly. Chapter 410. He didn't want to deceive her, especially when he saw her clear eyes. She asked sincerely, and the answer she desired must not be false. Cloning is immoral, because humans possess humanity. The meaning of existence of replicas and the original cannot be defined. Even two identical replicas, given the same structure and environment, will develop different mindsets. They will inevitably become two separate entities. The choices they make when faced with something will also be different. Uncertainty is the root of humanity's greatest headache, but also its most precious asset. Because of uncertainty, everything about humanity is filled with unknowns, as well as challenges and hopes. The contradiction between replicas and the original is inherently irreconcilable. They lack true sociality. They lack everything the original possesses, yet possess a fragmented version of the original's memories. They cannot integrate into the original society, let alone form their own. Add to this their already short lifespans, and their search for the meaning of life is doomed to failure. The corporate federation undoubtedly knew this, so all the clones they created left nothing behind except some fighting instincts. But this little Eve before me was different. She possessed some memories. Whether it was due to the creator's negligence or to satisfy someone else's malicious desires, she already existed, and her existence was artificially endowed with meaning, even if she didn't clearly understand it. But at least for now, she's lived by this meaning. The little thing raised her eyes, gently grasped Su Li's hand, and said in a trembling voice, "So, is there still time for me to find my own meaning?" Lightning heard this, and slowly clenched his fist. The truth is often cruel, but for little Eve, perhaps that is true relief. But for some reason, looking at the frail figure before her, she subconsciously tugged at the hem of Su Li's clothes. I can't kill her. Su Li found a reason. Be it her role as a guide in the manor, or her very existence. The former could provide the most beneficial assistance to his team, while the latter was because she was a replica of Eve, and he had no right to act on her behalf. If you need it, we can give you enough time. Little Eve blinked and looked directly into Su Li's eyes. Then, let's make a trade. I can choose not to report your location to the manor, and I can guide you through it. But in exchange, you must give me ample time. I don't need much, just a month will do. Su Li took little Eve's hand and nodded gently. Then our alliance is a success. As your ally, I have a message for you. Don't dwell on your past. Remember, every moment of the future, every moment, belongs to you. You are not Eve. You are simply you. Little Eve's eyes flickered with confusion, and she said blankly, "So, do I need a new name?" "If you need me." Su Li's words made her heart tremble. From birth until now, she had always lived for the needs of others. This was the first time someone had cared about hers. A strange feeling filled her heart, and she couldn't help but tighten her grip on Su Li's hand. "Then, can I call you Shuguang?" "Yes, from now on, you are our Shuguang." The determination in Su Li's eyes made little Shuguang instinctively avoid his gaze. I have to go back to bury the lightning. If I stay out for too long, my master will punish me." She hurriedly pushed the door open, then turned back the moment she leaned out. "There's a secret darkroom in this room." "Yes, I discovered it, but I never told anyone. You, those whose names I called out, can come with me. The rest of you, it's best to hide in the darkroom." Her small body struggled to move the clutter aside, revealing a small, rusty iron door behind. The three June sisters exchanged a glance, opened the iron gate, and slipped inside. Lightning, Junwei, and Junsho quickly changed into maid outfits. After helping Xiao Shuguang put her tools back in order, they followed her into the manor. Su Li didn't follow, as his clones had already been taken to a designated location and their numbers had been counted. If he appeared elsewhere in the manor at this moment, he would be instantly attacked. He thought of the small corpse in the garden. The hideous wound on its neck stung his heart. He had initially wondered why the flowers in the manor were blooming so vibrantly, and the plants so thriving. But when he saw little Eve digging in the garden, he realized that beneath it lay a pile of bones. "Master, can Shuguang be trusted?" Junzei's hand, gripping his arm, trembled slightly. "It's okay. Even if you don't trust her, you should trust the sister's fighting power. If she truly had other intentions, she could easily escape the battlefield, even with the speed of lightning or the fleeting flash of a red tassel." He held Junzei's hand and rubbed her head. He couldn't fathom how the genes of these mecha girls had leaked out. Could there be someone collecting their blood and fallen hair on the battlefield, or on the roads they passed? Can't this divine gray sect do what normal people do? In his mind, the small tree swayed slightly, conveying the message of laziness. The infiltration of the base is more than half complete, and half of the Special Forces divisions deployed on missions have already been infested. A large number of brainworms, under the cover of the Special Forces division, have entered the core area and are expected to completely control all armed forces within the research base within 3 hours. Will was not controlled. He followed the division back to the base. Firstly, there was no suitable opportunity to attack. Secondly, even if he were kept alive, he would be easily captured after the division was fully infiltrated. Your Majesty, our treasure has discovered a significant secret. A core gene bank exists in the core area of the base. Furthermore, in a related laboratory, we have discovered a large number of fully developed bodies. They bear the faces of senators. I can sense that they possess a very complete chain of memories. They are not simple clones, they are fully alive. Chapter 411. In the manor's basement, each clone was assigned their own room. Sui stared quietly at the room before him, imitating the clone in the room opposite, slowly walking to the bed and sitting down. The room was bare of furnishings, a not-so-soft bed, a small table, and a toilet, provided as a gesture of humanitarian concern. The pristine white walls were devoid of scratches, revealing the meticulous care taken by each of the previous owners. Sitting motionless on the bed, waiting, the room didn't even need cleaning. The 3 Sulis were called out for escort. Sui checked his numbers, barely even settling into bed, before he stood up again and followed the steps of the regal before him. They walked the same path again, through 5 or 6 long corridors, before arriving in a room filled with the fragrance of flowers. A cashmere carpet with an intricate weave covered the entire room. Several people dressed as maids knelt on the carpet, cleaning the bloodstains with a special detergent. A faint scent of blood barely reached her, only to be diluted by the rich fragrance of flowers. The woman claiming to be the master, concealed in darkness, could not hinder Su Yi's investigation, her long golden hair, eyes filled with lust, her false eyelashes curling upwards. Her cheeks were paler, the only hint of color being her scarlet lips. Her sunken cheeks held a sickly look. Further down, her neck was covered in fine wrinkles. Her ample breasts resembled large fruits, their immense size evident even when she lay on her side. Her waist was slender, her hips curved with a striking curve, and beneath her high-slit skirt, her fair, round legs revealed. Everything was perfectly done, yet it bore a trace of artificiality. But it must be said that a figure like this had never been seen before, even in the few tea-sized study materials hidden in the terminal. Jun Wei led them into the room, then bowed and retreated. A magnetic, alluring voice rang out, "Come! Everything you need is on the wall. Use your skills to please me. Believe me, only by satisfying me can you survive in this manner. So, my Legion commanders, please use your pitiful imaginations, and let me feel the long-awaited heat." She bit her lower lip, shamelessness at its most extreme, her eyes seductive, as she surveyed the 3 powerful bodies. The silk dress was incredibly sheer. If one got a little closer, one could see her from head to toe. The maid knelt on the ground, her head bowed, absorbed in her work. Sui looked up behind the woman. The wall was densely covered with various weapons, the sheer number of which caught him off guard. The original body hadn't transmitted any relevant memories. So, what exactly were these things used for? The other 2 clones quickly approached the wall, one picking up a whip, the other a hemp rope. Only Sui stood there, somewhat bewildered. What should he do? Were they going to whip her to death? Sui quickly communicated with laziness through a mental link, and the next second, a memory belonging to the original human body was transmitted. After a brief glance, he understood. "Are you dead? Why aren't you moving?" Faced with the angry questioning of the woman on the couch, Sui finally moved. He didn't choose any so-called weapon, but walked straight up to the woman. He grabbed her hair and dragged her towards him. He slapped her hard across the face. The woman on the couch suddenly widened her eyes, staring in disbelief at the man looking down at her, her eyes instantly bursting with intense interest. "Yes, absolutely. This is the aura of a Legion commander. Look at the 2 people standing at the edge of the couch, tying themselves up. How can they be called Suli? How can they be called the dawn of humanity?" The laboratory finally produced something decent. She stared at the man in front of her with a burning gaze, her hands instinctively pressing against his waist. Suyi's fierce gaze, fixed on her eyes, made her body tremble slightly. Her hands were about to fall down when she was hit by another hard slap in the face. A searing pain pierced her heart. Yet, The heart within her chest threatened to burst forth from its restraints. She had never been whipped like this in years. This reckless behavior, this disrespectful conduct, humiliated her while also igniting an even stronger desire. "Captain!" Smack. Another heavy slap. Sui coldly regarded the elderly woman, bewildered. She couldn't understand how someone who had already gone through menopause could have such physiological needs. "Shut up. I'd rather this thing be used for something other than talking." The cold voice made her tremble again. She slowly knelt on the edge of the couch and bit the zipper shut with her mouth. Sui frowned and snorted disdainfully. Not even the females in the hive were so promiscuous. Does she have any idea whether she can reproduce? If it weren't for the mission, he'd be better off saving his essence for the females. They could at least produce hundreds, even thousands, of baby insects. So ugly, her skin was pale, devoid of any camouflage. It turned red and swollen at the slightest exertion. She lacked the defensive power or luster of insect armor. Her legs weren't slender enough, nor were they numerous enough. For a man with legs, he could easily have wiped out those 2 arms and legs. Forget the sense of strength. There wasn't even a hair on those legs. If they got tangled together, who would be responsible if they slipped? He stared at the woman before him, his brow furrowed. The teeth weren't very good either. No finely shaped mouth parts, let alone layers of teeth. Can a mouth like this even be called a mouth? Looking at Suyi's furrowed brow, the woman felt for the first time a sense of frustration that nearly drove her insane. He frowned? He actually frowned under such a fierce attack from her. The woman went wild. She tied up her blonde hair and slowly untied her shoulder straps. She stared at Sui with a fiery gaze, then knelt and stepped forward. Sui grabbed the woman's hair, his patience gone. He just wanted to quickly complete his task and then go back to a less conspicuous place. Perhaps he could exchange codes with Su Air and Su San. After all, when it comes to eating shit, it's worth sharing the hardship. Chapter 412. A complete life? As a picture emerged in Su Li's mind, he couldn't help but raise his right eye. In that image, he actually saw Zhang Guoyang. That portly face, even after all this time, he couldn't forget it. After all, he was the first vice speaker to urinate in a stainless steel bucket, and he left a deep impression on Su Li. Vice speaker? A disgrace to the people of Long-O. Now that he thought about it, the Enterprise Federation must have specifically nominated him to compete with Gao Mingrui. Unfortunately, Su Li had slapped him on the wall. It seemed that since Su Li arrived on Linjiai's star, all the past speakers and vice speakers, with the exception of Gao Mingrui, had been slapped on the wall. These days, a new category of high-risk professions had been added, the Speaker and Counselor of the Enterprise Federation. It was clear that the theft of the Long-O Gene Bank was clearly related to Zhang Guoyang. He had heard long ago that cloning technology could be used to achieve soul transfer. Let's not even talk about whether this research was feasible. But in the quest for immortality, humans will always resort to extremes. For example, Aka Industries. Hey-Yu is a living example. The original Hey-Yu is dead, but the mecha girl who carries her memories still exists. So, is she the former Hey-Yu or the current mecha girl? No one can definitively answer. And now, he finally sees its concrete application in humans. What is a soul? As a time traveler, he doesn't even know the true meaning of a soul. Is it a body of energy in the broad sense, or a memory storage in the narrow sense? If he can't even understand its essence, how can he talk about immortality? He didn't have the energy to explore his true self. But he knew that such research should never have existed in the first place, because no good person capable of utilizing this technology would ever exist. Only vested interests, selfish individuals like Zhang Guoyang, would preserve their memories and everything else as backups, then go to great lengths to achieve their own ulterior motives. But they seemed not to consider that when they woke up again, the world would be completely different. Apart from that, did you find anything else? Does a bunch of castrated Yuanshang count? Lazy's voice was filled with excitement. If she couldn't eat the authentic Yuanshang, she could satisfy her craving with a few replicas. Even if they might taste a bit unpalatable, after all, they all bore the Yuanshang's face. How are Sui and the others doing? Su Air and Su San are resting in the basement lounge. Sui is working. I might have instilled some strange experience in him. Your Majesty, can reproduction be performed orally? Su Li's brow flickered with a frown. Probably not, unless some people's intestines are connected to certain parts of their bodies. Lazy frowned. Then Sui is just wasting his time. But I saw that woman crying and yelling, seemingly enjoying it. Can you pay attention to more normal things? Like the deployment of armed forces, a detailed map of the manor, possible hidden rooms, the woman's strength, and whether she's been corrupted by Slanish's power. Yes. What? Corruption. Her brain is saturated with Slanish. The strong smell is so strong that even Sui can see it. But it's not a big deal. As long as I can capture her alive, I can get everything in her mind. Suli gasped, thinking he was hallucinating. What did you just say? I said that if I could capture her alive, I could get everything in her mind. How could you do that? Suli asked, unsure. Even Ruozi, an emperor, couldn't do it, but a king-level lazy could actually do it? Because I'm lazy. My toxin has two functions. First, it bypasses the human brain and acts directly on the limbs and bones, reading the hidden information in the spine. Second, it breaks down Slanish's toxins. That's what brainworms do. They control the human body and extract memories from its genetic code. I devour the brain, perfecting their memories. Your Majesty, you haven't noticed. Brainworms read a portion of their host's memories the moment they parasitize them. Otherwise, how could they hide it so perfectly? So she's the nemesis of Slanish. Your Majesty, can you please keep Ruozi away? I have a feeling she wants to kill me. Suli fell silent. It wasn't just Ruozi, he wanted to kill her too. Especially after witnessing the existence of brainworms, he feared Lazy would have a brain attack and create something even more terrifying. Don't worry. She's already far enough away from you. 1,000,000 miles away. In his mind, Laziness suddenly snorted softly. The next second, an image of an insect egg the size of a human head appeared in Su Li's mind. Lord, praise me. I'm incredibly efficient. In his mind, the insect egg suddenly hatched, and a woman's eyes suddenly opened. Beneath her eerie smile, a faint green light emanated. Su Li swallowed. This shock, felt directly on his spiritual level, was far more powerful than the visual one. Junyu, go back and bring back the woman's brainworm. Junyu's face was stern, as usual, as if she were ready to die. She seemed to have this expression no matter what she did. Even after spending so long together, Su Li hadn't gotten used to it. Jun Quan frowned slightly, as she watched Junyu disappear. Playing with her hair, she said uncertainly, Master, isn't this too smooth? I always feel like this journey has been a little too smooth. Junzei nodded upon hearing this. The fact that the manor and the experimental base were on the same planet was understandable. The gradual collapse of the base's defenses could also be attributed to laziness. But the manor's defenses were so weak that it was somewhat unbelievable. Even the maids in the manor possessed the ability to self-destruct. However, aside from targeting conventional enemies, they seemed to have no other use. Is this kind of defense really something a high-ranking member of the Divine Grace cult should be equipped with? You know, once they reveal their mecha forms, such defenses are practically as fragile as a piece of paper. Unless, this place is a decoy. But the strange thing is, such a decoy is obvious to anyone with a discerning eye. And yet, they not only arrived, they're even planning to take it. Su Li reached out and ruffled Jun Quan's hair. You're right. It's going too smoothly. Those maids definitely have more than just bombs on them. Be patient. At least we haven't been discovered yet. Let's investigate. As long as we're well prepared, we'll eventually find a clue. Chapter 413. Night fell over the entire manor. Xiao Shuguang finally reached her bedroom door, glanced around, and pushed it open. After a busy day, she finally had time to shed her maid outfit and head to the bathroom to freshen up. Several figures followed her, then quietly closed the door. Lightning's bright red hair fluttered as she glanced at Jun Shou and quietly stood by the window. Jun Shou closed his eyes, then slowly shook his head a second later. No surveillance equipment. Jun Wei and Hong Ying, who were traveling with her, breathed a sigh of relief. They had traversed the entire manor today and hadn't seen any other armed forces, not even a single defensive fortress. Is it because this is a planet with a prohibition sign prohibiting civilian ships from docking, so she doesn't need to deploy even basic defenses? The sound of water splashed from the glass chamber to the side. A delicate figure loomed in the hazy mist. She felt the water droplets slide over her body, then reached out to catch a handful of warm water and splash it onto her face. The warm water washed away the moisture that had welled up in her eyes. Cherish every moment, feeling the warmth of the water, she realized for the first time that these things truly belonged to her. And all the unknowns and struggles that had lingered in her mind seemed so far away. She wrapped herself in a threadbare towel and slowly pushed open the glass door. Inside the room, several mecha girls in maid outfits sat or stood, scattered across the room. Actually, there's no need to be so defensive. As long as I'm alive, no one will enter my bedroom. We all have our own rooms, and the time we spend here is ours alone. She spoke as if to the women, but also to herself. It turned out she still had her own little place. And today, it finally welcomed its first guests. She removed her bath towel, wiped her damp hair with it while still naked, then pulled a fresh set of underwear from a nearby cabinet, and swiftly put them on. The new panties made her legs look even more slender. She arched her brows and smiled, then pulled a box of black tea from a nearby drawer. She pulled a low stool from under the bed, and placed it in front of the cabinet. Using her small feet as a cushion, she took a worn iron box from the cabinet. Her body teetered, and just as she was about to fall, lightning caught her back. Her bright eyes gleamed, and she smiled cheerfully, saying, "Thank you, Lightning. No one has ever helped me before." Lightning's heart trembled slightly, and she bit her lower lip gently. "You're welcome. You helped us too." She hopped off the stool, clutching the tin box. But it was a deal, wasn't it? Lightning knew that little Shiguang might not understand what a deal meant. But she nodded, looking at the cheerful girl, agreeing with her values. Ding 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 ding. Happily, her pale blue eyes lifted the tin box. It contained pastries left behind by her predecessor, Eve. It was said that even in the most difficult of circumstances, a single bite would lift their spirits and fill them with energy. Under the expectant gazes of the mecha girls, she placed it on the small table and, with some difficulty, opened the lid. Hongying came over with hot water, and was slightly stunned when she saw the snacks in the tin. The snacks were supposed to be vacuum-packed, but the bag had deflated. The production date on it was already 3 years ago. Before she even opened the package, Hongying could already smell a musty odor. She glanced at the vibrant red tea in the cup in her hand, and quickly placed the tray on the table. Wow! These are limited edition cookies. Wait, I know how to eat them. You need to let some fresh air in them. Jun Shou sighed, quickly grabbing the box before Hongying could. Xiao Shuguang's face was filled with confusion, as he stared at the tea Hongying had brewed. Her tea bags always produced a slightly yellowish hue. She could never get this color. When she turned around, the once deflated bags in the box before her had become plump. Her eyes widened, her mouth slightly open in surprise. "Thank you, my ally, for your hospitality." "I'm welcome." Jun Shou reached out and pulled a cookie from the box, gently tearing open the wrapper. A rich, buttery aroma, tinged with a hint of milk, wafted in her face. Little Eve sniffed, her face filled with confusion. Her tea, her cookies, were clearly not like this. Could it be that she had never mastered the correct way to eat them? Incredulous, she took the cookie from Jun Shou's hand and gently sniffed it. The sweet aroma, just the sniff, made her saliva water. Perhaps this was the kind of flavor her XX, Eve, had described, the kind that could lift one's spirits. She took just one bite, and felt the milky aroma surge up to her head. A delicious sweetness and delicateness filled her mouth, causing her to squint involuntarily. So, before eating, you need to let fresh air into the deflated packaging. She regretted missing Jun Shou's breathing process while she was observing the color of the tea. But looking at the box overflowing with cookies, she realized she only had a month left, so perhaps studying wasn't necessary. Even if she ate one a day, she wouldn't be able to finish it. Seeing little Shiguang's satisfied smile, Lightning pushed the cup of black tea toward her. "Try it." Cookies and black tea. Of course, if you find it not sweet enough, you can add a little sugar. But I suggest you try the tea itself. Little Eve glanced at the cup before her. The fragrant tea was unlike her own brews, which always had a strange flavor. She took a sip and felt the rich aroma of tea blend with the fragrance of milk in her mouth, creating a unique flavor. Delicious. "Sister Hongying, can you teach me how to brew black tea?" For the first time in her life, she felt the urge to return to this little nest. Even if it was just for the cookies in front of her, and the fragrant black tea. "I'll teach you. I'll teach you anything." This way, Xiao Shuguang can make her own tea. Of course, don't drink too much. You won't be able to sleep. Xiao Shuguang tilted her head, stuffed a whole cookie into her mouth, then picked up the black tea and sipped it. She didn't intend to reach for another cookie. Having just counted them, there were only 35 left in the box. With her 4 sisters and herself, she consumed exactly 5 today. She could have won a day for the rest. Chapter 414. The mecha girls exchanged glances, and Jun Shou broke off a cookie in his hand and distributed it to everyone. Even the greedy Lightning gently took her own piece and slowly put it into her mouth. The tiny cookie melted in her mouth. Even though she could only taste one flavor, she still imitated Xiao Shuguang and squinted her eyes. Is this the flavor of the limited edition? It's really good. Even though I don't like sweets, I'm impressed by the taste. The three mecha girls in the room instantly looked up at Lightning. You can act, but lying with your eyes open is a bit too much. Lightning glanced at Jun's show and reached into the side of her maid outfit. Under Xiao Shuguang's shocked gaze, Lightning pulled a handful of colorful chocolates from her pocket and placed them on the table. Alas, I don't even like sweets, so these are all for you. Master always gives me tons of them after every mission. My pockets are full. Little Shuguang put down her cup and quickly stood up. She quickly walked over to Lightning, and just as Lightning was wondering what she was up to, she reached out and tugged at the hem of Lightning's skirt. An indescribable glint shone in her eyes. So maid costumes can have pockets? Mine don't. Lightning looked smug. My master designed them for me. Aren't you jealous? Off to the side, Junwei rolled her eyes at Lightning's smug smile. She wasn't envious at all. She had her void arsenal, so she could fill it with whatever she wanted. Take this. It's so delicious. Oh, and here's this. This hard candy has multiple layers, and each one is a new, and definitely different, flavor. Lightning dug out handful after handful, making Xiao Shuguang's eyes sparkle. It was the first time she realized that a roomie-made outfit had this benefit. No matter how much stuff was stuffed inside, it wouldn't show from the outside. Looking at the colorful candies piled high on the table, a flicker of hesitation crossed her pale blue eyes. Sister Lightning, does your master abuse you? Yeah. Lightning was slightly taken aback. Xiao Shuguang hurriedly explained, after all, he always gives you things you don't like, doesn't he? You said you don't like sweets? Not really. He's so good to me. I only dislike it during my period. I love it the rest of the time. Coincidentally, it's my period right now. Lightning racked her brains, coming up with an excuse that wasn't really an excuse. A flash of understanding flashed in Xiao Shuguang's eyes. That makes sense. After all, how could someone who doesn't like sweets describe the taste of candy so accurately? Lightning, She never imagined that her intelligence would one day be questioned by a child. Hong Ying, standing to the side, covered her mouth, wanting to laugh but not daring to. The night in the manor was serene, devoid of any other sounds besides the chirping of insects and birds. Eat it. This one's even better. It's even creamier than the cookies. A pristine white candy was placed in Xiao Shuguang's palm. She grasped it, then solemnly tore open the wrapper and popped it into her mouth. Lightning, whose veil had been torn, didn't care. He simply asked her to try different candies. In just a moment, she had already eaten 7 or 8. The rich, sweet taste stimulated her mouth, sending a surge of dopamine through her brain. An unprecedented sense of pleasure washed over her, making her feel as if her soul were being elevated. She leaned back in Lightning's arms, letting her stroke her hair. The comfortable warmth of her body made her curl up involuntarily. Don't tell me, this feeling is a bit strange. Looking at Xiao Shuguang's closed eyes, Lightning felt as if she were hugging Eve herself. As she thought about it, she placed her hand on Xiao Shuguang's head and stroked it again. That's enough. I understand your bad taste, but please learn to control yourself. Jun Shou walked over, looked at Xiao Shuguang's sleeping face, and couldn't help but reach out and pinch her cheek. It really looked just like Eve. Junwei also came over, looking her up and down, his gaze gazing intently at Xiao Shuguang's chest. No matter what, not letting Junquan follow is the right thing to do. The mecha girls nodded in agreement. They considered themselves extremely stable, and very different from Junquan. At least they wouldn't instill any inexplicable treasonous ideas in Xiao Shuguang. Hong Ying took Xiao Shuguang from Lightning's arms, and laid her steadily on the crib. The 4 mecha girls gathered together, and took out their terminals. The virtual layout of the manor had been completed. Juanshou had altered a few details, and remarked the entrance to the underground structure that Xiao Shuguang had mentioned. A complex and interconnected network of passages was quickly recreated on the terminal. Hong Ying dotted the virtual image of the manor with countless red dots. Their movement paths are limited. Each person is responsible for a different area. No one will cross the line. I divided the entire manor into approximately 8 zones. Aside from a small number of people who can roam freely within the 8 zones, everyone else can only roam within their designated zones. Junwei lowered his voice and whispered, I already stolen Lightning's body, and sent it to the master's secret room. Junzei has already begun the autopsy. I believe we'll have an accurate answer within 2 hours. The 3 turned to look at Lightning. Facing their inquiring gazes, she turned her fiery red head, her face innocent. What are you looking at me for? I'm drawing the diagram, aren't I? The 3 averted their gazes, clearly surprised that the floor plan before them was actually Lightning's. Junshou frowned. There's no need to explore the basement where Su Air and Su San are, but rashly exploring other underground facilities would be extremely risky. Humans aren't insects, after all. Their basements are likely filled with all sorts of difficult-to-defend traps. So I think we could mobilize some Marty to dig deeper. Is there any other information we need to compile? Junwei glanced at Hong Ying, who thought for a moment before speaking. If possible, I'll double-check the movements of these replicas tomorrow. You can report back with more specific information then. Junwei nodded and turned to look at Xiao Shuguang on the bed. She knew exactly what the people in the Enterprise Federation called them, robot girls. Tools, iron lumps, killing machines, even weapons. So, what kind of existence would Xiao Shuguang, as a replica, hold? Or, what meaning would these scumbags ascribe to her? Chapter 415. The cold corpse, with its peculiar smell, made the faces of the several people in the dark room look grim. Especially the all-too-familiar face on the small body, causing Junzei to raise his scalpel several times, but to no avail. The brainworm Jun Yu had brought back crawled back and forth on the table, seemingly puzzled as to why the body before it wasn't the one it was meant for. This was bad. It couldn't return to the birthplace of life just to occupy a body. The feeling of watching a body, but being unable to occupy it was like a death sentence. The device in her brain has stopped functioning. Junzei bit his lower lip. It seems to have a unique mechanism. When a living organism loses its vital signs, the relevant components and circuitry should have burned out simultaneously. Master, are you sure a craniotomy is still necessary? If you can't, I can do it myself. Su Li's heart trembled as he spoke. Looking at the face before him, which was almost identical to Lightning's, he instinctively covered her cheek with a piece of cloth. Bite through the aorta, dying from blood-sucking. This wasn't the vampire of medieval legend. It was hard to imagine that in today's technologically advanced world, such a brutal act could exist. Humans who consume large amounts of blood suffer an iron overload, causing problems with various organs. Yet, the so-called owner was clearly alive and well. This could only mean that she had undergone some kind of special modification, allowing her to survive by absorbing nutrients from human blood. While surviving, she also failed to satisfy her own insane desires. Perhaps, devouring humans alive, like the Zerg, was the method she most desired to emulate. But for the sake of that damned ritual, she chose what she considered a more elegant method. At Su Li's command, the brainworm's mouthparts instantly pierced Lightning's head. Its sharp mouthparts circled the head, like a bottle opener, effortlessly prying open the lid. Su Li immediately spotted the sophisticated instrument that occupied nearly a quarter of the head's volume. It was the size of a fist, densely packed with capacitors and wires. Many electrodes even penetrated directly into the maid's brain. Junzei slowly reached out and retrieved it, placing it on the open space to the side. Using the terminal's light, she knelt on the ground and began to dismantle the explosive. The B-3452 explosive is extremely powerful. If it explodes, the shattered skull within a 3-meter radius could pierce ordinary armor. Junzei's words made Jun Quan gasp. The information Hong Ying reported explained it all. If Jun Shou hadn't brought back the little Shuguang, capable of freely traveling between areas, then the shabby house they were hiding in would likely be a wreck. Apart from this small piece of explosives, the rest are mostly control components. Based on the information currently available, there are 3 types: range sensing, automatic triggering, and passive triggering. All of these devices operate using bioelectricity. Junzei pointed to a small, burnt area. This should be the sensor element that provides real-time positioning. Logically, it's the last thing to be burned. With the demise of biological life, to prevent the explosives from causing a secondary detonation, the most effective method should be used to directly block the explosion. There's absolutely no need to go through this unnecessary process, adding another layer of complexity. Su Li took the circuit board, wiped the blood off it, and examined it carefully. The positioning device spanned the entire board. As Junzei had said, blocking the explosion only required a low-sensitivity resistor. However, the builder had forgone the simplest method and instead taken the long route, insisting on running it through the positioning device. Additionally, the replicas could only move within specific areas. Like those highly directional targets at a shooting range, Su Li glanced at the circuit board again with some uncertainty. He had learned mechanical principles over several lifetimes, and he was equally familiar with circuits. Just by looking at the board, he could imagine how it had operated before it burned out. A humanoid defense force capable of remote control, positioning, and autonomous assault. No matter how you look at it, positioning shouldn't be emphasized among the 3 functions. Unless its purpose is extremely clear, specifically to indicate a specific person or thing, to point them to a specific target. A maid, perhaps, wouldn't be very conspicuous. But with maids from the same batch and working on the same frequency gathered together, perhaps everything becomes more complicated. Then the question arises, who are they providing targets for? Sully paced back and forth in the small darkroom. The base's self-destruct device has still not been found, and now the manor has a new problem. Will can't move, at least not until the self-destruct device is found. And now, the owner of this manor seems to be shrouded in mystery as well. Who is she? She can use top-secret resources from a top-secret base to satisfy her own evil desires. Therefore, her status within the Divine Grace cult must be high. But what about Will, who can monitor the top-secret base? Sully suddenly realized that his journey had often relied on sheer luck. The blonde regal could leave the manor. What if she wasn't leaving to retrieve Sully's clone, but had some other purpose? For example, docking instructions, or perhaps the periodic rendezvous she needed with Will to ensure everything was functioning properly. Sully contacted Laziness directly, asking Jace if the ship would appear every month and a half before his own clone appeared. Jace's affirmative answer made Sully collapse back on the ground. They were handing over not only their clones, but also the key to the self-destruct mechanism. Mobilize a few medium-sized species and dig down. Deep down. I want to see what's down there. Not taking immediate action against the two people was his wisest decision. Sully had already anticipated what might be hidden below. But he remained steadfast, determined to get the Zerg underground to investigate. A high-ranking member of the Divine Grace cult, a core secret base. Two baits, brazenly displayed in plain sight, all to reel in a big fish from Longzhou. From the moment the Queen's so-called deal began, he had been in on the game. He had been in the game of the Enterprise Federation, the Divine Grace cult, and, equally, of Slaanesh. All three queens bore the aura of Ruazi. Slaanesh would know everything about them once they passed before him. He was wrong, excruciatingly wrong. It was true that the other party wanted to kill Ruazi, a fellow Slaanesh. But she wanted to kill someone even more. Perhaps someone who could curb her laziness. Chapter 416. Has she discovered Laziness's presence on Guanghua Star? Or, in other words, how long had her gaze lingered there? If she truly existed here, then Laziness's presence would have been obvious from the start. The Star Destroyer takes 3 minutes to prepare and fully energize. 3 minutes is enough time for Laziness, with its ability to travel through space, to escape. Does this layout still make sense? If it were me, what strategy would I devise to ensure a foolproof outcome? A large number of spatial stabilization devices. We need a large number of spatial stabilization devices that can be activated instantly. And these devices must be deployed in unexpected locations. Only in this way can we ensure that no one can escape this planet. Furthermore, we need a decoy. A decoy strong enough to place Laziness and me at the same location. Does this manner count? No, like the base, it's just a decoy for Slaanesh, a warning mechanism. If either of these were triggered, Guanghua Star might collapse into a black hole in a very short time. Sully frowned. What kind of bait could possibly have caused him and Laziness to appear in the same small area at the same time? In fact, they had already been in the same place back at the base. Slaanesh probably didn't expect them to infiltrate the entire base so quickly. Time waits for no one. The Special Forces divisions at the base are already being gradually replaced. It's only a matter of time before Will notices them. He's now desperate to bring both sides to an equal footing. Only then could he challenge the shadowy Slaanesh. A rat? He was indeed a rat now. But no one ever said rats couldn't sit at the table, whether Slaanesh was on Guanghua Star or not. With both sides now at loggerheads, what could he not gamble on? He was already trapped in the game, constrained at every turn. Might as well just flip the table. Laziness, activate Void Teleport immediately, and make an emergency escape off the planet. I'll have the transport ship waiting for you at a designated location. Leave now. Leave? My lord, what are you going to do then? All Cerebrate command will be handed over to Su San. Elite command authority will be delegated to Su Air. I only have one question for you. Will the Cerebrate army be controlled by Slaanesh? As long as I break through to the Emperor level, she won't be able to control it. In his mind, Laziness suddenly felt a surge of excitement. Is she finally going to be useful? No, she meant that she could have a taste too. The next second, the small tree's roots suddenly grew stronger, and the roots connected to Lazy instantly expanded, radiating the high-intensity genetic sequences from Su Li's genes, mingled with the energy of the source crystal. Sloth, currently teleporting through the void, stumbled and fell out of the void tunnel. She waved her arms in space with her claws bared, and her entire body instantly expanded. Giant wings, covering the sky and the sun, spread out, scattering a drizzle of golden dust with each flap. Across her abdomen, golden lines gradually covered her body. An imperial-level pressure emanated from her. Under the blinding golden light, the starry sky was momentarily eclipsed. The violent watering from the small tree hadn't even given her time to comprehend everything in Su Li's genes before her own realm was shattered, sending her to the early stages of the Emperor level. She didn't linger. To her, Su Li's orders were everything. Laziness once again broke through the void tunnel and sped towards the designated coordinates. In the dark room, Su Li immediately contacted Han Hai. High-frequency signals couldn't maintain contact, so he simply gave Han Hai a coordinate and told her to have Yihua select a few skilled personnel. As Su Li hung up the phone, 3 mecha girls gathered in the dark room. Even if they couldn't guess Su Li's thoughts, they clearly realized something was amiss. The fact that Su Li had been able to transfer personnel from Lingsue Star meant he was preparing for another major disturbance. As expected, after closing the terminal, Su Li immediately closed his eyes. He connected with Su Air's mind and ordered the Zerg to dig downwards with all their might. There are many ways to quietly eliminate everyone, but the most convenient is an inactivated Star Destroyer energy dump. There are other bases on this planet. Even if it's just an abandoned base, he must find it in advance. Su-san also began to search the soldiers' memories extensively. Outbound messages were reorganized and sorted out one by one. In the base's darkroom, following Jace's report, the intelligence team specialists finally found their own tasks. For a moment, they were all a little tearful. Who could possibly know what kind of life they were living here day by day? Either sleeping in a bug nest or watching a bunch of bugs having a wild party. They couldn't survive a single day like this. Who could have imagined that their mortal enemy on the battlefield would now be sleeping peacefully beside their bed? The key problem was, they never slept peacefully, their voices constantly rustling beside their ears. Opening their eyes, they were met with either the ferocious mouthparts of insects or the long, hair-covered legs of the Zerg. Each hair was as hard as steel needles, and every time it scraped across their cheeks, it felt like a nail board scraping across their faces. Thankfully, they were finally free. The Legion commander finally understood that the intelligence specialist's specific role was to analyze intelligence, not to feed the worms for him. While they fed the lazy food, they often ended up in their own mouths. The problem was that the environment in the Zerg hive was simply too oppressive. Even in an online game, you never knew whether the enemy was human or insect. Pieces of intelligence were rapidly sifted through, and the entire darkroom was too small for the intelligence specialist's wandering figures. Jay simply vacated his office and had a group of intelligence officers squat on the command desk. Looking at the virtual image of the planet, they began analyzing the possible location of the base. It won't take long. It's unlikely that a large number of people would come and go. While we don't know exactly what they're hiding, the level of secrecy must be extremely high. It's unlikely that ordinary soldiers were involved. If they were, they'd likely been eliminated. Keep an eye on those who haven't returned from outings. I need detailed information on their most recent mission. And there's the Special Forces Division. Besides lazing with the manor, they probably have sporadic outings. Focus on investigating those first. Hurry! Get moving! The Corps Commander only gave us 1 day. But I'm telling you, I'll only give you half a day. If you can't come up with a rough outline in half a day, go back and sleep with the bugs. The squad leader's words made all the intelligence officers quicker. Thankfully, they were only sorting through the intelligence, not sending them out on an investigation. With access to every soldier's memory, sorting through this kind of intelligence would undoubtedly be much easier. Even if it is like looking for a needle in a haystack, they will find it within half a day and show it to Su Li. Chapter 417. The June sisters suddenly sensed a long-lost burst of energy from Su Li. Even though they weren't connected to him, they could feel Su Li's adrenaline surging. His mind was hyperactive, his fingers flicking rapidly as he stared at the terminal in his hand. Master, are we storming the manor? Junyu gently gripped the longbow on his back. At Su Li's command, she would charge out immediately, unleashing a single arrow. If anyone in this manor were left alive, she would lose. Wait! Whether it's the manor or the base, there's no need to panic. We're not in a rush. We should still have time. As long as we don't expose ourselves, we should have plenty of time. He flipped through the terminal. If a large number of soldiers were involved in deploying the Star Destroyer reactor, they would inevitably face mass extermination. Pay attention to the clone transfers. Besides my own clones, there should be a large number of clones being transported to other locations. Check their movements. Su Li's intuition told him he had it. He would soon find clues to their specific deployment. This time, if he could capitalize on the timing, he might be able to pull off a big payday. It was true that he was weak, but he could proudly say that he was undoubtedly the most promising pilot in Longo in the past 100 years. After all, he could now command not only the Mechs but also the Zerg. High-ranking Zerg were inherently arrogant. Even if they knew he possessed the ability to control Zerg, they probably wouldn't take it seriously. Perhaps in Slaanish's eyes, she could seize the authority of even the lowest-ranking queens at any moment. Then, come on! Let's see if she can truly plunder. Let's see if she can truly hold back and not take the blame herself. He suddenly understood Gao Mingrui and Eve's intentions. There was no need to follow the enemy's designated route. Why should he bite the hook just because the enemy had placed the bait? Perhaps all he needed was a pair of scissors. Scissors that could cut the fishing line. Looking at the mecha girl before him, he smiled slowly. If it were any other mecha girl, he might not have had a very good solution. But with the June sisters around, it would be much easier. The intelligence team's analysis scope narrowed further, and they soon identified more than a dozen movement paths. At the exit of the insect nest, small species, laden with larvae, fluttered their wings and began to explore along the movement path. Medium and large species also swarmed out of the insect nest, taking advantage of the night to move towards several mark points. In Xiao Shuguang's bedroom, she rolled over comfortably. The sweet taste filling her mouth gave her a rare sweet dream. Lightning stood by the bed, a strand of hair on her head swaying involuntarily like an antenna. Jun Shou stared at her hair, wanting to pull it off. Can you stop that thing on your head for a moment? Lightning turned, his expression grave. No, it's an early warning antenna. Once its owner makes a decision, it'll start moving like crazy. Junwei was stunned. She had never heard of a core contract having such an effect. Could this be the legendary bond of the core contract? Especially with her provocative expression, she looked incredibly infuriating. Really? Hee, none of you have this ability, right? That only proves one thing. Your connection with the Master isn't deep enough. Unlike us, we're already connected heart to heart. Then what do you think the Master is thinking right now? Faced with Jun Shou's questioning, Lightning shook his head, then glanced at the slightly raised hairs on his arms. He said firmly, Ultimate 1-for-1. Jun Shou's scalp tingled. What the hell is this Ultimate 1-for-1? Slaanish has appeared. Her heart tightened slightly, and she instinctively tried to teleport, but Lightning grabbed her. Don't panic, the exchange hasn't started yet. Determination. Determination, you know? I feel the Master's determination. Jun Shou, If that's what you mean, then she feels it too. Not just Su Li, but she too. Ever since following Su Li, she's always given her all, from saving the day in the most critical moments to launching powerful assaults in every battle. How often had she not wished she could risk her life in battle? Determination? She suspected her master was simply determined from head to toe. If only he had a little more heart, something like a deep connection, she could have it too. If a woman doesn't get drunk, a man has no chance. How many times had she gotten drunk herself? From tipsy to completely drunk, she'd taken more detours than she suffered. Every time she grasped his warm hand with deep desire, he'd subconsciously say, open up. If he just said take off your armor, would she have watched Lightning smugly here? This kind of I have you in me wasn't what she wanted. The two-person journey hadn't lasted long before it became a six-person journey. Now, Lightning is being added to the mix. If this continues, won't Hongying, Han Hai, Heiyu, and even 038 be squeezed in? What kind of personal space will she have then? What? Combined mecha girls have no human rights? Jun Shou grew increasingly angry as she thought about it. She couldn't understand how all those who acted alone were being eaten up. The only thing that comforted her was that none of the five sisters succeeded. What kind of world is this? She, such an invincible, young, and beautiful girl, couldn't compete with a mecha girl, and she couldn't even compete with a bug. The ahog on Lightning's head suddenly began to spin rapidly. Anxiety washed over Hongying's face. Sister Lightning, what's going on? Lightning clutched his stomach with a serious expression. I only ate a few cookies today. I'm hungry. Junwei rolled his eyes and opened his void arsenal. Braised pig's trotters, braised duck feet, and some grilled insect legs. Which one do you want? Lightning's eyes widened at that. Junwei, our relationship has finally faded. You're asking me which one? Can I have them all? She poked her head into the arsenal and began rummaging through it. Boxes of braised pig's trotters and braised duck feet were thrown out of the void arsenal. She stretched her mouth wide to bite into 3 grilled insect legs, then filled a stainless steel basin with instant noodles and grabbed a bottle of lubricant. Watching Lightning expertly unwrap the noodles and drop them into the basin, then run for the kettle, Junwei's eyelids twitched. If they didn't follow, Lightning would either starve to death or die on his way to starvation every time he went out on a mission. A bowl overflowing with instant noodles, braised duck feet, and braised pig's trotters were piled high. A bright red head was hidden behind the pile of food. With the crisp sound of a bottle being opened, a soft sigh of satisfaction echoed from behind the vast amount of food. On the small bed, Xiao Shuguang's nose twitched slightly, and she opened her eyes drowsily. She felt as if she had dreamed of the legendary heaven, or perhaps the legendary hell. After all, the bowl full of food she had never seen before was disappearing at an incredible speed. As everyone knows, there probably weren't such gluttonous demons in heaven. She even saw a sharp red horn standing upright behind the disappearing food. Chapter 418. Dogs, generally speaking, are protective of their food. Hong Ying silently took 2 steps back, looking at the bowl of food with a slight pang of frustration. This large bowl was probably only enough for Lightning to fill. She already been a voracious eater when she was S rank, and now that she was SS rank, her appetite had skyrocketed. But considering she was on an undercover mission, and in the enemy camp, perhaps, she might moderate her appetite a bit. Going hungry wasn't a pleasant feeling. This was a habit Lightning had picked up during her time at the club. There was no way around it. She never won a single match, and the only food she could eat was the leftovers after everyone else had eaten. So of all things, a full meal was the most important. Su Li had given her the recognition she longed for most in her life. She wanted to eat every meal well, and Su Li had agreed. She was simply putting her dreams into action. But her original dream had long since shifted from gaining recognition to being with him through thick and thin, forever inseparable. But that didn't conflict with a full meal. Eat. What are you looking at me for? Lightning spat out the pig's trotter bones, and instead chewed the duck's feet until they were crunchy. The salty, spicy duck meat became more and more fragrant with each chew, and she couldn't help but pick up her rice bowl and slurp down the soup and noodles. Her cheeks puffed up, and her jaws trembled rapidly. All they could hear was a series of crunching sounds, and they couldn't even see how she chewed as the bite of food slipped down her throat. Jun Shou took a braised duck's foot, and had just opened the package when she met Lightning's piercing gaze. She grinned, a look of resignation on her face. Here. All for you. You clearly had no intention of giving it to someone, yet you insisted on saying that. And then, they actually took it, and you glared. Xiao Shuguang slowly approached. Only when she got closer did she realize that behind the steel basin was Lightning, the man who had given her a pile of candy. She rubbed her sleepy eyes. Sure enough, he didn't really like sweets. It was the first time she'd seen someone eat from a basin. The stainless steel basin was even bigger than her wash basin. Pathetic? Probably pathetic. She didn't quite understand the meaning of the word, but she still felt sorry for Su Li. A maid who ate so much was probably not easy to support. Unlike her master, who always stayed in the bedroom, Lightning's master was probably always busy. Otherwise, he might not be able to support her. Xiao Shuguang glanced around, and suddenly realized that her remaining cookies might not last a month. Over 30 pieces wouldn't even be enough for Lightning to fill his mouth. You guys, are you such big eaters? Jun Shou quickly shook his head. I'm small, so I probably only eat half as much as Lightning. Little Shuguang's eyes widened involuntarily. So Su Li is indeed a good master. At least here, a maid who eats so much wouldn't survive long. Then your master is really good to you. The last batch of maids who ate so much were all executed by the master. Lightning paused his gluttony and glanced up at little Shuguang. Try some. Seriously, once you try it, you'll understand why I eat so much. Because this stuff is truly delicious. Lightning glanced at the mess before her, and shoved the pile of duck food directly in front of Xiao Shuguang. It was truly remarkable that she was so generous. Xiao Shuguang hesitated for a moment, but under Lightning's encouraging gaze, she picked up a duck neck, tore open the package, and, imitating Lightning's example, stuffed it into her mouth. She felt a sudden spiciness rush to her head. It came so suddenly, so unexpected. A trickle of saliva dripped from the corner of her mouth, but she quickly swallowed it back, covering her mouth with her upper lip, looking incredibly adorable. Hong Ying quickly handed over a carton of milk, opened the package, and handed it to Xiao Shuguang. Hurry! Have a sip. Sister Lightning, she's still a child. Then have this. It's not spicy. Lightning pushed over the spiced duck feet. Seeing Xiao Shuguang's adorable appearance, she felt a strong desire to share. She didn't know if it was because she was so adorable, or because her face resembled Eve, but she always wanted to tease her. The three mecha girls began to circle around Xiao Shuguang, watching her struggle to endure the spiciness, and couldn't help but criticize Lightning. Lightning shrugged nonchalantly and, while munching on some noodles, casually asked, "By the way, Xiao Shuguang, what did you just say?" Xiao Shuguang took a sip of milk, feeling the spiciness subside in her mouth, before opening her mouth and saying, "I heard that the last batch of maids in the manor who ate so much were all executed by their master." Jun Shou's hand froze slightly, as he wiped Xiao Shuguang's sweat. "Have you ever seen a maid as gluttonous as Lightning?" Xiao Shuguang shook her head slightly. "No. I saw it in a notebook. A notebook left behind by previous Eves. It's filled with precautions. As long as you follow what's written, you'll most likely live a peaceful life." The truth told by that small voice was heartbreaking. Her life was completely controlled, even down to her death. Perhaps in such an environment, even possessing one's own thoughts and consciousness is a luxury. It is precisely because of these thoughts and consciousness that one feels lost and strangely helpless. When thoughts become shackles and consciousness becomes a cage, the meaning of life becomes undefined. Then one becomes unnecessary, and all that remains is utter emptiness. Those edible maids are different from me. They have towering mechas. They're said to be able to fly. I never understand. They already have wings, so why don't they fly out of this cage? Since they can fly, then the world is vast. As long as we work hard enough, we can always find new hope. Little Shuguang looked at Jun Shou, who was standing nearby. "Sister Jun Shou, can you get enough food where you're coming from?" "I think so. I never seen anything like what Sister Lightning eats in the manor. Since there are more than one place where you can get enough food, why do they have wings, but die in this cage instead of flying out?" Jun Shou was silent. Of course, they didn't fly out because they were bound by the shackles in their hearts. But she didn't feel like explaining it to little Shuguang anymore. All the mecha girls present had heard the key to her words. Those edible maids all had towering mechas that could fly. But not only did they not fly away, they were actually executed. The ahog on Lightning's head twitched slightly, as he devoured the last of the noodles in the bowl and burped. "Little Dawn, do you know where they died?" Little Dawn nodded. "I know. In the abandoned manor to the north, there's a massive tunnel leading deep underground." Chapter 419. The three elements of a corporate federation manor. An ancient castle, a great barber, and an abandoned tunnel. No matter the intrigues within the castle, or the romance beneath the great barber, they all seem destined to end up in the tunnels. "No, we can't go there. There are man-eating monsters." "Lots of monsters." Little Shuguang's face was filled with fear of the unknown. Using her hands and feet, she tried to convey to everyone through body language that this place was a dangerous place. She had never actually seen a monster, but in her imagination, they were raised to punish the maids for their gluttony. She didn't want them to go, because even in their brief time together, she could sense their genuine affection for her. And this affection had quietly become the very meaning of her existence. Suli looked at the little creature before her, and reached out to rub her head. "Don't worry. It's okay. Even if there are giant monsters inside, we're not afraid." Then I'll come too." Her resolute voice made the mechanics in the tool room raise their heads. Going along despite knowing the danger was truly remarkable in this impersonal manner. But she most likely couldn't go. Due to the limitations of the chip in her brain, she was also confined to a specific area. The circuit board, which took up nearly a quarter of her head's volume, was impossible to remove with existing means. Just as Suli was about to refuse, Lightning slapped Regal's butt and, from her void arsenal, pulled out a helmet that was more than double the size. It was covered in a tangled mess of loose wires, looking incredibly ugly. Two antennas stuck up high, making the entire helmet resemble a hairy fly's head. Looking at this red, giraffe thing, Suli almost doubted his eyes. What the hell is this? Having earned perfect marks in his mechanical engineering degree, he felt his scalp tingle at the sight of this aesthetically pleasing device, with its haphazard wiring. Lightning opened his eyes wide. "A jammer. I designed it myself. Super high-powered. Forget a tiny chip, even a high-frequency signal transmitter. Once it's covered, it won't send out any signal." Jun Shou's eyes widened, and he pointed at the helmet in Lightning's hand, his face filled with disbelief. "So it was you. I told you that giant fly wasn't just an illusion. Master, she was clinging to the refrigerator door in the middle of the night to steal food. I thought some queen wasn't properly managed, so I went into the breeding room and whipped everyone." You can just eat? Why are you wearing something like that on your head?" Faced with Jun Shou's questioning, Lightning smacked his lips in disdain. Nonsense! If I weren't wearing this thing, wouldn't you have spotted me immediately? Junsho gaped, speechless. Did she spot her through signals? She spotted that oversized head instantly. Especially since this thing wasn't even properly adapted. As she moved, her head moved wildly up and down, left and right, like a red-headed fly washing its face. What's the strength of the mecha girl? Isn't it visually enhanced motion capture? Let's just happily decide. One less lightning in the manor means one less Eve. As she spoke, she buckled the massive helmet onto Xiao Shuguang's head. The massive helmet couldn't even hold up her tiny head. Only by hunching her shoulders did she manage to keep the helmet from sliding down. Lightning untangled the tangled straps and secured the helmet in place as Xiao Shuguang stared in astonishment. The group huddled in Xiao Shuguang's bedroom, and Junsho immediately placed his hands on her. Lightning crouched down, giving Xiao Shuguang a deep look. Press this button, and little Eve of the manor will die. In her place, a brand new dawn will emerge. Xiao Shuguang, are you ready? Xiao Shuguang left her seat, and once again pulled the stool from under the bed. She took out a small bag and filled it with all the cookies and candies. After a moment's hesitation, she opened a small drawer and placed half the candies inside. Why not take them all? Little Shuguang, wearing a massive helmet, said without turning back, we have to leave a little hope for the next Eve. She pulled out a dusty notebook, carefully wrote a sentence with a pencil, and then returned the notebook to the compartment between the closets. I'm ready. She adjusted her helmet, a look of determination on her face. Junsho's blue aura enveloped her and Suli, and Lightning instantly activated the button on the helmet. A faint blue arc flashed, and as Suli stared in shock, the helmet emitted a puff of green smoke and turned even redder. Before he could raise any doubts, the void teleportation had already begun. With a sense of space tearing, he opened his eyes again to a deserted manor. Before Suli could even find his balance, he turned to look at Lightning. His face was visibly panicked. That was smoke. He had seen it with his own eyes, coming out of something attached to a person's head. Are you sure yours is okay? Lightning stared at Xiao Shuguang and nodded. Xiao Shuguang nodded in return. It should be fine. If it were, my head would explode. She lifted her helmet and spoke lightly. Lightning patted her chest, letting it sway. I personally tested this many times. This is the product of my 132nd test. Suli didn't comment. He felt that if he looked at it any longer, he would be tempted to smash it to pieces and build a new one. In the deserted manor, the withered grapevine swayed gently in the breeze, catching the first rays of morning sun. Everywhere he looked, he saw nothing but devastation. The broken boulder bore clear signs of weathering. With no human presence, everything here seemed particularly desolate. The weed-covered ground was dotted with tiny insects, and only a few grayish-colored birds rummaged through the grass, searching for early-rising insects. Further north, the notes say the passageway's entrance is directly east of the fountain, where the first rays of morning light cast their shadows, and the night spears shine. Lightning, upon hearing this, soared skyward. The bright red mech instantly unfolded, hovering in midair, and began to survey the abandoned manor. In the center of the courtyard, a statue of a goddess stood still, catching Lightning's attention. She circled toward the statue and, as expected, found the fountain immediately. Little Shuguang felt a deep throbbing in her heart. Nothing could have shocked her more than seeing Lightning unfold before her. It turned out that everything in the diary, everything in her memory, was true. It turns out that they really have wings and can fly to any sky they want. Chapter 420. She too had wings. Though only in memories, or in those indistinguishable dreams. Lightning had said that when one is afraid, it's best to hold a piece of candy in one's mouth, at least it can sweeten one's heart. She adjusted the helmet on her head, pulled a piece of candy from her pocket, and popped it into her mouth. It was one of those hard, multi-layered candies, and the initial kiwi flavor didn't particularly appeal to her. A massive, horizontal steel door was slowly pulled open by two mechas, revealing a deep cavern within with a sharp, grinding sound. 30 meters wasn't much for mechas. Suli climbed directly into Lightning's cockpit, then had Junsho and Little Shuguang climb into Regal's. Several mechas leapt down, and beneath the glow of the searchlights, an immensely spacious platform was revealed. With a few hand gestures, the mecha girls instantly assumed combat positions. The lights illuminated the entire platform, illuminating it like daylight. The concrete walls had begun to crack, with thick rebar exposed in some places. It was clear that this facility had existed for a long time. The various alloy materials lining the interior had been largely removed. Even the support columns in many key locations had been largely dismantled. Master, Something's not right here. The oxygen level is a bit excessive. It doesn't seem like the concentration expected underground. The beam of light shone across the wall, revealing the large scratches there, causing Suli to narrow his eyes. Those weren't marks made by Zerg. Instead, they resembled those of some unusual beast. He controlled lightning and walked forward, stroking the scratch, which was as large and wide as lightning's palm. In the Regal's cockpit, Xiao Shuguang stared intently at the synchronized images on the screen before her. The dilapidated, old base was a scene of various instruments and motors stacked together. Tracks even lay on the ground, and at the end of the light, the traces of several railcars could be vaguely seen. Everything she saw was new and novel. From the massive fuselage that commanded her gaze to the horizon, to the various instruments in the cockpit. Her little head spun constantly, and her enormous red helmet swayed with it. Junshou carried her into the pilot's seat, tightening the seatbelts until they were both securely in place. Only then did he glance at the helmet. Admittedly, it was useful, but also quite a nuisance. Xiao Shuguang was oblivious. She simply tightened her seatbelt. Having never left the manor before, she was intensely curious about everything she saw. Watching her knuckles turn white from excessive exertion, Junshou slowly released energy, enveloping her entire body. It's truly dangerous in here. Eve left a warning, saying one could hear the roars of wild beasts. Her words echoed through the communication channel. Suli had no doubts. The ferocious claw marks before him spoke for themselves. And so many mecha girls perished here, they couldn't have died of starvation. The entire platform wasn't worth exploring, so the mechas, with steady steps, slowly advanced inward. On the wide track, the open-top railcar was enormous. Lightning leaned over, placed his hand on the carriage, and with a slight push of the thrusters, the massive railcar began to slowly move forward. The wheels and tracks are locked. The exact length of the slope ahead is unknown. Lightning, get on board and stand guard. Junquan pushed the cart. Looking at the railcar, which looked like a minecart, Suli immediately ordered the crew to board. Several mech girls jumped into the massive railcar. Junquan and Junyu placed their hands on the rear and began to slowly push. When the slope finally began to tilt, the two mechs also jumped into the car. Suli swung his sword, severing the tow rope at the rear. Under the influence of gravity, the massive railcar began to slowly accelerate. In the pitch-black tunnel, nothing was clear. Besides the clatter of the railcar against the rails, the only sound was the whistling wind. Dense spider webs covered the entire tunnel. The searchlights repeatedly swept the surroundings, but apart from the walls, not even a single fork in the road could be seen. Suli, driving the lightning, stood at the center of the group, one hand on the railcar's brakes, his head raised as he surveyed the tunnel. Bang! With each soft sound, the railcar gradually gained speed. While not up to par with the average mecha, its current speed was considered high for a railcar. Too fast. Little Shuguang's face paled, as she watched the scenery rapidly recede before her eyes. She had never experienced such speed before. Especially in the empty carriage, with no place to grab onto anything, she could only cling to her seatbelt tightly, staring at Junwei's hand holding onto the frame. You're just so casually leaning on the edge? Are you serious? If anything were to happen, she could be thrown off the train at any moment. If she were trapped inside, could she even get out? A somewhat dilapidated mecha suddenly appeared before everyone's eyes. Lightning had already noticed its presence from over 100 meters away. The rusted mecha was no longer recognizable, but its presence, lying across the tracks, still made Suli instinctively apply the brakes. The brake pads and wheels rubbed against each other, sending up orange sparks. Over 100 meters away, it was impossible to stop the car. But Suli didn't expect to be able to do so. He just wanted to slow the car down a bit to prepare for the coming impact. Hold on. Be alert. We reached a possible enemy contact area. He shifted his entire mecha's center of gravity backward, and just as he finished speaking, the railcar and the mecha collided. Little Shuguang felt a tremendous force, and even though she was mentally prepared, she covered her eyes with fear. But the collision happened in a split second. The railcar didn't even pause, pushing the mech forward in its designated direction. The harsh grinding sound lasted only 3 seconds before the mech's wreckage was already pushed off the tracks. Really? It's all true. Sister Junshou. Did you see it? I saw the hole in the mech. Junshou didn't answer. Not only did she see it, everyone on the railcar saw it. The ferocious claws even scratched through the mech's outer armor. The diamond-shaped holes instantly perked everyone up. Prepare your weapons. Armor-piercing rounds. It seems our friends have finally noticed we have guests. A roar echoed from the depths of the tunnel, causing Xiao Shuguang to shudder. The voice was resounding, and even a hint of urgency could be heard in it. They were hospitable. After all, no one had been home for a long time. Chapter 421. In the cockpit, Jun Shou instantly closed his eyes. The void arsenal opened, and over 20 shields appeared around the railcar, circling it. Jun Wei even placed spears on the front of the vehicle, forcibly ramming it. Don't be afraid, little Shuguang. This is just the beginning. In the tunnel, roars echoed one after another, and gradually, countless tiny footsteps could be heard along the tunnel. It was the sound of countless giant beasts charging forward. What the hell are these bastards working on all day? The first giant beast appeared, its sturdy arms resting on the ground, running faster than anything on 4 legs. It was practically leaping forward. Each time it lifted its arms, it could cover a vast distance. Its massive body had already reached a height of over 10 meters, its sharp fangs bared, its wiry muscles bulging. Not only was its hair unusually profuse, but flesh had already begun to fester in many places, further fueling its ferocity. It had been a long time since any outsider had appeared here. Even before it even got close, the mecha girls could already smell the stench of decaying flesh. Death and life intertwined, making it extremely difficult to define its true existence. The behemoth's entire body was finally illuminated by the searchlight, and the white maggots wriggling in its wounds were clearly visible. Its eyes were grayish-white, its long life in the burrow having rendered them useless. However, its hearing was exceptionally developed, with 2 ears sticking out high on either side of its cheeks. The moment this creature, neither gorilla nor dog, appeared, Su Li erupted in curse words. It didn't matter who had derailed. What mattered was that, without a word, it swung its massive fist and charged at the railcar. The massive figure soared into the air, just avoiding the spear Jun Wei had placed before the car. If it had come down, it would have struck Su Li squarely on the head. He had no idea how powerful a full-strength blow would be, and he didn't want to know. Su Li completely released the brake handle and thrust the spear in his hand, giving it a suspended force. The next second, the massive body leaped over the railcar and landed heavily on the tracks behind it. The spear tip lacerated the wound, spilling a torrent of dirty blood mixed with writhing white maggots onto the carriage. Jun Quan took one look and instinctively tilted her head. She had seen a lot of things, had killed countless insects. But to be fair, in her eyes, maggots and insects weren't the same species. Little Shuguang felt his hair stand on end as he watched the squirming white maggots in the carriage. While lightning spear strike had been appropriately impressive, that's one thing, but being disgusting is another. The sleek mecha and the ferocious beast formed a stark contrast at that moment. On one side was civilization and order, on the other, hysterical madness. Master, can you save 2 of these things and fry them? Lightning's timely words rang out, and Junquan could no longer suppress the urge to vomit. He tilted his head and vomited into his cockpit. Her diet was gradually evolving away from that of a normal person and towards something more exotic. The beast behind him wasn't dead. It seemed to have heard Lightning's words. It rolled over on the ground to absorb the impact, then charged toward the railcar again. Hong Ying's rotary machine gun finally opened fire. Blue flames, mixed with a barrage of bullets, poured down on the pursuing beasts. Armor-piercing rounds pierced their bodies, sending splatters of blood flying. The machine guns in front also opened fire. The entire train car's heavy artillery began pouring out ammunition. More hybrids were approaching. Little Shuguang's head spun constantly. She wished she had more eyes, so she could fully grasp the battle. The pounding of her heart reminded her once again that she was truly alive at this moment. None of the beasts had intact fur, and their torsos were covered in hideous wounds. It was obvious that even when no one was around, they never stopped fighting. The wounds spurted blood with their violent movements, but even so, they charged towards the railcar without hesitation. It was as if they weren't the ones injured at all. The original species of the beasts were no longer recognizable. Aside from 2 or 3 that resembled werewolves, the rest possessed characteristics of multiple animals. They had the long beak of an anteater, combined with the body of a bear, or perhaps a dog with cat ears, and horns that should have been on a sheep were instead on a monkey. This eclectic mix of animals made everyone hold their breath. The only thing they had in common was their enormous size and blindness. Bang! A shotgun blast shattered the stomach of one animal, sending its body flying off the train and crashing into the gorilla behind them. It stumbled and fell, giving Hong Ying an opportunity to fire a burst of machine gun fire, shattering its skull. Hit their heads. Hit their heads. Their heads are their weak point. Can you please stop talking nonsense? My head is my weak point too. 400mm armor-piercing rounds are a bit underpowered. Use a large-caliber shotgun. One shot kills a friend. Can you sisters shoot them beforehand? Don't let their blood leak into the carriage. Ugh. I can't take it anymore. The monarch's golden mech began to shake like a sieve as it fired. It seemed that if she shook fast enough, the white maggots wouldn't be able to get to her. The melodious sound, even the sound of vomiting, had a hint of tea. The constant shaking caused the railcar, even with its locked wheels, to sway from side to side. If you keep shaking, get out and push the cart. Jun Wei slapped Jun Quan on the back of the head. Stop pretending to be innocent. You have the highest caliber weapon of the bunch. Jun Quan suppressed the urge to vomit, raised her handheld grenade launcher, and fired the trigger towards the distance. A violent explosion echoed, and a fine mist of blood covered her head and face. A half-severed maggot squirmed on the shoulder of the golden mech, causing Jun Quan to instinctively wince and swallow the vomit that was already on the verge of her mouth. Swallowed by a wave of annoyance, she tossed the grenade launcher into the carriage and set up her energy weapon. A blue light instantly illuminated the carriage, and she raised the thick muzzle above her head, unleashing a barrage of faith fire. A blinding blue beam of light brushed past Lightning's scalp and shot toward the distant tunnel. With a change of angle, it severed the behemoths in a straight line. Fuck. I'll take the lead. These guys can't even recognize their own mothers. If I don't beat the shit out of them, I'll be called June. Curled in the cockpit, little Shuguang suddenly felt that her side wasn't so civilized and lawful. At least Jun Quan had shown her what it meant to be two-faced. Chapter 422. A sharp crash echoed, and the golden shield suddenly buckled from the impact. They spun to dissipate the force, causing the behemoths above them to lose their footing. As they struggled and swayed, their sharp nails scratched and dented the ground. The sound, like scraping against a blackboard, made the hairs on everyone's face stand on end. The huge shells ejected from the gun chambers, tumbling across the carriage with a trail of smoke. The roar of gunfire made Xiao Shuguang's ears ring. Their coordination was truly excellent. After the initial panic, she realized that the only thing that could enter the carriage was warm blood and wriggling white maggots. The behemoth's roars, from excitement to anger, and then from anger to powerlessness. On the rapidly moving train, everyone focused on their own direction. One figure remained stationary, holding a spear and controlling the situation. Every swing of that sharp weapon defied the sudden crisis. Xiao Shuguang clutched his seatbelt tightly, feeling his heart threatening to leap out of his throat. This was a mecha, a real mecha. The streamlined exterior armor was a vibrant crimson, dripping blood all over the mecha. As the mecha's surface heated up, faint heat waves could be seen rising from its sides. He stuck the mecha's legs into the shallow grooves in the carriage, using them for leverage. The entire railcar moved forward for at least 3 kilometers without moving a foot. Don't be afraid. This is nothing. Xiao Shuguang's eyes widened. A little thing? This tunnel is almost full of behemoths, and you still call it a little thing? Can't you see the increasing amount of mecha wreckage on both sides of the tunnel? The terrifying figures of the behemoths made Xiao Shuguang wish she could curl up in a cocoon. But to the equally massive mechas, these beasts weren't even a formidable match. The Zerg swarms on the battlefield were numerous, many times their size, and their armor was so thick that smaller weapons were barely effective. And these enemies, which could be dealt with by small caliber weapons, were only comparable in strength to smaller species at best. Their pride and strength and agility paled in their eyes. Their only commendable quality was their sharp claws. Master, can you charge? The numbers are growing, and it's getting frustrating. Hold on. Hold on. We don't know what's going on down there, so be cautious. The railcar suddenly jerked, and Regal swept his spear, sweeping away the behemoths attached to it. With a flick of his telekinesis, more than a dozen spears shot out, pinning each behemoth to the wall. A roar echoed throughout the tunnel. The beasts suddenly realized that the intruders into their lair weren't so-called food, but rather a group of cold-blooded butchers. A massive beast, its fangs bared, leaped towards the center of the carriage while Junwei dodged. A large red hand immediately laid on its head, grasping the hair by the scalp and slamming it against the steel of the carriage. Sharp fangs pierced the ground at Junwei's feet, causing Xiao Shuguang's eyes to roll back. Jun Shou, frightened, quickly pinched her philtrum. Lightning crushed the beast's skull with a kick, grabbed its spine, and flung it out. The massive beast tumbled through the tunnel, slamming into the wall, sending a blinding spray of blood. Lightning exemplified the aesthetics of violence to its fullest. Anyone willing to push the car? It's too slow. Not even 60. I can go twice as fast even for a short walk. I'll push it. Smash those sons of bitches. Hong Ying flipped over and deployed the flight module. A dazzling blue flame erupted, instantly increasing the speed of the railcar dramatically. Dazzling flame shot out from the contact surface between the wheels and the track. The old axles, long neglected, had dried up the oil. Pour a bucket of lubricant. The axles can't handle this speed. Lightning bent down and pried open the floor, forcing the steel plate back. Junza immediately knelt on the carriage and poured mecha-grade lubricant onto the wheels. No one knew if it would work, but even water would provide some lubrication. Sully felt the railcar's speed increase by more than 2 times, accelerating even faster. He instinctively pulled the brake lever, but found no sign of slowing down. Only then did he remember that the railcar's brake pads were attached to the wheels. With all that splashing, it all went right onto the brake pads. Everyone, there's good news and bad news. Our speed has increased significantly, but unfortunately, we don't have brakes anymore. In the cockpit, Lightning turned around. Master, what's the bad news? She'd been a pilot for so many years, and having brakes made little difference. Would the lack of brakes affect her chances of becoming a champion? Sully freed his hand and spanked her, but causing her face to flush slightly, and she subconsciously moved her butt back. Inside the carriage, Junsho watched the bright red mech thrust its rear end back, his eyebrows twitching. No! The situation isn't critical right now, but can you please be mindful of the situation? The carriage's shaking grew more and more intense. As the speed increased, the protective buckle shot out dazzling flames at the slightest curve. One by one, the mech girls appeared around the curve, frantically leaning in the opposite direction to apply counterforce to the railcar. No need to go any faster. Any faster, and little Shugwang will faint. What's fainting about? She's got Eve's blood in her bones. But she's not Eve's age after all. Sister, I heard you. Are you saying the governor is old? A frown crossed Junsho's forehead. She couldn't control Junwei to fight Jun Quan now, or else she would have to tell him why the flowers were so red. Woohoo! Junzei gripped the joystick excitedly. The feeling of riding in a railcar in a tunnel was simply wonderful. Simply manipulating her weapon, she could dispatch her enemies with ease, a thrill far superior to curling up in a bug nest playing video games. Xiao Shugwang, I already got 132 kills. Xiao Shugwang no longer gripped the seatbelt. She clutched Junsho's arm tightly, doubting for the first time whether she had made the right decision to follow him out. Everyone has their own choices, and once they made them, they can't regret them. Because even if they did, there's no cure. Keep on following the path you've chosen, even if it means suffering a heart attack from the sheer excitement. Junsho, you be gentle. She struggled to utter a single word. If she didn't struggle, Junsho would have knocked her front teeth out. Chapter 423. In the tunnel, a continuous clatter of violent impacts filled the air. The stacked giant beasts transformed into deceleration devices, laid on the rails, and were smashed into a pulp. Their evolution had clearly neglected their brains. Their immense weight and breakneck speed meant that even their massive size was no match for the railcar's impact. Pieces of flesh and blood smeared the tunnel walls, emitting a strong stench of decay. The aura of death permeated the tunnel, yet it did not deter them. It continued to surge from the depths of the tunnel. Is it never going to end? It's already 7 or 8 kilometers. How long is this rotten tunnel? Jun Quan's furious voice echoed. She stood at the front of the railcar, half her body a bloody mess. The massive beasts before her were so densely packed that it was impossible to see the road ahead. We can't see the road ahead. We can't see the road ahead. Then I'll blast a path. The energy block unleashed its final energy, transforming into a streak of blue light that surged toward the end of the tunnel. Lightning stretched his head, following the path of the blue light, and finally saw what was happening 150 meters away. It was a half-open steel gate. The railcar's path was blocked by the gate. High-quality obstacle ahead. Jump out. Jump out. 6 mechas soared into the air, their flight modules instantly activated. Dazzling blue flames erupted, and the mechas recoiled slightly, straightening their bodies, and spreading out in a 3x3 formation, drawing their weapons. The railcar, bearing the corpses of the behemoths, slammed hard into the steel gate. Its solid hull buckled, sending the protective clips on its wheels flying and piercing the behemoths. The steel gate was completely dented by the violent impact. A blinding flash of fire ignited from behind the gate, followed by a violent explosion. The immense force of the explosion shook the ground, and the deafening sound made everyone's eardrums vibrate. The walls cracked, and dirt and concrete debris fell in a rustling patter. The giant beasts roared in pain, and streaks of blood instantly gushed from their ears. For their exceptionally keen hearing, The sudden clamor and vibration undoubtedly damaged their eardrums. No one knew that behind that steel door lay a considerable quantity of explosives. Though he didn't know what they were, the deafening explosion clearly helped him. Constantly shaken, he held onto the wall and forced himself to slow his breathing, finally calming his pounding heart. Su Li shook his dazed head, watching the countless giant beasts writhing on the ground. He then stepped forward, spear in hand. Gazing into those gray, lifeless eyes, he felt no pity. The only correct course of action was to kill as many of them as possible while they were still recovering. The smoke from the explosives slowly drifted out from behind the steel door, sharply reducing visibility throughout the tunnel. Even with the coordinated attack of 6 mechas, their numbers were simply too great. The thermal imaging and sonic devices instantly activated, and through the blurred images, they pierced the smoke-shrouded behemoths one by one with their swords. Straightforwardly, such a battlefield filled with gunpowder mist was ideal for the behemoths. However, facing the aftermath of the explosion at close range had rendered them, already blind, even more deaf. The tunnel is poorly ventilated. This smoke will take at least 10 minutes to dissipate. Keep a tight circle around me, and wait until the smoke clears before continuing the search. 6 mechas converged. To accelerate the smoke's dispersal, Jun Shou even used telekinesis to manipulate their shields into a fan-like structure, which spun rapidly through the tunnel. With the fan's power, a large amount of smoke formed into a ball and began to surge rapidly outward. The earthquake caused by the explosion was enough to alert those within the manor. But those already deep underground were now completely oblivious to the surface. The voices of Su Er and Su San reporting to him remained silent. Instead, Su Yi continued to gallop. When the earthquake reached the manor's owner, he had just tried to get up to investigate when he was violently grabbed by the hair and pinned to the sofa. With his continuous charge, he claimed he could buy Su Li at least another hour. The smoke slowly dissipated. Xiao Shuguang shuddered involuntarily as he stared at the corpses strewn before him. The heavy steel door, wrecked by the impact of the railcar and the blast, had completely lost its shape. The completely deformed railcar was even more distorted, crushed beneath the door. The mech that had been leaning against the door had shifted its position and fallen, its rusted armor covered in scars. A broken detonator on its drooping hand caught Su Li's attention. He controlled lightning to step through the steel door, and immediately saw the explosives scattered throughout the room. All of them had been carried elsewhere by the recent explosion. Most of them were no longer effective. Otherwise, the entire cave would have collapsed under such a high yield. It was clear that this was the Mecha Girls' last-ditch effort, an attempt to completely seal the portal. But they had clearly failed. The Mecha Girls weren't high-ranking, only C-rank. Besides the Mecha Girls at the door, many more had collapsed inside. They lay scattered across the platform, devoid of any sign of life. Like silent monuments, they told everyone of their fate. Su Li suddenly felt as if he had been blessed by the goddess of luck. Since arriving on Guanhua Star, all his actions had become full of unexpected events, yet none of them had taken him away. The good news was that much of the equipment here hadn't been destroyed by the recent explosion. They should be able to extract some intelligence from it. The bad news was that this wasn't the point they were looking for. The 3 forks in the road led in different directions, and there weren't even any corresponding signs on the walls. It was impossible to choose, and naturally no one knew where they led. In an hour, the possibility of exploring all 3 forks was infinitely close to zero. And there was no question of whether there might be other forks below. A crappy base, built so complicated. Would being straightforward kill you? Su Li cursed angrily. Su Yi had staked his life on this, and if he couldn't find anything, he'd be somewhat sorry for him. Although he was an elite species created based on his own model, at heart, he still had the mindset of a bug. Forcing a bug to engage in indecent acts with humans, it had to be said that Su Yi's sacrifice was quite significant. Chapter 424. Inside the manor, a woman knelt on the carpet, feeling her cheek rub against it, rubbing against it like a dog, finding immense physical and mental satisfaction. Several maids stood in the corner, their heads bowed. Their uniform-made outfits enveloped them from head to toe, forming a stark contrast to the ornate vases beside them. The room was filled with a variety of flowers, each blooming in its own splendor. The rich fragrance filled the air, masking the bloody odor on the carpet. The woman lay on the ground, greedily inhaling the lingering scent of blood, her eyes narrowed slightly, as if she were yearning for the fragrance of Jun Shou. The room was filled with her unbridled screams, and Su Yi's scolding. Even when the violent vibrations of the ground caused the vase to fall to the ground, shattering into pieces, she merely glanced up in the direction of the vibrations, trembling violently. Then, she was once again caught up in the seemingly endless battle. The maids didn't seem to notice anything unusual. They didn't even need to look up to see the woman's skin, red as shrimp skin. It was covered in bloodstains, the marks left by Su Yi's scratches. Old skin's metabolism was indeed slower, making it more prone to bruising. But the woman didn't care, and Su Yi was even less so. He even thought that more bruises made it look more like the colorful armor of the Zerg. They had spent more than half of the 2 days in this room. The woman's love for Su Yi clearly surpassed that of any of his replicas. He had, by far, stayed in this room the longest. And the woman was actually willing to share her food with Su Yi. The rich, fragrant blood made his fangs want to pierce the lining of his mouth, but thankfully he held back. For the elite, suppressing the desire for delicious food is a must. The toxin of laziness quietly seeped into the woman's body. The biggest difference between it and Slaanesh was that when it lay still, even Slaanesh could not sense its invasion. Hiss! The woman gasped, suddenly turning around and biting Su Yi's shoulder. He didn't tolerate her at all. He slapped her across the face, then grabbed her neck and continued his actions. It's hard to say whether humans are more rational or animalistic. They are a collection of contradictions. Emotions are born out of desire, and rationality is born to suppress intense emotions. They spend their entire lives teetering on the edge of human and beast, ignoring the fact that human existence itself is a false proposition. The Zerg are much more single-minded. Their entire lives are dedicated to evolution. For their own evolution, for the evolution of their species. Throughout their lives, they have only one goal. That's why they're so powerful. Su Yi looked at the woman before him coldly. He and she were different. One was an elite Zerg, the other a mere plaything in their hands. In his eyes, the woman before him wasn't even a person. She was merely food. And Su Li, also human, wasn't considered human either in Su Yi's eyes. How could someone who commanded the Supreme Queen be a human? The title of Lord was reserved for the Supreme Overlord. The difference in status between him and Su Li was immense. Being able to act under Su Li's wing was already a great honor. Therefore, his gaze towards the other Su Li's was always icy cold. It was a look of contempt from the bottom of his heart. They don't deserve such faces. He looked at the woman, whose screams grew louder after he slapped her, and a flicker of disgust flashed in his eyes. He suddenly felt a little scared. Su Li had repeatedly told the woman not to let anything happen to her for the time being. But if she simply collapsed on the floor, unable to bear the pressure, how would the next plan proceed? He stopped himself. But the next second, he was met with hysterical scratching from the woman. "No, don't punish me. Move. Move." Her voice grew hoarse, and for a moment, it even had the whirring of a Zerg. Regarding the woman's life or death, should he report it directly to the Overmind, or should he report it step by step, accusing him of laziness? Su Yi suddenly realized that the mission he had thought would be easy wasn't easy. Not only did he have to overcome his own psychological trauma, but he also had to focus a great deal of his attention on imagining things during the mission, maintaining certain parts of himself. Now, he even had to think about his next course of action. Only a genius like myself could possibly be competent for such a task. Of course, the primary credit must go to the Overlord's genes. Su Li, caught in a dilemma of choosing between 3 options, clearly didn't realize that in Su Yi's eyes, he had become a godlike being. Just pick one. What if we end up in the same place? Lightning suggestion made Su Li's eyes light up. As the saying goes, choose the leftmost of 3 options. In this kind of situation, pure luck, without knowing the outcome, any path is a win. The women were examining the instruments on the second platform. The violent explosion had sent a massive shockwave, shaking off the thick dust from the instruments, revealing their original contents. Huge petri dishes lay in the open space, seemingly awaiting loading and transport. Unlike the massive stabilizer car on the first platform, this one was more like a transfer center. Piles of cargo were stacked in every corner of the platform, save for some damaged items. The most intact items were the giant, specially designed petri dishes. Even the massive explosion hadn't damaged them. These items were undoubtedly used to cultivate those ferocious beasts. A railcar loaded with petri dishes had clearly eliminated a wrong route for everyone. Su Li waved to the mecha girls and headed into the tunnel on the far left. It wasn't entirely luck. Su Li noticed that the steel cables wrapped around the stabilizer car in this direction were the most severely worn. If there was a Star Destroyer reactor here, it must have been there before the animal experiments went awry. Or perhaps it was after the reactor was deployed that the animal experiments went awry, causing the animals to frantically attack the personnel stationed underground. After killing everyone, this place became their natural haven. As long as the gate at the top of the tunnel was tightly closed, the frenzied beasts below would become their most loyal guardians. Before entering the underground, Suli noticed signs of others in the abandoned manor. They hadn't opened the steel gate. It was likely just a routine check to see if it was still intact. It was this slight clue that convinced him that something he sought lay beneath the ground. A faint, threatening growl echoed as a few of the escaped fish dragged their remains, inching deeper into the tunnel. 6 mechas casually snatched their lives as they passed. Only then did Xiao Shuguang understand what high-speed maneuvering meant. The fear of the unknown slowly dissipated from his heart. In its place, a deep yearning filled his heart. Chapter 425. The scene whizzing past was shocking. The rotting remains of a giant beast, piles of feces, and a vast amount of filth gathered together, the stench overwhelming. It was like a stinking garbage dump that hadn't been cleaned for years. The stinking green water flowed across the ground, reflecting the green light from the flash of the searchlight. Yellow-brown moss covered the base of the wall, and large white maggots, visible to the naked eye, squirmed on it, poking their heads out as if searching for their parents. The mecha's rapid passage startled a swarm of flies. These flies seemed to have mutated as well, each one the size of a fist. This also explained why the white maggots were so large and fat. Slow down, slow down. Sister Lightning, don't fly so fast. The stinking water kicked up by the blast is all over you. Can't we just find another rail car? And then crash into a puddle of stinking water and get all over you. Jun Shou's words startled Jun Quan, and she instinctively tilted her head. The thought of the stinking water splashed by the moving railcar completely drained her temper. In the darkness, searchlights followed several small animals as they turned into a nearby pile of feces. The intricate paths within made everyone lose all desire to follow. Disgusting. This rotten place is practically a food chain. She swatted the flies flying around in the air, her words filled with undisguised disgust. As the team slowed down, the creatures seemed to have smelled the blood on them and gave chase. However, their sheer size alone lacked any significant defenses. The moment they made contact with the external armor, they exploded, leaving a thick layer of splatter on them. This made Jun Quan's brow twitch with every step forward. Add to that the stinking water splashed by the blast, and she wished she could fly right up against the ceiling. Follow the main road. According to the standard procedures for base construction, we shouldn't have to go too far to reach the next platform. The team had advanced for less than 2 minutes when a heavy iron gate blocked their path. The rusted iron plaque above it could no longer read any words, but the massive gantry crane at the entrance and the railcar stacked to one side gave everyone an idea of the huge cargo throughput this location had previously handled. Be careful and keep an eye out for booby traps, Suli warned. After all, the high explosives at the previous gate were enough to teach them a lesson. Junwei quickly stepped forward. After a thorough inspection, the 3 mecha girls worked together to pull the heavy gate. The sound of arcing electricity made Su Li's hair stand on end. As the door swung open, he immediately spotted the Star Destroyer reactor in the center of the room, flashing with blue arcs of light. Densely packed thick cables surrounded the reactor, supplying power to the entire maintenance system. For a moment, he thought the people in the corporate federation were all crazy. This wasn't just a reactor. It was an activated Star Destroyer, ready to explode at any moment, causing space to collapse. What do you mean it takes 3 to 5 minutes to activate and charge? They installed it directly, already activated. Cold sweat soaked his back. Aren't they afraid that if the stabilization equipment fails, the entire planet will be completely annihilated? That's right, they're not afraid. Because this thing isn't buried beneath their own ground. Are you sure you can dismantle it? Suli glanced at the golden mech to the side. If she even shook her head, he would immediately order them to initiate a void teleport. This shabby place might as well be abandoned. Aside from attracting some Slaanish's attention, its strategic significance isn't high. Even the so-called base and manor are just full of filth, devoid of any concrete practical significance. Neither the imitation immortal counselors nor their various research findings are anything but necessary for the current Longzhou. Furthermore, these are already discarded items of the corporate federation and Slaanish. If they don't want them, there's no need for him to rush to keep them. Taking away the legion infested with the brain worms is his greatest reward. Could there be a more reliable reward than a legion that will never betray? The answer is nothing. With so many people, take as many as you can out. Jun Shou unbuckled Xiao Shuguang's seatbelt and took over the entire driver's seat of the Regal. She piloted the mech into the air and surveyed the cable routing throughout the room. After a moment, she gave Su Li a resounding yes. Master, we can dismantle it. Honging, follow the cable northwest, Jun Quan, east, Junyu, northeast. Find the corresponding motor along the cable and start and stop it at my command. 3 figures began groping along the cable's path. Soon, the sounds of everyone taking up their positions echoed through the communicator. At this moment, Sully felt that his mecha girl was a master in every way. June Shou jumped out of the cockpit and inserted a portable hard drive into the controller's port. Her hands rapidly tapped away at the keyboard. Using a program developed on the mechanical island, she easily bypassed the keys set by the Corporate Federation, gradually reducing the reactor's charging power. Watching the glaring blue light gradually fade, Sully's heart finally settled back down. These inhumane creatures, truly inhumane. For a moment, he even thought he and the others had been spotted, which was why the reactors were activated. But now it seemed this was just their routine operation. Your Majesty, we identified the corresponding locations. There are 12 possible locations with reactors. We dispatched Zerd to investigate. So far, we confirmed 3 reactors. How many? Sully couldn't believe his ears. Looking at the Star Destroyer reactor before him, which was several times larger than the Mecha Girl's, he was completely paralyzed. 3? That was confirmed. 1 reactor was enough to reduce this planet to ash. But now, there were confirmed to be 4 on this planet? What was Slaanesh trying to do? Did she want to destroy the entire galaxy? Perhaps, he still overestimated himself. A mere Legion commander, even with his laziness, wouldn't be taken seriously. There must be something he overlooked. Thinking of this, he gritted his teeth and called Eve's terminal. Governor, are there any strategic plans near Guanghua Star in the latest military plans? On the other end of the terminal, Eve frowned slightly. She smoothed her hair down from her ear and read the intelligence summary on Slaanesh before her, her fingers tapping rhythmically on the table. Don't come! This is a trap. There are at least 4 Star Destroyer reactors underground. They all been activated. Once the team enters the Guanghua Star region, there's no coming back. Chapter 426. Eve's fingers froze. On the desk, intelligence gathered from various departments pointed to an unnamed planet near Guanghua Star. The intelligence reports, compiled one after another, included intelligence obtained at the cost of the lives of intelligence personnel. Many of the original copies were stained a glaring crimson. The Divine Grace cult's infiltration of various planets far exceeded her and Gao Mingrui's imaginations. Su Li's urgent dispatch of Yihua and the fleet led Eve to believe that Su Li had found Slaanesh's tracks. But she received no further news. The remaining SS-class mechas had been mobilized, and the projection of the Mecha Island was ready. If not for this communication, the fleet would have arrived at the designated location in as little as half a day to execute Slaanesh. But this sudden news made her realize that she had underestimated the Divine Grace cult. She had also underestimated Slaanesh. She had never imagined that this simultaneous extermination campaign against the Divine Grace cult, carried out across multiple planets, would lead her to a mortal predicament. Eve suddenly remembered the madness on the faces of those executed. They shouted, "Welcome to the glory of God. The true God is immortal. Their God has come to take them into the kingdom of God." Among them were many in high positions. Don't they know that the so-called kingdom of God is a fraud? A desire for power and wealth? Could these desires lead them to willingly be driven by Slaanesh, then abandoned like pawns, used as tools in his schemes? Ruozi had the most say on all things Slaanesh. She had said that Slaanesh only gives people what they want most, be it money or power. As long as you are human, you can see what you want most through hallucinogenic psychotropic toxins. This has always been the definition of a kingdom. When a kingdom appears that belongs only to you, its authenticity becomes irrelevant. What matters is that once you possessed it, you'll desperately want it again. This is the origin of loyalty. But in Slaanesh's eyes, this loyalty is actually the cheapest of all. What she needs is not the loyalty of a group of food, but only the slaves who rise and fall in her kingdom. And to become a slave, loyalty is only the most basic element. At least she has never seen anyone so willing to slander a god who can fulfill their wishes. Eve gritted her teeth. It was so close. She almost got led around by the nose. Why are you still there? You knew it was the reactor for the Star Destroyer, so why didn't you evacuate? There was no time to question how he got the information. Eve rose from her stool. Are you trapped? No. High-frequency communication time is limited. Don't come. At least until I complete the dismantling, all fleets must stay away from Guanghua Star. Before she could finish her words, the signal was forcibly interrupted. High-frequency calls are limited to 60 seconds. If the connection time exceeds a certain limit, the exact location can be captured by those with ulterior motives. Eve stared at the terminal beside her, pounding her clenched fist on the table. She hated the feeling of being out of control. Dismantle? How? Slaanesh had made so many arrangements. just waiting for the appearance of the mechanical island. Would he let you dismantle the reactors of those star destroyers? Su Li's situation was extremely precarious. If she hadn't known Slanish's plans, she would have gone. But when Su Li explained everything the fleet was about to face, she could only watch him take the risk alone. Crazy. All crazy. They sent him to Guanghua Star to oversee intelligence operations just to keep him safe. As a super S-class pilot, he possessed not only superb piloting skills, but also considerable interrogation techniques. She had thought that once there, she and Gao Mingrui would be free to focus on the Divine Grey sect. They had, and it had indeed happened, and they had nearly been completely destroyed. Even worse, they had lost their hopes in an enemy trap. She grew increasingly furious, and she simply dialed Gao Mingrui's phone and barked, "Gao Mingrui, I need an explanation." When Jing, who was sorting through documents, was taken aback, somewhat bewildered. She instinctively glanced at Gao Mingrui, only to see him equally bewildered. He was clutching his thermos, reviewing each piece of intelligence, organizing the follow-up plan for Eve's assault on the Guanghua Star system. This sudden questioning left him completely bewildered. What explanation? What's wrong? My dear, I've been working tirelessly day and night. Can you please stop making me guess? He pinched his brow. I'm already old, after all. My health isn't good. It's so early in the morning, and your questions are coming faster than my breakfast. It would have been fine if Eve hadn't looked at his cup, but the sight of it made her furious. You said you had so many men available, but you didn't use them. You insisted on using the Dawn Legion. Now look. You destroyed the only reason he had left. Gao Mingrui frowned. Wasn't this something we agreed on? We'll use this opportunity to have his men show up in the various legions, thereby strengthening his influence within the military. It's partly to pave the way for his future, and partly to prevent him from running out of combat power. As he spoke, his expression shifted slightly. Eve wasn't one to bring up old scores, unless they were causing problems. He twitched his lips, a hint of uncertainty in his voice. He's causing trouble again? No, we're already at loggerheads with the Corporate Federation. Even if 1 or 2 research bases were blown up, that's fine. What's the big deal? The Corporate Federation is still trying to minimize their losses, so how can they afford to bother with him? Eve's face was cold. Making trouble? He might as well be making trouble. Expanding territory from planet to planet is actually quite nice. He's just a warrior. What's the point of using a needle? The assault operation has been cancelled. Your precious little one has sit in intelligence. At least 5 activated Star Destroyer reactors have been discovered underground on Guanghua Star. It's a trap. A deadly trap built with the lives of countless members of the Divine Grace cult. At these words, Gao Mingrui's eyes widened. Even when Jing's hands trembled slightly. A trap? So many lives. Eve's eyes flashed coldly, and she gritted her teeth. Yes. So many lives. She used so many, countless lives, to completely and once and for all eliminate all the high-level combat power on the mechanical island. Gao Mingrui slammed the table and stood up, knocking over the high-back chair behind him. Then why didn't you let him come back? Eve, You old man, you said what I said. What did I say? Chapter 427. Did I not let him come back? This kid just didn't want to come back. Eve truly didn't understand. Are all humans so bold? After briefly explaining the situation, the communication automatically ended, not even giving her a chance to say a word. The two stared at each other, their thoughts swirling in confusion. Su Li's intelligence fundamentally prevented the loss of high-level combat power on the mechanical island, saving the lives of all the high-level mecha girls. Even the Longzhou fleet, providing logistical support, would have survived thanks to this intelligence. A great achievement. It could be said that this communication, lasting less than 60 seconds, determined the future of Longzhou and the mechanical island. Gao Mingrui was indeed plotting against the Enterprise Federation step by step, but the other party was also playing along. They might be a little foolish, but the forces behind them were not. Retreating step by step, shrinking their living space, exposing a large number of Divine Grace followers, and gradually leading their own enemies into the abyss, they were also leading their enemies into the abyss. Cold sweat rolled down Gao Mingrui's forehead. In less than 60 seconds, it was the difference between heaven and hell. Assemble the fleet as usual. We can't let Slanish see that we discovered her plan. We must move at least until that brat Su Li completes his operation. Send the word out, have the frontline troops accelerate their actions. Actions against the various bishops can begin simultaneously. Let them die. Even if they're infiltrating the Corporate Federation Council, let them die. Northern Fleet, move closer to the home planet. Redeploy the mechanical islands Phantom above the home planet. Have the main fleet fight back. When Jing quickly edited each instruction into a command, waiting to be issued. We must give them the illusion that we gone mad. All units participate in the looting of supplies. Speed up their evacuation. The Southern Fleet, after completing its outer patrol, will assemble in the direction of Luminary Star and maintain a constant state of war. Eve frowned slightly, as she listened to Gao Mingrui's orders one after another. No! We must proceed according to the original plan. The frontline advance cannot be too rapid. Whether it's the propaganda war or the subsequent decapitation operation, everything must proceed according to the original plan. Unauthorized changes to the detailed battle plan will only lead to more loopholes. He wants to dismantle the reactors for those star destroyers. Perhaps it won't take too long. But we can't be sure that Slaanesh has only deployed reactors on Luminary Star. What if there are other planets as well? There are too many planets in a system where reactors can be deployed. How many can he dismantle? Even missing one will mean certain death. This wasn't the first time Gao Mingrui had clashed with Eve. In reality, both men knew the best solution was to have Su Li withdraw immediately. But this would also mean that all actions against Slaanesh would be in vain, and everything would have to start all over again. Without the Divine Grace cult and the Corporate Federation, they would completely lose any trace of Slaanesh. At that point, any hope of finding her would require a planet-by-planet search. No one could guarantee they wouldn't find themselves in a similar predicament. Check. Check the reactor code. The number of star destroyers used and produced by the Corporate Federation over the years is clearly documented. If we can verify the exact number, we might be able to defeat Slaanesh in one fell swoop. Eve bit her lower lip and continued, if we don't initiate personnel verification now, once they retreat into the Fire Blue system, we'll completely lose the opportunity to conduct verification. If that day comes, I'm afraid there might even be a reactor on their home planet. By then, we'll be even more vulnerable. Gao Mingrui nodded at Wen Jing, who quickly cleared all previous commands and edited the command to activate the hidden line, then issued it directly. I'll take the mecha girls to the island and continue to set up an ambush near Guanghua Star. I disagree. You're playing with the mecha girls' lives, knowing it's a dangerous place. I don't think Slaanesh will be at the location indicated by the intelligence. If it's a trap, she can't be there herself. Eve glanced at Gao Mingrui, her pale blue eyes filled with certainty. I already confirmed this with Ruozi, a fellow Slaanesh. She said she'll definitely be there, because she won't miss the highlight of her own plans. As someone who builds a kingdom for others, the birth of her own kingdom is paramount to her. Besides, nothing's settled yet, is it? He's still diligently experimenting on Guanghua Star. How can we give up so easily? So many intelligence specialists and spies are already mobilized. I mean, what if we actually succeed? Gao Mingrui stared at Eve in astonishment. It had to be said that he was filled with anticipation for the what if she mentioned. Once Slaanesh is gone, he won't take the troublemaking Corporate Federation or the members of the Divine Grace sect, who are like rats in the gutter, seriously. However, such an action was still too risky. One mistake, and not only Su Li, but even Eve's mechanical island would be swallowed by the black hole. Gao Mingrui slowly shook his head. I don't understand. Is she crazy? Once the Star Destroyer is activated, how will she escape? Will the construction of her kingdom come at the cost of her own life? Eve smiled bitterly and shook her head. I don't understand it either. If there's anyone in this world who understands Slaanesh, besides Ruozi, it's probably that madman underground, desperately dismantling the reactor. Guanghua Star, beneath the abandoned manor. Su Li marked the 12 points he had discovered, along with his own 13, on the planet's shadow. Many of the 13 points matched up. Only the one in front of him didn't match up with the one beneath the base. If the reactors at the 12 points matched up one by one, then that meant there were 16 groups of reactors on the entire planet. He frowned. One reactor is enough to destroy a planet and collapse space. So what would 16 reactors mean? Forget about destroying an entire galaxy. If one wants to carry off the galaxy, they only need to install one on a few specific planets. This would also allow them to take the Mechanicus with them. In fact, a dispersed deployment would be more effective in terms of coverage. But Slaanesh clearly didn't do that. What on earth was she thinking? He watched Jun Shou direct Jun Quan to load the reactors into the Void Arsenal, and couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Chapter 428. The 5th group has been confirmed. The 6th group has been confirmed. The 10th group has been confirmed. Provide the exact coordinates. Exact to the point. As reactor after reactor was discovered, with the exact coordinates, The June sisters' void teleportation finally came in handy. Unlike this location, the behemoths in the reactors found elsewhere had been completely devoured by the Zerg. They weren't picky. As long as there was something to eat, they eat until they were full. Suli didn't move with the June sisters. Instead, he turned around in his lightning and followed Hongying toward the other two tunnels. As he expected, one of them led directly to the behemoth's breeding center. In the vast underground space, giant petri dishes were neatly arranged as far as the eye could see. In many of the dishes, behemoth embryos still floated in the nutrient solution. Lightning placed his palm against it, feeling it for a moment, then shook his head slightly. No signs of life. Suli looked at the white embryo in the pale blue nutrient solution. With lightning senses, he could clearly sense the dead silence emanating from the petri dish. Everything here must have been suspended after the reactor was laid. The researchers, along with the mecha girls, who worked with them, were buried together in this underground graveyard. It was hard not to feel a sense of sadness. The emotions that filled his chest were mostly filled with resentment for these mecha girls. Of course, these researchers probably died with regrets as well. Throughout human history, synthesizing different genes to create powerful military forces has always been the main focus of these researchers. Whether it's super soldiers, genetically modified warriors, or synthetic giants and mutant beasts. Using nuclear radiation to stimulate genetic mutations and accelerate cell division. Repeated experiments with organisms with fast growth cycles. All of this has never stopped. Even with today's advanced technology, they remain steadfast in their original aspirations. The uncontrolled behemoths before them could hardly be considered a success. They had endowed them with the ability to reproduce, which was why, even after so long, there were still so many behemoths surviving in the tunnels. Aside from the researchers and mecha girls at the beginning, the only ones they could tear apart and devour were their own kind. The law of the jungle prevailed in every corner of the underground. It was unknown how many generations they had bred here. But what was clear was that they remained vulnerable against the Zerg horde. What on earth could the people of the corporate federation have thought to have such a mindset? They had to keep banging their heads against the impossible, until they were bleeding, and still think they were just being foolhardy? He followed the searchlight's light forward. Two mechas, one in front and one behind, always held their weapons tightly in their hands. The ground was littered with shattered tempered glass. The mecha's massive paws stomped on the ground, making a crunching sound, like a person stepping on snow. Master, any further is a dead end. Hongying turned her head. The massive mecha cast an enormous shadow on the wall. Should we still explore the central tunnel? Since we're here, we might as well take a look. What if there's another reactor inside? The two mechas quickly exited the passage and sped down towards the central tunnel. Shockingly, the length of this tunnel once again exceeded their expectations. They descended 10 kilometers, still no end was in sight. The oxygen content in the air finally began to drop, and drain holes became visible on the walls of the tunnel. Groundwater seeping from the walls on both sides of the road had coated the areas near the drain holes with thick scale. The accumulated water flowed downward in a 2-meter wide channel, then was automatically pumped upward through pipes by high-pressure pumps. The pitch-black tunnel seemed endless. Besides the rustle of a gentle breeze, the only sounds were the rushing water and the sudden crackle of the high-pressure pumps. The two mechas advanced another 20 kilometers before they came upon a rusty alloy gate. The iron valve on it was completely covered in rust. Lightning stepped forward and grabbed it, but just as she tried to exert force, the valve broke, shattering into pieces in her hand. Without further ado, she thrust her spear into the gate, leveraging it to pry a crack open in the heavy alloy. Behind the gate was another door. This sudden and unusual event filled all three with a sense of excitement. Lightning probed the second door, confirming it was clear of traps or explosives, before slowly opening it. A blinding beam of light shone directly inside, and the densely packed display cases within made Suli squint his eyes. From larvae to adulthood, maturity, and complete form, each insect was specimened and displayed against the wall. The sheer variety of insects here astonished even Suli, a man who had lived 2 lives. The Enterprise Federation wasn't doing nothing. They were doing it. They had classified every species and group of insects and conducted meticulous research. This vast underground space was a gigantic exhibition hall. It was over 10 times larger than the platform above where the giant beasts were being cultivated. The ferocious forms of each insect were incredibly lifelike. Even as specimens, their unique aura was chilling. They had meticulously categorized each insect, grouping them into swarms, and creating a complete underground insect nest system. From scavengers and a host of smaller species, to scavengers, cockroaches, crickets, and even medium-sized, large, and elite species, they were all represented. Master, you walk slower. I feel like that bug is watching me. The entire hall was filled with dense swarms of Zerg, their compound eyes reflecting the light from the searchlights. Lightning felt a sense of unease. These motionless creatures, how could they possibly move? The two mechas entered the vast swarm of Zerg, giving her the feeling of having just washed themselves clean, waiting to find a spot in the center to lie down and be feasted upon. And as they moved further in, the feeling of being watched intensified. Sully slowly stopped. From larvae to elites, he had already covered the full extent of a large Zerg nest. But the path inside was still far. Master, they understand the complete system of the Zerg. If we go further, will they even find specimens of the Queen? Chapter 429. Hong Ying's words were quickly confirmed. The two mechas had only advanced a little over 20 meters when they encountered a female insect, several dozen meters in size. Its main form was a flea, its long, slender legs jutting from either side, giving it a lifelike appearance. Even the humanoid torso atop it looked much the same as it did in life. Sully frowned, subconsciously controlling the lightning to touch its skin. It felt like leather. Despite the high humidity outside, it was incredibly dry inside the exhibition hall. The hairs on its body were clearly visible, each one distinct. On its ferocious face, its mouth slightly open, revealing layers of fine teeth. The sign beneath it contained all the information about it, including its capture location and how to kill it. The researchers even used their imagination to compile their own summary of its strengths and weaknesses for future reference. This isn't just a Zerg showroom. It could even be called a Zerg encyclopedia. Lightning curiously reached out and pinched the Queen's leg. The moment she exerted force, the long leg snapped in two. She leaned in to examine the broken ends, her lip curling with disdain. The flesh inside had long been emptied and stuffed with cotton wool mixed with preservatives. Sully pinched a handful of Lightning's medicine and said unhappily, "What are you thinking? It's been so many years. Even if there's meat, is it still edible? Aren't you afraid of breaking your teeth?" I don't want to eat it." Hong Ying, who was following behind, rolled her eyes. "I'm afraid she doesn't even believe what she said. How can she think she can fool others? Master, there's something wrong with this place. Would the people from the Corporate Federation go to the trouble of building such a museum? If these things were placed on the surface, creating a museum, it would provide both the mecha girls and the soldiers with a more intuitive understanding of the Zerg. With this understanding, this deeper understanding, casualties on the battlefield would be significantly reduced." Hong Ying stared at the vast array of specimens before her. Even though she had been on the battlefield for some time, she was surprised to find that her understanding of the Zerg was still insufficient. Many of these bugs she had never even seen. Is this really something the Corporate Federation could do? Expending so much effort and time to build a museum deep underground? This simply doesn't fit the Corporate Federation's image. If those selfless people had actually accomplished something so beneficial to the country and the people, they would be so proud of themselves. "Move it! Master! This must be moved. How about moving it to Lingsui? No! Or Tianshu. If that doesn't work, we can just leave it on our home planet. Then the various legions and the general public can come and see it. We can even make some new observations about the insects and pass down our experience from generation to generation. Master, this is a huge matter. You give the order. Just tell us where to start moving. By the way, is there still room for the June Sisters' Void Arsenal? If that doesn't work, I'll dismantle it first. Based on our understanding, even if we dismantle all these specimens, we'll still be able to match them up when we get back." Hong Ying was agitated. She looked at this, touched that, and paused frequently beside Zerg creatures she had never seen before. This was no longer a simple exhibition hall. She could even sense the civilization of an entire race. Though it sounded strange, nothing could allow one to immerse themselves in the Zerg's world more than this exhibition hall. Their hideous, terrifying appearance, their distinct hierarchies. The composition of their groups, how they collaborated with one another, and how they achieved balance through self-regulation. Hong Ying felt that she had picked up some of Heiyu's traits. For example, in her free time, she always wanted to sit down and read a book. And at this moment, her mind was preoccupied with the idea of bringing all of this back home. Master? In the darkness, she was suddenly alone. Countless insect eyes stared at her, giving her goosebumps. Master? Where are you? She spun quickly, somewhat panicking as she made her way through the swarm of insects. Fortunately, after a dozen meters, she saw the light of a searchlight again. Master, you scared me. Lightning stood motionless before an enormous specimen, stunned. Su stared at the massive specimen before him, completely frozen in place. He had no idea what the prefix of this kilometer-long creature was. But he was absolutely certain it was a high-level queen. The enormous insect's body stretched for kilometers. Due to lack of space, it lay on its side, one hand supporting its chin, its eyes wide open. The massive humanoid torso was covered in hideous wounds. Thick threads stitched the wounds together, making it seem as if countless centipedes were crawling across them. As the light flickered, the centipedes seemed to come alive. It was a giant rhinoceros beetle. Its hideous horns glowed brightly, as if they were about to pierce the heavens. This. Hong Ying finally realized what was happening without needing to say it. Corporate Federation? What the hell are they? This exhibition hall wasn't built by a corporate federation at all. I'm afraid someone else built this place, or perhaps someone else's insect. This is fury. The little tree waved its branches, its slightly trembling voice revealing its own restlessness. Her power is revenge and denial. She delights in transcending order and exercising her will to punish others. If there's any insect with the greatest destructive power, it's undoubtedly fury. This fury is a mid-stage insect emperor. Honestly, Ruozi right now is no match for her. The little tree's words made Su Li's head buzz. He couldn't imagine how such a being had been captured by Slaanesh. What level was Fury at when she captured it? Fury had no effect on her evolution. Even if she went to great lengths to slay it, she wouldn't gain anything. Why on earth did she do this? Just to have a high-level queen in her showroom? Her core is still there. Hurry! We have to take it now, it's a waste. Xiaoshu's voice startled Su Li slightly. The core is still there? He glanced at the enraged, enormous insect body, and subconsciously took a step back with lightning. When you say take, do you really mean take? After taking it, will you still be alive? You're so stupid. If she could really see, you'd be dead by the time you took the reactor. Hurry! I don't know how she's confined the core's energy. The energy fluctuations are extremely obscure. If I weren't so close, I wouldn't be able to sense it. This Slaanesh is something. Maybe she's really on Guanghua Star. Chapter 430. Su Li gritted his teeth and placed his hand on Fury. The next second, he felt his head suddenly swell, as if two enormous walnuts had been forcefully stuffed into it. Sure enough, there's a remnant of Slaanesh's poison in this thing. Her concealment is incredibly effective. If we can successfully hunt this Slaanesh, then your Rosie might just be able to forcibly reach the threshold of the Emperor level. The veins on Su Li's forehead shone, like earthworms crawling up his forehead. The two massive cores, encased in the small tree's roots, swayed precariously. Move forward. Slaanesh has even taken out Fury, so maybe he'll take out Laziness too. If we really meet her, that girl Laziness will quickly improve. Su Li pulled the joystick and rushed forward. I already taken it, so what difference does it make if I take one or two more? If I get caught, I'll fight if I can, but there's nothing I can do about it. Anyway, I'll touch what I should touch. It's no loss anyway. Before witnessing the wrath, Hong Ying had been tempted to wander around here. But after witnessing the wrath, she only wanted to cling to Su Li. She had so many opportunities before, why didn't she seize them? If she could survive this time, she would sleep with Su Li no matter what. Her insect armor is also a valuable asset, and her horn, infused with a portion of the power of authority, will forge a weapon that's sure to be powerful. Just like the arrogant horns though, you still have a long way to go if you want to harness their power to forge weapons. Su Li didn't go very far, because the entire exhibition hall was arranged from the outside in. The outer areas were all larvae, ranked from weakest to strongest. Therefore, the core area was filled with high-level queens. He simply passed the rage and saw another insect body, stretching for several kilometers. Hiss! Su Li gasped. So, there really was one. Lightning's body trembled visibly. Conjecture is one thing, but having it verified is another. Not enough. All his previous assumptions about Slaanesh were inadequate. She had already surpassed his level of imagination. Because every time he assigned her a level, it was rapidly shattered. She was not on his level. Every time he thought he saw her, he realized he had only seen a glimpse of her. Su Li even suspected that even the arrogant one attacked by the strong would not stand a chance against the current Slaanesh. She possessed absolute power, but Slaanesh was not to be underestimated. This is gluttony. Those four simple words made Su Li's heart tremble. Also a mid-stage insect emperor. Looking at the lifeless body, Su Li swallowed involuntarily, and slowly placed his palm on the insect. Just now it was anger, now it's gluttony. So what's next? Jealousy. Or pride? He flew over Gluttony's massive body, and immediately saw a smaller version of pride. Cold sweat crawled down his back. The curved corners on his forehead, and the eyes filled with pride, even in death, still looked down on everything, seeing only ants. For the first time, Lightning didn't want to take a sip of pride. Her delicate body trembled, and she involuntarily leaned back until she was completely pressed against Sully. Then she slowly breathed a sigh of relief. At this moment, Sully felt no excitement at all from having acquired a large number of cores. He didn't consider the possession of a large number of SS-level upgrade modules a particularly joyful thing. He simply felt like he was walking on a tightrope. One misstep would lead to total defeat. No! At least, he had to maximize his escape options. At this point, the Star Destroyer reactor was nothing. No matter how threatening that thing was, it wasn't as powerful as Slaanesh. Junzei, come and help! He couldn't hold it in any longer. In this situation, only with the June sisters by his side could he feel a little comfort. Master, what's going on? Holy crap! A golden mech appeared beside Lightning, and the next second, the entire mech leaped directly onto Lightning's body. That powerful arm caused the Lightning's exterior armor to begin to deform. In the cockpit, Junzei's eyes widened. Arrogant's eyes were fixed on her cockpit, making her instinctively want to teleport. It was terrifying, even scarier than June getting up in the middle of the night to go to the bathroom with a dark face. For a moment, she felt her heart burst out of her throat. But why was Arrogant here? Let go, let go! Pay attention to your surroundings. If an emergency occurs, you must evacuate immediately. Even if Slaanesh blocks the space, Xiaoshu can break through it for a moment. When that happens, it's all up to you. Sully regretted not calling in a braver person. But June Shou still needed to apply energy to Xiaoshu Guang to ensure she was immune to the pressure inside the mecha. Of the people available now, the most suitable was Junzei. At least a hint of fear could be seen on her face, unlike Junyu, who was paralyzed with fear. You thought she was so composed. Master. Don't worry. She said it with her mouth, but her grip didn't loosen at all. Sully had no choice but to touch Pride behind her back, then flew past Pride and headed back. As expected, 6 of the 7 deadly sins were here. The 12 cores nearly burst Sully's head. Junzei's teeth chattered as he watched Sully touch each of these high-level queens, feeling a mixture of emotions. Should we call him audacious and reckless? Or perhaps, his thirst for learning is too strong? She wanted to unfurl her armor and leap into the Lightning's cockpit. Wouldn't it be nice to touch her? Wasn't she as soft as a bug? She glanced at the furry sloth and decided she was probably not as prickly as she was. Sully naturally had no idea what Junzei was thinking. He simply stared at the 6 enormous bug bodies before him, subconsciously looking in the direction their heads were looking. The 6 queens lay on their sides, their faces facing the same direction. In the deep darkness, the searchlight could only illuminate a short 2 kilometers. At this distance, the figure in the center could only be seen vaguely. With all 6 queens present, there was no longer any doubt as to what the one in the middle was. Sully tugged at Junzei, pulling her off the Lightning mech. He and Hongying each took hold of her hands. Then, they slowly began to maneuver forward. As the distance grew closer, the searchlight finally illuminated a jet-black body covered in golden segments. It coiled and wound around a massive throne, each segment gleaming with a faint purple sheen, exuding an indescribable mystery and solemnity. Sully gazed at the immense insect before him, and swallowed slowly. He slowly raised the light, then quickly lowered it the next second. Did one of the segments move just now? Chapter 431. Sully felt his head buzzing. The 3 mechas froze in place, motionless. 8 eyes stared at the leg illuminated by the searchlights, and a silence fell. His words instantly tensed Lightning's entire body. The slightly raised flesh on her waist contracted with extreme tension. The aloof hair on her head stood straight. Really, it really moved? Sully didn't reply. He simply stared at the leg, not daring to blink. In his heart, he worshipped his ancestors for 16 generations. He just didn't know if cramming at the last minute would be of any use. An illusion. It must be an illusion caused by the shifting light and shadows. Hongying's body tensed as well. In this situation, even breathing felt like a sin. Why weren't they leaving? Wouldn't the void teleport be activated immediately? Why were they still standing there after so many seconds? For the first time, she felt every second stretch so long that she could feel every beat of her heart. She didn't have alopecia, but she felt like she was almost there. The intense stimulation was making a patch of her scalp tingle. Master, it must be an illusion. After all. Right. She didn't even know what she was saying, because the next second, before her eyes, the jointed foot trembled again. That was right. Su Li's reflexes were exceptional. How could he be fooled by the lighting? How could he, a battle-hardened warrior, have such a low-level lapse? A chill washed over her head, and she felt a tingling sensation on her scalp, and her alopecia stood on end. Oh my god! It's really moving. The red mech grabbed hold of the two mechs and instantly retreated. A blinding blue beam of light illuminated the darkness, and the three mechs soared into the sky, flying along the ceiling in the direction they came from. Xiaoshu was so unreliable. He consumed all 12 cores, yet why couldn't he neutralize the Slaanesh poison before him? Hadn't he gained even a single bit of strength? He guessed Slaanesh might be in the middle, but he assumed a symbolic statue would be in the center. Who could have imagined Slaanesh himself was inside? Doesn't this mean that his every move in the entire showroom was being observed by Slaanesh? In his mind, the small tree cursed, "I'm a tree, not a deity. Do you think I'm Sun Wukong? I can turn anything into something I want just by plucking a feather and blowing on it." Even that awesome Sun Wukong still spent 500 years paying off his mortgage at the foot of Five Finger Mountain. Is this the time to be talking about that? Look at the situation right now. What does it have to do with me if Sun Wukong still hasn't paid his mortgage? If you were a little more reliable, we wouldn't be running right into someone's face without even realizing it. Su Li took a moment to glance at the small tree in his mind. The 12 cores were enormous, and it curled up on them, like a hen brooding on its brood. The originally golden roots had turned a faint purple, revealing how hard it was working. Don't rush away. If I were you, I'd go back. Something's not right with Slaanesh. Not right? Su Li slammed on the brakes in midair. The immense inertia forced Hong Ying to spin swiftly to absorb the impact. Xiaoshu's words made him realize that Slaanesh's condition might not be entirely normal. He had been planning to call the June sisters to reunite. But there was no movement behind him. Slaanesh, is something really wrong? Overeated? Poisoned? Did a fart irritate his throat? He stared at the darkness behind him, the searchlight blazing everywhere, fearing she had already climbed onto the ceiling, staring at him from some corner. Su Li swallowed and glanced at the two mechs flanking him. She's not catching up. Let's go back and check. In the cockpit, Lightning whipped her head around, her eyes wide with disbelief. It was already confirmed that Slaanesh was alive, and yet he still wanted to go back at this critical moment. She had many legs, but combined with the June sisters, she had quite a few. Thick, thin, long, short, and all sorts of sizes. Can't you satisfy them? Master, you're kidding. Su Li also hoped he was joking, but the little tree in his mind kept urging him on, as if Slaanesh were truly in some unusual state. Jun Zhe, send Hong Ying away first. Come back and pick us up later. He drove Lightning, speeding towards Slaanesh's location once more. Not only Lightning, but even his own heart was pounding with nervousness at this moment. Even when he shamelessly sought a Lightning contract, he had never jumped this fast. The black scales reflected a dark hue, and in the light of the searchlight, one or two of the jointed legs occasionally twitched. But for some reason, that was all. The massive body of Slaanesh before him was huddled, tightly bound to the throne in the center. It was impossible to see her full form. To get a better look, Su Li drove Lightning closer, circling frantically around Slaanesh. Lightning's hair stood on end. It wasn't like she had never been this close to a high-ranking Zerg before, but this was her first time taking advantage of someone like this. Master, while you're looking at her, can I also pull off her legs? Then prepare yourself. Let's save our lives. Purple lines streaked across her smooth, white body. A hideous, bloody wound stretched from her neck to her tailbone. It was the result of a sharp weapon. Bright green blood flowed slowly, as she lowered her head, her arms hanging naturally. Thick muscle fibers were exposed, visible to the naked eye, with numerous fractures. If such wounds occurred on a human, they would inevitably lose all resistance. But the Zerg were different. Even if severed in two, in a mortal threat, the two halves could still fight independently. Slaanesh's state was extremely abnormal. It was as if she had been severely wounded, on the verge of death. The hideous wounds weren't just on her body, even her armor was damaged in several places. Who could have injured her so badly? He slowly circled to the front of Slaanesh and couldn't help but gasp. The large horn, which should have been like a goat's horn, was broken. Her eyes, shimmering purple, lacked even a trace of their brilliance. Su Li couldn't believe his eyes. Slaanesh, perfectly healthy, was dead just like that. Four figures suddenly appeared beside him, their massive searchlights illuminating Slaanesh in every detail. He finally saw her fully. On that face, so different from Ruizi's, streaks of green blood and tears flowed. Chapter 432. What's going on? Su Li subconsciously shifted backward, creating some distance. Finally, the entirety of Slaanesh came into view. On its drooping head, not only were its horns broken, but blood flowed from all 7 orifices. The pressure of a high-level Zerg emanated from its body. But aside from the occasional movement of its legs, it showed no further reaction. Hurry! Touch her! Dig her! Dig her! The small tree screamed frantically in its mind, extending 2 branches and frantically scraping at its core, trying to make room for Slaanesh's core. But after a long struggle, it only managed to find a spot. This once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, the feeling of reaping so much without doing anything, drove it completely crazy. This trip had finally paid off. If it had known the trip to Guanghua Star would yield such a bountiful harvest, it would have prioritized its own evolution. Now, there's so much energy all over the floor, I can't take it all. Are you still okay? Why not? I'm awesome. I want one too. Wait until I absorb a wave, and then I'll destroy this Slaanesh no matter what. The trunk of the small tree visibly turned purple. Sully glanced at it, and couldn't help but frown. If he wasn't careful and poisoned himself to death, that would be truly disastrous. But he still leaned forward and placed his hand on Slaanesh's lower abdomen. A core was entangled in the small tree's energy roots, and pulled directly into Sully's mind. Whether the small tree could bear it or not, he couldn't. The swelling pain in his head forced him to force himself to keep his head straight. Master, what's going on? Jun Shou was stunned. She had finally managed to load the Star Destroyer reactor she found into her void arsenal, and now a massive Slaanesh had appeared out of nowhere. The moment it saw her, even though Junzei had already greeted it, her heart still raced. Not having to fight was obviously the best outcome. But the miserable state of the Slaanesh before her made it impossible for her to be happy. What kind of powerful being must be to beat a Slaanesh like this? Could it be another pride? She manipulated the regal searchlight left and right, but the hazy distance made it impossible for her to see clearly. Go! Go! Find me a place to absorb the energy. It's going off! This time it's really going off! Sully grabbed the regal's mech and said, everyone retreat. Go to the hive beneath the base first. 5 figures vanished from their original position, and the next second, they reappeared in the underground hive, filled with cold light rods. There weren't many brainworms left. All the available replacements had already been replaced. Most of the remaining brainworms in the cave were those of the researchers. As Sully and the others emerged from the hive, they scurried away with a rustling sound. After confirming safety, everyone finally released their deployment. Jun Shou landed on the ground, holding little Shuguang. He immediately saw Sully clutching his head, a vein bulging on his forehead. How's it going? Have all the reactors been collected? Jun Shou nodded. Master, are you alright? You look quite unwell. Sully knew he wasn't in good shape, but his current state was solely caused by the small tree. Aside from waiting for it to absorb the core, there was no other solution. Don't worry about that. Are there any other unusual activity at the other reactors? No. It's the same behemoth breeding base, with the same reactor platform configuration. Honestly, it's probably easier than ours. A large number of Zerg are still exploring underground, but there's no further information. Master, what exactly was the situation at your last location? What? Junzei clutched her head, stroking her hair. Oh my god! That's a truly incredible place. Sister, you didn't see it. Gluttony, pride, rage, a ton of high-level queens, each one in the middle stage of the Zerg Emperor. They're so huge. Junzei danced with joy to express her shock, but no matter how she gestured, she couldn't even begin to describe the scene. That's an easy explanation. It's just an exhibition hall. But the problem is, how could an exhibition hall look like that? That's like a Zerg meeting. No. That's a burial pit. Slaanesh's burial pit. This creature has gathered all 7 deadly sins. This entire underground space is like her burial pit, filled with countless Zerg specimens, many of which we never even seen. They're like Slaanesh's most loyal soldiers, or humble pilgrims. I just remembered that, whether they were larvae or high-ranking queens, they all stared straight in the direction of Slaanesh's throne. Junzei shuddered violently, as if the mere recollection of that scene had given her goosebumps. She subconsciously leaned closer to Sully, and reached out to grab his arm. I was so scared. When I saw Slaanesh moving, I felt like the sky was falling. Jun Shou's mouth was bitter. It wasn't just her who felt the sky was falling. None of them didn't feel the same way. The thought of Sully and Lightning being left alone to face Slaanesh made them forget everything else and only think about getting back as quickly as possible. It had to be said that the current outcome was a blessing in disguise. Thankfully, Slanish was just a twitching corpse. She froze, her expression grim. The reason for this was precisely because Slanish was a corpse. Although her body was cold, her blood was still flowing. Judging from her wounds, it wasn't hard to conclude that she hadn't been dead long. In other words, some being they hadn't noticed had suddenly appeared on Guanhua Star and killed Slanish. The question now is, who killed Slanish? It must be said that even if Slanish is dead, we're still in danger. As soon as Jun Shou finished speaking, all the mecha girls' faces darkened. That was Slanish, the master of concealing himself. How could someone have come and killed him? Jun Shou smoothed the hair that fell by his ear, his brown eyes flickering. Perhaps these Star Destroyer reactors weren't traps designed for us. If Slanish knew from the beginning that he couldn't escape, then is it possible that these traps were actually set for someone else? Su Li slowly shook his head upon hearing this. He felt something was off, but he couldn't place it. His head was so groggy that every time he tried to think, he felt a cramp. What had he overlooked? He felt a sudden warmth on his hand, and when he looked down, a small, pale blue head appeared close before him. Little Shuguang stared at him with wide eyes, worry filling them. I know this look on your face. If you can't figure it out, forget it. It'll get you nowhere. I'm experienced with this kind of thing. She reached out her small hand, pulled a hard candy from her pocket, peeled off the colorful wrapper, and placed the candy into Su Li's mouth. Eat it. After you eat it, the pain will go away. Chapter 433. Su Li didn't try to correct Xiao Shuguang. He swallowed the hard candy, a look of delight on his face. Xiao Shuguang massaged his temples, her small hands warm and fragrant. Feeling the fabric rubbing against his cheek, he heard Xiao Shuguang's hesitant voice again. Well, you better spit it out after eating the first layer. I ate 5 or 6 of these candies, and after the rich apple flavor, some mean-spirited people made the next layer smell like stinky socks. Since your mouth is much bigger than mine, I suggest you spit it out within 3 seconds. Before she finished her words, Su Li felt a strong, foul smell rushing from the back of his mouth straight into his nostrils. The unique stench and sourness made his mind shudder, and he turned to look at Lightning to the side. Lightning turned his head away, a little guilty, biting his lip and gazing at the mountain wall above. She really didn't like this kind of candy. Even if the taste returned to normal later, who would have the time to chew on their feet after being covered all day? She just liked the novelty. She wasn't a freak. Junwei walked behind Su Li, taking over from Xiao Shuguang. She knew Su Li's preferred level of force, so she placed the weight from her chest on his head and pressed the back of his head with both hands. Waves of force traveled through her fingertips to his brain, providing some relief. Eve's intelligence had been sent over. She had checked all the Star Destroyer reactors produced, and based on the data, the number of Star Destroyer reactors lost was exactly 16. Junwei also saw the message. Master, if there are 16 groups, then we found them all. Su Li could feel her tense body relax a little the moment she saw the information. It had to be said, this was delightful news. At least without the Star Destroyer's reactor, their personal safety was greatly guaranteed. For them, as long as they still had time to escape, there was no hope. Master, are we still going ahead with our plan? Since the governor has already sent the combined fleet this way, perhaps we won't have to face the one who killed Slanish head-on. Su Li's large hand rubbed little Shuguang's head, watching the pale blue hair become messy in his hand, and the pressure on his shoulders suddenly lifted. Where's Yihua? She's already arrived at the designated location, and received a call from Lon Lon. She should still be waiting at the designated location. Then let her down. The governor should be arriving near Guanghua Star in half a day at the earliest. Let's begin our full operation. At least before they arrive, we need to give these enemies a more specific target. Do you want us to act as bait? Su Li nodded. Unknown enemies are the most terrifying. After confirming that there were no means to destroy the planet, he needed to lure out this potential threat, at least before the main force arrived. In his mind, he immediately gave orders to Su Air and Su San. After receiving Junwei's message, a figure with tentacles appeared beside Su Li. She waved her tentacles and leaned in to sniff Su Li. A familiar, strange smell, tinged with Slanish venom, assaulted her, causing her to instinctively shrink back. Lord, you smell terrible. Su Li's face darkened. The entire tree was nearly turning purple. What could he do? It was obvious that Sloth had sensed the scent of other sloths on him. This energy, capable of achieving a significant life-level leap, was undoubtedly extremely tempting to her. Even with the strong scent of Slanish on him, she still clung to him. Sloth was still working on detoxifying the cores. At least until the Slanish venom was completely resolved, these cores were useless. Even if Sloth was anxious, he could wait impatiently. She could detoxify Slanish's poison, but her speed was far inferior to that of the tree. As the order was given, all the soldiers in the base above rushed to their combat positions. They shouted, their faces filled with unprecedented enthusiasm. One by one, the artillery crews tore off their gun covers and carried their shells to the preparation area. The weapon hatches were all opened, and the armed forces of the two legions were assembled in a remarkably short time. In the inner core area, all defenses were completely paralyzed. Countless brainworms rushed into the various experimental areas and, before the horrified gazes of the researchers, completed their final parasitization. 3 queens in different areas tore open their cages and stood silently, watching the researchers before them being parasitized one by the brainworms. Humane horror washed over their faces. This method of parasitism was truly horrifying. At least the 3 queens had never heard of it before, let alone witnessed it with their own eyes. One by one, the researchers struggled and twisted their bodies. After silently getting used to their bodies, they began to walk over to their computers, tapping away with expert skill, downloading and backing up any potentially useful research data. They likely wouldn't continue their research, but these materials would undoubtedly help Blackfeather's database. In the core office, Jace looked at Will. He had never felt his expression so delightful as it did now. It was a look of utter fear. It was so terrifying that every pore in his body trembled. Who are you? Jace doesn't have the guts to confront me. His knuckles were white as he gripped the chair armrests, and he relied on the chair to hold himself together to prevent himself from falling. Jace ignored him. He swiftly stepped forward, grabbed Will's head, and dragged him straight off the chair. He sniffed his head fiercely, a look of disgust on his face. The scent of Slanish made Jace frown subconsciously. Could he really find the information His Majesty sought? He wrapped his sturdy arms around Will's neck and slowly began to push. Will's body began to struggle, but against Jace's immense size, his struggles were powerless. He couldn't understand why his own Special Forces division hadn't responded to his orders. They simply stood there in silence, watching their lives slowly slip away. A somewhat plump figure entered the office, extending a white hand toward him. Just as he was about to wonder, a head that looked exactly like him approached and pressed against his face. A sharp pain shot through his neck. He felt his head being squeezed frantically by another head, as if it was extremely dissatisfied with its own head occupying his body, and wanted to forcibly plunder it. Neither the other head nor Jace gave him a chance to resist. Lazy took Will's head, and shook it frantically in her hands until it turned completely fuzzy. Then she slowly took a steel straw, inserted it through her neck, and brought it to her mouth. Admittedly, after eating tens of thousands of heads in a row, she had become a bit picky. After taking a bite, Lazy withdrew the straw with a puzzled look. She looked over the head in her hands again and again, but she couldn't help but feel that the taste was off. Was it because Slanish was dead, or was it because the residual poison in this head was particularly strong? Chapter 434. The Special Forces Division's combat power remains considerable. Their specially designed bionic mechas already possess short-range jet capabilities. While the 6-meter-tall standard models are still somewhat weak against Zerg, they possess considerable firepower against smaller species. Watching the bionic mechas speed out of the base and head toward the abandoned manor, Sully secretly broke out in a cold sweat. Now that the number of reactors had been matched, he no longer had to worry about the enemy possessing space collapse capabilities. After consulting with Eve, she finally abandoned her plans to send a fleet along and tacitly agreed to Sully's decoy plan. However, she would personally serve as the decoy. For a being capable of killing even Slanish, Sully's bait was far too insignificant. Furthermore, for various reasons, Sully's small tree currently lacked the ability to search for the enemy. The most foolproof method was for the mechanical island to intervene. Watching the plumes of dust billow as tens of thousands of bionic mechas advanced toward the manor, Xiao Shuguang's grip on Sully's hand tightened slightly. Master, what are you going to do with those clones? Jun Shou tightened Xiao Shuguang's other hand, knowing she wanted to ask but didn't dare, so he simply asked for her. We can preserve the entire manor and give them a place to stay. Sully had no better plan for what to do with these people. Because their minds were not fully developed, many lacked independent thinking. Even if they were brought back, there would be no place for them on Lingzue Star. Little Lightning, Little Juanshou, these clones, created to satisfy the manor owner's perverse tastes, the consequences of any contact with normal humans would be unbearable for Sully. They were destined to be looked down upon and ostracized by normal society. This was because they were inherently unethical creatures, lacking any thoughts of their own. They had become accustomed to being others' playthings in their limited lives. Therefore, Giving them a space of their own might be the best option for them. Then I'll take little Shuguang with me. Junsho rubbed little Shuguang's head, tilting his head and smiling at her. Su Li's face froze slightly. Honestly, it didn't really matter whether he kept her with him or not. What mattered was that she had Eve's face. If Eve discovered her existence, how would he explain it to her? Hey boss, I raised a miniature version of you. For a moment, the intimidation of Eve surpassed even that of an unknown enemy. He scratched his head, choosing to avoid answering this affirmative statement. Junsho glanced up at Su Li, taking it for granted. Xiao Shuguang, will you come with me? I'll buy you a colorful dress. Oh, and by the way, our Linjiai star is huge. After this battle, I'll take you back for a stroll. Have you ever experienced hot springs? Have you ever seen snow? My master has many manners, and I can even take you to see the snow. Drinking a cup of hot cocoa in front of a warm fireplace is an absolute treat. Xiao Shuguang's mind conjured a vision of snowy whiteness, but she shook her head. I never seen it in person. Is hot cocoa sweet? Junsho nodded quickly. It's sweet and delicious. I'll take you there, and we can build a snowman together. Xiao Shuguang turned and glanced at Su Li, a little hesitant. She wondered if her choice would bother him. Noticing Xiao Shuguang's look, Su Li suddenly felt like she couldn't bring herself to refuse her. You can make your own choice. If you want to follow us, that's fine too. She clenched her fists. But I have nothing left to trade. A flash of heartache crossed Junsho's eyes. She cupped Xiao Shuguang's cheeks, reached into her large helmet, rubbed them vigorously, and said fiercely, then remember, let me rub you a few times every day. That's called emotional value. Just a few rubs? I can offer you more, like whipping you, or hitting you to vent your anger. Don't look at me as small, I'm actually very patient. Junsho slowly knelt on the ground, and pulled Xiao Shuguang into his arms. Don't be patient. You never have to be. Experience life. The information you provided us is enough for you to live the rest of your life as you wish. A massive shadow loomed over everyone. Xiao Shuguang raised her head, and saw the massive mechanical island slowly descending from the sky. A flicker of confusion crossed her eyes. Ever since she started following them, she'd been constantly seeing strange and bizarre things. Eve's ice blue mecha leaped off the mechanical island. Behind her, dozens of red and black mechas followed and rapidly descended towards Su Li's location. The sparsely spaced brainworms tilted their heads back, gazing at the dozens of figures in the sky. They subconsciously gathered around Su Li. Pale blue hair cascaded, a black and red skirt swayed, and legs clad in combat boots appeared unusually straight. Eve looked at the rustling brainworms before her and subconsciously stopped in her tracks, a flicker of discomfort crossing her face. The sight of those bodiless heads tumbling across the ground was a bit overwhelming, even for her comprehension. She clutched her whip, her cape rustling behind her, but she couldn't move a step. What are you doing? It's been so long since we last met. What is this? Don't tell me these are the fruits of your labor on Guanghua Star. Su Li swallowed, feeling slightly guilty. To be honest, he hadn't really done anything on Guanghua Star. He had snatched up 2 regular legions and 4 special forces divisions, all thanks to those creepy little brains. Besides that, they had harvested 16 star destroyers, also thanks to the Zerd and the June sisters. Thinking carefully, he realized he hadn't done anything on this planet. These things are quite good, really. 2 regular legions and 4 special forces divisions, all controlled by these brainworms. Thanks to them, we now have a completely loyal, unwavering force. Eve glanced doubtfully at the brainworms before her, only to see one, a particularly filthy-looking one, scurry to her feet, sniffle, and deliver an epic lung-splitting blow. A chill washed over her, and she instinctively kicked out, blasting the brainworm apart. Before the worm below could react, it felt a void on its back. It rustled for a few steps before toppling to one side and dying. The brainworms beside Su Li scatter in all directions with a scurry. Eve looked at Su Li in front of her with a dark face. She had reason to suspect that the insect resembled its owner. Chapter 435. Su Li swallowed. Would you like to hear my explanation? Eve narrowed her eyes. Her blue pupils made him open his mouth twice, but nothing came out. A large helmet emerged from behind Su Li. Little Shuguang stared at the curvaceous figure, over 1.7 meters tall, and her mouth slowly opened wide. She had imagined how she would feel if she met the real Eve one day. But now she realized that her previous assumptions were too one-sided. The same cheeks, perhaps a little more childish. After witnessing her true form, she felt a powerful sense of detachment. She shouldn't have hidden behind Su Li, she should have stood before him, just as she had before her. But she would never truly possess Eve's aura, her courage, or anything else. The utter emptiness she felt made it almost impossible to breathe. She had no mech, no mecha island, no guards following her. Even the fragmented memories she had were false. She didn't even have the courage to kick the insect in front of her. Suddenly, her tiny body began to tremble violently. Fragments of memory, which had once subsided, sliced through her brain like steel knives, shattering it into pieces. She struggled to hold onto her helmet, then fell straight back. Jun Shou quickly caught her, using his own abilities to stabilize her. Jun Zhe also scurried over and grabbed Xiao Shuguang's hand. The sudden turn of events caught everyone off guard. Eve immediately caught sight of the pale face beneath the enormous helmet. Her brows furrowed, and strands of pale blue hair began to visibly drift at her sides. Seeing that utterly familiar face, it was clear to her what had happened. Boundless rage began to well up within her. Her gaze swept across the scar on little Shuguang's forehead, then the streaks of red whip marks visible beneath the sleeves of her maid's outfit, and her teeth chattered. How dare they? Investigate. Investigate hard. These sons of bitches are so sick of living. They even dared to clone my face. How could I not have noticed before how brave these bastards were? Eve's face was sullen, an expression he rarely saw on her. Even in the meeting hall of the business association, her face was usually expressionless. But it was clear that Eve was truly furious now, not to mention Eve. Even Suli felt a surge of rage when he first saw Lightning Lord Guard's clones. Especially since these clones existed solely as entertainment for the manor owner. The significance she ascribed to them alone was unacceptable to Suli. She's already under control. We'll have to wait until laziness finishes analyzing her memories to determine how many genes she possesses. I suspect she's a high-ranking member of the Divine Grace cult, though I'm not sure which bishop she is. Perhaps she's even higher up. Of course, considering Slaanesh also appeared on Guanghua Star, she's most likely the current pope of the Divine Grace cult. I don't care what she is. This person must die. Not a good death. She won't die a good death. Lazy analysis only needs her brains. Living or dead, it makes little difference. With a few words, the two of them determine the life and death of the woman in the manor, just as she determined the life and death of these clones. Eve walked to Su Li's side, her brow furrowed. She lowered her head and looked at her smaller self, lying in Jun Shou's arms. The sight seemed awkward. By the way, the communication wasn't clear. What did you see underground? I saw the 7 deadly sins. 6 queens surrounded the throne in the center. On the throne, a Slaanesh was coiled around it. But it was already dead. Judging by the blood flow and the hardness of its body, it must have been dead no more than 10 hours. Eve didn't respond. The image Suli described was terrifying just thinking about it. Since when have high-level queens become so worthless? 7 of different attributes. What was Slaanesh trying to do? Why had she gathered 6 other queens and prepared a throne underground? She glanced up in the direction of the mechanical island, and the next second, the massive island rocketed into the sky, disappearing at breakneck speed into the horizon. Suli knew she had dispatched the mechanical island to begin patrolling Guanghua Star, but for some reason, he felt that such a patrol was meaningless. He had been staying on Guanghua Star the entire time. If there were indeed other high-level queens, Xiaoshu would be able to detect them immediately given the distance between the new and old manors. Not to mention, they were right in front of each other when the fight broke out. Even at such close range, the fact that the small tree showed no reaction was enough to prove the enemy's formidable nature. Governor, this enemy may not be easy to deal with. Slaanesh's back, from neck to tailbone, was slashed from top to bottom, deep enough to reveal the bone. Her ribs and chest were both penetrating wounds. Both horns were broken, but due to the lighting, it's hard to tell if they were recent injuries. Her insect body was also severely damaged. I found wounds from several different weapons on her body. Different weapons? Are those old wounds? Not likely. Of course, it's possible the enemy deliberately struck areas covered by these old wounds. But there's something extremely strange. All the wounds on Slaanesh's body, including the fatal one, indicate an attack from behind. I can't even detect any signs of struggle above them. Quick, accurate, and ruthless. Killed in one blow. Killed in one blow? No signs of struggle? Eve suddenly felt a chill run down her spine. If it had been a human, she wouldn't have cared much. But it was an insect. And insects, by their very nature, remain limb from limb even after death. How could there be no signs of struggle? You know, even if a blow pierces an insect's skull, its nerves will continue to function. A fly can fly without its head, and a cockroach, even if crushed, will still tremble and crawl forward. A millipede, broken in two, will twitch its body frantically. How could it be completely motionless? For the first time in her life, she began to question her insect-killing skills. For 200 years, she had killed a lonely creature? Also, there's another point I'm concerned about. Why are there 16 reactors for the Star Destroyer? And their placement is so precisely aligned with each other. Sully took out his terminal and drew a circle on the topographic map. He lifted the circle upwards and drew a larger circle below it. Below is the Zerg graveyard, and above is a circle formed by reactors. Eve stared at the diagram before her for a long time, speechless. She couldn't answer Sully's questions either. Chapter 436. I'm not talking to you about this. Go ask Gao Mingrui. Sully raised an eyebrow at Eve's words. Blaming again. He couldn't understand when Eve had become so fond of blaming others. She'd become completely clueless. Ever since she stopped dealing with the council, she clearly become accustomed to resolving issues with force. This is a bit confusing, isn't it? They say men work outside and women work inside, but you just rolled up your sleeves and started fighting. Fighting from home to outside, from outside to home, making Gao Mingrui look like an elderly widower. Don't think he didn't notice. She was always trying to throw Gao Mingrui's cup, intentionally or unintentionally. This is the benefit of spending so much time at home. Forget about drinking tea. After a while, even breathing would be a sin. Sully stared at Eve for a moment, then suddenly realized something. In the past, when Eve had nothing better to do, she could whip people in the council with a horsewhip. Ever since she stopped interacting with them, this woman had lost her only outlet for her frustration. Why are you looking at me? You're the supreme commander of this place. Eve, whip in hand, spoke with conviction. If you have to ask me everything, when will you ever grow up? Eve glanced at Sully sideways. What? You came up with the decoy plan, and I personally executed it, and you can't come up with anything? If all else fails, we can go check on Slanish's body first. No! Sully immediately stopped her. We can't go there now. They're elusive, and it's pitch black down there. Fighting in a vast underground lair isn't a wise choice. We need to fight outside. If the mechanical island doesn't send back any useful information, we'll head towards the manor together. He paused, as if finally making up his mind. I'll contact Ruozi. If the high-end combat power of the mechanical island still isn't enough to serve as bait, then Lazy and Ruozi combined should be enough. Eve gave him a deep look and said nothing more. She found that Sully and she were becoming more and more alike. There were times when, in many situations, there wasn't much choice. When all the circumstances piled up and erupted, the best course of action was to risk everything. On the elevator platform at the edge of the base, Xiao Shuguang finally regained some composure. She curled up, reaching out to grasp the hem of Sully's clothes, but her hand only reached halfway before stopping midair and retracting. He was their master, not hers. Those delicious candies and beautiful clothes were not hers. She struggled, twisting her body, turning her face to the side, burying it in Junshou's chest. Hot tears began to fall, soaking Junshou's clothes. What's wrong? Are you still in pain? Come on. Have a piece of candy. Lightning crouched beside her, caressing her small hand with a touch of heartache. Gently, she pulled her sleeve over the welts, covering the wounds on her arm, a flicker of pity in her eyes. The tentacles on Lazy's head swayed back and forth, and her already unhappy face completely lost its spirit. She could sense Ruozi's presence drawing nearer. Your Majesty, I'm fine on my own. Why put Sister Ruozi in danger? Because you're not qualified. Sully's response was clearly a significant blow to Lazy. Her tentacles drooped listlessly, then lifted slightly after a moment. Your Majesty, please give me a name. Otherwise, if I really die without a name, wouldn't I seem like a bit-part character? He turned to glance at Lazy, who looked serious, and suddenly felt something stuck in his throat. He turned his head, not looking directly at Lazy. Then let's call her Yi. Sui Yi. Yi? Why Yi? Is it because I'm stronger? The strongest among your queens? Because you're lazy. Yi is so easy to write. Just 2 strokes. Lazy's eyes lit up. You're such a good person, my lord. You even considered my personality. I knew that even though you might be indifferent to me, deep down, you still care about me. As she spoke, she leaned towards Sully. Sully, who had been about to move away, froze for a moment, but stood still and let her approach. As if sensing something was amiss, all the mecha girls instinctively moved towards Sully. Facing a being capable of slaying Slanish with a single blow, it was bound to be a tough battle. At least as Sully's mecha girls, they had no reason to run away. Honging. Little Shuguang is in your care. Hong Ying bit her lower lip, took little Shuguang from Jun Shou's hands, rubbed her head, and pushed her to Jace behind her. Be good, follow the big guy. Remember, you mustn't leave his side. She was also Su Li's mecha girl, and she wouldn't, quit at this critical moment. She rummaged in her pocket, found a bracelet with a furry ball, and put it on little Shuguang's wrist, then resolutely stood behind Su Li. On the platform, the cloaks of dozens of SS-class guards mecha girls rustled. An armed transport ship sped back from the distance, doing a sharp tailspin 300 meters from the lift platform, and forced itself onto the platform through inertia. Yi Hua, wearing the black and red uniform of the Dawn Corps, leaped from the bridge, his teeth bared. What's going on? A parade of welcomes? The Corps commander personally welcoming us? No way. No way. What merits do I Yi Hua have? I'm only a little bit better. But to be fair, everyone here is just as good. Of course, they're just a little bit worse than me. After all, I'm more than just a fighter. Hee hee, I can even sail. She covered half of her face, boasting as she walked. Because she was covering her face, she didn't even notice Eve. What's going on? Everyone's so serious, like they're reporting to their boss. At first glance, I thought it was a bunch of Hanhai standing before me. Disband, disperse. We don't need this pomp and circumstance. Xiao Su. No, brother. When did you become so bureaucratic? You're here to welcome me, but you still need to change that. If the governor sees this, she'll be suspicious. She grinned, her teeth bared, her smile wide open, and she didn't seem genuinely trying to get them to change. She looked like she was enjoying it. Lightning coughed twice, and the next second, Yi Hua grasped her hands. Sister, did my impressive tailspin startle the phlegm in your throat? Sorry, I'll be more careful next time and try to look better. She raised 2 fingers to her forehead, shaking her wrist. Why don't you turn around? Otherwise, I'm really worried you won't do it again. Yi's voice rang out from behind Yi Hua. Yi Hua looked back, and his long legs trembled instantly, and he could hardly stand steadily. Chapter 437. I remember you were SS rank too. Come back. There's a tough battle coming up, and it's time for you to shoulder the responsibilities of an SS rank mecha girl. Yi Hua struggled to stand straight, saluted, and trotted into the ranks of the Royal Guard mecha girls. It wasn't that she didn't stand behind Su Li, but with only a few mecha girls behind him, hiding among them would be too conspicuous. Eve glanced at Yi Hua, ignoring her conspicuous presence. Everyone was waiting, both for news from the mechanical island and for Ruozi's arrival. The researchers, having completed their parasitism and documented their experimental results, moved all the research equipment from the underground onto the transport ship with the help of 2 legions. The 3 queens happily ran out of the base. Seeing the completely unfamiliar transport ship before them, they instantly realized just how well their lord had fared. Look at the armor plating on the hull. Before they arrived on Lingsue Star, the armor plating on the transport ships was a patchwork of various elite insect armors. Practicality far outweighed aesthetics. But now it was different. They only had to get a little closer to feel their calves trembling. This was the armor of a high-level queen. And it could cover the entire transport ship. It must be a queen-level queen. Several insects reached the bow, and saw that the steel cables that bound them were still there. They ran over with joy, grabbed the cables, and looped them around their necks. It was still these days of restraint that brought peace of mind. Although the food and drinks at the base were good, it was the cold steel cables, and the free wind that made them so reluctant to leave. In Su Li's mind, the small tree desperately analyzed Slanish's toxin. It also understood that every second counted. Rather than prioritizing the detoxification of other cores, it was more inclined to detoxify Sloth's core. Both of its cores were present. By feeding it to E, a queen-level sloth could be created in a short period of time. Even if it didn't reach the final stage, it would still be capable of fighting. As for Ruozi, it only had 1 Slanish core. Even if it detoxified it, it wouldn't significantly improve Ruozi. Su Li suddenly felt like a cat playing with a mouse. The enemy was hiding in the shadows, nowhere to be found. Although he felt safe for the time being, he had a feeling that the enemy would never tolerate them fleeing Guanghua Star and returning to challenge him when they were fully grown. Any sign of their flight would likely result in a devastating blow. They didn't even think about escaping. Because if they did, finding the right opportunity would be a pipe dream. He frowned. Everyone, every move, was because they believed their enemy was a long-hidden Slanish. But Slanish's death in the cave had left him completely bewildered. What kind of creature was they facing? No massive swarm of insects, no numerous elite species, Under these circumstances, he simply couldn't imagine how they could lose. Could the enemy be an emperor? He hesitated for a moment, then asked. There was no other explanation, because he couldn't imagine how the enemy would make such a choice unless they were incredibly powerful. Upon hearing this, Eve shook her head slightly. It can't be emperor level. Throughout the history of Mechanical Island, there's never been a record of such a thing. A high-level queen in the late stage of the Insect Emperor is already the supreme emperor of an entire territory. Every step they take is difficult. Especially after reaching the middle stage of the Insect Emperor, the only way to improve is through slow, gradual progress or by killing their own kind. Such harsh conditions have already hindered the upward trajectory of most Zerg. A late-stage Insect Emperor is already an irresistible foe. If it were truly Emperor level, we'd probably have our heads ripped off by now, even the mechanic tree uprooted. Suli swallowed, recalling the scene of the mechanic tree being uprooted, and suddenly realized something. Governor, are you saying that the mechanic tree in our brains is a tonic for the Zerg? Eve's face froze, and her entire body stiffened instantly. She had never considered such a possibility. For a moment, a fine layer of cold sweat broke out on her forehead. Perhaps the rarity of the Emperor isn't simply due to the difficulty of hunting its own kind. Perhaps it's more due to the sheer rarity of mechanical trees. Is it possible? Is it impossible? But what if it's true? Why do you have such a thought? Because every queen I encountered has an extraordinary obsession with me. My hair, my blood. It's a longing that stems from the depths of their souls. Eve's expression changed completely. If the prerequisite for evolving to the Emperor level wasn't the core of their own kind, then she and Suli had made a grave mistake. She suddenly understood the purpose of the Star Destroyer's reactor. It was meant to destroy them. Destroy their bodies, destroy them completely. But the mechanical tree with the Emperor level sequence would remain unharmed, paving a smooth path for others to reach the Emperor level. No wonder she sensed Pride's possessiveness when she attacked Pride. She originally thought Pride had a sexual problem, but now it seemed she was actually coveting her own old tree. Suli's expression also changed. The moment he spoke, he realized something was wrong. No wonder Rosie always wanted to peck her when she had nothing else to do, and she became upset when she asked her to stay away. It seemed she instinctively recognized the importance of the little tree. It's not a lack of bait, it's an overabundance of bait. Suli looked at the purple tree in his mind and asked anxiously, "Speak, are you the key to the Zerg's Emperor level evolution?" The tree shook slightly. "What's so strange about that? You already reached the Emperor level thanks to my status. The Zerg's genes are stronger, so naturally, they can do it too." Its response made Suli subconsciously clench his fists. But only for a moment, and then he felt relieved. He coveted their bodies and cores, and they coveted his trees. Nothing wrong with that, but why hasn't the other party made a move yet? The two mechanical trees are already in place. What is she waiting for? Eve took a deep breath, looked at Suli in front of her, and said quickly, "Go. You must go. At least leave a spark of fire for Longo. You may not be able to leave now, but once the fighting starts, you must seize the opportunity to leave the battlefield. I'll have the Mecha Girls create an opportunity for you. Use 3347. You will definitely have a chance to escape this place." Chapter 438. Eve's idea was simple. No matter what, she had to leave a spark of fire for Longzhou. Leave a spark of fire for the Mechanical Island. The Mechanical Island could disappear, but as long as Suli was there, the Mecha Girls would have a home. His mecha tree would eventually condense into a mecha island, perhaps even several times more powerful than hers. I can't leave, and I won't leave. I won't let others repeatedly stand in my way and fulfill my responsibilities. The little tree has grown to the point where it can leave my body. Even if I die, you can still take it back. If someone like me can become its master, then so can others. Suli stared directly into Eve's eyes. He couldn't let the Mecha Girls repeatedly stand in front of him. It didn't make sense that every dangerous situation would be faced by SS-level Mecha Girls. And yet, with his SSS-level combat power, he could only run for his life. Eve frowned, about to say something, but subconsciously raised a hand to her temple. After a moment, she slowly spoke. The Mechanical Island has not detected the presence of the Zerg Emperor on Guanghua Star. The worst-case scenario had finally arrived. All previous assault plans had been based on the mechanical tree's ability to firmly lock onto their targets. This was the first time they'd been unable to find any trace of the enemy. Eve tapped her boots with her whip intermittently. Perhaps there's another possibility. There's no queen on Guanghua Star at all, and we're just scaring ourselves. She didn't even believe what she was saying. Suli glanced at Yi beside her. Because of Su Yi's hard work, The laziness toxin had already accumulated in the manor owner's body. Now, it was finally time for her toxin to take effect. No matter what, let's proceed to the manor as planned. The more things get tough, the more I need the manor owner's head. Eve nodded, waved behind her, and leaped into the air, instantly transforming into a mecha and speeding towards the manor. Meanwhile, the mechanical island quickly coordinated its movements, also heading in the direction of the mechanical island. Lord, let's go too. At least we can bring the whole team along. Just in case the enemy has hidden tactics, having more people won't hurt. Jace asked tentatively, hugging little Dawn. Sully glanced at the two legions and nodded. Since we decided to go all in, it's best to bring every manpower we have. Even if it can only delay a little, it could very well change the outcome of the battle. Sully took one last look under the little tree in his mind's eye. He saw that only a small fraction of the two lazy cores remained, still tinged with a faint purple hue. He and Lightning exchanged a glance, and the latter immediately deployed, ushering him into the cockpit. 5 golden mechas suddenly converged before her. Within the void arsenal, she grasped the alloy spear forged by arrogant weapons. With a single acceleration, she vanished from sight. Inside the manor, Su Sen broke free of the cage that held him captive. Countless bionic mechas had already reached the perimeter of the manor, completely encircling it. Su Air walked beside him, and elite species, connected by their brainwaves, also flapped their wings and rushed towards the manor from various locations. The battlefield didn't necessarily have to be located in the manor. Rather, this location had been the enemy's chosen battlefield from the beginning. The bait she had laid for Sully and Eve finally revealed its true nature. It must be said, this bait was truly tempting. 7 high-level queen cores. For the humans and mecha girls desperately in need of a power boost, the temptation was ridiculously great. The manor was instantly thrown into chaos, and many maids screamed, trying to sound the alarm. But the bionic mechas remained stationary, making no further advance. The grape trellises were densely covered with vines, and bunches of ripe grapes, wrapped in paper bags, swayed involuntarily as the maids moved through them. The connected trellises formed a solid dividing line, completely separating the outside from the inside. Outside lay countless mechas, while inside lay the panicked maids. Sui raised his hand, grasping the manor owner's neck and dragging her mercilessly, storming through the manor. Don't activate the chip in your brain. My master has promised you that if you stay in the manor obediently, he will grant you the manor as your future home. Upon seeing Sui, the maids frantically knelt, too frightened to move. The manor master, who once held the power of life and death over them, was now being held in his arms, dragged along the ground like a dead dog. Sui now was no longer Sully. On his skin, tiny scales rose and fell, undulating like scales, slowly covering his entire body. Only this could bring him a glimmer of peace of mind. In this place saturated with the coloring poison, every step he took felt like countless eyes were staring at him. A symbol. All maids, gather in the small square. If you don't obey, we'll have the bionic mechs advance. Everyone, proceed to the small square. If anyone doesn't arrive within 10 minutes, I will issue a kill order to the bionic mechs. Anyone hiding in the house will be executed upon discovery. Su Air and Su Sen's voices echoed in unison. One after another, the mech maidens swiftly emerged from their rooms and stood in the small square, their expressions somewhat fearful. Without someone to activate the chip in their brains, none of them took the initiative to detonate the bombs in their heads. Hundreds of people huddled in the square. Although this area encompassed almost all the maids' areas of activity, from their positions, it was clear which divisions they had previously been assigned to. Sui, with a cold expression, gave Su Sen a look. The next second, the bionic mechs on the outside leaped into the manor, and began to search the entire estate. There were some clever maids hiding in corners, but they were quickly detected by the bionic mechas. Before they could react, the rotating machine guns unleashed flames, engulfing them along with the building. For those infested by the brainworm, even the blood ran cold. The continuous roar of machine gun fire echoed from every corner of the manor, accompanied by repeated explosions, and the sounds of mecha activity gradually grew closer. Each explosion signaled a former clone detonating the bomb within. Sui couldn't understand it. He couldn't understand how such a master could command loyalty. He glanced down at the woman trapped in his hand. To him, such a being was of no use other than offering her head to his lord. Chapter 439. A rustling sound suddenly erupted from the quiet underground space. A larva shook its head twice, and quickly crawled away from the ground. One after another, insects took their own steps, passing over the larva's head and rustling along the tunnel toward the outside. As these insects moved, A faint purple mist lingered between their joints and the cracks in their shells. They were like a silent army, moving through the tunnel and leaping towards the surface at a breakneck speed. In the pitch-black darkness, it was impossible to see how many of these insects there were. All they could hear was the rustling sound, which grew louder and louder, gradually becoming continuous. Above the manor, Suli finally arrived. The huge mechanical island hovered in the air, giving the mecha girls a great sense of security. Black and red machines shuttled through the manor, searching again and again, but always to no avail. Sui bowed the moment he saw Suli. After receiving Suli's approval, he dragged the dog-like woman and respectfully placed her in front of Yi. Yi glanced at Suli, then grabbed the woman from the ground, turned her back, opened her mouth, and bit her head. The blonde's head made a cracking sound, like a watermelon shell. Though extremely reluctant, he had to give Yi priority in accessing her memories due to the urgency of the situation. The Enterprise Federation had conducted extensive research on memory extraction, but those methods were still too simple for Yi. Suli, however, was impressed by their cloning skills. So he planned to keep the woman's body, clone her, and then imbue her with all her memories. But he didn't know if she would still be herself when she woke up again. Cough. Yi suddenly coughed hard, loosening her grip on the woman's body and letting her fall to the ground. The blonde's expensive dress was stained with blood. Besides her red blood, there was also the green blood sprayed out by Yi. The highly corrosive blood sent plumes of white smoke rising the moment it touched the dress. Sui suddenly raised his head, only to see Yi's hands clenched tightly around her neck. On her fair face, green veins suddenly bulged, gradually covering her entire face. She struggled and let out a shrill scream. A moment later, a faint purple mist began to linger in her eyes. Jun Shou Jun Zhe. Suli cried out in surprise. He raised his hand to catch Yi's fallen form. With one glance, he knew she had been poisoned by Slanish. Jun Shou immediately placed her palm on Yi. Although she disliked this creature with tentacles sprouting from its head and breeding a horde of brainworms, she was currently a rare and top-tier fighter. A blue light instantly enveloped Yi, strengthening her body. No, it's okay. Your Majesty, this Slanish is so poisonous. Sui has injected so much poison into her, and yet it still nearly succumbed to me. Stop talking. Focus on detoxifying. Can't you restrain her? Show your strength. In Yi's eyes, blue and purple hues visibly clashed and collided. Each collision of energy made Yi tremble, and more blood flowed from the corners of her mouth. She was so careless. If she had known, she should have taken a small sip first. She felt as if half of her body had completely lost control after swallowing the brain. The remaining venom was clearly not much, yet she desperately had to mobilize all her venom to fight it. If the venom Sui hadn't injected earlier hadn't suddenly taken effect and neutralized some of it, she would have been completely destroyed after taking that one bite. Slanish in the final stage of the Insect Emperor. The venom was so powerful that only Slanish in the final stage of the Insect Emperor could drive her to this point. Your Majesty, this woman is the Pope of the Divine Grace cult. Slanish is in the final stage of the Insect Emperor. Suli struggled to speak, and suddenly remembered something he had forgotten. Just what was the power of the Slanish on the throne? It seemed he had fallen into a misunderstanding from the very beginning. A human-induced misunderstanding. No one ever said there could only be one Slanish on a planet. The Slanish on the throne was a size larger than the other mid-stage Zerg queens. He had initially assumed she was the mastermind behind the scenes. After all, he had only ever seen one, prideful queen, so far. Adept at hiding behind the scenes, Slanish, at the Zerg queen stage, was powerful enough to kill 6 high-level mid-stage Zerg queens. But now it seemed that the Zerg queen Slanish was just a plaything in the hands of the true mastermind. Come to think of it, she had never truly sat on the throne. She had merely entwined herself with it. Someone else truly sat atop it. Report to the governor. A large number of Zerg have appeared around the manor. To the east and west. To the south and north too. Unknown number. Still pouring in. The mecha girl on guard outside the manor immediately sounded the alarm over the communication channel. Suli glanced at Yi, whose face was filled with pain, then turned to Su San, who was standing to the side. Set up your artillery regiments. Follow the coordinates in the channel and bombard them relentlessly. Converge your defenses, centering the manor and forming an impenetrable perimeter. Su San, without hesitation, immediately contacted the 2 legions that had just arrived. Under his command, soldiers began to roam the manor, rapidly erecting a massive, legion-level defensive shield. A pale blue spherical light curtain enveloped the entire manor. Soldiers in power armor pushed heavy artillery pieces, deploying them at lightning speed in the appropriate locations. In less than 10 minutes, the roar of artillery resounded throughout the manor. The immense tremor caused the many maids in the small square to curl up involuntarily. Under Su San's command, the bionic mechas of the Special Forces divisions leaped up one after another, deploying their positions in front of the artillery regiment. Division-level small protective shields were also deployed, providing 4 more shields for the small manor. The sudden news left Su Li no time to make further arrangements. He had no idea where the Zerg army had come from. He only knew that the moment they arrived at the manor, an invisible net had begun to close in. He lifted E up and quickly communicated with his mind. "Can you still hold on? If you can, then feign death. Act like you've been poisoned." In his sight, E and his arms suddenly began to tremble violently. Under the astonished gazes of Jun Shou and Jun Zhe, her life force completely withered. She had been struggling to hold on one moment, but the next, with a shudder, her life was gone. This lazy creature, inexplicably captured, inexplicably integrated into this extended family, and then, inexplicably, shuddered and was gone. It was so swift, leaving no room for sentiment. Her body slipped from Su Li's grasp, and she collapsed to the ground, motionless, as if boneless. "Aren't you going a bit too far?" 3 or 4 shivers are a sign of respect for Slaanesh. "No, my lord. Any more movement would seem deliberate. Have you forgotten? I'm lazy." Chapter 440. She lay quietly on the ground, looking no different than before, but a faint purple mist was visible on her body. Sui opened his mouth and dropped to his knees with a plop. He found it hard to accept his mother's silent death. A green glow grew in his eyes. If he could just try harder, could she neutralize the Slaanesh poison? Suli glanced at the grief-stricken Sui, then down at Yi, whose eyes were now tinged with purple. He squatted down and gently closed her eyes. Su Er and Su San were mad. The queen's death had completely unleashed their fury. Amidst their roars, brainwaves radiated, and the artillery of 2 entire legions reloaded at twice their usual speed. On the transport ships laden with ammunition, soldiers huddled together frantically, carrying the ammunition. In their eyes, there were only 2 possible outcomes: either they die, or they die. Take care of her body. Su Li instructed Sui with utmost caution, then swished past the red-eyed lightning. Amid the deafening roar of cannons, Su Li barely had time to exchange a glance with Eve before being engulfed in the cockpit by the lightning bolt. She took a few abrupt steps and leaped skyward. The June sisters transformed into 5 streaks of golden light, catching up with the surging red mecha. Golden ripples began to surge through the air. A massive mecha, far exceeding the capabilities of ordinary ones, appeared above the battlefield. With a resounding explosion, it vanished. A barrage of shells whistled into the Zerg swarm. Elite creatures swooped in from all directions, joining the battle against the Zerg. The Zerg, shrouded in a shroud of purple mist, fell in a swarm under the barrage of shells. They appeared to be incredibly brave and numerous, but their fragility was rare among all Zerg species. Under the barrage, the elite creatures charged into the Zerg swarm, dodging left and right, using their massive bodies and enormous mandibles to frantically slash at any enemy they encountered. Zerg limbs flew everywhere, but a rare sight of fresh green blood was visible. The spears, with their immense sharpness, slashed through the Zerg armor, leaving no trace of flesh as expected, but rather a feeling of slicing through worn leather. The blood that should have splattered was replaced by wisps of light purple mist, which began to spread across the battlefield. "Master, this is the exhibition hall. No, the specimens from the burial site." Lightning felt goosebumps all over her body. Creatures she had assumed were dead suddenly appeared vividly before her eyes, fighting alongside her own Zerg. This sight completely changed her perspective. Su Li manipulated his spear with a flick of the shaft, the tip of the spear sharpening as it ripped open a Zerg's skull. He saw its central nervous system was completely covered in purple filaments. Although he couldn't understand this situation, there was no doubt that Slaanesh controlled these insects through toxins. No wonder Hong Ying said she always felt like she was being watched while underground. They weren't dead at all. They had simply fallen into Slaanesh's divine kingdom, and were being controlled by her mental toxins. The hollowness of those broken limbs was simply because they had lost control of their bodies. The long hunger had drained all the nutrients from their muscles. That's why such a team was so vulnerable. The Zerg swarm, despite being a massive force, was shattered by their Zerg onslaught. The fact that such Zerg could still move was truly a miracle. Another disguise. The signs in front of each Zerg were another disguise of Slaanesh. If those seemingly deadly Zerg had appeared, how far could the 7 deadly sins be? Slaanesh's plan slowly unfolded, sending cold sweats down Su Li's spine. 16 Star Destroyer reactors, a massive Zerg swarm, and the 7 deadly sins, even the maids in the manor, loaded with chips, were part of her plan. After harvesting Will's brain, he knew that the locations in those maids' minds were provided to the artillery. If the manor showed any signs of abnormality, the artillery would focus its fire on it, further weakening his power. Many of her initial moves had been thwarted by a fluke of his own. Did she know? Sully had a feeling that nothing that happened in the manor would escape Slanish's gaze. That was why he had feigned death, leaving a fallback for his own side. Slanish shouldn't have deployed the Zerg tide so early. Perhaps it was because my sudden appearance had disrupted her plans. Furthermore, her artillery regiment, originally intended as the initial move, had become her own enemy. So, he immediately activated the second plan. The malnourished Zerg tide held back Sully's 2 legions. A full-scale advance would bog down the 4 Special Forces divisions. Lacking pilots, they had no trouble dealing with small and medium-sized species, but encountering a large species without the support of the mecha girls would be a one-sided massacre. And the SS-class mecha girls Eve had brought would be intercepted by the various queens and elite species that would soon appear. On the surface, even if they played all their cards, they would still be at a disadvantage. After all, she still held the 7 deadly sins. The armed transports, having completed their ammunition loading and unloading operations, quickly took off and began providing continuous fire support to the ground. The smoke from the artillery fire dispersed the poisonous fog that filled the battlefield. Golden and red lightning flashed across the battlefield, and a silver spear suddenly appeared, clearing a vast path in its path. Sully's piloting skills were always impressive. Silver light flickered, and a flood of data streamed into his brain. Xiaoshu was still devoting all his energy to analyzing the Slanish toxin, his head throbbing and sluggish. But even so, when the silver spear swung, the mecha girls roaming the field finally saw what a dragon was. The mechas they piloted were also capable of sustained combat missions, but they could never imbue them with spirituality. While the mechas were a part of them, they lacked creativity. If a mecha were a person, then a good pilot would be its eyes and brains. Sully gripped the joystick tightly, transmitting his conviction directly to his mecha girl through the intense resonance of his brain. Fight, it's just a disadvantageous situation. It's not like we haven't fought before. A true man would piss himself even in an unfavorable situation. So many mecha girls, so many ordinary people eagerly waiting. Behind him, there was no longer nothing. Eve's gentle voice echoed over the communication channel. Survive. After this battle, you'll be a father. Chapter 441. Will Slanish call me daddy? He dodged with a kneeling shovel, avoiding the elite's jaws. With a swirling slash, the spear in his hand ripped open a gash several dozen meters long in the elite's side. The spear, forged from the melted weapon of arrogance, possessed both hardness and elasticity. Its sharpness also exceeded Sully's imagination. The once hard insect armor, beneath the spear, felt like paper, easily piercing through it. The spear's tip pierced the elite's body. With a flick of the spear shaft, he instantly shattered its primary neural connections. On the other side of the communication channel, Eve remained silent for a long time. In the cockpit, Juechuan's voice suddenly rang out, Dad! Be careful. 7 or 8 king-level elite closed in on him, but Sully ignored them. He pushed off the ground to accelerate, instantly breaking free from the Zerg encirclement. He suddenly stopped and leaped backward, the entire mech spinning in midair. He pressed the pedals repeatedly, thrusters blazing with blinding blue light, and the gun barrels trembled several times. 8 massive heads flew up, and he felt a sudden jolt in his head, his dizziness intensifying even more. Can you please stop sucking it? Don't be greedy with this little bit of energy. If you keep on being greedy, you'll be plundered. I didn't mean to suck it. It's instinct. Then control your instinct. The little tree turned around angrily. How can you control your instinct? Only when you're full can you say no. It now held 13 cores, yet it could only watch. Its stomach was still empty, so how could it control itself? It couldn't eat poison. You're bullying me. Look at Eve, who feeds the mechanized tree every day with good food and drink. You're nothing like her. The mecha tree has bred billions of mecha girls for centuries, witnessing and participating in the rise and fall of civilization. What about you? Besides asking for food, what else have you done? I illuminated your path. Where? I can't even see my own path. The little tree was furious, forcing rays of golden light from its body, illuminating Sully's entire head in a golden glow. Master, how did your eyes become flashlights? Is this your special ability as a Super S-Class pilot? Lightning felt a glare in front of him and turned back, shuddering with fear. Su Li's open eyes shot out two golden beams, illuminating the screen in front of him. Su Li raised his hand and slapped lightning, then simultaneously stepped on three pedals and abruptly pulled the joystick in his hand. The mecha sideways, avoiding the Zerg's attack, paused, and stabbed hard into the back of the Zerg's head. To his side, three mechas from the Royal Guards filled in and charged in. Their bodies were stained with the green blood of the Zerg. As more and more empty shells were shattered by the blast, the majority of those rushing onto the battlefield were now relatively healthy Zerg. A red light spread across the battlefield, and Lightning's unique ability instantly spread, accurately locking onto each of the guards' mechas. In this 6-in-1 state, the general's attributes were amplified to the extreme. However, because the Zerg present were forcibly controlled by Slaanesh, the weakening properties of Lightning's general were not fully utilized under the higher order conditions. The ability to enhance the strength of one's own mechas was already enough to boost their morale. With each command, they coalesced into countless sharp blades and began to traverse the battlefield. One after another, the bionic mechs of the Special Forces Division were finally deployed. They marched in measured steps, brandishing their great swords and rotating cannons, forming a single column and steadily advancing forward. Behind them, power-armored units followed closely, forming the final line of defense for the entire manor. As the 6-meter-long bionic mech sprinted, their bulky bodies displayed preternatural agility. Their massive swords slashed fiercely, each strike severing a portion of the Zerg's body. They were already highly skilled warriors, and after being replaced by the brainworms, they became even more fearless and valiant. No one understood the Zerg better than the brainworms. Though this was their first time on the battlefield, the brainworms had already inherited the memories of their former masters. Combined with their own understanding of the Zerg, their decisive blows were always successful. Compared to humans and mechs, communication between them was much more efficient. Whether it was finishing off a blow or coordinating a fight, a single brainwave signaled a rapid shift in attack and defense. No small or medium-sized species could break through their path. Even though their size was dwarfed by the medium-sized species, they exerted a suppressive effect on each of them. Inside the manor, the maids huddled in the square, watching the battle unfold so close, their faces filled with varying expressions. Every cannon shot sent a shudder through their bodies. Under the continuous barrage, these clones, who had no memory of their own, were filled with utter terror. Even though they didn't have a definition for fear, their instincts, rooted in their human genes, made them react subconsciously. Little Shiguang was also trembling. She was afraid too. Everything she saw felt utterly unfamiliar. Although many battle scenes reappeared in her memory, the majority were still unfamiliar. She had also seen insects when she was with Su Li inside the hive. But she had never seen such a hideous and bloody charge. The inherent predatory and greed within them terrified her, even from a distance. On a wicker chair at the highest point of the square, Eve's pale blue hair cascaded down. She crossed her legs, one hand resting on her chin, her gaze on the battlefield calm and calculated. Unlike her, despite having a very similar face, she could only clutch at the hem of the dark figure's shirt, trembling softly. She suddenly understood the meaning of so-called clones. Perhaps their very existence had no meaning, because even the meaning of their existence was given by others. For the first time, she understood why Su Li had told her not to think about anything, not to reminisce, but to focus on the present. Because only the present self was hers. At least at this moment, the trembling self holding the black man was her true self. She was not Eve. From the moment she met Su Li, she had her own name. Perhaps, she could become her own Dawn. Even if it was only for a month, she could definitely become her own Dawn. She looked at the group of maids huddled together. They were all pitiful people like herself. She didn't judge her previous master. But if Su Li's side won this battle, these toys in others' eyes would have won, and only chanced to discover themselves. Some people woke up, but pretended to be confused. Then, there would surely be others who would seize such an opportunity. They never willingly became replicas. Naturally, they wouldn't willingly die either. If it were her, even if it meant living a miserable life, she would use the remaining time to find the meaning of her existence. What if, by some chance, she actually did find it? Chapter 442. Cold Suishing. Gao Mingrui had just stood up, leaning on the table, when his body began to stagger. He was just old. That's how people are. Sometimes they take advantage of their age, and sometimes they hate their age. He sometimes wondered how different his life would have been if he had chosen to become a super S-class pilot when he was young. Would he have been like Su Li, galloping across the battlefield? Probably not. Because he didn't have Su Li's skills, and he didn't have the trees in his head, he'd been so reckless that he lost himself. Wen Jing pushed her glasses up her nose and helped him sit back down in the chair. She swiftly retrieved today's dose of genetic enhancement potion from the drawer, uncorked it, and stuffed it into Gao Mingrui's mouth. Watching him down the strengthening potion in one gulp, she spoke. They already begun. Just as you expected, after Su Li took control of the Legion, Slaanesh initiated the siege with the Zerg. While nothing new, the sheer number of Zerg swarms still managed to distract several legions. The cards must be revealed one by one. Su Li's actions were beyond my expectations. How could he be so bold? Knowing it was a trap, he still burrowed underground and managed to steal all of Slaanesh's cards. Wen Jing chuckled softly, covering her mouth. Isn't that great? He took advantage of Slaanesh's focus on the ground to steal the cards silently, leading to this highly targeted action. Gao Mingrui waved his hand. Let's not be too optimistic. We just sat down at the table, and there are many variables. Slaanesh is no fool. She'll have many plans. Although we're not going all out, the majority of Mechanic Island's high-level combat power is already in place. The governor is even personally in charge. If that Slaanesh can't be brought to justice, then perhaps Mechanic Island and humanity deserve this fate. Gao Mingrui pinched his brow and glanced at Wen Jing with some dissatisfaction. What do you mean Mechanic Island and humanity deserve this fate? Can't we just leave it alone? I lived to this age, and I spent my entire life cleaning up your messes. To put it nicely, I'm the former Speaker of the Human Council, the current Commander-in-Chief of the Southern War Zone, and the Supreme Leader of Long O. But what's the reality? Actually, I am. Bullshit. In reality, I'm just a cleaner. The situation was unstable before, and to protect the mech girls and pilots fighting on the front lines, I was constantly playing cozy with those idiots in the council. Every time she had her way, I was the one cleaning up her mess. Gao Mingrui's eyes widened, his wrinkled face a look of grievance. The old man was deeply aggrieved. Ever since Su Li showed up, she's finally found her groove. Then, a sudden brainwave and a split. While a split was inevitable, the problem is, all the plans laid out long ago have been thrown to the wind. Putting aside the numerous problems that sudden decision caused, just look at Su Li's promotion alone. It was like riding a rocket, soaring through the ranks. Throughout the history of the League, have you ever seen anyone promoted so quickly? When Jing blinked, Gan Luo became Prime Minister? Gao Mingrui, you're a good conversationalist. Of course you should be. Isn't that how you first fell in love with me? Last night, weren't you holding my hand and saying I was so understanding? Gao Mingrui blushed slightly, which he quickly concealed. Besides, isn't Su Li also someone you value? I don't value her now. Okay. I'm old. After cleaning up after the older one, I have to clean up after the younger one. Now they're in cahoots, and they attack several star systems over a disagreement. I want to chase them and clean up after them, but I have to be able to catch up. Wen Jing, sorting through the intelligence from the battlefield, glanced at Gao Mingrui and stretched out her voice. Oh. I heard you, Governor. Auntie, I meant cleaning up. According to you, it's a matter of life and death for humanity and the mechanical island. Don't start. You're kidding. Wen Jing paused, glanced at the terminal in her hand, and raised her hand. You guessed right. The Special Forces Division is indeed the Divine Grace Cult's punitive force. The 4 divisions on Guanhua Star aren't all of them. The Fire Blue Galaxy is a good place. The Divine Grace Cult's Inquisition is located there. According to that Will's memories, the entire Divine Grace Cult possesses 99 such Special Forces divisions. 60 of them are located in the Fire Blue Galaxy. Then let Qin Fang go. Make the preliminary preparations, and after this battle is over, send Lazy back. Wen Jing nodded, making a note. 04 and 12 have arrived at their designated locations, and the 4 S-class mothership battle groups have also arrived at the target star system. Our high-end combat capabilities are all in place. Gao Mingrui narrowed his eyes, picked up his cup, took a sip of tea, subconsciously screwed it shut, and put it in the drawer. Then hold onto your cards, and wait for Slaanesh's next move. Guanhua Star. Research Base. Qiangzi bit his lower lip, staring at the direction of the battle, his brow furrowed. He and Li Tianlang had originally been on another planet, carrying out a purge and provoking mission. With an urgent transfer order, the two of them boarded an armed transport mid-journey. They had assumed they would be directly involved in the fiercest fighting on Guanhua Star, but upon arriving on this battlefield, they felt like forgotten children, left to transport a group of researchers who were neither human nor insect. Yihua left, taking his heart with him. Stop looking. Your mecha girl probably hasn't joined the battle yet. Can you lend a hand? Do you really think you're just a jerk? Bullshit! I'm yearning for battle, don't you understand? Li Tianlang squinted his eyes, examining the dark-skinned Xiangzi from head to toe. Ever since he last witnessed Xiangzi and Yehua interacting, he found himself struggling to speak loudly to him. This wasn't cowardice. This was the most basic respect for a tough guy. Didn't he understand? He certainly didn't understand. No matter how you looked at it, he didn't understand. Just as he couldn't understand the devotion of his master as described by lightning, he couldn't understand the tenderness of Yehua as described by Xiangzi. A violent, earth-shaking tremor interrupted his train of thought. Amid the exclamations of the researchers beside him, he quickly turned and looked in the direction of their fingers. The massive mechanical island suddenly sank, a blinding beam of light pouring down. Such an action could only mean one thing. The other side had deployed the queen insect with a prefix. Chapter 443. The ferocious insect bodies squeezed out of the tunnel. As the queens rushed out of the tunnel one by one, the permanent fortifications collapsed in an instant. Su Li, active on the battlefield, finally saw the queen's true appearance in the sunlight. Their eyes were filled with purple, and their massive bodies stretched for kilometers. Pride was the first to break through the surface, roaring to the sky before raising his curved horns. The golden-red mecha quickly changed direction as it rushed forward. He swallowed, remembering the lightning strike that caught Pride off guard so vividly. Above the horns, strands of lightning danced in strange arcs. With a flash of light, Pride's entire massive body trembled violently. The huge insect body struggled and twisted under the stimulation of the lightning, sweeping across the battlefield. Like an immensely thick steel whip, or a bouncing stone mill. The Zerg scattered in all directions. Those with the ability to fly soared directly into the air. Those without, under Su Air's control, swiftly retreated underground. The Zerg controlled by Slaanesh were the only ones left, unable to dodge, and were knocked down and crushed in large numbers. Lightning dodged Pride's blow, a look of confusion on his face. Electric arcs shot continuously from Pride's head, but he couldn't release them, constantly shocking himself. The high-intensity current swept through his body, and green blood oozed from the existing wounds. They weren't dead. They just looked dead under Slaanesh's poison. Watching Pride's body rampage wildly on the battlefield, in just a moment of appearance, it completely destroyed the entire battle line. Su Li's Special Forces Division's advance came to an abrupt halt. Even as they retreated in an orderly fashion, everyone kept turning their heads to look back at the ferocious figure. Lightning had a sudden realization, her serious voice echoing from the cockpit, "Master, get a little further away. We still know too little about the Zerg. I never imagined there was a technique called electrocuting yourself. Is this the legendary hurting the enemy 1,000 times, while hurting yourself 800 times?" Su Li rubbed his sweaty hands against his body. The scene before him suddenly gave him a hypothesis. Could it be that her core was taken out? Or was Pride physically detoxifying himself by electrocuting himself? Watching bolts of lightning strike that forehead one after another, Pride's hair stood on end, and his eyes began to turn white. At this rate, she didn't know if she could cure the poison, but her mind would definitely be the first to go haywire. Lazy and angry, the queens followed closely behind, rushing out of the tunnel. Its massive form instantly expanded. Sloth flapped its wings, sending dust cascading down from its wings. A gust of wind arose, carrying the dust across the battlefield. All mecha girls, retreat. Do not enter the battlefield until Sloth is dead. Golden dust pelted the mechas, and lightning retreated rapidly. Once this dust entered the air intakes, it would flow through the gaps in the mechas and into their bodies. Whether it was the transmission modules or the corresponding components, contact with the dust would result in a series of unpredictable disasters. Zergs like the flutter moth were the most hated creatures by the mecha girls on the battlefield. High-precision sniper cannons were in hand, but before they could pull the trigger, Arrogant's massive body yanked Lazy down with a single blow of its tail. Electricity instantly coursed through its body. Lazy's neighing, like a hen with its neck pinched, suddenly went off-key. Dozens of cannon shots rang out from all directions on the battlefield. Before Lazy could recover from the shockwaves, her compound eyes were blasted out. She frantically flapped her wings and pushed upward with her legs. Before her massive body could leap 10 meters, Arrogant's body slammed down again. Its sturdy legs, like spears, pierced Lazy's body. Lightning flashed everywhere, and the dust that had been shaken off suddenly exploded under the arcs. Lazy barely managed to catch her breath when she inhaled a large amount of fiery golden dust. The entire insect began to crawl rapidly along the ground, overcome by the intense pain. Fortunately, Pride's body reeled in, releasing her. But blinded, she couldn't even locate her position on the battlefield. With each gasp, she unleashed a torrent of flames, like a gigantic, Mobile flamethrower. Every Zerg instinctively dodged wherever she passed. Streaks of flame erupted across the battlefield. The Queen, supposed to be a top-tier support on the battlefield, restraining the enemy, while her teammates unleashed their might, was instead savaged by her teammates in a single blow. Not only was she severely wounded, but her venom glands were also ignited. She had lost both consciousness and vision. If she had those two things, she would have pounced on Pride and gnawed him to death. Watching Sloth, its wings burned and reduced to a few fluttering skeletons, Sully swiftly hurled his spear. The spear pierced Sloth's brain with a piercing sound, pinning it to the ground. The scorching flame suddenly forked, spreading in two directions. Instantly, the Zerg scattered across the battlefield. Elite species, engulfed in flames, raced across the battlefield, like flaming battering rams on an ancient battlefield, slamming down any Zerg that blocked their path. Anger, without a word, raised her horn. All the insects along her path were powerless to withstand her sharp attack. Even the still twisting Pride was lifted high by her sharp horn and flung into the air. The mechanical island's attack followed, and concentrated energy weapons instantly enveloped Angry. But against her thick armor, the energy weapons only left scorch marks on her body. This scene left Sully and Lightning speechless. You know, even the arrogance of a late-stage insect queen wouldn't dare withstand the mechanical island's concentrated fire. But now, the rage of a late-stage insect king was easily blocked. The ice-blue mecha finally appeared above the battlefield. She took one look at the current situation and immediately met its fury. Behind her, hundreds of SS-class mecha girls, armed with uniform spears, divided into several squadrons and flew towards their respective targets. The loss of control over inherent abilities can be categorized as having their cores ripped out. Sully glanced at Slaanesh, who slowly straightened up in the distance. The alloy thrown atop her enormous tail glowed with a faint metallic sheen. It was empty, devoid of any figure. A massive figure suddenly appeared in the sky. Its massive jaws swung, clamping down firmly on the flailing tail. Ruazi's purple hair danced, and golden lines faintly appeared on her abdomen. She grinned at the gold and red mecha, raised her large hand, and grasped Slaanesh's arm. With a backhand twist, the arm snapped with a teeth-grinding snap. Lightning watched the weapon trembling on Ruazi's chest, and straightened up from the driver's seat. "Master, have you seen it? It's so huge." She gestured with her hands twice, then suddenly turned to look at Sully. "Master, if you suffocated to death on her chest, would it be considered suicide or homicide?" Sully had naturally seen Ruazi's insect form. She was now a completely different person than she had been at the beginning. Consider it euthanasia. Chapter 444. The chaotic scene on the battlefield was sufficient proof that the final stage of Slaanesh was not coordinating its command on the battlefield. After his initial shock at Ruazi's physique, he quickly shook his head, trying to banish those two rounded lumps from his mind. Compared to these malnourished, shrunken queens, Ruazi's figure was undoubtedly much more substantial. He didn't know if it was because they hadn't seen each other for a while, but the sight of Ruazi made him feel a deep, visceral thrill. The Slaanesh entangled with her was also clearly in shape, evidently having been captured only a short time ago. She struggled, releasing bursts of poisonous mist. However, the surrounding Zerg remained unaffected. Sloth, with his spear as the center, circled frantically. The flames he spewed met the Slaanesh's poisonous mist, emitting bursts of sizzling sounds. Before Sully could alert the mech girls, the wisps of mist that had been drifting across the battlefield were completely consumed by the rising flames. The fight between the Zerg was even more bloody and violent. Two Slaanesh clashed, tumbling across the battlefield. Ruazi was clearly far more agile than the other Slaanesh. She seized whatever she could use as a weapon, even the elites on the ground, and used them like bricks to smash into Slaanesh's head. Each collision and thrust of her mandibles tore off large shards of carapace. Flesh and carapace connected, Ruazi's rear mandibles quickly retreated to defend after severing Slaanesh's tail. Its several-kilometer-long body tumbled back, its mandibles passing over her own shoulders and piercing the Slaanesh's chest. Purple poisonous mist dissipated from her chest, and in a moment, it had stained Ruazi's jaws purple. Her face darkened, and she instinctively twitched her tail. As the jaws swung, Slaanesh let out a deafening roar, and with its remaining hand, it gripped Ruazi's jaws tightly, preventing her from dislodging. For the first time, a tinge of bitter green filled those purple eyes. It seemed as if she had finally broken free from the mind toxins of the late Slaanesh, or perhaps, within the divine realm of the late Slaanesh, she finally saw clearly the enemy who had severely injured and captured her. She lowered her head and thrust her broken horn fiercely at Ruazi. Slaanesh's body moved forward along the jaws. As if insensitive to pain, she fought with all her might, determined to fight to the death until both sides were slain. Rosie's eyes blazed with rage. As a being of the same rank, she saw no reason to retreat. Moreover, she was already severely injured. Her broken horns easily shattered the elite creatures that Ruozi had blocked. The next second, Ruozi's massive hand gripped her neck, halting her forward momentum. The immense momentum caused Ruozi, whose hindquarters were lifted high, to lose her footing. The two slanges clashed again, but their resistance was visibly weakening. Her body, already severely wounded and now missing an arm, could no longer hold Ruozi in check. She was entangled by Ruozi's entire body, its sharp legs piercing her body with rapid speed. Blood holes appeared one after another on her body. Her blood, already nearly drained, was now finally released. Those sharp legs, each with its own grooves, pierced and pulled rapidly into her body. A hint of purple crept across Ruozi's face. Evidently the poison from the late-stage slanish of the Insect King had still had some effect on her. In the sky, a gold and red mecha flew backwards. Hot, hot, hot! Lightning tossed her hands back and forth. The spear was incredibly warm, making it impossible to grasp. She could only toss it around a few times before throwing it back again. Lazy had just staggered to his feet when the spear pierced his brain again. The nerve center was struck a second time, and the scorching heat seared what remained of his brain. The meaning of life was fully demonstrated in this moment. Some people, even in death, are remembered by others. Looking at Lazy, whose wisps of smoke were emitting, Lightning subconsciously sniffed. It was as if she could smell the scent through the thick cockpit. Suli piloted Lightning, dodging Greed's attack and carving a semicircle in midair. Greedy's body was noticeably smaller than the other queens. She didn't belong to the large species at all, but rather to the small species. If Suli hadn't possessed such extensive knowledge of insects, he wouldn't have known what she was. The black carapace was covered in vertical lines, and its body was divided into 3 segments. This species, called the greedy ground beetle, was omnivorous, but it particularly preferred carnivorous food. And with the title of Speedy Speedster, she was clearly not something the SS-class mecha girls could keep up with. A golden energy rope shot out from the mecha's right arm and latched onto Greedy's body. He raised his arm, and the rope pulled the entire mecha forward, charging towards Sloth. A series of missiles blasted out from his right arm. Rising smoke obscured Greedy's vision. He flicked the grappling hook, and the claws instantly unhooked and retracted. The gold and red mecha rushed into the smoke and grasped the horn atop Greedy's head. Before it could even utter a cry, the long sword swept across her eyes. The fangs on its mouthparts sprang up, barely blocking the mighty sword. A sharp, grinding sound of metal against metal sent a shiver through Su Li's mind. Greed spun rapidly, slamming its mech into the side of the mountain wall. The heavily weathered wall shattered, and Su Li flicked the joystick, dropping the long sword. A shield slid out of the void arsenal and rested firmly on his knees. He thrust his knee hard, bringing it down upon Greed's jaws. The head tilted, and he took the opportunity to dodge, his mech's speed instantly increasing. The escape of the food from its mouth sent Greed spinning rapidly, a streak of black light flashing as it followed closely behind Lightning. Even though she sped up again and again, she could not escape. They both possessed extreme speed, and logically, the Insect King's Greed should have been even faster. However, thanks to the boost provided by the June sisters and the General, Lightning's speed was forcibly brought to parity with Greed. Their speed continued to increase, and the SS-class mecha girls, who had previously been able to use missiles to provide support, completely lost their target. 2 beams of light. Not even the naked eye could keep up with their speed, let alone lock onto them. How could they possibly lock onto them? Master, I'm flying. Besides the time before Pride, this was the first time Lightning had used her extreme speed to its fullest. The roar of her engines caused her mecha to tremble slightly. The outer armor, deformed by Jun Zhe's embrace, buckled under the intense wind resistance, unable to withstand the friction of the air. Su Li forcibly released it. It felt like someone ripping off your shorts while you were running. Master, wouldn't it be inappropriate for you to take off my clothes at this critical moment? Don't worry. No one can see. If you don't believe me, look back. You only took off your shorts, but Greed flew with them against yours, and you didn't say a word. Chapter 445. The perspective switched, and Lightning's cheeks, already slightly flushed, became completely red. Everywhere he looked, Greedy's feet trembled. She wasn't just flying with her outer armor on her shoulders, she was even tearing it into strips, and stuffing them into her mouth. In the cockpit, Lightning shuddered violently. The hair on her head stood up high, as if it could break the wind. She even leaned down slightly, her hips slightly raised. Two rounded parts of the cockpit were particularly conspicuous. The tight-fitting one-piece combat suit had the same disadvantage. It easily distracted the pilots. And yet, within his consciousness, all 6 of his mecha girls were present. Any erotic thought he had would be instantly shared by all 6 mecha girls. Lightning was truly terrified. A pervert who tore her clothes into strips and stuffed them into his mouth to taste them truly shocked her. Even her own master wasn't that perverted. At most, he sniffed her legs inch by inch. The light ball of her thoughts instantly exploded. A sudden flash of thought caused the June sisters' consciousness to waver. Smelling legs? Inch by inch? Is this something they, who only ever tasted the flesh of others, could possibly hear? Master. So you're such a master? Excuse me, do you like the orange-flavored body lotion? June Quan, shut up. Stabilize your system. Su Li broke out in a cold sweat. Extreme greed, even greed under the control of Slaanesh. Without a complete consciousness or a core, she could still burst forth at such speed. How formidable would she have been in her prime? He didn't even dare to imagine. Only Lightning, having risen to SSS rank, could possibly match such an enemy. Even Eve wouldn't have a good solution against greed. A series of shields leaped from the void arsenal, whistling through the air and attacking greed from all angles. He raised his left arm again, unleashing a smoke screen to obscure greed's vision, then swerved sharply, dashing diagonally upward. Longbow in hand, he flew backward at breakneck speed, gathering strength and drawing the string. A black figure burst through the smoke screen, colliding head-on with the golden arrow. A blinding flash of light suddenly appeared, causing Greed to close his eyes. A dozen spears finally found their opening and pierced Greed's body, turning it into a hedgehog. Lightning's speed suddenly slowed, and a golden shield appeared in her hand, suddenly stretching. She grasped the shield's handle, spun around, and brought it down upon Greed's neck. At top speed, Greedy's neck collided directly with the shield's sharp edge, instantly slicing through it. Green blood flowed, and the shield lodged in the bone of her neck, unable to advance any further. Her entire mech was thrust backward by Greedy. Shields darted back, whirling and slicing at her frantically. Fire splattered from the black insect armor. A dozen spears, swiftly drawn out by telekinesis, pierced Greedy's body again from a different angle. Lightning's body trembled more and more violently. Even at top speed, she was already showing signs of fatigue. Not to mention that she had already activated her inherent ability of resonance, and the burden on her was multiplying with each passing moment. Su Li knew he had to fight quickly. He had no time to delay. Slaanesh, the late-stage insect king, had still not appeared. He had to quickly eliminate Greed to gain a greater advantage. Sloth was dead, Pride was half dead, and Slaanesh was near death, about to be slain by Ruozi. Eve faced Wrath, and the remaining queens were being held hostage by other SS-class mechas. If he could kill Greed and then assist Eve in slaying Wrath, the balance of victory would begin to tilt slightly. He didn't know where Slaanesh, the late-stage insect king, was now, or why she hadn't appeared. But he sincerely hoped she wouldn't appear. At least not now. In Greed's eyes, a thick purple light suddenly shone brilliantly. Su Li, startled, instantly dropped his shield. Regal domain expanded, and the shadow of a mecha began to materialize in midair. It attached itself to the golden-red mecha's body, a dazzling crown looming. Invisible telekinesis enveloped Greed's body. A will he had never felt before emerged, causing his expression to darken instantly. So, this is the Emperor-level sequence. It smells so good. It smells so good. The chilling words tumbled from Greed's mouth. Each word uttered caused blood to gush from her neck. The constant opening and closing of her mouth made Su Li's hair stand on end. Her frivolous tones seemed to guarantee victory. He couldn't understand why she remained so nonchalant, even after he had thwarted so many of Slaanesh's backups. She finally appeared, but it was unknown what unexpected events on the battlefield had caused her to suddenly appear. Did Eve defeat anger? Focus, she's coming. For the first time, a hint of panic appeared in Eve's voice over the communication channel. This indicated that she was still struggling with anger. We defeated Envy. Envy was defeated. Third Squadron has completed its assigned mission, and is now on its way to support 4th Squadron. 5th Squadron. This is 5th Squadron. Nearly half of the personnel have been killed. Gluttony is moving towards 4th Squadron. She's moving towards 4th Squadron. Amid the rumble of artillery, Su Li listened to the reports on the communication channel, his eyes fixed on Greed before him. A playful smile suddenly graced her face. Su Li pulled a spear from his void arsenal. He finally steadied himself from the fall, wielding the spear and piercing Greed's head. The gun barrel quivered, scrambling her brain into a tangled mess. The eerie smile froze on his face, and his massive body plummeted to the ground. Sully surveyed the battlefield with lingering fear, but saw no trace of Slaanesh, the late-stage insect king. Able to control the queen to communicate with him remotely, Slaanesh couldn't be far away. What was the variable? What was this variable that had caused her to appear? In his mind, a small tree let out a sigh of relief. I'm done. Hurry! Go back to the manor, and give the purified core to Yi. Sully turned and activated his speed again. Have you scanned for any trace of Slaanesh? Slaanesh? I've been poisoned by her. Now her locations are everywhere on the planet. Why don't you try them one by one? One of them must be the real one. In his mind, the slightly swaying small tree suddenly paused. The next second, Sully spun around. In his sight, a figure slowly extended a hand beside the two entangled Slaanesh. Rosie. Teleport now. Chapter 446. Sully finally understood what Slaanesh was waiting for. She was awaiting Rosie's arrival. She was waiting for the more cores she needed to level up. As someone who always prepared for everything, Rosie was on her radar. If her own Slaanesh cores ran low, Rosie's cores would be her last resort. A slender hand pierced Slaanesh's skin, grasping a massive core before rapidly shrinking. A hint of contempt flickered across her majestic face. The next second, Rosie's figure shrank rapidly, appearing in the cockpit. Her face was pale, and she looked terrified. For a moment, she felt as if her body no longer belonged to her. It was her fear of the higher orders. The pressure from those above her nearly completely deprived her of her abilities. A sharp gasp echoed, and Sully felt a slight sense of relief when he saw her respond to his call immediately. The entire mech maintained a high-speed maneuvering state, but his gaze remained fixed on the figure in the field. That face, identical to Regal's. I should have thought of it earlier. If she were just a simple maid, why would Will, the commander of a base, be so subservient to her, so arrogant at first and then respectful later? It turned out that he had seen her from the very beginning. She was not a lackey of the Divine Grace cult, nor was she a clone in his understanding. She was Slaanesh itself. It was a preconceived notion after all. No one had ever said that a queen would necessarily bear Zerg characteristics. At her level, even her human form was no different from that of a normal human. A perfect disguise, with a human skin mask, or a few minor adjustments to her body, she could slip past the enemy and roam freely in human society. Your Majesty, she's almost reached the quasi-emperor level. We can't let her reach that level, or even the Star Destroyer won't be able to harm her. Ruazi's voice trembled with anxiety. At that moment, she watched Slaanesh steal Slaanesh's core with unconcern. She knew she couldn't escape. If they couldn't win, no one would be able to stop Slaanesh from reaching the Emperor level. Once she reached the Emperor level, no one in the entire star system would be able to stand against her. Everyone, clear the battlefield. Artillery, prepare, mark the points, and fire armor-piercing rounds continuously and rapidly. With the order given, just over 10 seconds later, a barrage of artillery shells rained down. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Sully teleported to the manor, grabbed Yi, who was still pretending to be dead on the ground, and stuffed 2 cores into her mouth. The gold and red mech flashed onto the battlefield once again. Amidst the smoke, Slaanesh's body stood still, unmoving. He hadn't expected ordinary artillery fire to have any effect on Slaanesh. He simply needed the shrapnel from his armor-piercing rounds to fill the air, trapping her in place and preventing her from teleporting. The next second, he teleported again, arriving behind Gluttony. He thrust his spear into Gluttony's back, stirring it, and then let out an instinctive roar. The artillery regiment didn't have much ammunition left. Of the 3 bases, at least one had already been consumed by the Zerg swarm. He wasn't sure how much longer his remaining ammunition would last under this blanket attack. But he had to quickly eliminate the coreless queen before him, then team up with the SS-class mecha to stop Fury, and allow Eve to take over the fight against Slaanesh. The cards were clear. At this point, even if Slaanesh still had a trick up his sleeve, Sully had done everything he could. Fury's body was covered in tiny wounds. The ice-blue mecha leaped with incredible agility, thwarting Fury's continuous attacks. Sully had no more energy to pay attention to Eve's battle. In front of him, Gluttony puffed out its enormous belly, snatched up the elite in front of it, and stuffed it into its mouth. As its mouth parts chewed, a faint glow spread across her back, and the wound inflicted by the spear silently healed. The budding tissue grew rapidly, and the once huge and hideous wound had completely grown and scabbed in a matter of seconds. She was the ugliest female insect Sully had ever seen. That bulging belly was no longer that of a pregnant woman. Half of her massive body was supporting her gluttonous stomach. Many of her segments, far from supporting the ground, were rubbing against her belly, as if manually sorting and compartmentalizing the food within. She was also the most intact 7 deadly sins Su Li had ever seen on this battlefield. When she was underground, she was frail and covered in scars. But in just less than an hour on the surface, she had eaten and devoured herself, consuming herself to her current state. Faced with an opponent who could constantly heal himself instinctively, Su Li was momentarily at a loss. But he quickly came up with a plan. That brain-twisting pride was his natural ally. Turn around. Turn towards pride. Led her over. The mecha girl, who had been attracting attention up ahead, instantly changed direction upon hearing this. The massive gluttony, unsuspecting, followed the mecha girls towards the still-twisting pride. She certainly didn't disappoint Su Li. In life or death situations like these, you can always trust the value of pride, that idiotic teammate. After performing a monumental feat in slaying Sloth, her massive tail lashed out again at the bloated gluttony. The blinding arcs of electricity danced, and with each shock, Pride instinctively believed she was under attack. She was the Emperor of Thunder. How could she tolerate someone using her methods to defeat her? So, she joyfully electrocuted herself, completely unaware that, having lost her core, she was unable to control the arc's energy. The two mecha girls barely brushed past each other when they were struck by the arc of electricity. A puff of black smoke instantly rose from the massive mecha, which toppled forward. Lightning's golden red figure swiftly passed by, snatched up the two black and red mechas, and fled without a backward glance. The slight tingling sensation betrayed the strength of the electricity. She scratched the cockpit with her fingers and breathed a sigh of relief when she saw the two men still breathing. The mecha girl's hair stood on end, and sparks could still be seen flying between them. Lightning's consciousness shuddered, and she turned to see the arrogantly rising tail lashing out fiercely at Gluttony. The powerful electrical energy found its perfect outlet. Its massive abdomen trembled violently, causing the mecha girls, who witnessed the scene, to gasp. I'm afraid the elite species devoured by Gluttony never imagined that one day they would be eaten, destined to be simmered in the pot. The intense heat generated by the electric current in the abdomen cooked it to the point of being completely cooked. With each burst of electricity, the thick layer of fat began to soften, and the entire abdomen, like plasticine, became a thin layer of skin under the intense heat. Flames rose from beneath it, and a fierce combustion began to ignite from within. Chapter 447. All the undigested food she had swallowed previously left traces on her belly. Among them were the flight modules of mechas. The two insect kings engaged in a fierce battle in an instant. Steams of Pride's neurotoxins rushed into Gluttony's body, accompanied by a shockwave of electric energy, causing her excruciating pain. Feeling the rapid depletion of energy within her body, Gluttony instinctively grabbed Pride's whipping tail and, despite the numbing sensation of the electric shock, bit it. The thought of Pride's venom numbed her, and Lightning's mouth watered uncontrollably. She wiped it away imperceptibly, watching the raging electric energy, and suddenly became curious about what an electrified insect leg would taste like. Gluttony tried it for her. Saliva flowed uncontrollably from the corner of her eyes, evaporating as soon as it appeared. She truly was a glutton. With a single bite of steel teeth, even the arrogant armor offered no protection. The tender white flesh exposed, Lightning instinctively gulped. Her thoughts were transmitted to the June sisters via the shared link. The sound of 6 swallows echoed in Su Li's head, making his scalp tingle. Was this the time to drool? If the situation weren't urgent, he would have stopped and given each of them a slap on the butt. As the battle between the two insectids intensified, the mecha girls began to gather around Wrath. The ice blue mecha, upon noticing the arrival of the gold and red lightning, turned without a word and charged towards the barrage of Slaanesh. Hundreds of smoke bombs were dropped, completely blocking the line of sight between Wrath and Eve. Countless arrow-shaped missiles were launched, trailing blue flames as they pierced Wrath. The rapidly spinning warhead dented the angry beetle's armor. Steel claws emerged from the side of the warhead, firmly anchoring the missile to the armor. Violent explosions echoed, sending shockwaves through the angry beetle's body. The warhead, under the blast, thrust forward again, releasing its second wave of shockwaves. After enduring the mechanical island's repeated barrages, its armor was finally losing its initial strength. Dense craters were interspersed with fine lines. Su Li quickly pulled the joystick, commands pouring out one after another. A strong push against his back clung to his body, pressing him firmly against the cockpit. The entire mech spiraled and plummeted downward. The spear in his hand switched to the scepter of sovereignty. The golden hammer atop it was no mere decoration, but a genuine war hammer. With a single heavy blow, the scepter's handle visibly bent. The immense recoil nearly caused the hammer to slip out of her hand. However, the armor covering her body finally began to crumble under the blow. My master? My hand is numb. Lightning gritted her teeth. The all-out attack at breakneck speed was beyond her current strength. Even though Su Li immediately dissipated the force, his eyes still scanned the abnormal state of the mecha. It wasn't her hand that was numb. It was her, the main body, whose wrist joints had been nearly shattered, directly impacting both her hands and causing her to lose consciousness. Lightning could no longer participate in the rest of the battle. Whether it was the intense fighting style or the unprecedented duration, she was nearly reaching her limits. Rather than disintegrating during combat, he preferred to withdraw Lightning from the current battle. However, facing Slaanesh, he lost his ultimate safety net of speed. A golden light suddenly blazed brighter, and the bright red mecha instantly shed its golden light, standing tall in the air above the battlefield, ultimately transforming into a slender figure. A faint golden thread emanated from the 5 golden rays, shooting straight toward the manor. A black and gold mecha flashed before Su Li, and Hong Ying's expression was filled with excitement. She had waited long enough for this moment. Ever since Lightning was incorporated into 3347 during the assault on Pride, they had all reached a unanimous conclusion that all mecha girls who resonated with Su Li could theoretically be compatible with 3347. But they had tried many times, unable to find a way. But today, somehow, it had finally happened. Hong Ying felt as if she had understood something. The burning fighting spirit and unwillingness within her chest were the key to completing the connection. She gently caught the 3 men in midair and placed them into her cockpit. The next second, 5 golden rays of light began to graze his body. Unlike the Lightning's streamlined form, 3347's inclusion of the red tassel made the mech even more lightweight. Its external armor was further weakened, its color suddenly blending seamlessly with the battlefield, completely losing its once distinctive black and gold. All the mech girls, keeping an eye on Su Li, saw the mech suddenly vanish from its original location. A closer look revealed that he was still there, his form only hazy due to the refraction of light. A modular spear slung across his back, 2 forks resting in weapon cases at either side of his legs. The mech's head lifted slightly, a dark hue flickering with a chilling, captivating light. It was a familiar cockpit, but the moment Su Li sat in, he sensed a distinct difference. If Hong Ying's previous mech was a melee fighter with low defense, then her current one was an assassin, forsaking all defense. Su Li caressed the control panel with a certain obsession, this unprecedented experience bringing him a genuine sense of surprise. Master, stop touching. Hong Ying hesitated. She had been thinking of pushing Su Li down, but now that she had given her the chance, she felt completely incompetent. I'll touch it one more time. Su Li gripped the joystick tightly. As long as he didn't let go, it would count. The sudden touch brought a slight blush to Hong Ying's face. For some reason, after the fusion, she felt her control chair had moved a little further back. Even before she moved, she could feel Su Li's warmth. You could sit a little forward. It's a bit cramped. Su Li pushed Hong Ying forward. With her, but hanging in the air, how could she operate the mecha? Lightning glared at the 2 men in front of her, expressing her strong disapproval of Su Li's decision to kick her out of the connection. But her hands were numb now, and she could only watch Hong Ying's blushing cunning. Ruozi secured Lightning's body, and, to prevent her from injuring her cervical spine, she also wrapped a band around her mouth, completely preventing her from speaking. Lightning's large eyes were filled with anger as she glanced at Hong Ying, then at Ruozi. All right. You idiot. Your rope skills are perfect. You quietly been working hard in that haughty nest. If I hadn't suddenly summoned you back, I have taught you all 36 moves. Chapter 448. Fury, beneath her feet, was completely trapped by the mecha girls in her hands. Without the restraints of her insect armor, she completely lost her own protection and could only constantly turn around, waving her long horns in a futile resistance. In her sight, Slaanesh finally unfolded its massive form. Her face was indeed a false one. A powerful aura rose from her, and even facing the strongest force on the Mecha Island, her face still held a look of contempt. The ice blue mecha's attack was clearly aimed at destroying the core she was absorbing. But the core had already been permeated by her poison, and the entire absorption process was incredibly smooth. The energy within the core was compressed again, and the once vibrant purple core was now depleted by more than half at a visible rate. And her own aura continued to rise uncontrollably. Your Majesty, she's almost there. At this rate, if she devours another core of Slaanesh, she'll fully ascend to the Quasi-Emperor realm. Su Li was slightly stunned. Another core? What a coincidence. The other core was being cradled by the small tree. After sending out 2 cores, the initial soreness in his brain had subsided. His energy and spirit rapidly recovered, and even the small tree felt revitalized. Take her. I trust you. Go take her. She's on the verge of quasi-emperor status. Take one, and we'll be rich. Suli ignored the small tree's instigation. You trust me? I don't even trust myself. What can you trust? Looking at the figure, even more arrogant than before, Suli swallowed hard. The massive curved horns on her head were several times larger than Ruozi's. A purple poisonous mist permeated them. A subtle purplish glow swirled within those eyes, brimming with purple. A single glance sent Suli's mind reeling. He bit his tongue and squeezed his eyes shut. Her poison was even more irresistible than Ruozi's. Those eyes seemed to be constantly captivating, and Suli had no doubt that if he gazed even for a moment, he would be drawn into her so-called divine kingdom. Extracting the core from a living Slaanesh was, to be honest, an audacious and reckless idea. Over a dozen mid-stage insect emperor cores, plus 1 mid-stage insect queen core, gave him a splitting headache. Now, only 2 cores remained in his mind. Suli had a hunch that if he followed Xiaoshu's advice and extracted the core, the next second he succeeded, he would be completely powerless, vulnerable to attack. He expanded his thoughts throughout the mech, once again viewing Slaanesh from the mech's perspective. This time, the strange feeling was noticeably less intense. A blinding beam of light poured down from the mechanical island, enveloping most of Slaanesh. The purple poisonous mist hissed under the energy weapon and rapidly evaporated. The next second, 2 mechas, each 50 meters long, closed in on Slaanesh as the beams vanished. It was 04 and 12. The appearance of 2 SSS-class mechas sent a sudden jolt through Su Li's heart. This time, everything was truly on the line. The scimitar, blazing with light, struck directly at Slaanesh's head. A rare glint of surprise flickered in her eyes. She tilted her head slightly, meeting 04's blade with her massive horns. The black and red mecha spun, dissipating its force, and 12's long-handled scythe slashed down. The appearance of 3 SSS-class mecha girls clearly caught Slaanesh off guard. A glint flickered in her eyes, and after a moment, she understood the whole story. Pride had finally met his end at their hands. But so what? She wasn't a fool like Pride. With enough trump cards at her disposal, even a few SSS-class mecha girls would be mere rations for her. Of all the flying insects, only the ice blue mecha before her could truly pique her interest. Of course, there was also the little creature that had vanished from the battlefield, nowhere to be found. He actually smelled better than the one before him. But it didn't matter, they could always find him. Whether it was the mecha girls or the Longzhou people, it was incredibly easy to manipulate them. Especially when the battlefield was filled with their allies. I'll just play with them for a little while. As long as she absorbs the energy from the core, she will fully mature into a quasi-emperor. Then, she will detonate the Star Destroyer cannon she had planted long ago. No one present, except her, can escape. How could the birth of an emperor be without dazzling fireworks? She had been planning everything for a long time. To prevent a shortage of cores, she even left the Slaanesh unkilled, allowing it to grow until it was sufficient to serve as food. Over these long years, she repeated this task countless times. At the age of 1,600, she was finally about to complete her mission to become emperor in this obscure galaxy. Who could have imagined that in such a barren galaxy, she would complete all the preparations for the emperor realm in just 1,600 years? Destiny is mine. Otherwise, 2 emperor-class sequences wouldn't have emerged in this barren land. A purple poisonous mist spread from Slaanesh's body, its poison-infused tail whipping rapidly. Each swing of its mandibles accurately blocked the attacks of the 2 SSS-class mecha girls. Her violet eyes fixed unblinkingly on the ice-blue mecha before her. Holding a large, strange weapon in one hand, she repeatedly blocked Eve's attacks. Hongying finally moved. Unlike the lightning-fast speed of a lightning-class assassin, Hongying required considerable control. In a fraction of a second, Su Li had already constructed an extremely complex command system in his mind. The mecha, hidden by the refraction of light, instantly activated, appearing in 8 locations around Slaanesh within a split second. Hongying snorted softly. A single charge sent steam rising from her head. The June sisters gasped for air. This was the first time they had connected with Hongying, and the first time in their lives they had ever felt such a barrage of commands. They only heard of Hongying's ability to dodge 8 times in a second before they experienced it firsthand. White smoke rose from the 5 heads, and Junquan, the connector, instantly rolled his eyes. Double knives sliced through hands, 2 forks pierced ribs, and a spear pierced chest. Hongying, holding the daggers in both hands, twirled her fingertips, and fiercely stabbed them into Slanish's eyes. In the remaining time, she flashed repeatedly, completing her attacks and retreating at high speed. Before leaving, she swung a long knife past him, aiming for Slanish's throat. In less than a second, before the white smoke above the 6 mecha girls had even finished rising, Honging had returned to her original position. Fingers broke from Slanish's body, and the massive core began to fall. Green streams of blood instantly erupted from her chest, ribs, and eyes. The next second, a visible wave of repulsive force swept over, spreading wildly from Slanish's center. The 6 mecha girls didn't even have time to breathe before Su Li forcibly activated his power again. She had run too close. The repulsive force brushed against her heels, dragging her in by a fraction of a second. Honging's skin was extremely fragile. A single blow would have inevitably disintegrated. Having narrowly escaped death, he turned around and saw only a miserable Slanish in the center of the battlefield. He turned to search for Eve. But he saw the ice blue mecha in the distance, its chest. And flat again. Chapter 449. Can you please say hello before you launch your attack? Eve's hysterical roar echoed through the communication channel. She had never imagined that killing a queen would cost her not only her life, but also her breasts. The second time. This was the second time in such a short period of time. And this time, it was even more thorough than the last. Besides the mecha, she even felt her breasts being squeezed so hard that they were deformed. Although the results were impressive, for some reason, she couldn't help but feel a surge of resentment in her chest. God knows how much effort she, a sleepyhead, put into maintaining her figure. Just with this one blow, she felt like she had forcibly squeezed out 2 accessory breasts. Fat, you see, could be transferred this way. The intense pain made her want to not only smack Slanish to death, but also Su Li along with her. The huge mechanical island transformed into a stream of light, rapidly compressing and crashing down on Slanish. With a deafening thud, Honging, having just touched the ground, felt a powerful tremor, making it difficult for her to maintain her balance. Su Li hurriedly adjusted her machine, and the next second, 2 steel forks flew back, piercing the ground beside her. The spear that had pierced her chest was also deflected by the repulsive force, and with immense force, it penetrated Gluttony's head, piercing it and pried together. Under the immense current, both queens trembled violently. They were one in the other, each one in the other, completely inseparable. The 2 daggers had disappeared, and the sound, with a dull echo, made Su Li fully aware of the weight of Slanish's brain. Go back. Go back quickly. Get her. Get her quickly. The small tree clamored in his mind, its branches dancing, as if the Slanish before him were a rare and potent tonic. It was undeniable that Su Li was extremely excited. After all, this was a Slanish on the verge of quasi-emperor status. If he could actually get his hands on one, it would be a true leap to heaven for Ruo Zi. Intense gasps echoed through his mind, and 2 consecutive, 1 second, 8 flashes left the June sisters feeling a bit overwhelmed. This intense onslaught was truly overwhelming. However, they were already highly compatible, and once they adjusted to this rhythm, the combat power they could unleash was absolutely astonishing. No one had expected the situation to change so suddenly. It took only a second to force out Slanish's life-saving repulsive field. Go back for a snack. Get some time off. Buy some gifts. This time, we accomplished something. Su Li's voice was filled with indescribable joy. Facing a Slanish on the verge of quasi-emperor status, he could actually achieve victory with a single strike. He had never imagined that. Eve's timely intervention made the entire battle flow incredibly smoothly. At this moment, the ice blue mech had once again soared into the air, grasping the mechanical island, which was vastly larger than its own size, and hoisted it high. Dang! The deafening sound echoed again, and the ground shook once more. In his field of vision, the hills on Slanish's chest rippled with waves. It was clear that Eve was exerting immense force, holding back not a bit. The core, not even a sliver. If he moved closer now, he would be pounded into a pulp by Eve. In the center of the battlefield, Slanish roared to the sky, filled with fury. Her horns met the mechanical island, thrusting fiercely forward. She displayed the stubbornness characteristic of a late-stage Zerg emperor, undeterred even by the mechanical island's overwhelming force. The enormous Zerg body swung back, sweeping across the battlefield. Even blinded, she still rolled up her core and chose to continue absorbing it. The core, already tainted by her poison, absorbed it with incredible speed. Her eyes began to recover at a visible speed, and she seized the moment the mechanical island rose, to seize the body of the late-stage Zerg Emperor Slanish with one hand. The ferocious expression on that enormous face suddenly faltered. A moment later, she tore frantically at Slanish's body, but found no trace of another core within her. Gone? How could they be gone? She had clearly found both Slaanesh cores when she was hunting, so how could they be gone now? Suspicion, confusion, the expression on that enormous face shifted several times, before transforming into deep self-doubt. Not only could she not see it, she couldn't even sense the core's location. She glanced at the other queens around her. They were somewhat weakened in combat, which she understood. After all, relying solely on instinct would inevitably lead to some degree of loss of combat power. But now she realized that every core infused with her toxin was gone. It was as if they had never existed. Slaanesh's toxin could corrode the core. She had been Slaanesh for 1600 years, and this was the first time she had heard of it. Dang! The massive mechanical island slammed into the back of her head, instantly blanking her mind. The massive body, struck by this blow, collapsed to the ground. A huge cloud of dust rose from the center of the battlefield. A violent purple poisonous fog spread, completely enveloping the entire central battlefield. Eve's eyes were bloodshot as she raised the mechanical island in her hand again, and slammed it down into the surging poisonous fog. This was her third strike. This was the first time Eve had seen a skull this thick. With a sharp gust of wind, the mechanical island slammed into the purple fog, and the ground shook violently again. Her face suddenly changed. This felt wrong. With one blow, the massive mechanical island slammed directly into the ground, its entire bulk sinking deeply into the ground, as if it had hit a ball of cotton. She quickly raised the mechanical island, her gaze roaming the battlefield. The howling wind blew away the purple poisonous fog, but there was no trace of Slaanesh's massive form within it. Only streams of green blood splattered across the battlefield. She actually ran away? Attention all tribes. Search for Slaanesh with all your might. Eve was shocked. In all these years, this was the first time she'd seen a queen flee when she was defeated. You call yourselves a superior race. Is this the arrogance of a superior race? Running away when you can't win? A wave of anger rose in her chest. They risked everything, practically laying bare their cards, coming here with all their might, just for this one battle, and this is the result? Slaanesh. Where's your arrogance? Running away when you can't win. Are you worthy of being called a late-stage insect emperor, an emperor? Get out of here. I killed so many insect emperors, and I never seen one flee in fear. We're so weak, we're all fighting to the death. And you, a late-stage insect emperor, choose to flee? Eve's voice echoed across the battlefield. Get out. Don't let me look down on you. Chapter 450. Sully was equally stumped. They had no contingency plan for the current situation. It wasn't that they were negligent, but in his 2 lifetimes, Sully had never encountered a high-level queen that escaped. He had been negligent. The king-queen that escaped on Green Origin Star wasn't an exception. As a Slaanesh in the late stage of the prefix Insect Emperor, this time he had truly learned a lesson. They had come for a decisive battle. But the other party had simply run away when they couldn't win. After all the preparations, she received a beating. And then she just walked away. Sully felt a chill run down his spine just thinking about it. Being targeted by a Slaanesh in the late stage of the Insect Emperor was definitely not something to be proud of. Eve cursed furiously. Her chest was bruised, yet she still held the battlefield. You only had 2 thorns in your ribs, a bullet in your chest, your eyelids popped, and your head flattened a little. Why are you running? Your eyelids were healed by your core, so why are you running? In her lifetime, in the long-standing records of the mechanical island, she had never seen a high-level queen escape. No spatial fluctuations. She didn't get far. A golden ripple emanated from the mechanical island, completely enveloping the entire battlefield. Eve's face was grim as she gave the order. The motherships in space finally moved. 4 motherships hovered at the 4 corners of Guanghua Star. With full-powered transport activated, a ripple powerful enough to destroy any teleportation ability spread from space, enveloping the entire Guanghua Star. Find her. Find her. Dig 3 feet underground to find her. The enemy's actions completely tautly tensed everyone's nerves. The enemy hiding in the shadows is the most formidable. Sully glanced at Roazi in the cockpit and asked uncertainly, have you seen her? Have you been able to locate her? Roazi shook her head slightly. Slaanesh's poisonous mist had completely dissipated. At least as long as she hid within the reach of the battlefield, she would be unable to find her. Your Majesty, the problem is actually quite easy to solve. As long as I act as bait, Slaanesh will definitely reveal herself. She is severely injured and desperately needs the core to heal. Moreover, if she wants to break through, both my core and your mechanical tree are essential. Sully frowned at this. He knew this method well. But the problem was, acting as bait would be extremely dangerous. Not only would their lives be at stake, But if the core was plundered by the enemy, the Emperor's hopes would be handed over to Slaanesh. But a prolonged blockade of the planet was simply impossible. Whether it's Eve or the other two SSS-class mecha girls, they can't stay on Guanghua Star for long. The campaign against the Corporate Federation has already begun in full swing, and the exploration of various planets is in full swing. They need to go where they are most needed, rather than being dragged into this quagmire by Slaanesh. Comparing patience? Will he die before her, or will something go wrong before long? Oh, she must have the ability to contact the higher-ups of the Divine Grace cult on other planets. Does that mean that the war, which was once steadily progressing, will suddenly undergo a new change? A large number of mechas soared into the air, crisscrossing the battlefield, searching. Zergs were mercilessly slain, dragged and piled together. Eve no longer cared. To quickly resolve the sporadic battles before her, she tossed the mecha island into the air. After suddenly expanding, it slammed back down onto the ground. In the manor's square, Lil Dawn swallowed. The thought of her prototype being such a fierce being suddenly overwhelmed her. She couldn't even dream of such a being, such behavior. She tugged at the hem of Jace's shirt beside her and, with some trembling, pulled candy from her pocket. The massive helmet on her head, after getting used to it, gave her an indescribable sense of security. This was the first time she had ever received a gift. Although it was a bit ugly, with its high antennas and dense, tangled wiring, but this bright red was truly beautiful. It was like the color of Lightning's hair. If she could learn from Lightning someday, she could try making a blue one for herself. In the square, the maids huddled together, squirming uncomfortably under the watchful eye of a group of 6-meter-tall bionic mechas. Little Shiguang had no idea when this battle would end. She simply watched Eve unleash her might on the battlefield, feeling that victory might indeed be within reach. Perhaps her prayers, her devotion, had finally been heard by the gods. Then perhaps the hot cocoa and snowy scene Sister June's show had promised her would soon become a reality. With Eve's pounding, ramming like strikes, the entire battlefield's ground was submerged 5 or 6 meters below the surface by the mechanical islands. The Zerg on the battlefield were completely wiped out, but there was still no sign of Slaanesh. The thought of roaming around on Guanghua Star in this half-flat mech simmered with rage. Black and red mechs flew past her, and each glance back stabbed her heart. And for those who didn't, she was truly grateful for their understanding. Your pretense of not seeing hurts others even more. No one dared to unfurl while Slaanesh was hidden. Eve naturally saw what Suli had seen. But she would never allow Suli to act as bait. Here she stood, a massive ice-blue mech, ready to strike at any moment. With her nerves tense, Eve kept a constant eye on the battlefield. But Slaanesh seemed to have vanished without a trace, suddenly vanishing from the battlefield. A secret passage might exist, but the problem is that even the strongest fortifications would crumble under the impact of the mechanical island. Eve's gaze turned toward the manor. If the enemy was the most likely location, it would undoubtedly be the manor. It was at a convenient distance, and it could provide a panoramic view of the entire battlefield. Suli also set his sights on the manor. If Slaanesh possessed sufficient concealment, then the manor would undoubtedly be her best choice. Thinking of the various clone maids within, his expression suddenly darkened. If Slaanesh were hiding there, how would they identify him? Would it be better to kill someone by mistake? Thinking of Little Dawn's clear eyes, he couldn't help but clench his fists. There wasn't just Little Dawn there. There were thousands of clones. Chapter 451. Thousands of mechs gathered toward the manor. Hovering around the manor, they constantly monitored its movements. The black and red mechs, with an indescribable solemnity, surveyed the crowd below from above. The green blood of the Zerg dripped from the mechs, pelting the grapevines and the hearts of the clones. They huddled together in panic, facing the fear of an unknown fate. In just half a day, they had transformed from emotionless puppets to possessing their own emotions. They finally understood that this emotion was fear. Form a line and leave the manor. One mech after another pressed forward, violently shoving the maids. We can't leave. We have chips in our heads that will explode if we leave a certain area. A delicate voice echoed as a white-haired maid stood up, summoning her courage and speaking loudly. She had a handsome face, but it was clear that those few words had drained all the courage she had mustered. She straightened her chest, her fists trembling slightly. The leading bionic mech paused, then, with its rifle, swept the crowd in front of it. The large-scale shielding system has been activated. You may leave your designated area. Now, follow orders and move toward the manor. Believe me, if you dare to run, you will be met with a hail of bullets. A large number of maids gathered and, amidst the soldiers shoving, were divided into groups of 10. Led by a bionic mech, they maneuvered in a specific direction outside the manor. Eve unfurled the mechanical island, hovering above everyone's heads and slowly descending, bringing immense pressure to everyone. They had all witnessed the mechanical island's fall, so they all became extremely obedient, fearing that this cold-faced killer with a strangely shaped chest would order them to be smashed to pieces. She's not trying to trick us out and kill us. Some maids in the group instinctively panicked at the words of the others. But just as they tried to break away from the formation, they were caught in the crosshairs of the rotating machine guns. No! They won't kill us! Little Dawn's voice echoed from behind the questioning person. Her eyes were firm. Suli told me that the manor would be left to everyone, a place to live. So he would never kill us. And if he wanted to kill us, he could have just dropped us instead of letting you go. But isn't it because they care about these grapes? After all, we put so much effort into caring for them. The master has said more than once that even a single grape is worth more than us. No. No. Jace, tell them for me. Suli wouldn't do such a thing. Jace shrugged indifferently. Aside from Little Dawn, he didn't care what happened to the other maids. Life or death, in fact, killing them was the simplest solution. He didn't understand the Lord's thoughts. After all, in his opinion, the maids, besides the scent of Slaanesh, also smelled bad. Perhaps it's because there aren't enough soul factors attached, or perhaps the genetic sequence is incomplete. Even though their meat is delicious, their nutritional value is infinitely approaching zero. For the Zerg, they never do anything that's not worth the effort. Since they suspect Slaanesh is hiding there, the best approach is to crush the entire manor, including it, with the mechanical island several times. By then, not only Slaanesh, but even Slaanesh mud will be clearly visible. You speak up. Little Dawn tugged at the hem of Jace's clothes, but he just smiled softly. I'm not sure of your Majesty's intentions, so I'm sorry to disappoint you. I can't interfere. Little Dawn, hearing this, turned to glance at the line of maids, a hint of anxiety on her face. Then take me to see Suli. I want to ask him in person. Jace looked down at Little Dawn, wearing her helmet, a flicker of confusion across his face. Are these people important to you? She paused, then realized, in fact, they weren't. After all, she had never communicated with them. Not even eye contact. So why? She was worried about their future when it was clearly unimportant. She glanced at Jace, and a new thought suddenly occurred to her. Maybe it's because we're the same kind. Admitting her identity as a clone wasn't difficult. Similarly, she didn't see herself as any different from the others. What she could do, they could probably do too, if they were given time. Little Shiguang suddenly realized that she had a selfish motive. The meaning of life isn't easy to find. If I can't find it myself, then perhaps someone among these thousands of maids will emerge who can. Jace heard the word kindred, took a deep breath, and grinned. Let's go! I'm sure the Lord is currently discussing how to deal with these clones. We can go and listen. He took Xiao Shiguang's hand, feeling its gentle warmth, and couldn't help but marvel at the strength of Eve's genes. Some things are ingrained in us. The moment he saw Xiao Shiguang, Jace knew what choice he would make. Even that choice was incredibly troublesome. On the battlefield, Hongyang shook herself and unfurled. She felt a little weak, supporting Ruozi at her side. After trying to catch her breath, she looked at the others. The June sisters were all in similarly poor condition. Adapting two mecha girls in quick succession had already put a heavy strain on them, not to mention Hongyang's rapid flashes, 8 times a second, nearly sweeping them away in 2 waves. June Quan was no longer able to bear it. She collapsed to the ground, her body twitching from time to time. Though not exhausted, she rolled her eyes, and refused to move. Her brain was overloaded. The breeze rustled her skirt, revealing her white thighs. Her lips trembled softly, leaving only a silent whisper, Dad. Fierce. No. June Shou's face paled. Her primary responsibility was the mecha's defense. But after adapting to Hongyang, that defense was practically non-existent. After the battle, she was terrified, afraid she'd be killed if she wasn't careful. Lightning struggled to break free from her restraints, but her hands were completely numb, making no help, only whimpering sounds. Dozens of mecha guards appeared behind Su Li, closely guarding his safety. Their gazes at Su Li's mecha guard were complicated. Su Li was actually good in every way, except that he was a bit of a useless mecha guard. Chapter 452. 7 mecha girls were brought to bear in one battle. The 7 mecha girls gave up before the battle was even over. The mecha girls' gazes flickered between him and Eve. They felt it would be better to do it all at once, an SSS-class pilot paired with an SSS-class mecha. Perhaps this was the optimal solution. They had never seen an SSS-class pilot, but if there was one, it would undoubtedly be Su Li. The maids were shoved outside one by one. Due to the urgency of time and the critical situation, the mecha girls didn't say anything. They simply lined them up, extended their hands, and slashed their wrists. Such a violent act undoubtedly caused a stir among the clones, but faced with the glaring guns, all the clones could only calm down after a brief commotion. The mecha girls had no intention of killing them. Bright red blood oozed out, and the medical mecha girls immediately tended to their wounds. A group of 10 clones, all verified and certified, would be assigned to the arriving armed transport. Holy crap! So many masters' wives? Li Tianlang walked out of the bridge, looking at the sea of red-haired people before him. He thought he stepped into a sea of lightning. He reached out to measure their size, his eyes suddenly widening. As if realizing something, he tugged at Xiangzi's arm and lowered his voice. I told you, there was something fishy about my master. Look at all these illegitimate daughters. And, to be honest, none of them look like him at all. They're all spitting imagery of his master's wife. Yurong looked at him like he was idiot, raised her hand, grabbed his ear, and dragged him a long way away. Xiangzi ignored Li Tianlang. He simply spotted his own Yihua among the thousands of black and red mecha girls. He smiled and waved at her, and she, even from a distance, turned her head as if sensing him. The next second, she was hurtling towards him. The cockpit door opened, and Xiangzi jumped in. Why are you here? You don't have a mecha in such a dangerous place. Xiangzi shook his head. How could you not have a mecha? Aren't you here? Don't you know me? It doesn't matter whether it's dangerous or not. The main thing is that I get anxious when you're not around. Yihua's face flushed at this. Xiangzi naturally placed his hand on her waist, pressing it twice, then frowned. It's only been a few days since we last met, and you lost weight. Are combat missions that demanding? The warm touch made Yihua's body tremble. Blushing, he turned around to help Xuqiang buckle his seatbelt, then turned back to his thoughts. It wasn't until she met Xiangzi that she realized how wonderful it was to have someone care about her. They say love has a putrid smell, but she felt the air in the cockpit was sweet. At the edge of the battlefield, Xiao Shuguang ran quickly towards Su Li. The mech girls of the royal guards instantly grew nervous, but seeing Junzei approaching, they refrained from any rash action. Furthermore, the little girl had a face identical to Eve's. It's undeniable that the moment they saw her face clearly, all the mech girls of the royal guards felt a pang of fear. Su Li! Did you win? She ran so fast that she stumbled in excitement as she neared them. She quickly climbed to her feet, carelessly patted the hem of her skirt twice, and ran toward Su Li again. Why are you here? The battle isn't over yet. Be good and let your sister Juanza take you away. Little Shuguang was embraced by Juanza, but she quickly broke free. I have news to tell you. It suddenly occurred to me that there's also a tunnel beneath this manor. Its location is... A bright red mecha suddenly blocked Su Li's path. With her hands still numb, she couldn't control the mecha at all, but she still used her mind to forcefully lift her right foot and stomped towards little Shuguang. Her sudden action shocked everyone present. Only Su Li reacted instantly, shouting, "Honging!" The black and gold mecha reappeared. In a flash, its massive hands grabbed Ruozi and Su Li and shoved them into its cockpit. It all happened so quickly that most people didn't have time to react. Junzei's mouth dropped open in shock. Just as he was about to say something, Xiao Shuguang raised a hand, attempting to block the lightning's falling iron leg. Junzei instinctively closed her eyes, not daring to even look at Xiao Shuguang's body, which was about to be shattered. Su Li didn't even have time to put on his helmet. He immediately drew out his forks and frantically typed out command after command. The massive black and gold mech suddenly lunged forward, its fork swirling in its hands, stabbing directly at Xiao Shuguang's position. The mecha guards finally reacted and rushed over immediately. What was happening here instantly caught Yi's attention. The mecha island began to shrink again, and an ice blue mecha suddenly appeared, carrying the mecha island and flying towards the scene of the commotion. Puff! A barely perceptible sound of blood spurting out, almost inaudible amid the clashing of mechas and the clashing of weapons. A slender arm pierced the cockpit, breaking through the outer armor, grazed Hongying's face, and pierced one side of Ruozi's body. Su Li's eyes were bloodshot. The short arm had noticeably lengthened, precisely locking onto Ruozi's position. The double fork stabbed into nothing. Slaanish's slender form stretched his agility to the limit. He instinctively tried to perform a flash dodge, but found the entire space completely locked, completely eliminating any possibility of escape. 5 hideous wounds on Hongying's cheeks gushed blood furiously. Ruozi's abdomen, completely pierced by the hand, was now completely pierced. The red and green blood mixed together, turning black the moment it corroded. In his field of vision, Lightning's massive right leg was also completely pierced. Little Dawn's face was filled with confusion, wondering what had gone wrong that she had been so easily discovered. But none of that mattered anymore. She had found another Slaanesh, and it was even at the Emperor level. She only needed to devour this Slaanesh's core. Even if she couldn't reach the Quasi-Emperor realm, she should be able to handle the aftermath of the Star Destroyer explosion. Void teleportation was a natural skill of the Zerg. Even if it caused a spatial collapse, as long as she was careful, it shouldn't be a big problem. Humans were truly ridiculous creatures. If they hadn't sealed off space, it would have taken a lot of effort for her to succeed. A slender hand suddenly retracted, extracting a purple core. Little Dawn opened her bloody mouth and swallowed the core whole. A sneer filled her face, seemingly growing even more arrogant with her success. The two forks swung back, but she easily blocked them with a single finger. Those slender fingertips seemed to possess infinite power, actually rendering Hong Ying's full-strength attack invisible. Chapter 453. Without the support of the June sisters, an ordinary SS-class mecha girl wouldn't even be able to inflict any harm on her. Through the breach in the cockpit, Slaanesh could clearly see Su Li's despair. Yes, absolutely. Facing a being like her, he should despair. How could a tiny insect have the nerve to prey on the king at the top of the food chain? How presumptuous were they to think they could surround and kill her with these ants that couldn't even penetrate her defenses? This was blasphemy. The mere thought of such a thing was a blasphemy of a lower species against a higher one. It was a truly captivating expression, that look of exhaustion yet powerlessness. She narrowed her eyes, and couldn't help but immerse herself in it. Eve arrived with the mech island, but before she could make a move, Slaanesh instantly unfolded his form, his massive insect form reappearing. In her hands, Hong Ying's mecha was firmly grasped. Hit me. You're hitting me with that thing on your head. Slaanesh chuckled softly, his purple eyes filled with disdain for Eve. Creatures driven by emotion value so-called feelings the most. It was precisely these emotions, which meant nothing to the Zerg, that made her certain he wouldn't attack. Comradeship? The love of a senior for a junior? She felt the core slowly moving through her body, and couldn't help but sneer again. What she hadn't expected was that this Slaanesh had also been poisoned by her. That was great. Her absorption of the core would more than double again. Perhaps in just a few breaths, she would feel the surge of power filling her body once again. Eve remained silent. She stared at the black gold mech in Slaanesh's grasp, and resolutely raised her hand. No, no, no. Governor, no. Master is still inside. The lightning on the ground struggled to move. The bright red mech was powerless, unable to move. Even with its full strength, it could only twist slightly on the ground. The SS-class guards' mechs were flung to the ground. Many of them collided fiercely with Slaanesh as she unleashed her power. Nearly half of the dozens of mechs were completely defenseless. Shrouded in the purple poisonous mist, their mechs offered no protection. They fell into a trance and dropped their weapons. Jun Shou, Jun Wei, save! Save the master! The Jun sisters bit their lips fiercely. Without their teleportation abilities, they were nothing. The golden mechs reunited, but the empty cockpits filled the hearts of the five with a deep sense of helplessness. I'll control the mecha. Jun Shou took control of 3,347, and the massive mecha instantly soared into the sky. But Eve didn't give them a chance to rescue. She simply waved her hand heavily. The massive mecha island instantly dropped, slamming heavily onto Slaanesh's head. Being cautious? I'm a soldier. So is Su Li, Hong Ying is, and so are the Jun sisters. Millions and millions of people on this battlefield are also soldiers. Not one of them is immune to death. When they set foot on the battlefield, everyone was already prepared for certain death. Su Li was no exception. He was gambling his life. He was betting that Slaanesh would accelerate its absorption of the core after being injured. In the cockpit, Su Li watched the mechanical island approaching overhead, a smile curling his lips. He was betting that Slaanesh wouldn't crush him with a single slap, and that after being injured, she would immediately absorb the core taken from Ruozi. A loud, crisp sound echoed, and Slaanesh's eyes were filled with rage. She felt that the insect before her was repeatedly pushing her limits. To accelerate absorption, she shattered the core directly in her abdomen, simply so that she could quickly strengthen her strength and complete her transformation. She had been planning this day for over 1,000 years. She had waited for over 1,000 years. And now, with all preparations nearly complete, she had every reason to reap the fruits of victory. Even though the situation had been somewhat fraught, she was fortunately well prepared and incredibly patient. As the energy within her body began to dissipate and absorb, Slaanesh, battling the mechanical island in the field, suddenly spat out a stream of green blood. Flashes of lightning shot through her body, and the core containing half of Pride's own power finally exploded within her. In the cockpit, Ruozi suppressed her fear of Slaanesh and placed the 3 cores Xiao Shu handed her into her mouth. 2 were hers, and the other belonged to the insect queen Slaanesh, who had died long ago. The wound on her abdomen healed rapidly, and her aura soared. At Su Li's command, Hong Ying unfurled, and the 2 of them instantly began a free fall, plummeting from her palm at an incredible speed. Ruozi immediately held up her closed palms, finally transforming into her own insect form, exerting all her might to pin Slaanesh to the spot. The cores of other queens are, for different Zerg species, irresistible poisons. Slaanesh struggled, uttering painful roars. The intense pain emanating from his body was unlike anything she had ever experienced. The lightning, like blood, swept through her body, causing her movements to become involuntarily stiff, and with every advance, she felt her body burn. The once warm blood had now become boiling hot. She spat out mouthfuls of green blood, staring at the ground with eyes filled with disbelief. Why would the core extracted from Slaanesh be arrogance? Her mind was in a tizzy. What once only required a quick thought to understand now eluded her even after repeated attempts. It seemed as if all the incomprehensible events were inextricably linked to the man who had escaped once again. Whether it was the sudden, unexpected attack that triggered her repulsive field, or the fact that, right in front of her, she managed to replace Slaanesh's core with some unknown method, she knew it all. Now that she thought about it, the disappearance of the insect queen Slaanesh's core was probably his fault. But how did he know her plan? How much did he know? As Ruozi's grip on her grew stronger, she suddenly realized she might be truly doomed this time. For she saw insect queen sloth hurtling towards her at a rapid speed. The mechanical island struck again. Desperate, Ruozi didn't even try to dodge, taking the blow head-on with Slaanesh. The ground sank again, and a violent tremor rocked little Dawn, who was with Jace, and sent her plummeting to the ground. She couldn't escape. Absolutely not. Ruozi gritted her teeth, clinging to her position. She didn't know how many more blows Eve would need to strike before Slaanesh was subdued, but she knew that without Su Li's orders, she had to persevere. Chapter 454. Mad? You're crazy. Do you still cherish the supreme honor of being a Zerg? You actually obey the humans' commands, willingly serving them? Before Slaanesh could finish her words, the Mecha Island smashed into her head again. Under the repeated impacts, her proud horns finally began to crack. The immense force made her mind daze. The pure purple in her eyes faded, tinged with green. Eve pounced, their sharp jaws piercing her neck. Ruozi clung even more fiercely, piercing each of her segments into Slaanesh's body. A surge of venom began to flow, intensifying the already rich purple mist surrounding her. A hint of scorn flashed in Slaanesh's eyes. She slammed her palm against her chest, shattering the triggering mechanism for the Star Destroyer reactors. A mad smile crossed her ferocious face. Then let's die together. Die together. As the mechanism shattered, her muscles tensed instantly, and she caused the 16 Star Destroyer reactors to offer the most dazzling fireworks display of her 1,600-year life. The madness on Slaanesh's face startled everyone. Even the small tree, who had been threatening to destroy her, froze, prompting Su Li to immediately steer the red ribbon away. Slaanesh's expression froze. Time ticked by, and the 16 reactors, which should have exploded instantly, showed no sign of exploding. She stared at the ground in astonishment. Could the continuous impact have caused a problem with the reactors? No, not at all. The slightest error in the stabilization device would have detonated immediately. There was absolutely no chance of it failing to explode. Unless... She looked at the black gold Hong Ying with disbelief. That creature, so delicious to her, had once again ruined her plan and taken away her backup plan. This is too much. This is truly too much. You took out the core, and then the bomb, and every step was ahead of her. Yes, everything in that underground space was bait prepared by Slaanesh for Su Li and the mechanical island. That's why she kept the core she'd been so obsessed with, just to completely deceive any prospective explorers. What kind of explorer could steal someone else's core so quietly? What about the Star Destroyer reactors? You took one, not just one, but 16. All 16? How did he know there were 16, and their exact locations? With such a large number, in such a short time, he didn't even have enough personnel to investigate them one by one. Slaanesh suddenly realized that perhaps his constant focus on safety had ultimately harmed him. If she had devoured Su Li the moment she discovered him, then all these subsequent events would have been avoided. Perhaps then, she would have fully ascended to the Emperor level by now, instead of being pinned to the ground and ruthlessly rubbed against by the concentrated superior force of others. She could naturally sense Ruozi's growing energy, but that energy should have belonged to her. The arrogant energy within her body was frantically destroying everything it encountered. Outside her body, Ruozi and Yi were frantically attacking her skin. It turned out that all her proud plans had ultimately served someone else well. How could she possibly accept this? The massive body collapsed to the ground. Yi's head trembled like a pecking stick, frantically pecking at every inch of skin she could reach. The incredibly resilient skin was incredibly elastic, perfectly embracing her mouthparts. After only a few dozen thrusts, she felt the mouthparts heat scorching. With each bite, she injected her venom into Slaanish's body. After hundreds of bites, not only had her venom been depleted, but even her neck was incredibly sore and swollen. She had never imagined her insect's mouthparts could gleam so brightly. Even the sky remained vigilant. Slaanish's tactics were endless, and it was never too late to be cautious. In just a few minutes, her entire back was covered in tiny pustules, all Yi's work. The numerous mech girls present saw this scene, and cold sweats ran down their backs. Within those bright pustules, the reaction between venom and flesh could be clearly seen. Toxic, too poisonous. The Mecha Island struck Slaanish's head again, and with the sound of cracking bones, her body was reduced to a slight tremor. Seeing Slaanish's body struggling with only the slightest movement, all the Mecha girls instinctively breathed a sigh of relief. They gathered from all sides, carrying their comrades trapped in the poisonous fog out of the mist's reach. Suli glanced at Eve to the side and breathed a sigh of relief. "Governor, can you give me the Slaanish core? I'll trade it for another Queen's core." Eve shook her head slightly. "I'll give them all to you. The other cores too. With these 2 cores, perhaps Ruozi can ascend to a higher level." She felt a slight bitterness in her heart. The mecha trees on the mechanical island had allocated most of their power to breeding, solidifying the queens as breeding grounds. Those queens had already lost the possibility of further advancement. Conversely, Suli's mecha tree remained fraught with uncertainty. However, after acquiring a large number of queen cores, Suli's strength would undoubtedly increase significantly in a short period of time. After reaching a certain level of growth, would he still remain obedient and stable? She didn't care. At worst, she'd just follow him around. But the thought of Gao Mingrui's sullen face made her frown. However, what did this have to do with her? She was the governor of the mechanical island, not long ago. Eve raised the mechanical island high and slanted down on the back of Slaanish's head again. Her head finally exploded, leaving all the mecha girls with a sense of certainty. "Take it out! Take it out! Take it out!" The little tree screamed frantically, leaving Suli helpless, driving Hongying forward. The cockpit door opened, and Suli jumped down. Under Ruozi's expectant gaze, he placed his hand on Slaanish's body. Golden roots extended from his palm, easily penetrating Slaanish's body. Pulled by the little tree's roots, an immensely large purple core materialized in midair. The faint arcs of electricity flickering on it were wiped clean by a gentle sweep of golden energy, and then it was brought to Ruozi's lips. She didn't release her grip on Slaanish's body, but opened her wide mouth to take the core, lifting her enormous cheeks high. As the 2 cores entered her mouth, Ruozi's eyes flashed with unspeakable excitement. She could sense that the threshold to the Emperor level was right before her eyes. Chapter 455. You squeezed gently. Hongying stood beside Suli, watching Ruozi squeeze Slaanish's body with such excitement. Her gaze lingered on the densely packed boils on her back, fearing that Ruozi would squeeze them too hard and burst them, dousing both her and Suli's heads and faces. She knew without even experiencing it that what was inside was pure soul sauce. If it were poured on them, survival would be a foregone conclusion. Yi's enormous insect body crawled over Slaanish's body, looking up at Suli from above. Compared to her own enormous size, the current lord was as small as a hair. "It's over. It's all over. Lord, can you find me a queen stage sloth?" Yi's mouthparts were shiny, as if waxed. She had truly exerted tremendous effort this time. From the endless egg-laying to the final frenzied output, do you know that for a sloth, continuously outputting hundreds of times for several minutes is nearly fatal? This was the first time in her life she had ever felt so exhausted. The massive insect body disintegrated, and the naked lazy used its energy to condense a sheet, draping it over her body. As the breeze blew, the exposed areas were completely uncovered. Seeing her cling to Suli's arm, Hongying's brows furrowed unconsciously. She glanced around. They were still on the battlefield. How would the other mecha girls around her view Suli with such unrestrained behavior? She took her cloak, pulled Lazy over her, and wrapped her completely around her. Hongying took 2 steps back, glanced at Lazy, wrapped in the cloak, and a vein popped on her forehead. That damn curvaceous figure and deathly laziness, wrapped up, was even more alluring than without. The black cape, wrapped around her, added a touch of depth to her figure. Who's such a good person as to wear a cape like a stepmother's skirt, and then tear it off? Hong Ying was eager to try, but then gave up the idea. I can, but only after my vacation. But are you sure there's another lazy person in the world besides you who's reached the insect queen stage? Eve frowned. With her lazy nature, starving herself to death and refusing to move, perhaps, possibly. She never reached the emperor level in her lifetime. She kicked Slaanesh beside her in anger. They were all brains, so how could she be eaten into the late insect emperor stage? Su Li looked up at the Slaanesh's body before him, feeling a wave of fatigue. He swayed a little, and Hong Ying grasped his other arm. Su Li now seemed more than twice as heavy as before. Hong Ying tilted her head to the side, and saw Yi hanging from Su Li's body, half leaning against him. She was furious and pushed Yi down with a vengeance, then helped Su Li walk away. Yi rolled her eyes, and fell to the ground, completely motionless. He just didn't want to take her with him, but he acted as if she cared that much. So what? She just didn't want to take her. She just didn't believe anyone would care about her. Slightly dripped bright red blood onto Su Li's arm. He looked at Hong Ying's face with some distress, its face marred by deep, bone-deep wounds. The golden mecha disintegrated rapidly. Jun Shou took Su Li's body, while Jun Zhe quickly supported Hong Ying. Blue energy began to spread, gradually covering half of her cheek. Jun Zhe bit his lip, watching the blue energy completely cover her wound. Then he pulled out equipment from his void arsenal and performed a simple repair on her cheek. Not far away, on the ground, Lightning lay face down, tears streaming down her cheeks. It's okay. It's really okay. She thought she finally experienced the feeling Su Li had described. That feeling of a sudden emptiness in her chest. Thankfully, that emptiness was now filled. A sharp gasp could be heard. Just when Su Li was in Slaanesh's grip, she had even forgotten how to breathe. Eve released her deployment and slowly landed in front of Lightning. Lightning simply glanced at her and turned his head away angrily. She couldn't calm down at all. Especially watching Eve wave the mecha island around without regard for Su Li's safety. Her teeth were itching. It just meant she couldn't move now. Otherwise, what would the governor do? He dragged Yi Hua against her. How did you find out Slaanesh was disguised as that little girl? I smelled it. No way. Eve frowned slightly, ignoring Lightning's tone. She had never heard of a mecha girl with a gift for smell. Smell it? Are you sensitive to the smell of Slaanesh? Lightning rolled his eyes. I'm sensitive, huh? I'm sensitive to food. How many snacks did I stuff into little Shuwang's skirt? How could I not smell it? She came over in a skirt, not even a candy in her pocket. Do you really think I'm stupid? Eve suddenly felt like she was the fool. Why ask a brain-dead any other question? Su Li still had 9 cores in his possession, meaning that if he condensed an SS-level module, he could create 9 SSS-level mecha girls. If all else fails, just leave Lightning out. With her after effects, even upgrading to SSS level wouldn't fix her mental retardation. She glanced up at Lightning, who lay sprawled on the ground, barely able to move on her hips. She felt a deep sense of bewilderment. How on earth could such a thing have mastered extreme speed? Finding even one mecha girl with such an extreme attribute among all the other mecha girls was incredibly rare. She glanced at the mecha girls beside Su Li, and couldn't help but smack her tongue. It seemed that, with the exception of Heiyu, the other mecha girls around him were somewhat partial to certain areas. So he's a universal tonic. Not only can he bring out the strengths of a mecha girl, he can also fill their weaknesses. She rubbed her chin, suddenly feeling that her attributes might be a little too balanced. She remembered a long time ago, when she was still a mecha girl, it seemed that stability had been her weakness. But over the years, she had forced herself to improve. Suddenly, she felt a sense of regret. What was going on? Watching Su Li slowly approach, she cleared her throat. Is Slaanesh completely dead? Not yet, but if you want, you can give her a couple more hits. How long will it take for Ruozi to advance to the Emperor level? Her current strength isn't quite there yet. It'll take at least a month to digest the Slaanesh core on a safe basis. Eve nodded. Then I'll give you a month. You've been running around all day, so take a break. 16 Star Destroyer reactors have been handed in. This month, take your mecha girl and go wherever you want. Just don't get in my way. Su Li curled his lips, straightened up, and saluted Eve. Then let's go to Green Source Star. It's a perfect time for a hot spring bath. The manor there is ready, perfect for some relaxation. By the way, Governor, The intelligence officers on Guanghua Star have been working very hard lately. I'd like to bring them over to relax and have a vacation. You have the final say over your people." Eve turned her back. It seemed like she hadn't been to a hot spring in a while. Chapter 456. The battlefield was in ruins, as numerous mechs flew through corners, clearing out the remaining Zerg. After enduring a lengthy electrocution, pride and gluttony were finally transformed into delicious chunks of meat. Lightning drooled as the medical mech carried him past them. June Shou unhappily pried off one of Pride's long legs, peeled the shell, and stuffed it into Lightning's mouth. She bit down, her eyes narrowing in bliss. Han Hai loved this kind of battle settlement. Every time a battle was settled, it made her feel stronger. Although she was far away on Leng Chui Star and couldn't make it, the appearance of two figures on the battlefield made Su Li overjoyed. "Brother Tao? Why are you here?" A team of mechs, armed with cameras and rifles, snapped at Slaanesh before them. Many raised their hands to signal Ruozi to change her stance. After all, a photo of two Slaaneshes entwined together can give those curious about the world a sense of undue excitement. Cao Cao rubbed his bald head and chuckled at Su Li. "Not only am I here, but Kuling is here too." She heard the battle reports, saying there are many high-level queens, so we're heading here on the mothership. Commander Gao wants to build one on Lingsui, too, about that exhibition hall you mentioned in your intelligence. For exhibitions and learning. There's no more authoritative authority in this area than our Dawn Legion and the Mechanical Island, so that's our primary focus. Of course, there's also military publicity work. You know, your brother got another promotion. Awesome. My brother Tao is my brother Tao. Su Li gave Tao Ao a thumbs up. He glanced at Kuling, who was following behind Tao Tao. He hadn't expected that he would actually take Kuling down. Su Li stood at attention and saluted Kuling. "Welcome, sister-in-law, to inspect military affairs." Kuling rolled her eyes and said unhappily, "All right, Commander, lend me your troops." All these high-quality ingredients, just thrown on the ground, not properly processed, are all wasted. You men, all you know how to do is charge forward. How long have we been through these hard times? These are high-level queens, each one precious. No problem, no problem. I'll make arrangements right away. Are 2 legions enough? If not, we have 4 special forces divisions. Kuling's eyes lit up. So many? Commander, are you sure you're here for undercover work, not training? Su Li spread his hands, a look of grievance on his face. Sister Kuling, look at what you're saying. My undercover mission was perfect. No one ever noticed me. Jun Wei's expression froze, but he forced a calm grin and nodded, confirming that his master was right. The undercover mission was a complete success. With so few living people on the entire planet, none of them were still alive. If everyone were dead, how could anyone be found? She waved a greeting, and a swarm of bionic mechas instantly swarmed out of the manor. Kuling, also wearing a Dawn Legion uniform, saw the swarm of bionic mechas, and her vision suddenly lit up. She immediately assumed Su Sen's command, commanding each mecha to cut and package the queen's massive body. Yes, cut along the seams in the armor with the chainsaw. Be sure to use the right technique. Their armor is incredibly tough. Always monitor the saw's position to avoid injuring yourself. The intelligence officers didn't emerge from the armed transport until the battle was over. Captain, are all the Dawn Legion members so fierce? They dare to yell at a group of people infested by insects like that? The intelligence officer's captain shuddered at the words. She didn't want to talk about the past month. Now, she suspected she'd become overly stressed by the insects. Countless awakenings from dreams had made her afraid to even look at her own team members, fearing she'd spot a stitch on their necks. That's Slaanesh. Captain, she's huge. Don't call me, I can't see a thing. The team members stood on the deck, gazing at the massive insect form outside, each one filled with nothing but emotion. A large number of clones were driven back into the manor. They huddled together, shivering, and silently awaited the victor's verdict. Eve did not re-enter the manor. She stared intently at Slaanesh, fearing the was faking his own death again. Accompanied by the June sisters, Su Li, holding little Dawn's hand, entered the manor. Looking at the maids filling the square, even his best temper couldn't force a smile. The sight of their faces intensified his already uncontrollable rage. They are innocent. He repeated this to himself over and over, looking at the countless Lightning, Regal, and June show before him. He couldn't help but believe that perhaps this was also part of Slaanesh's plan. But she had ultimately chosen to use Little Dawn's image to launch a surprise attack on him. However, Lightning saw through his plan, almost as a joke. Feeling the warmth of Little Dawn's hand, Su Li averted his gaze from the faces of the maids. He wondered if their existence had any meaning. Much less did he know if they could ever find that meaning. These clones were destined to be caged canaries, unable to step out of their own circle, or even beyond the boundaries designated for them by the divine grace cult. Can such a life be considered meaningful? Give them freedom? They didn't even understand the word freedom. If no one told them what they were supposed to do each day, they would stand motionless until nightfall. Do you have the life you want? Su Li's voice was quiet, but it was clear enough for every maid present to hear. As expected, everyone in the room lowered their heads, silent. What about freedom? Do you desire it? Or, I could give you this manor and let you live freely here. What do you think? The questions fell on deaf ears. The silence of the crowd dimmed the light in Xiao Shuguang's eyes. It's not that they lacked the courage to take a step forward, they simply never knew how to take it. Su Li glanced at Xiao Shuguang beside her. She wore a large red helmet, and her eyes held visible emotion and agility, something the group before her lacked. They were like puppets. Even if the manor were left to them, they wouldn't know how to live. Let's go! I'll assign them a few people to guide them, and teach them how to live. I believe after a few weeks of instruction, they'll see significant improvement. Su Li squatted down and spoke softly in front of Xiao Shuguang. Xiao Shuguang nodded, not asking for more. She knew this was probably the best outcome. Lord, what do we do with those clones of yours? Ask if there are any brainworms willing to parasitize them. If not, let them become fertilizer for this manor. Jace wiped the non-existent sweat from his forehead. For the first time, he realized how cruel the Lord was to him. Chapter 457. It's hard to say whether a person's meaning is self-defined or assigned by others. It depends on their choices and direction. Junzai conducted an assessment test on this group of people and came to a conclusion. If these maids are restrained, they can live to the end of their physical lifespan. However, if they are kindly taught, 80% of them will choose to detonate the chips in their brains after awakening. Su Li will keep this conclusion to herself. At least little Shuguang will never know. No matter the outcome, she is simply striving for a better future for her kind, so she shouldn't bear the full weight of everything. Su Li can bear it for her. It's just a few human lives. He has already shouldered countless lives of superior species, like the Zerg, so a few more clones seems harmless. He lifted little Shuguang high, placed it on his neck, and walked out, humming a cheerful ballad. Xiao Shuguang pressed his hands against his head, his mood lifting involuntarily, as he listened to the unfamiliar, yet cheerful tune. Let's go! We can leave things here to others. Let's go rest for a bit, then I'll take you to see the snow. The cleanup of the battlefield proceeded with remarkable swiftness. All the Zerg's broken limbs were gathered up. When a massive war machine wants to accomplish something, it always does so swiftly and efficiently. One after another, armed transports, loaded with all sorts of supplies, flew into space, docked with the mothership, and unloaded the supplies. One by one, she collapsed to the ground, watching the people coming and going around her, no one paying any attention to her, and she couldn't help but feel anxious. With a thought, she sent a message, and 7 or 8 strong men ran over, respectfully carrying her on their shoulders, and running towards Su Li. Around the battlefield, everyone was busy. Su Li, emerging from the manor, was replacing parts for lightning on the maintenance rack. Hong Ying, curled up in a chair to the side, watched in a daze as Su Li climbed up and down. The wound on her face had healed, but the hideous scars remained. Slaanish's brutal attack had gouged her bones. To completely eliminate these marks, she would have to upgrade to an SSS-level mecha girl. Of course, Ruozi would also need to purge her of the remaining Slaanish poison. After replacing the sensor on Lightning's hand, Su Li repaired the related components on Lightning's thigh. Amidst a series of dazzling sparks, he almost buried his head in the components. Hong Ying smiled silently. He was still the same person. Those who knew him would think he was adjusting the equipment. Those who didn't would think he was taking advantage of the mecha girl. Hong Ying's face froze. She clearly saw Su Li's nose move. What are you smelling? The sensor components are attached to the inner thigh. So what exactly are you doing? You're crouching so close, aren't you just trying to get a clear view of the circuitry? Can you smell your own robot girl like that? Hong Ying blushed slightly. It seemed possible. This time, going to Green Source Star, she could finally get started. How did the young lady succeed last time? Oh right. Fake a battle damage scene. She gently stroked her cheek, only to feel it was unexpectedly warm. He always glanced at her legs, intentionally or not, so the scars on his face shouldn't be a big deal. Hong Ying felt a little unsure. But when she thought about the disgust she experienced this time, she calmed down. It's okay. Every SS class upgrade module has its own set. I can just take the initiative later. Better save the best for him. Su Li pulled the sensor components from the welding cabin, sniffed them closely, and frowned. Sure enough, it wasn't an illusion, there was a pineapple smell. He glanced at Lightning in confusion. Was the lubricant leaking? Su Li quickly climbed up the scaffolding and poked his head into the mech's outer armor. He peered for a long time with his flashlight, but couldn't find any signs of a leak. Instead, he could hear Lightning's suddenly rapid breathing. He scratched his head, a little unconvinced. What's going on lately? Is it because the brain's core is too cluttered, occupying my sensory area and causing my sense of smell to falter? Xiao Shuguang watched Su Li climbing up and down, puzzled in her wide eyes. Sister Hongying, what is Su Li doing? He's already sniffing that board for the 10th time. Hongying looked up at the sky, thought for a moment, and said, maybe he's trying to fully discern the circuitry. Xiao Shuguang nodded, somewhat bewildered. So repairing mechas is really not easy. It's not enough to rely on your eyes, you need your nose. She flipped through the book Introduction to Mechas in her hand, impressed by the profound knowledge within. Yes. Master skills are amazing. Whether it's driving or repairing, he's a top-notch expert. Jun Shou slowly walked over, and sat down next to Xiao Shuguang. Little Shuguang's eyes showed longing, and he said impatiently, I can provide you with more emotional value, and then I can learn to repair mechas from Su Li. That way, if any of you get hurt, I can help. Hearing this, Hongying nudged Jun Shou to the side and shook her head. But she was still slow, and Jun Shou had already agreed. No problem, I can guarantee it. Feeling Hongying's movement, Jun Shou looked at her with some confusion. What's the matter? Is there a problem? No problem. Seeing Xiao Shuguang's eyes also raised, Hongying smiled at her kindly. Any more questions, if it's a big problem? Just let her learn. Then she'll lie on you and sniff you into silence. Juanza poked his head out of a transport ship and waved at Xiao Shuguang. Come on, little one. I already adjusted the equipment. Hearing this, Jun Shou stood up and led Xiao Shuguang towards the transport ship. She had to assist Xiao Shuguang throughout the bomb dismantling operation, stabilizing her condition. Hongying watched Xiao Shuguang walk away, smiling and waving at her. This was her battlefield, and all she could do was give it her all. As long as she overcame this difficulty, she would have plenty of time to pursue her own dreams. 8 strong men finally came running over, carrying Yi. With eerie smiles on their faces, they gently placed Yi on the bench where Hongying was sitting, then lined up straight behind her. Hongying's gaze swept over the 8 strong men, speechless for a moment. Their movements were so neat, anyone who didn't know would have thought they were carrying a coffin. Chapter 458. The northern part of Green Origin Star was as cold and windy as ever. God knows what kind of wind it was, but as soon as everyone left the teleportation point, they felt the chill swirling beneath them. The biting wind blew the hem of Lightning's skirt, and she quickly covered it with her hands. Lin Tianan was no longer stationed on Green Origin Star, but there were still a few familiar faces waiting at the point. They were all the people who had accompanied Xiangzi on shopping trips with Su Li. Li Tianlang was on Green Origin Star for the first time. He stared around, but the snow particles in the cold wind forced him to squint. Xiangzi? Why are you back? One of them exclaimed, then quickly came over and hugged him tightly. Old squad leader? Are you okay? Xiangzi's eyes were moist. He had also participated in the Dawn Legion selection, but was eliminated at the final stage. Good. I'm fine. The old squad leader looked at the epaulets on Xiangzi's uniform, a hint of relief on his face. Come and see. This is a soldier who originally served with us. The Dawn Legion. I led it. How's it going? I'm just asking you guys, how's it going? Our 7th Army has contributed a lot of blood to the Dawn Legion. You still think I'm bragging? Am I Zhang Dehai, the kind of person who boasts? Look at that sturdy little physique. Look at those dazzling epaulets. And look at that crisp uniform. Let me ask you, old boys, are you convinced? Didn't you hear him? He called me squad leader. The faces of the support personnel were filled with visible envy and jealousy. This guy boasted to everyone he met, and now that the real culprit was right in front of them, they couldn't pretend to hear him. Su Li slowly emerged from behind and quietly stood beside Xiangzi. A chorus of salutes erupted simultaneously, leaving only Zhang Dehai, his back to him, still chattering. Commander. Looking at Su Li's youthful face and the crisp uniform he wore, they stood even straighter. This was the first time they had seen the hope of Longzhou's revival so closely. He looked even more impressive than on camera. On camera, he was always synonymous with iron-blooded strength. But in person, They discovered that he also exuded a gentle aura, a blend of strength and softness that was both surprising and felt like a true whole. Old Zhang, are you signing up again next year? Su Li, holding a white glove in one hand, returned the salute and smiled at Zhang Dehai. Zhang Dehai's face froze, as if he were recalling the days in training camp. A flicker of regret crossed his face. It wasn't that he wasn't capable, but rather that his physical condition was hindering him. The older he got, the less responsive he became. Commander, I'm so tired. I can't go anymore. My legs aren't working, and my back hurts every time it rains or blows. As long as we have Qiangzi here, it's fine. You're all tired from the journey, so get in the car. Let's head towards the manor now. They already been notified. Once you get there, take a bath, and then we'll have dinner. Thank you for your help. I've been traveling so much, and it's rare to have a day off, so I thought I'd take Qiangzi back to our old base. It'll be a bit of a break for him. Welcome. Commander, you're welcome to visit us anytime. If it weren't for your help back then, we don't know if our 7th Army would still have its designation. I'm nothing. The defense line is solid thanks to the concerted efforts of you, these iron-blooded soldiers. I have to say, it feels really good to see you again. I didn't expect old Zhang to get a promotion after returning. Zhang Dehai took the heavy clothes and was about to distribute them to everyone when Qiangzi quickly took them. He chuckled. That's all thanks to our Dawn Corps, isn't it? I'm now a pilot, a squad leader in the action team, and have the rank of major. This is all thanks to the training of the Corps commander. I didn't train you. It was your relentless training in the training camp that made you who you are today. Everything you are is earned with blood and tears. Su Li looked at the veteran before him, grabbed his hand, and shook it vigorously. Squad leader Zhang. Thank you for training a fine soldier for the Dawn Corps. I look forward to fighting alongside you again on the battlefield in the future. He stepped back and saluted Zhang Dehai and the officers before him again. Then he accepted the coat Qiangzi offered and put it on himself. Zhang Dehai was stunned. He had never imagined that a failed, eliminated soldier like him could receive such recognition from the commander of the Dawn Legion. He turned around excitedly, watching the column of figures swiftly marching into the snowy wind, and couldn't help but wipe away his tears. That uniform was so beautiful. It brought tears to his eyes. Zhang Dehai could clearly feel the envious gazes of his colleagues. Being called a squad leader by the commander of the Dawn Legion meant that even if he died on the battlefield tomorrow, he would have something to brag about. Squad leader, is there still room for me in our base? Qiangzi leaned in front of his old squad leader, shielding him from the others' gazes. Zhang Dehai pushed him aside. What a ridiculous position. Go live with your regiment commander at the manor. You got a good life ahead of you, so you're just too idle. Your bed was already given to the new recruits. Go away, leave me alone. Let me savor this for a while. Qiangzi grinned. Seeing his squad leader calm down, he patted Li Tianlang on the shoulder and caught up with the team ahead. Even within the manor, coordinate nodes for teleportation had been established. But out of courtesy, Su Li chose to depart from the regiment's node. The heavy armored personnel carrier shielded him from the wind and snow. Little Shuguang leaned against the bulletproof observation window, staring at the flying goose feathers outside, her mouth wide open. Inside the cockpit, Lightning frowned slightly. She looked at Han Hai and the others, who were already seated in the carriage, her face clearly filled with dissatisfaction. None of them were there during the battle, and they all showed up after it was over. Han Hai had made some contributions, coordinating all the divisions of the Legion. But what are you doing here, Hey You? Is your research no longer important? Facing Lightning's gaze, Hey You blinked, trying to send a special signal to the silly girl. Lightning, question mark. Hey You, question mark, question mark. Did you get a bug in your eye? Hey You was speechless for a moment. After noticing Su Li wasn't paying attention, he made a gesture toward Lightning, as if holding a baby in a swaddling cloth. Lightning narrowed his eyes slightly, as if realizing something was happening. Is the blackthorn you asked me to cultivate pregnant? Hey You rolled his eyes. Lightning's mind always faltered inexplicably at critical moments. Were her actions not obvious enough? It's time to unite. Does she understand? She's so panicked now. Can't Lightning see it? She didn't even bother to spare a glance at little Dawn, who looked exactly like Eve, just to try to rally these mecha girls into an offensive and defensive alliance. But now, no alliance, just fighting on their own. She finally understood. This brat is not worth cooperating with. Chapter 459. For some reason, Su Li felt the atmosphere in the carriage was strange. Aside from Xiao Shuguang, who displayed the expected excitement, the other mecha girls in the carriage exchanged glances rapidly, wondering what they were doing. Ruzi lazily lay atop E, her cheeks puffed up. The energy in Slanish's core was so rich that she could only hold it in her mouth, unable to swallow it. The core of the insect queen Slanish had been completely absorbed, and her strength had finally advanced to the late stage. With a month of refinement, she could attempt to break through the Emperor-level barrier. Suli glanced at Lightning, then at the June sisters. Aside from Lightning, who remained perplexed, everyone else's expressions seemed to have grown more serious. What was going on? What intractable dilemma had they encountered? He glanced at 038, expecting an answer from her, but she tilted her head, pretending not to meet his gaze. This was truly bizarre. Could it possibly be related to him? What had happened to him? Could he have been caught sniffing the engine oil? Or were the other girls giving him gifts and jealous? But he hadn't accepted those gifts. He always flatly refused things like socks and panties. The car, each with its own agenda, slowly drove into the manor. As the car door opened, Suli grabbed little Shiguang and held her hand, just in case. The manor, ablaze with orange lights, seemed especially warm in the midst of the snowstorm. He pushed open the heavy wooden door of his villa, and the next second, a surge of warmth washed over him, warming him from head to toe. Suli froze before he could even remove his coat. Beside the fireplace, a delicate figure in a loose white sweater, bare legs, cradling a swaddled child, rocking it slowly. Qin Yaoyao hummed a soft ballad, her face gleaming with a motherly glow. For a moment, Suli's legs went weak. His mind was instantly a tangle. Even when facing Slanish, he had never been so panicked. How should he address Qin Yaoyao? Or rather, how should he face the child in her arms? Was this considered a happy fatherhood? After all, he hadn't contributed a single bit from the beginning to the end. He finally remembered what he had said. After the battle, he'd be a father, so it was this father. What should he call him? Give him a loving hug, say, "Daddy's so big." Or even call him living ancestor? Wouldn't that be too fake? This parent-child relationship, devoid of any emotional foundation, left him feeling completely at a loss for words. Lightning hung up her clothes. She finally understood what Heiyu was trying to tell her. She strode towards Qin Yaoyao, but before she could say anything, she was stopped by a raised finger. She pointed at the newly asleep baby in her arms, and winked at Lightning. Lightning leaned forward, took one look, and instantly couldn't look away. She reached out her hand, wanting to touch the soft, smooth face, but fearing her hands would be cold, she quickly rubbed them to warm them before gently touching his cheek. The warm touch made her shudder. The child didn't look particularly like Suli. The boy looked more like his mother, but his eyes and nose were noticeably like Suli's. Lightning surrounded Qin Yaoyao, her feet rooted to the ground, unable to move. She glanced at the tiny creature again and again, unable to resist touching it again and again. Even the bubbling dishes already placed on the table failed to capture her attention. Heiyu slapped his forehead, feeling incredibly disappointed. As soon as he entered the room, he already given away a kill, giving away the enemy's life right from the start? Wasn't it better to assess the situation and develop yourself? Are you sure you can win, so you just take the initiative? And yet, the other party didn't do anything. With a gesture of silence, you just scurried off. Sure enough, this so-called alliance was a joke. The June sisters looked at each other, and finally, Junzei cautiously approached. A group of mecha girls followed closely behind, slowly surrounding the child. They stared at the child with wide eyes, as if, for a moment, they understood why humans were so obsessed with inheritance. Yi stretched her head for a rare moment, leaning in close to the child and sniffing gently, then lazily laid down on the sofa. The child had Suli's genes, but it seemed a castrated version. Yet, he still had a set all his own. The room was clearly packed with people, but at that moment, it was eerily quiet. Only the crackling of the wood in the fireplace emitted a sound. Little Shiguang leaned forward and stood on tiptoe. The little one seemed to sense everyone's gaze, blinking twice before slowly opening his eyes. Suli stared directly into those eyes, feeling no blood connection as depicted in TV dramas. Instead, he felt an inexplicable sense of bewilderment. "Baby, look. It's your daddy." Qin Yaoyao's gentle voice sent goosebumps all over Suli's body. He looked at her, as if he had seen a ghost. This devilish woman who had once protected him, and fought with all the kids in the compound could now speak so softly. He glanced awkwardly at the child in Qin Yaoyao's arms and grinned. For a moment, he couldn't tell whether this was surprise or shock. "Go wash up quickly. You just came back from the battlefield, and you're full of evil spirits. Don't scare the baby." Qin Yaoyao began to shoo them away. Heiyu glared at her with gritted teeth, bewildered at how she had suddenly become the mistress of the manor, giving orders all on her own. Who did she think she was? Qin Yao turned and placed the child directly in Heiyu's arms. Then, with a natural demeanor, she took off Su Li's coat and hung it on the hanger. Heiyu lowered her head, staring at the little ball of flesh in her arms, its eyes wide and gleaming. Her mouth involuntarily twitched into a beautiful curve. The tiny body was soft and warm, its large eyes gleaming with curiosity about everything. This thirst for knowledge was so much like her own. Yes. She and her master shared genes. Perhaps this child, in fact, resembled her most. She held the little baby lovingly in her arms, watching him suck on his fingers, and she felt a strong resemblance to her. She eaten like this as a child. A faint sense of loss lingered in her heart. If she were still alive, would she have had a child with Su Li? A warm, saliva-soaked hand gently patted her cheek. It was clear the little one still loved her, grinning toothlessly at her. Heiyu smiled too. What's the big deal? It's just reproductive isolation, isn't it? With her brilliant mind, maybe with some research, she could figure out anything. Well, let's draw up 100 or 80 plans. We'll try the first one tonight. Chapter 460. Hong Ying felt her wishful thinking had come to nothing. After all her calculations, she had never expected Qin Yaoyao to come to Green Origin Star and choose to spend her vacation with them. Besides the advantage of being human, she now exuded a maternal aura that made her feel a bit like she was facing a formidable enemy. The numerous purple bruises on her fair skin still made her frown every time she touched it. Wrapped in a bath towel, she cautiously entered the hot spring. Through the hazy mist, she could vaguely see the lightning red hair. The latter had completely fallen for her. She sat naked in the pool, wrapped the bath towel into a swaddling shape, practicing again and again how to hold the baby. Never before had she held Su Li with such concentration and care. Each time, she couldn't control her strength, wanting to squeeze all the air out of his chest. Now, a baby had become her weak spot. In the bathroom, a melodious lullaby played slowly, and Lightning hummed along, her voice echoing throughout the room. Stop screaming, Sister Lightning. If you hum any longer, you'll attract the ghost. Huh? Is my singing terrible? How about you learn to tell him some stories? Hong Ying slowly leaned over to Lightning's side, the ripples of the water rippling across her chest, causing ripples on her skin. Lightning's eyes lit up. Yes. I heard and read many stories. I want inspirational ones. Jun Shou sat in front of the pool, gently swaying his feet. Jun Zhe slowly emerged from the pool, his wet white hair plastered to his forehead. He raised his hand and wiped his face. How can a child understand these things? Why don't you understand? We were still in the petri dish, and we were already watching battle videos. Shouldn't education start from childhood? But isn't that too early? Jun Quan is right. It's not too early. We were already learning to fight when we were still embryos. Since he's the master's offspring, he naturally needs to unlock his genetic lock early. And brain development is obviously the key to unlocking the genetic lock. Education should start early. Lightning suddenly came to her senses. She flipped through her computer and found one of her favorite books. What do you think of my telling the child a moving story about reborn little puppy? Brother, please love me harder again. Jun Shou slapped Lightning's computer, his face horrified. How could she? I never imagined the woman before me could be so vicious. This weird, perverted habit of yours, you better not bring it to harm the next generation. What are you doing? This book is very profound. It's about... Lightning, shut up. I don't want to hear what it's about. One more word, and I'll feel like my mind is being polluted. She's just a child. I advise you to be careful with your words and actions. If you don't want to spend your entire vacation kneeling in front of a French window and being the subject of everyone's jokes, you better think about it. Lightning was stunned. Isn't that what she calls using her brain? She carefully selected from her library of hundreds of books. Widow's Grave was too scary, Diabetes was too obscene, and she even passed on stories about overbearing CEOs, fearing her children would see a typical male trait. What? She put so much effort into picking out a pure love story, and she's being accused of not using her brain. If that wasn't a brain in her head, what was it? Water? Jun Quan frowned. Sister Lightning, I'm not saying anything bad about you, but gay stuff isn't good for a child's future. They should at least watch some girl-on-girl stuff. At the very least, my hot robot girl would be fine. Or my robot girl wants my body. Ugh. Jun Shou expressionlessly pressed Jun Quan's head into the pool. She didn't understand. Birds of a feather flocked together. This had completely taught them the ropes. How many normal people could get together like that? It's better for him to cultivate a hobby like his father's. Little Shuguang wants to learn mecha maintenance, so I can read to her while she's studying. It's a win-win situation. Su Li opened the door and heard Jun Shou's words. He froze in his tracks. Wrapped in a towel, he stared at Jun Shou at the edge of the pool in disbelief. For the first time, he felt his robot girls were a bunch of monsters. Are you crazy? He's still just a child. Do you know what human children are supposed to do at this stage? They should sleep. They should eat. They should play and laugh. His brain isn't even fully developed yet, and you're already forcing him. But that's how we are. Master, you've forgotten that we sisters became your personal mecha girls by studying combat videos. Back then, we were just a pool of liquid. Su Li's forehead bulged with veins. Some things didn't need to be said so bluntly. Looking at the pool of beautiful women, he felt for the first time that this wasn't a paradise, but a den of evil, a baby, and he was being taught the basics of mecha. What's the fundamental difference between this and asking a fertilized egg to take the college entrance exam? Has he been practicing test questions since he was in the womb? Even he, a time traveler, has never been so preoccupied. Can't you tell him some fairy tales? Or fables? The kind that's easy to understand and makes people think outside the box. Lightning raised her hand. The little girl selling nuclear bombs? Or the story of 7 men and a woman? Jun Quan struggled out of the water, his face brimming with excitement. I know this. And Tushing's fairy tale. The little girl selling nuclear bombs didn't sell a single one that day, and at night, she was so cold that she set off a nuclear bomb, and everyone in the village got to see their great-grandmother. That's great. We modern Shiguang people should have this kind of courage to take everything. And whether from a humanistic or strategic perspective, this is the best option. It's absolutely brilliant. Hong Ying listened to Jun Quan's speech, silently turned around, and began to soak in the bath peacefully. She now fully understood the latter's fate. Isn't life good? Or was the hot spring so comfortable that her brain was already starving for oxygen? When did this little green tea girl begin to transform and develop into a lightning-fast person? Was it after she merged with her and flashed 8 times a second? She silently immersed her mouth in the pool water, pretending to be a stone by the edge. She suddenly felt that, not to mention the child, even following Xiao Shiguang to this place might have been a huge mistake. Could such a group of people really give her a correct outlook on life? In the main hall, Xiao Shiguang toyed with a huge red helmet. She stuck her head inside and, imitating Su Li's expression, took a breath with an intoxicated look on her face, closing her eyes tightly, waiting for the circuitry in her mind to appear. But after waiting for a long time, she found nothing but the faint scent of hair. It seems I haven't practiced enough. Under Qin Yaoyao's somewhat stunned gaze, Xiao Shiguang buried his head in his helmet again and took a deep breath. Xiao Shiguang's eyelashes fluttered slightly. Whether he had learned anything else was another matter, but that expression was a true reflection of Su Li's. Chapter 461. The meal was a bit tasteless. Su Li spent most of his time observing the expressions of those present. Xiao Shiguang, however, was enjoying the meal immensely, for she had never tasted so much delicious food before. But she was also undoubtedly nervous, for she couldn't offer anything of comparable value in exchange. She could only stare at the delicious food before her, each bite a psychological struggle. But Lightning kept on giving her food. As the plate filled up, she was forced to accept Lightning's kindness. The Business Federation has publicly announced the defeat of our main fleet in the Northern Theater. They're trumpeting it as a fight for freedom, calling on those with a warrior spirit to strongly condemn our Star Destroyer threat. Star Destroyer threat? Yes, they lost 16 Star Destroyer reactors. They say we took them. 038 didn't eat much. Even though it was her vacation, she still habitually brought up business. The buttons on her uniform were always loose, which was a bad sign. Su Li had to glance over at her after every meal to make sure she was still holding her ground. That's not a problem. We took it anyway. Let them condemn it, it won't hurt anything. It's really strange. She's a homeless dog, why is she still so arrogant? It seems there are people who support her? Indeed, there are, and quite a few. The scattered armed forces, after stabilizing, have begun to waver in their stance. Furthermore, in the Northern Red Flame Star War Zone, the high-level queen has completely conquered the entire planet. With the abandonment and withdrawal of the corporate federation, it has become Zerg territory. They're also putting the blame on us, believing that our inaction led to the fall of Red Flame Star. She stretched lazily, accepted the tea offered by Hong Ying, and said thank you. The irony is that, taking advantage of the Enterprise Federation's retreat, many private armed forces have seized the opportunity to strengthen themselves. Some even acted independently, attempting to occupy existing planets and establish a new political structure. They seem to believe that these planets will remain independent. Don't underestimate the Enterprise Federation. Merchants won't do business at a loss. Their goal is most likely to cultivate local armed forces to restrict our progress. Are we still heavily dependent on resources from the rear at this stage? According to the report from Mechanical Island, if there are no major battles, resource supplies are already approaching equilibrium. Sully took out his terminal and displayed a virtual star map. Where are the people from the Enterprise Federation currently? 038 pointed to a planet near the Fire Blue Galaxy and said, here, they completed their final resupply. By now, they should have completed all their strategic deployments in the Fire Blue Galaxy. Are the Mecha Girls still fighting on the Eastern Front? Sully's words left 038 silent. They're no longer themselves. Seeing Heiyu's sudden interruption, Sully clearly realized something. The Corporate Federation will always pay a price. Without the Mecha Girls guarding them, even if they have the Divine Grace Cult's Divine Punishment Army as a trump card, those bionic mechas will still be too difficult to deal with the Zerg. Furthermore, Slaanesh is dead, and the Pope is gone. How long would it take for the lab you took over to replicate an identical Pope? Heiyu frowned and thought for a moment. If the Pope's memories are infused one by one, it depends on one's speed. Because among the large number of clones harvested, some have already grown complete bodies. She seems to believe that a different kind of immortality can also be considered immortality. After all, in theory, if a person can constantly replace dead organs, they can indeed achieve immortality. That's interesting. Although their god is dead, no one has ever said a new god can't be created. Sully looked at Yi and Ruozi. Perhaps with these two around, one could replace Slaanesh and spread the faith, while the other could quietly replace him. Given enough time, not only the Divine Grace Cult, but even the Corporate Federation would undergo a complete overhaul. 038 keenly noticed Sully's expression. Brother, isn't this method somewhat unethical? Sully smiled softly, a charming curve at the corner of his mouth. Unethical? My dear sister? Forget about the saying no man is without venom. Just look at those mech girls on the eastern battlefield. Aren't those beasts unethical? Besides, is that what they call death? That's called returning to the embrace of the superior race. He pointed at Yi and Ruozi. Which of these two isn't the true god of those ungrateful beasts? Yi raised her chin with a hint of pride, as if she had been praised. That's right. She's the true god to those ungrateful beasts. Sully tapped a few points on the star map. Through the current fleet deployment, he keenly sensed Gao Mingrui's next plan. 100 schools of thought contend, but there's a price to pay. The Corporate Federation takes itself too seriously, never considering that their so-called safe zone is actually a complete prison. They become caged birds, only able to cry. And the seeds they sow outside will have no effect. Recover lost territory? It's clear that Gao Mingrui has no such intentions. By the way, there's something fun. Commander Gao has invented something called a planetary rental fee. It's already been charged to those who occupy their home planet. The gist is, that's our Long-O homeland. You can occupy it, but you have to pay. If you don't, I'll beat you. There was a particularly active group of private Marseilles, but they were wiped out by 2 teams of armed mecha girls. A large number of digital audio and video products were confiscated from their base. Sully's eyes twitched slightly. These dedicated teachers had fallen, but their spirit of love lived on. It was a shame, though, that with the passage of time, they couldn't see their innovation. Are there any of this group still alive? I thought Commander Gao would eliminate them first. No, it's mainly because we didn't have time. By the time we arrived, most of them had already joined the Enterprise Federation to plant cotton. Sully breathed a sigh of relief. There were 2 ways to look at the situation. Although not all of them were dead, keeping them alive to innovate was another form of harm to the Enterprise Federation. Spiritual pollution is still pollution. Perhaps within a few generations, their surnames might usher in a new development. For example, Jason Pants or Sakata Jackson. Whether the theory of bloodline holds any truth has been verified by history. The history of this world closely overlaps with that of his own. Similarly, there is a race that has been exterminated numerous times, yet still survives. Thankfully, this time, Sully has their god in his grasp. Chapter 462. Lung Suishing, Eve narrowed her eyes and strode over to Gao Mingrui's desk. With unparalleled authority, she grabbed Gao Mingrui's water cup and slammed it to the ground. What do you mean? Gao Mingrui rolled his eyes, leaned back in his chair, and pretended not to understand. Don't think I don't know what you're thinking. Win him over? How can you win him over? Just Qin Yaoao and his biological child? Gao Mingrui, you schemed everything out, and you even seen through this tiny bargaining chip. Eve extended her pinky finger and made a small gesture. You changed. I always thought we were on the same side. Gao Mingrui pretended to be confused. Yes. We are on the same side. But you can't just be affectionate with him, and we're all on the same side. Are humans supposed to just sit there and watch, holding their children? Do you even understand what inheritance means? Eve's eyes widened. Huh? Inheritance? Inheritance of what? Spirituality doesn't need genes as a bond to be passed down. Gao Mingrui spread his hands. I'm talking about bloodline. Bloodline inheritance. Why are you mad at me? Reproductive isolation, blame me. You old thing. Do you want me to strangle you to death today? No, I'm not as old as you. Gao Mingrui slapped the armrest of his chair. While Eve was circling the table, he moved like a monkey, his usual frail demeanor gone. He circled the large conference table and began his Qin King circumambulation. I had to run. That tiger woman slap was truly deadly. Eve was furious. No one had ever dared to call her old to her face. How could someone call her old, a young woman over 200 years old? Stop right there. I'm not stupid. How am I supposed to stand there and let you hit me? You old bastard. I think you had too much gene-enhancing fluid. Of course I have to. Otherwise, how could I be so fast? Eve's face flushed. You old bastard, you're still being stubborn. Fast? When I catch you, I'll give you a good beating. She began to circle the conference table, one running in front, one chasing behind, and another desperately trying to stop them. Wenjing, get out of my way. Wenjing spread her arms, blocking Gao Mingrui like a hen protecting her chicks, her face weeping. Governor, stop it. Why are you arguing with a child? Eve was completely mad at that. Child? Open your eyes. You're calling this wrinkled old thing a child? I'm not even as old as him. Gao Mingrui poked his head out from behind Wenjing. Bah! You stepmother. Wenjing's forehead was covered in sweat. How could she not have noticed Gao Mingrui's rudeness before? She's still your stepmother, so relaxed and carefree. I've been so good to you, sending so many mecha girls to the battlefront, and even giving you Wenjing, and you call me a stepmother? Wenjing was stunned. What the hell was going on? You really want to be his mother? So what? Su Li, you gave him men and teams when you wanted them. You sacrificed the entire mecha island. What did I give you? I gave you a wife, and you weren't happy with it. Aren't my Longzhou traditions traditional? He's from Longzhou, and there are 3 unfilial behaviors. Having no descendants is the worst. What have I done to deserve you throwing your cup at me again and again? Eve was stunned. Gao Mingrui's words seemed perfectly reasonable. He now has the mechas, the men, and the teams he needs. His wings are growing stronger day by day. Ruozi's breakthrough to the Emperor level is imminent, and he is already at the Insect Queen stage. Don't you understand? If he and Ruozi were sent to the Fire Blue Galaxy, he would completely control the entire Divine Punishment Legion left behind by the Divine Grey Sect, as well as the all-pervasive Divine Grey Sect. Gao Mingrui took a deep breath and held his waist. I had just been so intense, and now I felt a sharp pain. You haven't considered the consequences, and you're still following him everywhere. He's powerful now. His fighting power is the basis of his words. I have the main fleet, and you have the mechanical island. But Ruozi, an Emperor-level warrior, is enough to overthrow the entire Longzhou. Not to mention, after this battle, he has 9 cores. That's 9 sets of SS-level upgrade modules. If one core's energy exceeds the limit, it's possible to produce more upgrade modules. 9 SSS-level mecha girls are guaranteed. He won't do anything to harm Longzhou or the mechanical island. But why can you follow me into battle, but I can't even give you a wife? You've given so many, and I can't even give you one? Eve narrowed her eyes. That's a different nature. Ours is free love, and yours is an arranged marriage. Gao Mingrui chuckled. Ha, what a free love. We've been free since the womb, right? How did the June sisters have free love? Explain to me. Su Li just likes mecha girls, so what? He loves to sleep with them in his arms. He wants to spend all day in the cockpit. What's wrong with that? Nothing. I didn't say he couldn't lie down in the cockpit. He can lie down wherever he wants. How does that conflict with me asking him to leave a child behind? You can't keep being so unreasonable. I didn't restrict him from finding a mecha girl. It was you who restricted him from finding a wife. Eve opened her mouth, her brows furrowed slightly. Is that how you talk to me? You're just ignoring the facts. Don't forget, he's essentially a human being. I gave him a sense of belonging, national justice, and all the support he deserved. I even give him my position. Now, You strapped him to your chariot and pushed him further and further away. Now that we have the Emperor-level Ruazi, honestly, would you stay back? No, you wouldn't. Suli wouldn't either. You'll push furiously, but you never considered how many years I have left. I've broken through the genetic lock and reached Super S level. I'm at the level of a pilot, but even then, how many years can I last? Others achieve breakthroughs to achieve great things, but I achieved them just to live a few more years. Gao Mingrui sighed. I didn't achieve Super S when I was young. I'm achieving it at my age, so at best, I can live for a few more decades. What will happen after a few decades? Things will have changed. What good will it do to conquer more territory? Drive out the Zerg? Plant your flags across the universe? Build a completely diversified empire? Don't forget, what we needed from the beginning was a ruler, not a skilled general. I can't control you, and I can't control him, but I can at least let him leave behind a few offspring. You can go wherever you want, and I'll stay home to take care of the kids. Isn't that okay? Eve's light blue hair fluttered. Every word Gao Mingrui said resonated deeply in her heart. He let out a long sigh. When you found me among the other students, weren't we doing the same thing? You can train me, so why can't I train Suli? Choose one of two. Either leave a dozen or so students behind, and I'll train them one by one, or you find a way to keep Suli. Gao Mingrui spread his hands, stating his final line. Eve slowly sat back in her chair, and for the first time, she began to seriously consider the balance of power among Suli's men. They had always worried about his lack of power, but silently, he had gathered enough strength in his hands. This force was so great that even Longzhou and Mechanical Island combined couldn't withstand his full-force attack. Chapter 463. Green Origin Star. Li Tianlang huddled in his own villa, stealing glances at Su Li's detached house. It was brightly lit, bustling with people, and looked bustling with activity. He grinned, glancing at Yuerong, who was leaning over the fire, flipping through a book. He asked softly, "Are you sure Qin Yaoyao is in there too?" Yuerong smoothed her lavender hair, a look of surprise on her face. "Yes. The commander's child is born, and it's only right that he sees his father. Is there something wrong with that?" Li Tianlang scratched his head. Wasn't his piloting mother always so perceptive? How could she have become so indifferent now? Could it be that Su Li's piloting skills were truly damaging to her? That's definitely not right. Think about it. What if? What if a woman came to you with a child in her arms, claiming to be the father? Would you not be furious? Hearing this, Yuerong gently closed the book before her. The pure white sweater was perfectly fitted, accentuating her curves. Her legs, wrapped in white silk, stopped swaying, the warm fire casting a luminous yellow hue on them. She raised her hand and waved to Li Tianlang, who was lying on the sofa. Her eyes also reflected the brightness of the bonfire. Li Tianlang swallowed and leaned down, his other hand instinctively grasping Yuerong's foot. Yuerong tugged at his tie and abruptly pulled him down. Li Tianlang was caught off guard and fell flat on his back. Yuerong rolled over and straddled him, looking down at him from above, her eyes filled with an indescribable coldness. Her slender fingers traced the fire tongs hanging on the fireplace. From the array of different sizes, there was sure to be one that would suit Li Tianlang perfectly. "Master, what did you just say?" Li Tianlang swallowed with a gulp. I meant if, not real." Yuerong's eyes narrowed into a beautiful arc. "Oh, so it's if. I always thought, Master, you love me so much, there's no such thing as if." A bead of sweat flashed on Li Tianlang's forehead. "I do love you. I love you 100% every day. I used to think so, but the facts prove you don't love me enough. Otherwise, how could there be if?" Watching Yuerong's fingers linger on a pair of tongs, his eyes widened. No if. Not at all." Yuerong's smile widened. "Really, but I don't believe it unless you prove it to me." Li Tianlang paused, then raised his hand and slapped himself in the face. "Prove it to you? I've proven it to you since I got out of the car today. I've proven it once in the shower, once after dinner, and once while reading a book. We're just chatting now, and you still need proof? Isn't your pilot's waste a waste? Do you really think he's a perpetual motion machine?" Yuerong's eyebrows knitted together slightly, her tone tinged with questioning. "What, you can't do it?" Li Tianlang sat up straight from the ground, hooked his hands around Yuerong's knees, and pulled her towards him, his voice trembling. "Can't do it? Are you kidding? We can fight another 300 rounds. That's better, 300 rounds, not a single round less. Please note, the specific definition of a round is up to me." Verbal traps were no longer effective for a mature pilot like her. Li Tianlang wiped the sweat from his brow. 300 times. The vacation lasted 30 days, that's 10 times a day. Ha! Who are you looking down on? He fished out the stink bug powder from his pocket, tilted his head back, and poured it into his mouth. Through the hazy light from the window, he could vaguely see Xiao Shuguang and Junzi building a snowman in the courtyard. Ha! Maybe Master is even worse off than I am. In the villa's master bedroom, Su Li lay on the bed, researching and planning the next battle plan. His back was bare, with Junwei kneeling on him, gently massaging and loosening his neck muscles. Master, it's a rare opportunity to rest, so don't train so hard. Your fingers haven't cramped in ages. We're already SS level. If we advance further, we'll be fully adapted to neural simulation and brain comprehension links. We won't need to input commands so frequently. But this is fundamental. It's the foundation of a pilot's livelihood. One must never forget one's roots. Junwei felt Su Li was right, so she took Su Li's hand and placed it on her black-stockinged legs. Feeling the silky touch of her fingertips, Su Li couldn't help but give them a couple of squeezes with amusement. Junwei trembled slightly, but continued to massage gently. Her golden hair fell, and as she felt the warmth of her legs, a blush welled up on her cheeks. This level of intimacy had become increasingly commonplace. Perhaps she could find a quiet time when she could take the next step. Outside the window, Junzi and Jun Shou were playing with little Shuguang. In the hall, He Yu and Lightning Hong Ying were reading a story to the child. Han Hai and 038 were in the cubicle, discussing the benefits of the battle, while Jun Quan was sound asleep. Perhaps there's never been a more opportune time. She slowly leaned down and gently pecked Su Li on the side of his face. Su Li turned his head in surprise, only to see Junwei's blushing face. He could feel Junwei's body temperature rapidly rising, a heat that could scorch one's very being, the most intoxicating of all. She gently tugged at her shoulder straps, her eyes hazy as she bit her lower lip. In the courtyard, Junzi and Jun Shou, who were playing with Xiao Shuguang, suddenly changed their expressions. A strange feeling spread from beneath them, causing them to shudder involuntarily. The joy that came from within them, however, left them without a trace of joy. Wave after wave of pleasure washed over them, making their already flushed faces even more intense. Snowflakes fell overhead, and a visibly white mist rose. This feeling of pleasure was so overwhelming and soul-stirring that it seemed as if their souls were soaring high, abandoning their bodies. An uncontrollable snort escaped Junzi's lips. They knew without even thinking that someone had escaped. A sudden feeling overwhelmed them, and the two men who had just rushed in to catch the man felt their legs weaken, nearly falling. Su Li looked at Junwei, who was panting heavily before her. As if to protect her queenly dignity, she kept covering her mouth with her delicate hand. This only fueled Su Li's competitive spirit, until her back turned a completely pink with the slight tremors. In the training ground, Jun Yu's fingers trembled, and another missed target. She felt her body growing weaker and weaker, as if every bone had been pulled out, and she felt the urge to collapse into a heap at any moment. A different expression finally took on her face, always one of selfless devotion. Her brows relaxed, her red lips parted slightly, and her teeth unconsciously clenched together. Chapter 464. All happiness comes at a price. The joy of sneaking away was matched by the pain of kneeling on the ground with my knees tied behind my back. The Jun sisters' family rules made Su Li frown. He wanted to learn this way of tying her up, looking at her body lines, which were highlighted by the bindings. He swallowed, unsure whether they were tying her up like this to punish her or to attract more attention. No need for that. We all have a share. Su Li looked at Junwei's pitiful expression, his upper lip covering his lower. If he didn't speak up at this moment, would he still be a man? He took a step forward. Just as he was about to help Junwei up, he was stopped by Jun Shou. She narrowed her amber eyes, moved a stool to rest her head, and looked Su Li straight in the eye. Master, are you going to take the blame for Junwei's escape? Su Li glanced at the hemp rope tied behind her back, and shook his head sharply. No, I didn't see clearly just now. Can you tie it again? Junwei's eyes widened. The long period of restraint had left her blood stagnant. The moment Su Li's hand touched her body, she subconsciously shuddered. Beneath her disheveled hair, she bit her red lips softly, her slightly raised eyes filled with pity. She deserves it. She was like that back in the incubator. If it weren't for her, how could Master's health have been so bad back then? Have you forgotten the pain of your own genetic breakdown? This time, it's not that serious. Jun Shou stared directly at Su Li, speaking word by word. Not serious? It's an attitude problem. If she can do it once, she can do it twice, 3 times, or 4 times. The first time she sneaked away, it caused serious consequences. Although the second time didn't, can you be sure that she won't sneak away again in the future? Su Li finally understood. When a woman wants to find fault, she always finds an excuse. Jun Wei didn't dare interrupt. She was indeed a strong character, but for some reason, she always acted like a little lamb in front of Jun's show. Perhaps it was the bloodline that suppressed her? He raised his hands and scooped Jun's show up in his arms, giving her several firm kisses. It's not her fault. It was mainly because I was a little distracted during the massage. He pulled a cat-shaped brooch from his pocket and gently pinned it to Jun's show's chest. The cat's eye, crafted from source crystal, shimmered with a brilliant brilliance, evoking a sense of longing. He took 2 steps back, taking a closer look, and genuinely felt that it was a perfect match for Jun's show. We're all magnanimous people. Please forgive me this time. I'll make it up to you tomorrow. Jun's show blushed slightly, his expression a little embarrassed. I didn't mean that. I understand. This bad habit of hers can't be tolerated. I'll just help you keep an eye on her. If it happens again, tie her legs too. Jun's show nodded emphatically upon hearing this. She threw herself into Su Li's arms, burying her head completely in his chest. Her hair, gleaming with the moisture of snow, showed she hadn't even bothered to wipe it before tying up Jun Wei. Su Li gently rubbed Jun's show's little head and winked at Jun Quan, who stood nearby, acting like a bully. The latter reluctantly moved his feet and untied Jun Wei. Another spineless person, dismissed with a brooch. Can men be trusted? Go wash. Your hands are cold. Don't catch a cold. Su Li coaxed and coaxed Jun's show toward the bathroom. A wave of apprehension washed over him. Good thing Jun's show was sober, and didn't come in to kidnap someone while he was busy. He glanced at Jun Quan, who looked as sly as a jerk, and secretly made a note of her. She was the one yelling the loudest outside the door. It was as if he was desperate. As he passed Jun Zhe, he casually dragged her along. A decent girl shouldn't be associated with a troublemaker. To this day, he still didn't know how to handle his relationship with Qin Yao Yao. He was sure she was the same. But her ambiguity made him undecided. She could be a sister, a comrade in arms. But now she was being forced into the role of a mother, which was a bit disorienting. Lightning and Heiyu were so engrossed in playing with the child, completely oblivious to who was the head of the household. Su Li suddenly felt a pang of resentment. A little kid had inexplicably taken his aura. In his mind, the tree had finally detoxified all its cores. Groups of upgraded cores were extracted at breakneck speed, hovering beside the tree's trunk. Driven by the immense energy of the cores, it began a new round of frantic growth. With Ruozi, it no longer had to desperately try to condense some frivolous mechanical island. Even the growing branches took on a languid air, as if the entire tree were immersed in a sea of energy, each leaf a golden boat. Furthermore, with the further upgrades of the Mecha Girl, Su Li could be said to have reached the pinnacle of combat power in this star field. The Mecha Girl's mechas would experience significant strength improvements after upgrades, with corresponding components, like the power core receiving significant boosts from the upgrade modules. After each upgrade, he would disassemble the Mecha Girls, hoping to gain a deeper understanding. But ever since they reached SS level, Su Li's understanding of their mechas had completely stagnated. He knew how to repair them, but the materials that made up the mechas could no longer be produced using human technology. Thankfully, the mecha trees could be redeemed for energy. He browsed the small tree system store as he walked. His accumulated energy had already reached a massive amount. Once, he had to calculate every point of energy he spent. Now, looking at the vast amount of energy, he didn't know how to spend it. The number of lucky draws awarded for killing Zergs was also countless. He hadn't restocked his shop in a while. The various upgrade modules he had longed for were now completely sold out. He knew without even checking that his own military achievements had also reached a massive level. Is this the trouble with being in a high position? He suddenly realized that he had so many resources, but didn't know how to spend them. The entire Dawn Legion was SSS rank? Su Li gasped. For the first time in his life, he felt that his current territory was indeed a bit small. He remembered the wise words of the great emperor of all time. Mine, all mine. Chapter 465. Jun Zhe and Jun Shou blushed, and they exchanged a glance, each believing they had heard their master's thoughts. They were indeed his, but she felt a little embarrassed to say it so openly. The wind and snow outside lashed the window, condensing a light layer of frost on it. The warm light was particularly beautiful. Thick plush cushions were scattered around the fireplace, warmed by the warmth. Sitting down on them, one could sink completely into them, enveloped in a warmth that made one hum softly. Little Shuguang curled up quietly on the cushions, turning the pages of the book in her hands by the warm light. The dull theoretical book somehow gave her a fairy tale vibe. Whenever she had a moment's free time, she would hold it and read. She drank the hot cocoa her sisters had promised her, and built a large snowman. She was incredibly content with her current life, fearing it was all a dream, so she seized every moment to savor this comfortable, beautiful existence. The only flaw was the constant humming of one of her sisters. Her little ears twitched, and she recognized June Shou's stifled hum. The sound came from the bathroom. Needless to say, it must have been from an overly comfortable bath. Xiao Shuguang turned over. She had just seen Jun Zhe leave, and if nothing unexpected happened, she'd be humming too. She sipped the fragrant hot cocoa, narrowing her eyes in bliss. Sister Hongying, can the composite interface in the sensor be replaced with ordinary materials? Of course we can. In limited battlefield conditions, many mecha girls resort to this emergency measure. However, signal transmission can be delayed, and the lifespan is generally short. In many cases, they won't even last a single battle. I understand. Isn't this emergency treatment similar to how human military doctors pull out and tie off broken blood vessels to prevent heavy bleeding? Hongying raised an eyebrow, trying to raise her voice louder to drown out the noise from the bathroom. Yes, that's right. While there may be some differences, they can both be considered emergency treatments, essentially. She suddenly wondered why she'd chosen to lie there. She should have brought a few side dishes and a few cans of beer and gone inside to find out. After all, opportunities are always fleeting, and there are more opportunities that need to be created. Just like the young lady and Su Li's first meeting, although it was a mess, it was still a fate that was fortuitously connected. Xiao Shuguang looked at Hongying, his eyes filled with understanding. Sister Hongying, do you want to take a bath too? Yes. Hongying accidentally let out her true feelings. Facing Xiao Shuguang's expression, she felt a little nervous for the first time, tugging at the hem of her skirt. No, not really. Let's wait until they're done. Sometimes taking a bath alone is fun. Sister Hongying, why are you blushing? Oh, maybe it's a little warm in the room. As soon as she finished speaking, she heard a sinister voice behind her. I'm afraid you're just feeling too warm. Jun Quan's pale face suddenly peeked out from behind Hongying, a look of resentment on his face. Sister Hongying, an alliance? Looking at Jun Quan's pale face, Hongying instinctively shrank back. Alliance? She's gotta be crazy to form an alliance with her. When she gets ruthless, she even betrays her own sisters. The marks on Jun Wei's body haven't even faded yet. Why are you wearing such heavy makeup? You're so elusive, like a ghost. Jun Quan's body twitched involuntarily, and as the noise from the bathroom suddenly rose in pitch, she shuddered too. I'm not wearing any makeup. I'm just drained. 3-3. I didn't do anything. Why should I have to endure this? She shuddered and collapsed onto the mat. As the person responsible for connecting so many mecha girls, her focus was on empathy. Therefore, no matter what the five sisters experienced, she could immediately sense it more intensely than anyone else. Hongying watched Jun Quan, unable to stand steadily, and suddenly, she wasn't sure whether to envy him or gloat over his misfortune. But she still offered a heartfelt suggestion. If I were you, I'd choose a cold shower. At least it would clear my mind. Little Shuguang poked her head out, her small eyebrows knitted together, a touch of eased demeanor. She couldn't understand why Jun Quan hummed habitually even when he wasn't bathing. That expression, seemingly both comfortable and painful, reminded her of a video she'd seen. In those videos, the young ladies who loved wearing stockings would frantically rub the spaces between their toes after removing them. That expression was exactly the same as the one on Jun Quan's face right now. Perhaps the only difference was that she didn't put her finger to her nose and sniff it so soulfully. Sister Jun Quan, do you have athlete's foot? If you don't understand, ask. That's what Su Li taught her. Pretending to know, when you don't will only lead you further down the wrong path. Hongying shook her head. It's not athlete's foot, it's odor. Odor? Which jet mechanism on the mecha corresponds to odor? Is it the fugitive gas generated by the high-concentration energy jet? Hiss. Hongying hadn't expected her casual remark to lead Xiao Shuguang astray. But it had to be said, her explanation seemed sound. Sister Hongying, do you have odor? Can you release it in human form? If Sister Junquan can release it, but you can't, is it because of the difference in your mechas? She cradled the introduction to mechanics in her arms, and leaned in front of Junquan. Her little nose twitched, giving him an epic lungful. The smell of pineapple-flavored lubricant. Preliminary conclusion, a lubricant leak. Didn't Su Li have time to perform routine maintenance on Sister Junquan after this battle? Then, can I observe while he performs the repairs? Junquan shuddered, his whole body perking up. She looked at Xiao Shuguang in front of her with horror, then turned to the bewildered Hong Ying. Who made this little thing study introduction to mechanics? That lewd expression, that bewildered look in her eyes. Call her lewd, you know? She looks clueless. But you say she knows nothing. She's revealed another secret. What's wrong with her leaking lubricant? Is it against the law of nature? Hong Ying spread her hands, a look of helplessness on her face. That's why I say, go back to your room and take a cold shower. Go ahead. Even though it's winter here at the manor, a cold shower is the perfect solution. Chapter 466. The moment the cold water poured over her head, June Quan came to a realization. It wasn't that our side wasn't strong enough, but rather that the enemy was too cunning. They were pretending to build a plank road while secretly crossing Chinsong. It's impossible to defend against them. Moreover, there's a huge mastermind behind this. On the sand table in the room, a little red-haired figure and a little twin-tailed figure were placed in a corner. They were labeled Headless and Too Sinister, respectively. She stared blankly at the two figures, then suddenly chuckled to herself. Wrapping her shivering body in a bath towel, she tore off the Headless label and placed it on her forehead. Is this Headless? Everything was just too simplistic. First, she feigned stupidity, launching the attack first, then pretended to be captured by a baby to shake our army's morale. What had she done? She single-handedly, using someone else's child, held back the supposedly strongest brain in the team, Too Sinister. He used the tedious military affairs to distract the attention of the serious girl and the crooked button. The little henchman was held back by little Shuguang. So what was left in the entire villa? The money loser and the 5 June sisters. Because of the child, the money loser would never be far away from the child, so her intimidating power was infinitely close to zero. So, Lightning's real target was the 5 June sisters. What a masterstroke of ruling by doing nothing! She did nothing, and yet she did everything. The 5 sisters' alliance collapsed in an instant because of someone's manipulation. Their relationship plummeted to its lowest point. It was over. This time, it was completely over. It was completely over, because from that moment on, the 5 sisters were no longer a single entity. After Su Li, the bait, was thrown out, they instantly became 5 separate individuals. The deep sisterly bond she had painstakingly cultivated collapsed in an instant. No longer was there any trust, any tacit understanding, any brotherly respect. This was a dimensionality reduction attack. Lightning, through a single stroke of an action, transformed a class conflict into a stratum conflict. She absolved herself of all wrongdoing, leaving the differences in the distribution of benefits to the sisters themselves. Because she knew that such things always had a sequence, and this sequence became the core of the conflict of interests within the class. June Quan raised the small mannequin with a red wig in his hand, gazing at it with a burning gaze. This wasn't just a matter of missing a move. This was a complete crushing defeat. What was to be done? For the first time in her life, a deep sense of powerlessness welled up in her heart. She looked at the remaining figures in the sandbox, where Guan Dequan and Xiao Baihua were passionately letting themselves go in the bathroom. Meanwhile, Little Transparent was still at the archery range, limp and slumped over from leaking fluid. She gritted her teeth as she stared at Fake Aloof in the direction of the bedroom. Because she was the culprit behind all this. It was because of her that this little princess was now left fighting alone, her once viable chess game completely blocked. What should she do? Surrender to Shan Zhuge and await her fate, or fight to the death and get some leftovers from the bathroom? She stared at the puppet in her hand, becoming increasingly captivated. Shan Zhuge, perhaps, had already calculated everything. She had her back. If I went to the bathroom now, I'd probably not even get the leftovers. And if I surrendered, why would anyone care about me, a defeated general who couldn't even see through her schemes? I was afraid that after I surrendered, I would be the last one to be accepted. How ridiculous that I had always treated her as clueless. It turned out that she was the one who was truly clueless. June Quan clutched the doll, feeling the strange sensation in his body once again, and squatted back into the cold water. Lightning, who was playing with the child, rubbed her nose. The faint aroma from the kitchen made her realize that tonight would most likely be salt and pepper steak. The delicate chewy texture made her salivate at the mere thought. Little baby, are you hungry too? Auntie, can you take you to your mother? She watched the baby's mouth squirm, and she felt a little greedy herself. Hey You on one side had retracted her twin ponytails, which were now filled with small toys for the child. Lightning, come back with me later. I'll take another blood sample. You're really planning on breaking through reproductive isolation? Hey Yu's eyes widened. Isn't that nonsense? Don't you want to have your own child? I have a wealth of technical resources to support me. The corporate federation has already developed replicas of the mecha girls, so why can't we develop a child? Lightning sniffed and glanced toward the kitchen. But that's a failed product made with our genes, edited down, isn't it? And we mecha girls don't have the organs to reproduce. Hey, frowned. Just as she was about to say something, she saw Lightning's gaze toward the hall. She knew that the child she had brought back from the battlefield, a child who bore a 90% resemblance to Eve, was there. The missing and incomplete genes had left her life blank. Even if she continued her research, the results would likely be no better than little Dawn's. Could such a child truly have a future? Or, had she artificially created such a child simply to satisfy her own selfish desires? How could she be responsible for his future? Such a child wouldn't even have a normal lifespan. Hey, gazed at the child in the cradle, gently pushing it, a complex mix of emotions welling up within her. She had grown up in an extremely selfish family, and naturally didn't want to become one herself. But was there really no possibility at all? Could they, the mecha girls, only rely on the mecha tree to carry on their legacy, with no other options left? As a former human, she naturally understood the importance of bloodline inheritance to humanity. Lightning and the others might not have had much attachment to their children, but for her, everything held extraordinary meaning. Lightning glanced at Heiyu, and could clearly sense her loss. She slowly pulled a few mouth-clearing candies from her pocket, and popped them into her mouth, saying nonchalantly, "What's there to be disappointed about? They can't figure it out, and they've taken the wrong path. Isn't that normal?" Heiyu raised his head upon hearing this. Lightning chewed the candies rhythmically, gesturing toward the two figures watching the snow outside the window. "Aren't there experts there? Who knows more about genetics than the Zerg? I heard Master mention they have a skill called targeted breeding." Heiyu's hand rocking the cradle suddenly stopped. She stared at Lightning in front of her in astonishment, her figure suddenly becoming immensely larger in her mind. That's right. Just because she can't figure it out doesn't mean the Zerg can't. Even if Ruozi and EE can't figure it out now, what if they break through to the Emperor level? If they still can't, then what about the mechanical tree in Su Li's mind? It can program and create races. If it can create races, then why can't a child? Chapter 467. In the hazy mist, Junsho's large eyes were filled with water. Su Li had misjudged Junsho. He had always thought her too young, but now he realized that being small had its advantages. With just a slight push from his sturdy arms, she could keep her feet off the ground. This was how a mecha girl should be, freely displaying her youth in midair. "Master, master." Her eyelashes fluttered, condensing on tiny droplets of water that slid down as she blinked. The warm water droplets pooled and dripped onto her delicate skin, rolling down along the texture of her skin, drawing the eye's gaze. A small, trembling hand covered Su Li's eyes. Junsho swayed restlessly, feeling her directional sensors acting erratically. Her large eyes darted around aimlessly, unable to distinguish east, west, south, or north. "Old, third brother, help, help." Junzei crouched at the edge of the pool, her white hair covering half her face. Perhaps from soaking for too long, she was hunched over like a shrimp, her face flushed red. In response to her eldest sister's plea for help, she said she was unable to offer any assistance. Her body now resembled the state of exhaustion after a battle. The only difference was perhaps the intensely pleasurable sensation. It was unlike the feeling of being completely locked up in her body, enduring pain. Now, she felt as if her soul was floating in the clouds. "Sister, you see, there are no snowflakes in these clouds." Su Li looked at Junzei's still trembling body, and suddenly understood why Junsho had known about Junwei's infidelity so quickly. He had never considered the idea of the five senses interlinking before. If that were the case, would Jun Quan and Junyu already be on their way? The door opened, and a blonde figure poked its head in. Jun Quan and Junyu didn't arrive, but Junwei stepped between her long legs. Junsho glanced at the door, and opened his mouth weakly. "Never mind, who cares? As long as it gives her a break, even if it's a queen in the form of an insect, she'll accept it." Junwei smiled triumphantly, and wrapped his arms around Su Li's waist from behind. "Master, I feel like I recovered a little." The whisper, accompanied by the pressure on his back, made Su Li realize the tension of the situation in an instant. Under siege from several hemispheres, even a warrior as stalwart as him would find it difficult to maintain his faith. The years are turbulent, the wars are raging, and life is everywhere, a battlefield. He gently placed Junsho in the pool, like Junzei, then grabbed Junwei, and pushed her against the wall. Outside, Hong Ying was getting a little restless. Watching another person enter, another Junwei, she couldn't help but tug at her skirt and squeeze her legs together. "Forget it, Su Li isn't a machine. 3, after all, is enough. What's wrong with these machine girls? They spend their days nursing their masters, and they're just constantly taking things away. Those who plant trees will enjoy the shade, right? A bit too much. Luckily, her suitcase is always stocked with various tonics. She stood up quickly and headed towards her bedroom. In the room, she opened a suitcase more than a meter tall, revealing hundreds of bottles and jars. She frowned, pondering for a moment before selecting 7 or 8 from among the hundreds of jars. She ground the herbs into a powder, mixed them with honey, and began making pills for Su Li. She finally understood. Without her, this family would fall apart sooner or later. Through the window, she could clearly see Hey Yu excitedly speaking to the 2 female insects. Snow fell heavily on Yu's head. She waved her tentacles, watching Hey Yu, whose breath was rapid with excitement, and for the first time in her life, she realized how much joy it was to have children. Why didn't you tell me earlier? This isn't a big deal. I just want to be a mother. I have so many children. She just glanced, and Sui broke through the snowdrifts on one side and emerged. She bowed respectfully to Hey Yu and forced a smile. Mom! The sudden shout froze the excitement on Hey Yu's face. No, I'm not talking about that kind of mother. I'm asking if it's possible to merge my genes with Su Li's to create a child of our own. Ruizi nodded. Theoretically, it's possible. We can screen out inferior genes and recombinant yours. With the right settings, we can produce a specific life form. But there are many issues involved. While I also have the templates for creating a mecha girl, since I never bred any mecha girls, I don't fully understand the entire process. These templates only give me the ability to create a mecha girl according to the templates, but they don't allow me to understand the underlying principles. If I want to complete the fusion of mecha girl and human genes, I first need to have in-depth communication with the queen insect on the mechanical island. Secondly, the overall direction of the child will also need to be determined by you, my lord. What's the general direction? Will the child be primarily mecha girl genes, or primarily human genes? Or perhaps, a new race? Hey Yu fell silent. This question truly deserved her deep reflection. If it was primarily mecha girl genes, then her child would follow the path of mecha girls. But if it was primarily human genes, then the child would inherit very little from her. If it was a new, uncertain race, then he would be the only one in the world. Even if he had siblings, a minority would always be a minority. And this gestational process represents endless uncertainty. Letting genes combine and entangle, automatically filling in each other's gaps, the resulting life could be said to be the ultimate product of natural selection. But such a product implies a high degree of uncertainty. There's no need to worry too much. After all, there's a chance you just given birth to a screw. You're an experimentalist, and you should know that all experiments are fraught with uncertainty. Hey Yu glanced at Yi in silence. While her words made sense, they weren't much of a comfort. Hong Ying was stunned. She mechanically rubbed the pill in her hand, oblivious to the increasing amount of stink bug powder. What had she heard? A robot mother could bear her own child. She had no concept of children, let alone the concept of motherhood. But the thought of having a baby with half Su Li's genes filled her heart with excitement. Let's go to the bathroom. Get in line first. Chapter 468. On an unknown planet. Clashes between armed forces raged almost constantly. Ordinary people huddled in their homes, sincerely hoping for a powerful enough force to bring justice to them. What they sought was little, a place to settle down, a chance to have 3 meals a day. As armies passed through, their primary concern was whether they would be their hope. But in the end, disappointment always prevailed. At this moment, people finally remembered that, since the very beginning, conflict between humans had never ceased. Yet, when the people of Longzhou were here, there had never been such conflict. In a villa, a blond man questioned the woman before him. Li, have you managed to get in touch? You're a Longzhou native. They shouldn't ignore you. Hurry and contact the relevant personnel. Their evacuation efforts are almost complete. We're in a war zone. We can't leave on our own. Contact them and have them send someone to pick us up. The woman clenched her phone tightly, repeatedly dialing the relevant person's number, but all she received was a cold response. Ms. Li, please don't overuse public resources. We need to keep the line open to ensure we can get to the relevant personnel promptly. As for you and your family, you're not on our rescue team. The woman, like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, instantly became hysterical. Why? Why are we on our rescue team? I'm from Longzhou too. Why don't you come to rescue me? Why don't you come to rescue my family? Dear Ms. Li, according to our inquiries, you voluntarily renounced your Longzhou citizenship 3 years ago. Therefore, You are not our rescue target. This is your final warning. Please do not attempt to call this number again. This will occupy public resources and hinder others' chances of rescue. Otherwise, we will resort to force and impose sanctions on you and your family. Sanctions? You mean me too? The call was hung up, and the operator wasn't even willing to hear her question. The woman's hysteria intensified. She couldn't understand why. Why would her own country ignore her? It was just a matter of nationality. Couldn't she just change it back? She was a true Longo native. She called again. But this time, no one answered. After a brief 10 seconds, she heard a distinctive roar. It was the sound of a mecha hurtling through the air. Disdain washed over the woman's face. Despite all the harsh words on the phone, she still had to come. Her father was a major boss in Longzhou, and money was always more valuable than a bottom line. She stood up, grabbed her worthless man and 2 children, and sauntered to the window. A blue and white mecha hung in midair, its ferocious weapons gleaming in the sunlight. A flicker of surprise crossed the man and child's faces, but the woman's brow furrowed, her face blazing with anger. What are you still doing up there? Why don't you come down and get them? You're just a piece of shit, with no sense at all. Inside the mech girl sneered and pressed the cannon fire button. Dozens of missiles rained down from the mech, instantly reducing the villa in front of them to rubble. The hysterical voices were completely drowned out by the explosions, vanishing without a trace. They were peace-loving, but that was when they were content to sit at the table. Now that the table is overturned, there's really no difference between humans and animals. Especially those without identification. The blue and white mech slowly turned in midair, heading towards its next mission objective. She traversed the battlefield with such grandeur. No matter how fierce the fighting, her passing brought a brief moment of peace. Any armed force with any sense would have chosen to cease operations at this moment. They feared a stray bullet would nick the paint on the mech's exterior armor. TSK? They really know the rules. Why do they all know the rules so well? She had thought that simply hovering in midair would draw these forces into action, but it was clear she had overestimated their courage. The blue and white mech landed on the ground and advanced step by step. The forces that had just been fighting, threatening to annihilate each other's families, emerged from both sides of the street, their power armor and large construction vehicles working in perfect unison to clear the path for the mechs. Even larger rocks and building debris were swiftly cleared away, fearing the mechs would stumble and fall in their territory. What are you doing? A cold voice emanated from the cockpit, sending the mech's scalp tingling. How could she possibly complete her mission? The enemy didn't fire a single shot, and even as she walked, someone was clearing the roadblocks. She couldn't just trip over her own feet. Why was it so hard to get hurt? She spotted the steel bars sticking up ahead and was about to step forward to scrape against them, but 3 or 4 armored vehicles dug them out and carried them away. We're mainly doing this for your convenience. You see, only when the road is cleared will you feel more comfortable walking, right? The leaders of both sides, one on each side, were extremely polite. Their dark faces perfectly portrayed the sophistication of human nature. They were already tiny beneath the mechas, and when they spoke, they dared not even raise their heads. The mecha girl had to squat down to hear what they were saying over the loudspeaker. Her face was filled with impatience. She had heard their broken Longo dialect so often that even her own speech had become erratic. You suddenly spoke and scared me. No, no, no. That's not true. That's not true. Honorable Patrol Envoy, we didn't even dare to turn up the volume. The 2 leaders hurriedly showed their loudspeakers to the mech. The mech stretched its head and saw that the volume was indeed at minimum. TSK, you're so quiet. Are you afraid I can hear you clearly? The 2 leaders were stunned. I heard that patrol envoys are difficult to deal with, but you're so difficult that it makes me want to beat you up. We're all peace-loving people, and you came down for a walk, and when you can't find an excuse, you go to the next place. You just said you scared me, and now you say you can't hear me clearly. Can't you make a more decent excuse? The mech propped itself up on its knees and tried to stand up. The 2 leaders saw her movements and became excited. We're going to leave. But their excitement quickly froze on their faces, because the mech had just risen halfway when it seemed to get stuck and wouldn't move. A cold voice rang out from the cockpit, filled with incomprehensible excitement. It's all your fault. I've been stuck in there for too long, and now I strain my back. What do you think we should do? The 2 leaders' faces darkened. But before they could even try to argue, they saw the mechas tap the transmitters on their waists. A piercing frequency spread, and in less than a minute, hundreds of blue and white mechas hovered above both forces. Chapter 469. Kneeled. This time, they really knelt. Both leaders, paralyzed, sank to their knees. In their panic, they even spoke their native language. It was a cacophony, making it even harder to understand what they were saying. All the mecha girls instinctively turned off their translators. They simply couldn't understand. Under the glaring muzzles of their guns, the faces of the brutes engaged in the fray paled visibly. Forget about dropping their weapons. As the blue and white mechas patrolled at low altitude, they had already thrown their own weapons away. Don't resist, don't confront, be humble. Don't give the other side even the slightest excuse to start a fight. After the mecha girls and the Longzhou troops had suppressed the enemy on several planets with armed force, they finally gained valuable experience and disseminated and implemented it on a vast scale. It wasn't that there weren't any armed protests, but anyone who dared to fire at the patrol team was gone. It was well known that they never fired the first shot. But when their outer armor was scratched, their rotary cannons and missiles would completely cover the entire area, effectively shutting down even a fly. We are not the enemy. That's right. We are not the enemy. We are civilians, all of us. Inspector, we just cleared the area for you. You can't just blame us for your sprained back. What? You're saying I'm cheating? The two leaders were in tears. Was there any need for explanation? This wasn't just blatant bullying, but what else could they do? The enemy would bomb them down at the slightest disagreement. Compared to life, what was face worth? We don't have any Longzhou people here. Really? If there were any, we even drive you to the evacuation point. Yes. We really don't. And we won't resist. Whatever you say is true. Yes. Look at your waist. What do we need to offer to appease your anger? The girl pondered for a moment, then said, then find me a Longzhou person. The roaring wind brought an endless silence. They searched this shabby place countless times. Seeing a black-haired person, they want to shoot him. They wouldn't dare shoot him until he started talking about Marseille. Besides, this had been going on for so long, where could they find a Longzhou person? The two leaders, along with the other militants, knelt. Their respectful attitude was evident in the neatness of their formation. They wouldn't fight back even if they were killed. Faced with such a huge disparity in power, any resistance was futile. They were submissive. They didn't resist, simply because they knew the other side would dare to shoot. The mech girls exchanged bewilderment. A teasing voice rang out over the comms. Captain, could you please be more careful? Is this a proper excuse? Oh my god, why don't you just pretend you sprained your back? What can I do? They even cleared a path through the rubble to prevent me from falling. What can I do? The mech girls were a bit flustered. As the evacuation and clearing progressed, it was becoming increasingly difficult to come up with excuses. They were already so brazen. Why didn't this group dare to shoot? You're warmongers at heart. You held high the banner of resistance and shouted slogans of freedom. Why, when they arrived, not only did you drop your guns, but you even stopped raising your banners? This puts them in a very difficult position. How can they fight without even a pretext to start a war? Not only that, they're getting more and more rude, practically saying welcome back next time as they bid farewell. In the corner, a child holding the Longzhou dragon flag passed through the alleyway, slowly kneeling on the ground. The palm-sized plastic flag was found somewhere, and although it was a little stained, it was clear that they had even carefully scrubbed it with water several times. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the child. At that moment, the two leaders felt as if this child were their own son. The girl stared at the flag, speechless for a long time. She discovered that since when using the dragon flag to save one's life had become a common tactic among thugs. But it had to be said, it was indeed a good idea. When there was no reason to fight, a flag could determine the lives of everyone present. The child holding the dragon flag had visible calluses on his knuckles. His gaze lacked the innocence of a typical child. Instead, it was filled with commercialism. The blue and white mech straightened itself, its dark muzzle deflected. Her gaze lingered on the little boy's face. While everyone bowed their heads, awaiting their fate, only his face revealed a hint of pride, a hint of arrogance, a hint of fierceness in his eyes, but not the fear that should have been there. He was clearly only a child of 7 or 8, but those eyes evoked an instinctive revulsion. A small ornament on his waist caught the pilot's attention. The cockpit opened, and she leaped down to the child, ripping the ornament from his waist. It was a simple mountain ghost coin, bound with a red string. An item like this could only be found in Longzhou. The people before her would only consider it an evil object and would never possess it. Only an ignorant child would carry it for some unknown reason. Who owns this coin? Her voice gradually grew colder. She noticed that the red string had varying colors, mostly stained dark red. When her fingers touched it, the dark red blood stains had already stained her fingers. In her crisp blue and white uniform, she leaned forward, grabbed the boy by the collar, and lifted him up. I ask you, where is the owner of this coin? The kneeling crowd finally realized the new development. Their eyes rested on the machine girl's face for a moment, before they knew things were spiraling out of control. I ask you, where is he? The little boy chuckled, a glint of madness in his eyes. Sir! I know where he lives. I can take you there. A man on the side tumbled over, kowtowed to the ground several times, and then crawled off into the distance. The machine girl, holding the boy by the scruff of the neck, followed the man until he had slid past one dilapidated building after another and arrived at a small, unnoticed shack. The shack was built in the middle of the ruins, and with the slightest carelessness, it was at risk of collapse. The man, after glancing at the machine girl's expression, swallowed and slowly pulled open the curtains of the shack. What he saw sent a chill through his body. A person with a distinctly Longzhou face lay in the shack, their limbs broken and chained, unable to even move. Her limbs were riddled with knife marks. It was clear she had been used as food for more than a day. The child, seeing the person hiding in his shack discovered, remained fearless, his expression only growing more ferocious. Mine. This is mine. If you want to eat it, go get it. The machine lady didn't let him finish his words. With a crisp sound, his head tilted to the side, and he was silent. Chapter 470. Sir, this is his own fault. We have nothing to do with it. We know nothing. Amidst the man's cries, she pulled out her medical kit and, after examining the woman's injuries, injected a dose of medicine into her chest. The woman's breathing suddenly intensified. She opened her eyes, and upon seeing the robot girl before her, her previously dull features narrowed, a flicker of energy appearing. The robot girl ripped the chains from her neck and wrapped her broken body in her cloak. Are there any other compatriots here? No. I was lured here by that child. Our people are in the air raid shelter to the southeast. Quick, hurry and help them evacuate. The robot girl frowned slightly. If it were just a few scattered people, it would be easy. But from what she said, not only were there a large number of people left here, they were even occupying a civil defense facility. Are the Longzhou people on this planet so fierce? Is it true that on average, every 3 people spawn an idea king, and every 50 people spawn an elite monster? Air raid shelter? How many of us are left? The woman spoke without hesitation, about 400. Have you all been together the whole time? As the robot girl asked, the woman hesitated for a moment before speaking. No, we arrived gradually. After the evacuation, we were organized by some foresight individuals and gradually gathered together. Have you ever had any dealings with armed groups? No, perhaps, but I'm not sure, because the specific details are handled by the management committee. The woman's frown deepened. I can tell you're very organized. But if that's the case, how did you get here? The woman's voice trembled, her eyes filled with fear. I was out scavenging for supplies when I happened to see the child, and was tricked into coming here. I thought there were other Longzhou children here who needed help, but I didn't expect. I didn't dare call for help because I watched him eat my finger. The woman gave her a deep look and said, I'll give you another dose of anesthetic. Rest easy. You're safe. After hearing her words, the woman finally couldn't withstand the physical torture and fell asleep under the anesthetic. After calling her companions, the woman turned to look at the man trembling to the side. She had casually broken the boy's neck, leaving him too afraid to even plead for mercy. A small amount of yellow liquid seeped down his trouser legs. He desperately tried to suppress his fear, but it was impossible. He felt his very hair tremble, and he couldn't even find a place to rest his hands. Several mechas circled in and landed on the outskirts of the ruins. The mecha girl leaped out, carrying the woman. After handing her over to one of the mecha girls, she turned and looked at the man. Tell your leader to gather your forces and head toward the air raid shelter to negotiate with them. Negotiate? What are you negotiating for? Supplies, medicine, whatever you want. Just go. The man scrambled away, clearly overjoyed by the woman's words. A child who's more trouble than good, so what? So what? At least, he didn't take everyone else with him. Captain, didn't we already have the intelligence? Why don't we just go and rescue them? I suspect a trick. How long has the retreat been going on? There's still a large Longzhou faction on this planet. Over 400 people. With all the fighting going on, how can they occupy a civil air defense project and survive in the cracks between these forces? They haven't made a name for themselves. Even the surrounding forces don't know of their existence. How did those Longzhou people who arrived one after another know about this place and join in? Over 400 people is no small number. What to eat and drink? Are we just sitting around like rats, Waiting for the war to pass with a mountain of supplies? Do you believe me? Another mecha girl was stunned. Is this a setup by the Divine Grace cult? Let's explore first. If they're simply trying to infiltrate, then let them do it. If they're hiding weapons of mass destruction down there, using Longzhou residents as bait to launch a suicide attack, I'm afraid none of us will survive. The mecha girl gasped. So, sisters, are we going to investigate everything now? No need for us to investigate. Just report it. We have specialists who will handle this situation. As the information was reported, the emergency response team arrived at top speed aboard the assault ship. Under the somewhat surprised gazes of the mecha girls, these strange-looking operators leaped from the assault ship. They wore custom high-collared uniforms, each clutching an enormous suitcase. After confirming their current intelligence with the mecha girls, they dived into the ruins one by one, disappearing from sight as if they were secretly doing something sinister. When they reappeared, all the mecha girls knew something had been released from those suitcases. Thank you for your contribution to the search and rescue mission. Please proceed to the next area, which will be taken over by our response team against the Divine Grace sect. Once our identities are confirmed, we will inform you again, and we hope you will continue to assist with the evacuation. They saluted the mecha girls, and as the hem of their clothes swung, the sharp-eyed mecha girls spotted the insignia on their waists. That distinctive design was the standard insignia of the Legion of Dawn. However, they had never heard of such a department within the Dawn Legion. Captain, are they from the Dawn Legion? The captain frowned slightly as she looked at the operators, their collars raised high. For some reason, she caught a glimpse of a very familiar scent on them. This scent could only be found on the battlefield. On Guanghua Star, the last group of Special Forces Division personnel had also boarded their ships and were heading towards the Flame Blue Galaxy for reinforcements. Guided by personnel from within, they would infiltrate the existing Divine Punishment Legion and quietly complete their infiltration. After collecting the genes of numerous mecha girls, they, one by one, carried a large amount of supplies and embarked on the journey to the Flame Blue Galaxy. Ruozi, on the other hand, remained on Green Source Star, awaiting the completion of her evolution. The remaining poison within the Slanish core was no longer as potent, but upon contact, it still caused an involuntary numbing sensation. It was harmless to the human body, and the experience was truly exceptional. Chapter 471. Master, the two legions have been completely dispersed. Each planet's response team has been expanded to 10 teams. Although small in number, they have been extremely effective in countering the attacks from some Divine Grace sects. A planet in the direction of Red Flame Star to the north has sent another call for assistance. The high-level queens there seem to be aggressive. After their initial cautiousness, their actions have become increasingly aggressive. They have begun to advance southward. Some king-level queens have begun to attempt preliminary deployments to launch attacks on various planets. Numerous planets have reported the discovery of Zerd traces. People on surrounding planets have begun a gradual and planned evacuation. The exodus of numerous forces and armed personnel has caused panic among the general public. Ironically, many people are calling for the Corporate Federation to send reinforcements. But they refused. In the north, an organization called the Cross Alliance has emerged. They're actively gathering the various forces fleeing south, attempting to integrate them. While it seems somewhat difficult at the moment, they already possess 5 planets that are said to be impregnable. Said to be? Su Li was somewhat surprised by the word. He looked up at Han Hai and asked, don't they have sufficient military equipment? Han Hai smoothed his golden hair. Their personnel are made up of many retired military personnel. So their military equipment should be quite good. Furthermore, they have several ammunition storage depots and production lines. So, they shouldn't have any problems in the short term. However, if the battle is prolonged and sustained, they might not be able to hold out for long. This is one of the reasons they accept so many ordinary people, to ensure they have sufficient reserve troops. Su Li looked at the small group before him, and suddenly lost his appetite. When war breaks out, human life is the least valuable commodity, yet after reaching a certain point, it becomes a scarce commodity. There must have been quite a few of these small governments lately. Indeed, there are over 3,000 factions declaring independence. Some planets even have over 300 newly established nations. What does Commander Gao say? Han Hai pushed his glasses up and said, let it develop. Aside from deployments in the solar system, most of our attention is focused on development efforts in the south. Su Li nodded and glanced at Heiyu to the side. Heiyu curled up on the sofa, her white-socked feet tapping the fireplace. Feeling Su Li's gaze, she spoke, the laboratory has been deployed on Lingsue Star. Relevant genetic research has begun. We gained a lot this time. Xiaoshu has upgraded further, and the levels of all his queens have increased significantly. We now have 32 king-level queens. If Rosie can break through to the emperor level, then through energy feedback, half of her queens will likely break through to the emperor level. The upgraded queens now possess the ability for targeted breeding. The first batch of enhanced bodies has already been bred, and the brainworm core under his command can replace them with more powerful bodies at any time. We also disassemble the Divine Punishment Core standard bionic mechas. Replicating them is no problem, but further performance improvements will require more time. As each mecha girl finished her report, Su Li suddenly realized that he had unknowingly wielded a formidable force. The brainworms he created, even now, thinking about them makes his head tingle. A being capable of occupying another's body and sharing their memories. Their stealthy disguise is secondary. The key is their ability to quickly absorb others' combat experience and apply it to their own benefit. As long as their brains remain intact, they can transform into fierce warriors in a new body. They may have a low starting point, but if they can experience battle after battle, their accumulated combat experience will far surpass that of all active warriors. 1 or 2 years might not be noticeable. But what about 100 years? 200? As long as their brains remain active, they are a veritable undead army. How can the garbage produced by the corporate federation compare to them? Su Li suddenly felt a chill down his spine. He realized that if the corporate federation had chosen the Flame Blue Galaxy as their home, the original outcome would have been a stalemate for some time before their demise. But things were different now. They had become complete breeding machines under Su Li's control. Before, they simply couldn't get out, but now it seemed they could. They were just leaving as part of Su Li's army. Gao Mingrui had always dreamed of universal peace, but he hadn't expected it to be so easily realized. If everyone obeyed orders, what else in this world couldn't achieve universal peace? Qin Yaoyao leaned towards Su Li and rested her head on his shoulder. Little pair, Commander Gao intends to keep the child with him. What do you think of this? What's your opinion? Su Li asked. He had no real contact with the families behind Qin Yaoyao or those women. Even though their intelligence had been presented to him long ago, he hadn't paid any attention. These families, wielding terrifying power, could be considered the backbone of Longzhou. But with Su Li's current strength, he could completely disregard anyone's opinions. Qin Yaoyao raised an eyebrow. I want Grandpa to take care of the child. Although he's old, he can still take care of a child. It's time for the Qin family to step down. It's nice for him to be at home and play with his great-grandson. Is that your idea, or Grandpa's? My idea? Then you should ask Grandpa before making a decision. Whatever you choose, I support you. Qin Yaoyao's fist struck Su Li, making him feel the same way as when he was little. Great. I finally understand why you have so many cyborgs around you. Hearing that, my heart is moved. You're already having a child, and it's a little late to fall in love now. Su Li clutched his chest, looking at the face before him, which shone with a touch of his mother's radiance. A sense of realization washed over him. Time slipped by unnoticed. The girl who had stood in front of him as a child was now the mother of his child. Achieve your dreams, and live your life without regrets. Have they fulfilled the words carved into the old tree? Sister, do you regret giving birth to this little one? Qin Yaoyao was stunned for a moment, then curled her lips. Regret? Why should I regret it? Don't you want to see what the whole compound has become just because I wanted to give you a child? Su Li glanced at the corner of Qin Yaoyao's mouth, and the last trace of discomfort in his heart disappeared. If she was willing, then there was no sense of indebtedness. Chapter 472. Outside the window, heavy snow fell like goose feathers. Visibility outside was not high, but through the window, one could still see two mechas clashing in the heavy snow. Yi Hua's broadsword clashed again with Yurong's spear, sparks flying. These two had a feud since the training grounds, and neither was convinced by the other even now. To be more precise, the feud began when Yurong first boarded Yi Hua's transport ship. But Yi Hua disagreed. According to her, if that were the case, then she had so many enemies, so why hadn't anyone taken revenge? Have you ever considered why you can't fly a ship? Do you really think you're tired and exhausted from your military exploits that you went to your home planet to serve as the chief inspector? You're talking nonsense. I retired due to injury. TSK. What injury caused you to be transferred to defend the place? In the cockpit, Yi Hua's face flushed. He turned and looked at Qiangzi, his face full of grievance. Baby, you're feeling bad. Qiangzi's face remained serious. Don't worry, we'll take you in 3 moves. He leaned forward, leaning down and swiping with his backhand. Sure enough, Yurong, facing him, moved in close, attempting to block his sword with the butt of her gun. Xiangzi chuckled, tightened his grip on the hilt, and struck directly at Yurong's cockpit. Caught off guard, the cockpit suddenly dented. In the cockpit, Yihua let out an excited cry, turned around, and embraced Xiangzi in a passionate kiss. Amazing! The feint was flawlessly executed. Yurong's IQ wasn't high enough. If it were her, she'd definitely see through it instantly. TSK, TSK, TSK. Some people are only good at talking. They can't even do it with their hands. Yurong unfurled her sword, expressionlessly yanking Li Tianlong's ear and dragging him back to her villa like a dead dog. Li Tianlong's face paled, the dark circles under his eyes glaring against his pale face. Can you do it? Not on the bed, not under the bed, not under the bed. Master, are you still my master? Yurong closed the door and cupped Li Tianlong's face. For some reason, his pale face looked so unfamiliar. How about trying the couch? I'm sure I can do it on the couch. Yurong bit her lower lip and nodded slightly. It was that tone of voice that made it clear it was him. It seemed he'd been spending quite a bit lately. His face had changed. Hearing this, Li Tianlang went upstairs with a gloomy face. Can he be blamed for this? If his legs hadn't been weak, how could Xiangzi have possibly defeated him? Su Li watched the battle between the two mechas through the window, frowning. This Li Tianlang. So many unnecessary movements. After all this training, why is there so little improvement? Are those legs epileptic? They're shaking so much that he keeps pedaling? How many offensive opportunities have he wasted? He's holding a spear and attacking close. Is he crazy, or is he just stuffing his brain in his pants? Hong Ying handed him a few pills, which he swallowed in one gulp. The bitter taste shot up his forehead, making him turn his head subconsciously. What did you eat again? Hong Ying smiled gently. Master has been staying up late lately, so I gave you something to prevent dark circles. Su Li nodded, took the cup, and rinsed his mouth. Qin Yaoyao, standing beside him, pursed her lips, staring at the dazed Su Li before her. She felt he hadn't changed much. As gullible as ever. The second class of students is nearing graduation. The third class is still undergoing probation. Commander Gao has indicated that the first class can be recalled after your vacation. The Dawn Legion has been assembled, and with its current combat capabilities, it has the potential to continue its expansion. Han Hai leaned in front of Su Li and said, the governor also asked me to ask you if you have any new plans. Will you lead the Legion into the Zerg heartland, or turn back to reclaim the lost territory? How long will it take for our new troops to be operational? Heiyu took over the conversation. Considering that the Legion is still scattered across various star systems, it's impossible to fully. The deployment of the entire new team can only begin in earnest after the pacification of each planet. If we recruit now, we'll only receive troops with little combat experience, which will likely significantly increase equipment losses. Is it difficult to handle those nasty things in the rear? So far, quite a few mechas and troops have come under attack from the Divine Grace cult. They are elusive and highly infiltrative. Some even exploit the opportunity of our evacuation of our compatriots to launch attacks. Even armed suppression can only suppress a limited number of forces. So, while the work in the rear is slowly progressing, it will take some time to fully see the results. Su Li remained silent. He had already headed for the Fire Blue Galaxy. Completely infiltrating the entire Divine Grace sect would take at least a month. But whether it was the evacuation of the Chinese nationals or Gao Mingru's various schemes, they couldn't wait until he had completed all of his plans. War inevitably involves sacrifice. The more they rebel now, the greater the price they will pay in the future. Pity is something everyone has, but you have to be discerning about the target. When others persecuted you, they never treated you like a human being. Now that you're in a commanding position, you're forgiving them? I forgive you. Don't talk nonsense. You bullied me, and I fought back. When the cartel exploited cheap labor, you still had the audacity to think you were being paid well. How many pilots were bankrupted by a single spare module? They were practically on their own land, planting cotton. But who could have known that, from materials to production, to your own wages, the Enterprise Federation didn't even spend a penny. After all the twists and turns, they willingly taken your money from your own pocket. Commander Gao means it's unsuitable for you to have the blood of your own kind on your hands. My own kind? Su Li smiled. I come from among millions, and these millions are my own kind. Tell Commander Gao and the Governor General that after my vacation, I'll lead the Dawn Legion on a planet-by-planet patrol. Send a video message and tell everyone. These remaining 3 weeks will be their final chance to make a decision. After 3 weeks, either submit and accept Longzhou's jurisdiction, or I'll lead the Dawn Legion and completely demolish their gates. Chapter 473. Isn't this just nonsense? He's making a statement at this critical moment. Gao Mingrui paused. The sudden news left him with half a shaved beard, leaving the remaining half hanging on his face. He waved his hand, as if the shaved beard had taken away his youth. What a waste of effort. All that effort, and now with that statement, he's the culprit behind all the ruthless tactics. He's nothing like a politician. All he says is about forcing others to submit and blasting their doors. He's really grown up. He might as well take over Longzhou too. Wen Jing silently rolled her eyes. It was you who had always worried about his lack of strength, and now it's you who's saying he's grown up. Besides, isn't that what you've been working towards? It seems the term double standard applies to both men and women. Will others think Su Li is tough? Probably not. They'll just think he's a genuine Longzhou native. You still have the nerve to call others tough? Of all the policies you've been implementing lately, which one has been soft? What about Eve? Eve doesn't have anything to say? The governor said this statement has the air of someone from the mechanical island. She's long disliked those people. They want to collect planetary rental fees, and not only that, but massively. She even thinks that since class antagonism persists under any political system, it's better to establish hierarchies from the outset. Hierarchies? Is she trying to establish a dictatorship? Isn't that what you're planning to do now? Gao Mingrui paused, staring blankly at Wen Jing before him. But you can do this kind of thing. Can you even say it? Wen Jing curled her lips, imitating Yi's manner, and suddenly slammed her hand on the table. I just can't stand those shrewd schemes. I'm just a dictator, so what? My mechanical island has the power. Longzhou has the power. Su Li has the power. So what? If it doesn't work out, just pull me out and practice. If I can't defeat you, I'll take your last name. Gao Mingrui's eyelids fluttered. It's not like he's copied it exactly, it's just that he's done it to the bone. Longzhou truly needs a highly centralized government at this stage. Only then can the war machine operate at full speed. The high-level Zerg in the Northern Theater are still expanding relentlessly. Although the Corporate Federation has retreated its defenses, allowing him to pocket them as he wished, that doesn't mean they lost their ability to stir up trouble. At least half of the countries with clear-cut positions out there have some connection to the Corporate Federation. A lean camel is bigger than a horse. He's so tough precisely for these reasons. I don't know how many years I can hold out, so I have to pave every possible path for him from the outset. Destroy those who deserve to be destroyed, kill those who deserve to be killed. Divert the trouble eastward, and absolutely prevent it from flowing westward. Their statement is probably on the way. Wen Jing rolled her eyes. It's just those Longzhou threat theories anyway. Why are they afraid to come out now? By the time they see the situation spiraling out of control and want to leave, they'll already be completely trapped. Gao Mingrui shook his head. Better safe than sorry. Don't be so confident. Has he arrived on Fire Blue Planet? Yes. The relevant work has already begun. The current situation doesn't look as optimistic as we initially thought. The infiltration efforts may not achieve the expected results in just 1 month. Then take your time. Even if my time is tight, I still have time. Do we really need to recapture lost territory? Pushing forward, wouldn't it be better to isolate the entire rear area with the barrier set up by the rear-line corporate alliance before they withdraw? Then they'll unite and drag us down. It's human nature. When they see no hope, they'll drag everyone else down with them. Wen Jing shut her mouth after hearing this. She had reviewed every battle report submitted over the past few days. The actions of those small and medium-sized forces were exactly as Gao Mingrui had described. They were even willing to help the Divine Grace Church attack Longzhou's forces, just to drag Longzhou down with them. Even if they didn't fire the first shot at them. I hope Su Li's words can serve as a warning to those people. After all, he's got the reputation of a killer. Gao Mingrui picked up a razor from the sink and carefully shaved the remaining half of his face. We still have 3 weeks left. While Su Li issues the notice, we can see what the current positions of these forces are. In a dim basement, a hooded man ripped off his mask, revealing a hysterical, blood-stained face. He gritted his teeth as he stared at the mangled figure in the corner, his mouth filled with the taste of his blood. Send a message? Send your mother. I spent so much time setting this trap. You, a bunch of untrained idiots, almost ruined my plan. Piles of high explosives lay stacked in a corner of the house, their surfaces splattered with blood. The man walked over to the explosives, gently caressing them as if caressing a lover, completely unaware that a pair of eyes were fixed on him from the corner, beneath the shelf. The head with a strange smile on his face surveyed the explosive stack before shrinking back. Another fanatic. Slanish is dead, but the earlier directives issued by the Divine Grace cult are still being carried out in an orderly manner. At least until the Divine Grace cult's leadership is replaced one by one, these suicide attacks will never cease. Thankfully, there are enough brain worms to replace the operators in simple intelligence gathering and processing. While their human head-sized bodies make them difficult to conceal in dark environments, by spawning a few with darker skin, they can still hide effectively. That is, provided they don't show their large white teeth. Kingdom of God? The brainworm tilted its head. Even it knew that their so-called Kingdom of God was a delusion. Yet, they couldn't see clearly, couldn't comprehend, and willingly fell under the spell of Slaanesh. What? Is laziness not enough? It felt sorry for its mother. If it could be more useful, wouldn't the Lord generously reward its mother? After all, she was lazy. Not only did she not enjoy her vacation, she even went deep into the enemy camp, desperately laying eggs every day. For the Lord? She was almost abandoning her instincts. The man slowly turned his face. He could feel something staring at him. He bent down slowly, but saw that there was nothing under the shelf. Chapter 474. Captain, can they be trusted? I mean, their skin color isn't that of the Long-O people. Would people like that be willing to do their best to save the Long-O people? Warrant officer, please be aware of your identity. The blue and white mech hovered and abruptly turned. We know the meaning of that golden badge better than anyone else. The mech girl pouted and muttered, I just think it's unfair. Why can people of color join the Dawn Legion? But those of us with legitimate family backgrounds don't even get a chance to try out. Another mech girl took over the conversation. Don't be silly. We belong to different combat units. How can someone from the Internal Security Force join the combat team? If we can accumulate some military merits and take advantage of our annual leave to travel to Lingsue Star, that would be a great benefit. I heard they're building a huge. It's a massive exhibition hall. There's also a Zerg-themed section. Should we stop by and take a look? I see you want to take a look at the Legion Commander. What's the big deal? You dare say you don't want to see him? What's so good about it? It's just a nose and two eyes. I'm tired of seeing those promotional posters. Ha! I don't know which jerk is watching mech combat videos in the middle of the night and has shaking legs. My legs are shaking, aren't they? I'm just impersonating the Legion Commander's commands. Those are just natural body reactions. Let's get to the point. The second and third batches of pilots are about to be released. I heard that the pilots trained by the Legion Commander possess extraordinary skills. Instead of targeting the Legion Commander, why not target them? It's not even our turn. The applications for conventional combat units are already filling up several warehouses. The requirement is that the minimum level of participating mecha girls must be S-class. We B-class mecha girls should just forget about it. What's wrong with B-class? When the Legion Commander started out, he had a ton of C-class under his command. But those former C-class are now at least S-class. By the way, I don't seem to see them on the battlefield. Do they really exist? Of course they do. They're active on the battlefield. But the enemies they target are the queens in the Zerg swarm. Those are places we armed mecha girls can't participate in. But I heard they all been recalled a while ago. Recall? Yeah, didn't you know? The Legion Commander publicly declared that within the hinterland, the autonomy of all nations must be respected, and must adhere to the principle of Long-O supremacy. Submit or face annihilation. Such a domineering proclamation, and you didn't even see it? And it's not just those mecha girls. I heard that all the mecha girls and pilots from the first batch of training have been recalled. This group is the backbone of the entire Dawn Legion. Hiss. Are they serious? Such a powerful force is enough to flatten entire planets. I heard there are over 50 SS-class mecha girls alone. A blue and white mecha's gaze was drawn to a small figure. Dressed in a standard maid outfit, and carrying a small suitcase, she stood out among the devastated landscape. The wind blew her skirt, revealing the delicate leather shoes beneath. A girl like that shouldn't be in a war zone like this. Instantly, dozens of mechas circled and sped towards the woman below. 534 raised her small face, gazing at the familiar blue and white livery above, a flicker of nostalgia in her eyes. She scanned the mecha girl numbers, stopping on one and waving at her. 736. Long time no see. 730 SIXS pupils shrank slightly, and the next second, an equally petite figure appeared in front of 534, staring at her with a hint of disbelief. 534? You, how come you're here? You're not on your home planet. No, I haven't heard from you in a while. Her gaze surveyed 534 from head to toe, finally resting on her chest. A tiny, glittering crystal pendant dangled from her chest, gleaming in the sunlight. The transparent crystal shimmered with a rainbow of light, clearly revealing the faint glimmer of the Dawn Legion's emblem. This was a unique source crystal technique, impossible for outsiders to replicate. Only the core members of the Dawn Legion could possess such an identification. You joined the Dawn Legion? 534's eyes narrowed beautifully, as she gazed at the familiar face before her, and nodded gently. 736 circled around her, still in disbelief. She turned back again, grabbed the pendant on 534's chest, breathed on it, wiped it with her sleeve, and examined it carefully. Then, biting her lower lip, she let out a breathless exclamation of disbelief. Oh my god! What kind of idiotic luck did you have to join the Dawn Legion? Captain! Didn't you say that internal security corps members can't submit applications? This girl, I guarantee you, used to be one of ours. 534 took 2 steps back, straightening her entire body. She saluted the descending mech and said, Captain, Lieutenant Colonel 534 of the 1st Mecha Girls Division of the Dawn Legion, here to provide support and cooperation. The blue and white mech unfurled. 079 quickly approached 534, stood at attention, and saluted. Hello, sir. You're so polite. As she spoke, her eyes involuntarily scanned 534. Lieutenant Colonel. Even within the main Legion, this rank was only earned by commando captains, powerful figures within the Legion. While other legions might have those seeking gilded rank, in the Dawn Legion, everyone's rank advancement depended on solid combat achievements. Didn't the notice say the action wouldn't begin until 3 weeks later? She looked at the petite pilot before her, not daring to show any slight. She was only a captain, 2 ranks higher than him. She could sense the immense menace rising from her even as she leaned slightly closer. Here's the mission statement. You can check it. 079 respectfully took the terminal, verified the mission code and details, and saluted 534 again. From today on, all members of the rescue team will obey your command, Commander. 736 stared at the unfolding events in astonishment. Even the joy of reuniting with a friend after a long absence dimmed. After a year or 2 of no contact, they finally met again, and she had even gotten her captain to call her commander. 534 glanced at 736 to the side, and winked playfully at her. That's great. 736, which I used to love as much as I did, still looks as silly as before, without any change. Chapter 475. In the makeshift camp, 736 occasionally let out exclamations of surprise. Wow! This is the standard uniform of the Dawn Legion? This clothing is made of such fine material. And your dog tags? No, your ID tags. This is simply a work of art. Oh my god! Is this the latest A-type individual howitzer? One with a kill radius of 500 meters, and extremely penetrating shrapnel. Damn, you even have energy weapons. This armed protocol allows for instant location, and can be deployed without approval. Is the Dawn Legion that rich? No, what material are your stockings made of? Why haven't they pilled even after so many times, even with my steel wool-like hands? 534 explained each point to 736, generating immense emotional value. 736 slapped herself hard, thinking she might be hallucinating. You just said your stockings are imbued with the laws of mechanics. So they're wear-resistant, durable, and heat-resistant? And even your maid outfit? How ignorant. How truly ignorant. This was the first time she heard that the laws of mechanics, something used to increase their rank, could actually be used to make clothing. No, you're using them to make maid outfits? Oh, and where's your uniform? 534 touched her suitcase. Here. But this maid outfit is also standard. It's the unique uniform of the 1st Division's 1st Battalion. Unique uniform? Yes. We're all the commander's personal mecha girls. We're responsible for his protection on the battlefield. In private, we're the commander's personal maids. A personal maid corps? 736 exclaimed in shock, expressing his genuine envy. The commander has a maid corps. Well, they're all the mecha girls, who followed him from the beginning. Everyone's level has risen, but the price is. They're no longer in the eyes of other pilots. So, after a discussion, we spontaneously formed this group to take charge of the base's internal security. 736 raised his head and let out a wail. I get it. I know that feeling all too well. I watch videos of the commander piloting mechas all day long. That kind of soul-stirring really makes it hard to even think about finding a pilot for myself. So, even though the contract rights for armed mecha girls have long been open, I'm still single. 534 glanced at 736 and nodded with amusement. You? You should just find a long-low person you like and sign a contract. Forget about us. Most of us have been piloted by the Legion commander. You don't understand. Once you've been piloted by a man like that, you won't want anyone else. Remember 537? She's already an SS rank mecha girl. Brigadier General level rank. There are so many pilots in the Dawn Legion who don't have contracted mecha girls, and she doesn't even look at them. 537? SS rank? You mean that crazy girl with so many tricks up her sleeve? She's SS rank? Are you all riding rockets? 534 smiled softly. 730 SIX's expression changed slightly, and he grabbed 534's hand. You must have been in a lot of danger these past few years. Although you had plenty of course, earning enough to advance must have taken a lot of effort. Charging into the most dangerous places on the battlefield, you. She stared blankly at 534, feeling a pang of heartache. While her friend's advancement certainly brought her genuine joy, it also meant not only redoubled effort, but also repeated near-death experiences. Sensing 730 SIX's kindness, 534 gently patted her hand. Want to join the Dawn Legion? I can show you a way through, right? 730 SIX's eyes suddenly lit up with excitement, but after a moment, it slowly faded. She smiled, shook her head, and said, forget it. I'm a B-rank mech girl, and it would be a waste of space if I joined. It's better to leave the opportunity to the S-rank mech girls. There's no mech girl who doesn't aspire to join the Dawn Legion. Perhaps more often than not, she knew her own limitations. Giving this opportunity to those S-rank mech girls might help the Legion quickly develop combat effectiveness. Don't underestimate yourself. I was promoted to A rank before joining the Mother Planet inspection team. For so many years, hasn't my rank remained stagnant? But I only been with the Legion commander for a short time, and my rank has skyrocketed. We're friends, don't I know you? If you join us, I'm sure you'll see a huge improvement. It's just 2 sets of upgrade modules, isn't it? 736 raised her head speechlessly. Do you want to hear what you're saying? Even without the corporate federation, upgrade modules are a scarce commodity for many mecha girls. And you're just talking about 2 sets. 534 rubbed 730 SIX's head and whispered, but upgrade modules are certainly not a scarce commodity for the Legion commander. Inside the camp, a light cough was heard outside the tent. 079 pulled open the tent curtain and walked quickly inside. Sir, I'd like to ask for instructions regarding the plan for the next phase of the operation. Just hold your troops in place. 079 frowned slightly upon hearing this. Sir, there are 36 factions in the entire war zone. Our target is right in the middle of these 36 factions. If we need to launch a rescue operation, we'll inevitably have to contact some of them. We already contacted the leaders of several factions during recent contacts. Some are very cooperative, but some are vehemently disobeying. She quickly walked to the front of the virtual sandbox and pointed at some small red dots. The attitudes of these 3 factions are the most unclear. Do you think we should send personnel to contact them again? Perhaps preemptive armed suppression is also an option. 534 glanced at the sandbox and looked up at 079. Are you saying that even after you deployed forces around them, their attitude remains unclear? 079 was stunned, then nodded. They're undoubtedly a hostile force. Even at this point, they're still pretending to obey us. Besides being hostile, they possess a hidden weapon capable of resisting us head-on. Pass my order to coordinate 36 heavy artillery pieces. In half an hour, launch a blanket bombardment of their area. Sir, according to international law, we can't conduct blanket artillery bombardments of areas where civilians may be present. 534 raised her head, suddenly realizing how rigid these people's minds really were. Fortunately, I had just attended the Corps Commander's lecture before arriving. Isn't it just public opinion? Just control it yourself. She quickly walked outside the tent and completed the deployment. The black and red mecha hovered in midair, and she gently cleared her throat. The next second, a childish voice rang out from the camp's loudspeaker, echoing throughout the surrounding area. Hello, hello? Is anyone there? I am the Supreme Commander of the Longbow Rescue Team. According to international wartime regulations, I am issuing an announcement to the civilian population in the following 3 areas. We will launch a blanket heavy artillery strike on these 3 areas in half an hour. We urge the general public to evacuate to safe coordinates in a timely manner. According to international law, this announcement will be broadcast 5 times, with 1-minute intervals between each broadcast. We urge the public to cherish their lives and stay out of the bombardment. The fragile child's voice made the warning seem so feeble and powerless. 079 stepped forward quickly, about to take over from 534 and finish reading the rest of the announcement, when she saw she had already unfurled the trigger and started looping the recorded message. Sir, I'm afraid this won't have any effect on them. They won't believe it, especially with this voice. As she spoke, she looked up and met 534's cold gaze, the murderous intent in it sending a chill down 079's spine. She suddenly understood. 534 had done this intentionally from the beginning. She had deliberately used a childish voice, aiming to lull the enemy into lowering their guard, and making them think the repeated bombing announcement was a joke. 079, follow orders? You know, we don't have much time. 736 watched 534 turn and return to the tent. For the first time, he felt a touch of strangeness about his once familiar friend. Chapter 476. Amidst the ruins and buildings, the leaders of the factions discussing their interception plan suddenly paused. They listened intently to the bombardment announcement from outside, and after a moment, a burst of laughter erupted. Continue with the deployment plan. High-powered energy weapons have arrived. While those beasts can't match the strength of regular troops, they shouldn't have any trouble maneuvering them. Then let these mecha girls suffer a defeat. From now on, it's up to those in the air raid shelter. Everything for the true God. Everything for the true God. Their expressions were both humble and frantic, and deep in their eyes lay a heart-wrenching hysteria. Under their command, the civilians set up their acquired energy weapons along the mecha girls' path, waiting for them to cross, so they could deliver a direct blow. At the artillery position, 079's face was hesitant. As he watched the heavy artillery pieces being deployed at breakneck speed, his gaze etched with a solemn expression. Once these shells are launched, Longo and Mechanical Island will face endless condemnation. That seemingly joking bombardment announcement will even be publicly publicized by the Business Federation. She looked at 534, wondering if she had any understanding of this future. Was this truly the right choice? Long Zhou has been acting increasingly assertively lately. Now, the argument of not firing the first shot will be completely shattered after the bombardment. The people of Longzhou, always known for their honesty, finally raised their swords. 534 is no mere nobody. Standing here, she represents the Dawn Legion. The Dawn Legion could be said to be the faith of all of Longzhou. They had finally met their end. It was 534th who arrived here, but what about the other forces? They said the action would take place 3 weeks later, but in reality, the moment the announcement was issued, all the wavering factions were already determined. Half an hour passed in a flash, and the roar of artillery resounded in an instant. The figure in a maid's outfit stood before the artillery position, her black skirt swaying in the air, whipped by the shockwave. Her black hair fluttered, and her petite figure formed a stark contrast to the massive artillery. The harmless little face was hazy in the smoke. She smoothed the flying hair around her ear, her voice devoid of emotion. Continue the bombardment. I want nothing taller than a meter on the ground. Load the armor-piercing delay fuse, and uncover even the rats hiding underneath. 079 couldn't believe such words came from such a person. 736 looked at her former friend, only to find her face blurring and becoming increasingly unfamiliar. Time changes people. 534 relished this change. She clearly preferred to inflict pain on her enemies rather than inflict pain on her own. Too slow. This pace of advance was still too slow. Within 3 weeks, they needed to clear a sufficiently safe route for their fleet. This would ensure unimpeded passage. Send word to the leaders of all factions to assemble at the designated location. We will mediate and jointly discuss matters concerning the development and occupation of the planet. I hope to see them at the appropriate location before the bombardment ends. 534 returned to the tent and opened her suitcase. Inside, besides her uniform, was a neatly folded flag of the Dawn Legion. She changed into her uniform and handed the flag to 736 beside her. The moment she donned the straight, formal uniform, she looked even more heroic. The black cape with a red background fluttered behind her as she moved, making 736's eyes widen. On the field, the leaders of various factions arrived at the designated location as soon as they received the order. The field was a football field, an open expanse without any shelter. The mottled grass scattered here and there across the bare ground. A long table stood in the center. At least dozens of chairs were placed around the edges. 3 or 4 mechas stood quietly in the center, watching the leaders arrive and gesturing for them to take their seats. No! They didn't call us here just to kill us, did they? That's entirely possible. A leader sat on a stool. The bombardment hadn't stopped yet, and the vibrations could be clearly felt through the chair, even from kilometers away. The bombardment hasn't stopped yet. It's said that the areas belonging to those three factions have been covered by fire. Don't they say they won't fire the first shot? If they can fire at will, then what's the point of our persistence? Of course it does. If you weren't humble enough, you'd be the one being bombarded right now. Everyone's expressions were grim. After all, they were merely the leaders of a small, moderately powerful faction entrenched on the planet. They didn't have the skills to establish a nation, and certainly didn't dare to be the first to do so. The emperor was far away, and being a mere mountain king was already their limit. They knew their status was merely that in the eyes of the regular army. Give them face, and they continue. If they didn't, the bombardment of those three areas would be a living example. What do they mean? Calling us here just to have us sit here and listen to them bombard our compatriots? Everyone turned their gaze to the man who spoke. A strange look crossed their faces. Already seated in Longzhou's chair, he still spoke such words. He was quite brave, at least no one present had his courage. A spear pierced the man's chest with a piercing sound, dragging his body along as it pierced the long table. Blood flowed blindingly. The spear, a full 30 centimeters in diameter, had pierced a bloody hole in the man's chest. He slumped over the table, and as soon as he opened his mouth, a mouthful of blood gushed out. The crimson spread across the long table, causing everyone's chest to tighten. They looked up and saw a military flag fluttering on a spear. 534 appeared at the end of the long table. Two mecha girls in blue and white flanked her, staring intently at her back. She clapped her hands gently, attracting the attention of the leaders present. Thank you all for your kindness. On behalf of the Dawn Legion, I would like to express my deepest gratitude to all the leaders for their trust in us. Thank you for trusting me, the Dawn Legion, and for taking the time to participate in the mediation meeting I organized. She slowly pulled out the stool in front of her. The next moment, people sitting in various positions on both sides of the long table stood up in unison. 534's gaze swept across everyone's faces. Who says foreigners don't understand the ways of the world and lack manners? In her opinion, foreigners are still quite polite. She slowly sat down on the stool, then nodded towards the many standing leaders of various factions. Chapter 477. For this meeting, we have one and only one topic. On this planet, there is only one political system that our Dawn Legion can tolerate. 534 spoke softly, as if what she said were an established fact. 736, standing behind her, widened his eyes. So domineering? Which of those sitting here isn't the boss of a region? They normally wield the power of life and death within their own territories, their authority unbounded. Even with us mech girls, they're usually more accommodating. They never provided any significant advantages to the mech girls team. But now, their attitude is completely different. The spear that pierced a leader's body and pierced the entire table, carrying the Dawn Legion's battle flag. Under this fluttering banner, all the leaders' faces paled. During daily missions, not to mention the leaders of smaller factions, it was common to see them groveling and kneeling to beg for mercy. But which of the leaders of these powerful factions doesn't command an army of over 100,000? It's possible to get a good look from them, but expecting them to treat you like a deity is impossible. But under this banner, they were visibly cowed. 534 didn't care about their dignity, and just said it. He said it with such finality, as if telling a child not to suck his finger after getting spanked. A political system has many functional departments. I hope each leader will leverage his strengths and become an integral part of the new system. My Dawn Legion will not interfere in the internal affairs of this system. But what we need is for the entire system, and the planet itself, to stabilize at an extremely fast pace. Please note, this is not a negotiation. This is a notification. Within 2 days, I need all functional departments of the entire political system to be established and to sign this surrender agreement, and accept the Longzhou garrison on this planet. Her voice was still a little childish, but everyone present felt it was like the whisper of a demon. They, on the other hand, were servants sitting around the dining table, trying to share the corpse before them. You will need to pay the corresponding military expenses to the Longzhou garrison quarterly as payment for our tireless efforts. Of course, you will return to the embrace of order, safe from all Zerg attacks. The embrace of order? The numerous faction leaders present looked at each other in bewilderment. Whose order? As they stared at each other, their gazes inadvertently flickered to the corpse before them. The man's eyes widened with resentment, as if he felt he had been pinned to the table for a mere insignificant remark, feeling deeply wronged. The leaders fixed their gaze on the petite girl sitting at the head of the table. Her expression was perfectly natural, and she seemed unfazed. It seemed as if their answers were completely irrelevant to her. Cold sweat began to form on the leaders' foreheads. Their previous understanding of the people of Longzhou was limited to their diligence and excellent math scores. But with Su Li's appearance, they finally understood the inviolable side of the Longzhou people. The thought of the council members, who had treated them like pigs and dogs, now pinned to the wall by Su Li, made them involuntarily squeeze their legs together. The Dawn Legion, winning with fewer troops, they excel at blitzkrieg. The golden medal on the girl before them was so dazzling that it nearly blinded them. She was alone, but despite being alone, she overpowered the dozens of leaders present, preventing any of them from voicing their opinions. The fluttering military flags shone, and the young woman's face, hidden within their shadows, flickered in and out of focus. Her fingertips tapped lightly on the tabletop. Even the pool of blood spreading across it rippled slightly. The sound of swallowing saliva echoed. Everyone was intimidated by 534's aura. Say no? Do you dare to say no? Although there were less than 6 mecha girls present, they knew full well that if they dared to utter even a single word of no, they would be dead set on leaving today. Sir, I agree with the establishment of a unified government. This chaos must end. I agree. I agree. As voices of agreement echoed, 534's brows slowly furrowed. The unmistakable discontent in her expression made everyone's hearts beat violently. What? They agreed, and even agreed to make mistakes? 534's small hand gently stroked the pistol at her waist, a trace of regret in her voice. So smooth, this left her, who was trying to exploit the situation, with no room to maneuver. My own cannon had been thirsting for so long, and yet it hadn't been used. She swept a somewhat disgruntled glance across everyone's faces, and the rest immediately shouted, agreed, we all agree. TSK? Not at all courageous. 534 glanced at 079. I leave it to you. They'll stay here until we figure out the exact distribution of positions and authority. I'll only give them 2 days. If they can't figure it out, I'll kill them all and replace them with their deputies. 079 nodded in surprise, looking at 534's vacant seat, and slowly sitting down with some trepidation. She finally understood the gap between herself and the combat troops. In front of everyone, he said if they couldn't reach an agreement, they'd be killed. While this blunt threat was a bit too blunt, the benefits were obvious. The moment she sat down, a candidate for Minister of Finance had already been chosen. Is this the feeling of having someone behind the scenes? 736's eyes lit up, and she suddenly felt like she could reconsider 534's proposal. She might not be able to join the Maid Corps, but if she passed the assessment and became a member of the Dawn Legion, wouldn't she have the same chance to shine as 534? 534, you're really confident. Is Commander Su so protective of his subordinates? Do you have some backup plan? Like a single arrow piercing the clouds, bringing down a host of troops? 534 looked up at her silly friend and touched her forehead. Are you okay? What backup plan do I need for such a tiny place? Don't you know? Every member of the Maid Corps is already SS rank. 736 covered her mouth in surprise. On the same level as the elders? 534 nodded noncommittally. Right. So what do I need to rely on? They don't even have a star destroyer. Even if they wanted to deal with me, they wouldn't be able to even touch my butt. Silly boy, keep going. Once you join the Dawn Corps, you'll truly understand what our support is. It's not our rank, it's not our equipment. It's our exceptional personal qualities and unmatched driving skills. 534 paused on her way back to the camp, turned to look at 736, and said seductively, you never driven yourself before? Drive until you're smoking. 736 blushed suddenly, and then 534 leaned close to her ear and whispered, don't you want to try? Chapter 478. Cold suashing, Su Li collapsed on the waterbed, letting Xiao Shiguang sway beside her on the waterbed. Her slender legs looked like they could be held in one hand. The maid outfit she wore was altered to her size by 038. Of course, her skirt also had 2 large pockets sewn into the bottom. With the crinoline, it didn't detract from her appearance at all, and she could fill the pockets with snacks. Su Li, when can you teach me how to repair mechas? Probably until you're as tall as the operating platform. After all, you can't always climb up and down a stool to repair things. Believe me, that's not safe. Su Li lay on his back, feeling like he was on vacation, but instead, he was resting in a lonely state. The week-long hot spring trip hadn't given him any relaxation, instead, it had been packed to the brim. Jun Shou, Jun Wei, Jun Zhe. TSK. Why are there always mecha girls who are craving me? The newly built manor was furnished with pavilions and waterside terraces. Over 200 mecha girls in maid outfits wander the manor, looking a bit out of place. A Su-style garden is best complemented by a Cheongsam. But thinking of his increasingly trembling body, he resisted the urge. Master, is it time to take your medicine? Another way to prevent dark circles? Where do you find all these folk remedies? Looking at Hong Ying's high-slit Cheongsam, he stared intently at the slit as if on auto-target. It must be said that among all the mecha girls, despite Hong Ying's usual stern expression, she was the one who understood his needs the best. The only downside was that she always found all sorts of small things to stuff into his mouth and make him eat them. No matter how you look at it, it looks like he's been drugged. But the question is, who would drug someone so blatantly? I learned it from Sister Kei-Lang. She knows a lot. His gaze lingered on Hong Ying's legs, and he felt a bitter taste in his mouth. He tilted his head back and swallowed the pill. Then, learn more from her. This pill is so white. Huh? No, I mean this waist is so long. Hong Ying blushed and sat down beside him, cradling his head and placing it on her lap. The moment Su Li landed on the pillow, he felt his soul soar. But it wasn't long before he was pinned back down by two round balls. Hong Ying, as expected, was Hong Ying, both red and whimpering. Honestly, from her appearance, she understood the concept of contrast. Unlike the contrast of lightning, her contrast was always just right. He grasped Hong Ying's hand, feeling the warmth of her palm. He wanted to see her face, but the bulge blocked his view. Su Li had always wondered if the size of the external armor and the size of the chest were directly correlated. But after owning numerous mecha girls, he discovered that it was. Size was directly proportional. However, the thickness of the external armor was not. For example, Han Hai and 038 had much thinner external armor on their chests than those of ordinary mecha girls. Yet, their defense was significantly stronger. Look at Jiandun. Okay. He admitted to himself that he had never maintained Jiandun's external armor. But from his experience, it was at least 3 times thicker than Hong Ying's. Even so, every time Zhang Chongping piloted it, he felt a lingering fear, always worried that the defense wasn't enough. His concerns weren't unfounded, as certain organizational structures couldn't be enhanced by adding modules. Especially now that modules are banned on the mechanical island. By the way, where's Skinny Monkey? It's been a while since he came back, and I haven't seen him or his father, nor has Song Ling. According to the Legion's instructions, they already gone to the planet where Pride once resided and are overseeing the construction of an outpost. They're quite authoritative when it comes to outpost construction and site selection. They also recruited a group of low-level wounded soldiers. All of them are mechs, who've been seriously injured on the battlefield. A while ago, they submitted a request for the transfer of low-level modules. I remember thinking it was just low-level mechs on vacation on our Lingsue star who needed supplies, so I didn't look closely. Turns out it's them. Well, that's just a small part. There are too many mechs on the front lines, especially at the various outposts. Although the dissolution of the Alliance has severed the corporate federation's control over modules, the overall number of mechs hasn't decreased much. Therefore, this supply and demand will continue for a long time. Is the production capacity of the 2 mech trees still insufficient? For now, it's sufficient. Because the mech island has stopped producing new mechs and is fully focused on war, the number of low-level mechs will decrease in the future. On the contrary, the demand for high-level modules will increase. Su Li took a deep breath. As the owner of the mech tree, he naturally knew that each set of upgrade modules was condensed from Zerg energy. Low-level upgrade modules were fine, but high-level upgrade modules required the capture of high-level Zerg. Well, it seems Zerg aren't necessary. He could still gain energy by killing the senator. The energy provided by those pigs is indeed quite meager, serving only as a last resort in times of crisis. A single bite would normally leave him feeling depressed for days. He feared their dirty thoughts would infiltrate their energy. This matter must be prioritized. Especially the mecha girls on the front lines. Every improvement in their strength is a guarantee of survival. The main human legion still rely on Blackfeather's research. If bionic mechas can be standardly deployed, it will undoubtedly reduce significant casualties on the battlefield. But their neural connection technology causes extreme pain to the soldiers, making it only possible for those immersed in the illusion of the kingdom of God to operate them. If we want our people to pilot their bionic mechas, we must either have Ruozi use poison mist to control the soldiers, or we must further improve our neural connection technology. Su Li, upon hearing this, clearly recognized this as an objective problem. There is, however, another solution. That's using pilots to pilot bionic mechas. But this goes completely against the grain. If they could train more pilots, bionic mechas wouldn't be necessary at all. Actually, the best approach is to use the brainworms, controlled by each individual, as connectors. Hong Ying's sudden words instantly sparked a new thought in Su Li's mind. If the brainworms could, to a certain extent, replace the mecha's AI and the mecha girl, then wouldn't that mean? Su Li shook his head, banishing this dangerous thought. He shuddered at the thought of a human face lying in his driver's seat, grinning foolishly at him. With a team like this, it's a good thing they didn't scare themselves to death. How could they even begin to form combat effectiveness? Chapter 479. Curiosity is the driving force behind human progress. Once some ideas have surfaced, it's difficult to stop imagining them. Especially when he thought of a slender insect leg quietly extending from beneath that human face. It didn't really need to stretch its legs. The problem was, his mecha girls all loved stretching their legs. Hong Ying, I suddenly have a terrifying thought. You, please comfort me. As a qualified pilot, finding every opportunity to interact and seek comfort from your mecha girl is the best way to strengthen your relationship. Qiangzi had said this, and he deeply agreed. Hong Ying blushed, grabbed his large hand, and placed it on her leg. Hiss. It's this touch. Thank you, Hong Ying, for saving my life. Su Li swore that the silky smoothness of his hand had truly driven the nagging thoughts from his mind. Master, when did you become so talkative? Perhaps after seeing Yi Hua's delicate demeanor? Hong Ying's hand trembled. If there were 10 incredible events on Ling Sui's star, then besides the idiotic fountain in the square and Su Li's driving skills, Yi Hua's sudden transformation would surely be on the list. Qiangzi, this tan, buzzcut kid, had a skill that even Yi Hua could not resist. Should we say Su Li taught him well, or that he was gifted? Su Li straightened up, pulled Hong Ying into his arms, and ruffled her soft hair. Tell me the truth, do you think Yi Hua is gentle? Hong Ying blushed as she pondered. No matter how conflicted she felt, she couldn't lie. That speedster who's all about you jerk off, and who crush a bug to dust in a boat, even the most powerful person can't be gentle. Perhaps, beauty is in the eyes of the beholder. She might really have changed. Back on Green Origin Star, this girl followed Qiangzi back to the old company every day. Honestly, her low self-possession gave all the soldiers a favorable impression of her. I hope she'll truly change after being with Qiangzi. At least she'll be more composed, otherwise, I wouldn't dare let her out. Outside, Han Hai finally finished his work and stretched, his chest arching dramatically. She walked in quickly, rubbed little Xu Guang's head, and then climbed onto the waterbed, snuggling up next to Su Li. Master, you and the governor really have a lot in common. Otherwise, with Yi Hua's personality, how could she possibly have been appointed chief of the inspection team on her home planet? It's because she gets into trouble everywhere she goes. If it weren't for me constantly watching over her, she wouldn't have even been able to keep her last job. Han Hai pushed her glasses up, remembering the Zerg raid on the arena. If that hadn't happened, she might not have kept paying attention to Su Li. For some reason, something that had seemed so difficult at the time now felt a little sweet in retrospect. Master, can you please excuse me? I haven't been on the battlefield in a while. By the way, do you think we could sneak over to Tianshu Star and participate in a competition? This sudden suggestion left Su Li stunned. Hong Ying was also stunned. It was clearly an extremely unreliable suggestion, but it made everyone's heart itch slightly. A competition? Han Hai had never experienced a competition arena before. As an armed mecha girl, she had no qualifications to compete on the field. And Hong Ying hadn't competed on the field since Heiyu's death. As for the 5 sisters of the Jun family, it was even more out of place. Forget about the regular competition. We're all SS-level mecha girls. Bullying a child is nothing. Let's hold one on Ling Sui Star. Live broadcast. It'll be entertaining, and we can also show off our strength to the various forces around the world. Okay. Then I'll start preparing now. Han Hai excitedly hugged Su Li's arm. He felt a tremendous pressure on his arm, and when he glanced to the side, a wave of shame immediately filled his heart. It's going to be a lively scene. Most of the mecha girls in the Legion are here now. If this news gets out, I'm afraid those mecha girls out on missions will regret it. Su Li counted his fingers and said, this scale is unprecedented. An entire Legion's audience, plus Commander Gao, Governor Eve, and many elders from the Mechanical Island. It's safe to say that not only are the participants of the highest caliber, but the audience is also of the highest caliber. And not only that, even the commentator is the head of the Dawn Legion's publicity department. He suddenly remembered the live stream room Tao Tao had been running. It seemed like there hadn't been any live content in a while, only edited videos. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but call Tao Tao directly. On the other side of the screen, Tao Tao was still directing his team as they unloaded the massive Zerg remains brought back from Guanghua Star. That bald man always seemed familiar. Brother Tao, are you thinking of returning to your old ways? Old ways? Live streaming? Are you planning another raid on the corporate federation? No, didn't we agree? We need to wait a while there. Those old bastards have now installed entire planets with space stabilization devices. We might not be able to get back if we go. At least give Lazy some time, or maybe once we're at the Purple Emperor level, we can go again. Su Li was stunned, suddenly realizing that while he might now be a Legion commander, his life wasn't nearly as free as it had been back at the outpost. At least before, he could just roll up his sleeves and get to work. But now, he had to carefully consider every step, fearing that a careless move would lead his men into the abyss. But fortunately, this time, he didn't have to overthink things. It could be seen as a competition, and it would also allow Su Li to gain a systematic understanding of his Legion strength. It's a disguised assessment. No, we're not going to fight anyone. We're planning an internal team competition to test everyone's strength. Isn't this just to give our famous commentator, Brother Tao, a chance to reflect on the past and see how far we come? Tao Tao wiped his bald head upon hearing this, his eyes gleaming. You want to hold an internal team competition within the Legion? Do you have a roster? Where's the venue? You don't know about the equipment, so leave it to me. Do you need any pre-match promotion? Which players do you have your eye on? What's the match time? Boy, this sudden surprise is practically terrifying. Su Li looked at the ecstatic Tao Tao with amusement. He even cleared his throat, as usual, trying to find his old voice. It seems the daily grind of the Legion is just too dull. It's so boring that even a civilian worker would want to pause their work upon hearing about the competition. Just this week, a fuller schedule would give the Legion's mech girls a chance to practice. The finals will be held during my last week of vacation. The winner will receive a mysterious gift. Chapter 480. Lingsue Star Base. The competition announcement from the propaganda department sent all the Legion members into a frenzy. When the Alliance still existed, the mecha competition was a top-tier event that everyone watched closely. Now that the Alliance has collapsed, and Mechanical Island has become Longzhou's sole ally, this competition is held exclusively within Longzhou. Although Mechanical Island no longer produces mecha girls, competitive spirit is equally important to a nation. Furthermore, this is an internal assessment for the Dawn Legion. Have the participants been confirmed? What's there to be certain about? At this point, all the active mecha girls in the Legion won't miss this opportunity. In the main battle group, everyone was discussing the competition. The announcement of the schedule intensified the discussion. A free-for-all. A free team free-for-all. Is it that violent? Instead of a ring match, it's a more realistic free-for-all. I bet the champion is the Legion commander. Can you hold your butt in place a little and stop venting all that exhaust? The Legion commander's matches back then were incredibly tense. I heard he had to prepare quick-acting heart pills. I saw the news back then, and the hospitals were full. Shoo! Is that really that exaggerated? Nonsense! Have you ever seen a mecha without a flight module hurtling down a mountain? Back then, lightning wouldn't even stop it. As if she could stop now. Anyway, these matches are incredibly exciting. Of course I'm looking forward to it. All the matches are free-for-alls, with 100 players. Only a few players are selected from each match. My goodness! Those who remain are the best of the best. In the final week, they'll compete against the Legion commander. In my opinion, it's more likely that they'll collectively eliminate the Legion commander. Isn't that necessary? I want to see the Legion commander get chased to his death. Ditto. Ditto. In that case, the winner is still uncertain. You don't understand. Other pilots are just mecha girls. What about our Legion commander? There are 7 who regularly go to the battlefield. There are also several who oversee the Legion's affairs. Do you think they will participate in this competition? Of course. But what about that? Oh my god, what's the big deal? Not to mention the logistics, just look at those combat units, all SS rank. That's the standard configuration for an assault team. If the Legion commander leads the charge, how can you possibly defeat such an all-around team? The soldier scratched his head. Lightning alone was already a stun enough. At top speed, who could possibly catch her? And what about the June sisters? Combined, their stats would instantly explode. The mere thought of it made him unable to conceal his excitement. These were the mecha girls of the Dawn Legion taking the field. Even the Legion commander would be there. If he missed it, he really didn't know if he ever get the chance to see it again. I just don't know if these matches conflict with our daily missions. Didn't you see the announcements from the publicity department? Every match is broadcast live, and there's a recording crew on site. Even if you miss it, you can watch the replay later. We already tentatively planned over a dozen venues, and the final tally should be around 10. The next match starts in 3 days. 3 days? No way. We just got assigned a mission. Are you sure you're not setting up the competition venue? That seems to make some sense. Compared to the soldiers' reactions, the mecha girls were even more intense. The mecha girls, who usually practiced hard on their own, had all stopped training. They clung to their servicing racks, refusing to come down. Even after the maintenance staff repeatedly assured them their machines were in perfect condition, they still felt something was amiss. Over and over, they repaired and maintained them. Even the standard training weapons were polished and polished over and over. The rules were simple. Everything was based on wartime principles. Aside from not attacking the cockpit, there were no other restrictions. They were ready to fight, and those who knew each other had already spontaneously formed teams. Less than 3 hours after the news broke, teams had already formed in the mecha girls' dormitories. It's true that Su Li is their faith. But as much as they believe in him, so too does their desire to defeat him, especially when they recall the tragic experience on the training ground. Every mecha girl knows that their chance for fair revenge has arrived. Not even one of his 10 mecha girls, let alone his maids, will make it out of the competition unscathed. For the first time in their lives, the pilots appeared in the mecha girls' dormitory. The room was neatly arranged, each bed covered with a curtain, a testament to the mecha girls' careful attention. The items in the room were neatly arranged, and even the air was filled with a faint scent. Watching their mecha girls seriously discussing layouts and tactics, they stood behind them, occasionally offering their own opinions. We still need to focus on multidimensional coordination. Lightning's attack power is too strong, and we have no advantage in a one-on-one fight. To limit her speed, we can only choose suitable terrain. The competition will probably ban flight modules, so ambushing her on mountain maps is the best way to counter her. What about Hong Ying? Her flash is too powerful. Once she locks on us, we lose our combat effectiveness in a second. But we have to admit, her endurance is poor. Once she uses flash, her effectiveness on the field becomes minimal. Unleashing high-intensity innate skills is also not easy for her. But she can at least use it twice. 2 times can eliminate 16 people. Then we better start praying now, hoping we don't encounter her right from the start. The mecha girls and pilots all frowned. After just analyzing 2 mecha girls, they felt there was no solution. Not to mention the June sisters. If we were to say which of Su Li's mecha girls were the easiest to deal with, it would undoubtedly be Hei Yuan 038. They had never seen Su Li pilot 038, so they were completely unsure about this civilian officer. We can't let our guard down. Haven't you noticed? Each of the mecha girls surrounding the Legion commander has their own unique strengths. If we're not careful, we'll be the only ones to suffer. We can't encourage others while diminishing our own prestige. Why are we all gathered here? Aren't we here to defeat the Legion commander and make him suffer the consequences? Aren't they just a few mecha girls? Are they blocking our path forward? The door was pushed open from the outside, and a mecha girl poked her head in, speaking rapidly. The latest news: all of the Legion commander's mecha girls have joined the battle. But they've been separated. Only one will be deployed to each battlefield. Chapter 481. A mecha girl? Everyone raised their heads. The news didn't soften their brows. Having only one mecha girl participate in each match didn't mean their chances of victory increased. It simply meant that Su Li was very likely to participate in most of the matches. Is this 10 chances for revenge? No. This is his chance to rise to the top and crush the weak 10 more times. The pilots hurriedly searched the match schedule on the table, gradually breathing a sigh of relief. According to the schedule, unless Su Li had the ability to clone himself, it was impossible for him to play all 10 matches. But even if he didn't play all 10, he could still appear in 3 of the early matches. So the question is, which 3 matches will he choose to play? Look at you, you cowards. Who cares which matches he plays? Let's do it. We united so many people, let's take down the Legion leader first. And then we'll decide who's the winner. Alright. Let's do it. If anyone stabs me in the back, don't blame me for settling the score after the match. The mech girls and the pilots exchanged glances, each one visibly brimming with fighting spirit. In the pavilion by the lake, the mech girls folded their arms, leaning gently against a pillar, watching Su Li breastfeed his child. Qin Yao glanced at her terminal, chuckled softly, and said, "Aren't you being a little overconfident? You know, these mech girls of yours have long been a thorn in the side of so many other mech girls. Every time one of them plays in a match, they'll definitely be targeted." Lightning snorted disdainfully. "Targeted? That only works if they can catch up to me." Hong Ying glanced at the schedule and whispered, "Master, if you have no objection, I'd like to play the second match. If I finish early, I should be able to watch Master's next few matches with my baby. Then I'll play the third match." Junshou raised her hand. It didn't really matter to her which match she played. She didn't want to brag, but she didn't believe any mecha girl in the Dawn Legion could break through her defenses. Jun Quan blinked, grabbed Su Li's arm and shook it. "Master, I'm scared. This is my first time competing. Can you pilot my baby?" Junyu shuddered at her coquettish voice. In the pavilion, several eyes instantly turned to Jun Quan. Junwei felt that Jun Quan was becoming increasingly annoying. "The five of you must completely stagger your matches. Because the five senses are interconnected, if someone underperforms or reacts violently, it will be reflected to the others. So, we need to carefully consider the timing." Su Li glanced at the schedule, and couldn't help but sigh in admiration at Tao Tao's efficiency. So fast, he naturally saw far more than the average soldier. In just one day, the filming team, equipment, personnel, and even the selection of the venue were all thoroughly planned. To ensure the smooth execution of the entire plan, he even called upon the armed mecha girls stationed on Lingsue Star to maintain order throughout the competition. Even the medical team had been deployed and stationed around the venue. "Let's have some fun. I have only one request of you. Don't hold back. I want to see the true strength of the Dawn Legion. Master, please agree to my baby. I want you to pilot me." Su Li turned to Junyu. "You need to improve your control now. When you're on the field, be careful. Don't fire one arrow and eliminate the remaining 99. Junyu nodded expressionlessly. She wasn't quite understanding. After all, 1 second he told her not to hold back, and the next second he told her to show mercy. So, had Jun Quan's snorts damaged Master's brain? Su Li withdrew her gaze from Junyu's legs. She had the most defined muscles among all the mecha girls. She thought wearing stockings would look awkward, but it turned out to be surprisingly eye-catching. "Master, just agree to the baby. Sister, don't worry. I'll go on stage with you. Let's show them the power of an armored mecha girl." 038 blushed. It had been a while since Su Li had piloted her. Thinking of that time, lying dreadfully on the playground floor after being piloted, she felt a wave of weakness. "Brother, can we get used to flying a few rounds first?" "No problem. Let's practice for 2 extra days before the match to get back to my level. Hanhai needs to practice too. While group combat is your forte, mecha girls aren't Zerg after all. There are more variables to contend with." Hanhai nodded, his blue eyes barely concealing his excitement. Su Li glanced at Hanhai with interest. Only he knew that once the fighting spirit in her heart was ignited, the frail girl before him would disappear. In her place would be a queen dominating the battlefield. "Master, are you listening? I won't participate in Lightning and Hong Ying's match. You shouldn't have any problems. Hey Yu. Master, I want to try it myself." Heiyu's eyes were filled with a strange expression. Su Li nodded and rubbed her head. She had always been strong-willed. Perhaps this was the stubbornness of genius. Lightning glanced at Heiyu and didn't object. With her balanced attributes, it would have been better for her to play alongside her master. But since she had made her own choice, there was no need to interfere. From the beginning, she had been deeply aware of her paranoia. Although now that they were on her side, the situation had improved significantly. But she would carry out her decisions, no matter how roundabout they were. Qin Yaoyao watched the women before her make their arrangements one by one. Only Jun Quan was still shouting, imitating everyone else and pretending to ignore her. As someone who grew up in a large compound, she was very experienced with copying homework. With so many role models before her, if she still can't follow suit, then she might as well find a tree to hang herself on. Then let's go back. Calculating the time, we can take the transport ship and play while we travel. 3 days should be just enough time for Lightning's first match. Master, don't you love your baby anymore? You weren't like this when you held her the other day. Jun Quan's sudden words instantly drew the attention of all the mecha girls back, staring intently at her face. Look, what are you looking at? I'm just exhausted. Can't I let you hold me for a bit? Jun Shou's gaze instantly averted, and he rolled his eyes in annoyance. So she was just exhausted. I thought she lost her senses when she ran away. Chapter 482. 3 days passed in a flash, and the elevator platform at the Lingsue Star Base was already densely packed with warships of all types. Representatives from each war zone had arrived, and all the Legion commanders wanted to witness the true combat power of the Dawn Legion with their own eyes. Since each war zone still had its own work to do, only a small number of people had arrived at this stage. The entire base square was now completely surrounded. A huge 360-degree screen stood in the center of the square, displaying real-time footage of the competition to the surrounding spectators. Qin Yaoyao avoided the crowded areas. From within Su Li's capsule, she could still clearly see the large screen. Her grandfather was dressed in a neat military uniform, but the space for his epaulets was empty. The little one curled up in his arms, staring at the huge display, babbling and stretching out his hands, seemingly possessed of a special interest in the scene. Qin Yaoyao looked up at the old man and the child, her lips curling into a charming smile, as she placed a cup of hot tea beside her grandfather. A fiery red mecha flashed across the large screen, eliciting thunderous cheers from the square. In the center of the screen, the vibrant mecha slowly slid into the arena's entrance. As the countdown reached 0, the entire mecha transformed into a streak of red light and vanished from the spot. A piercing sonic boom echoed, and even the high-speed camera could barely capture her figure. That not so long distance, she used to her full potential. The mecha girl, ambushed in the middle of the arena, only had time to utter a curse before looking up again, and she was gone. A howling wind whipped up a cloud of dust. The fine sand lashed against the armor of the cockpit, crackling loudly. This is the end of interception. Who could possibly intercept a ray of light? Tao Tao, standing on the latest hovering platform, saw the figure soaring away, and felt his blood begin to boil. That's it. That's it. Our lightning is running. She is still as fast as lightning, a true speed champion. I can responsibly say, mech girls out there, be careful. I thought she'd hold back, but who could have imagined she unleashed her ultimate speed right from the start? Facing the ambush of the mech girls in front of her, she actually forced her way through. My god, that speed? The mech girls in our ambush didn't even have time to react. Above the hovering platform, Tao Tao, microphone in hand, followed Lightning's figure closely, not daring to move. He was terrified that if he did, he'd lose her. Su Li sat beside Tao Tao, leaning against the suspended platform, watching the mecha girl's every move below. Lightning's speed hadn't reached its limit yet. She had indeed grown considerably. To leave herself with ample room for maneuver, she only used 60% of her speed. Considering the complex and ever-changing ground conditions, and the possibility of interception at any moment, she was already extremely vigilant. The red mecha lowered its center of gravity and sped across the wilderness. She chose the plains, where she could best exploit her strengths, and began her cruise. However, it was obvious that these mecha girls were all top performers from the training camp, and choosing terrain that suited their strengths was a must. Su Li examined the coordinates of each mecha girl on the virtual map. Without exception, they were all located in the mountains. If Lightning hadn't chosen to advance toward the mountains, she might have achieved nothing. It's clear that our mecha girls have already made the most suitable deployment for them in the mountains. They haven't been too eager for success. Clearly, they realize their speed will be a significant disadvantage against Lightning. What will our Lightning choose? Will she continue to cruise the plains, or risk a foray into the mountains to secure the first kill? In the audience, the soldiers clenched their fists. On the large screen, black and red mechas were hidden at various locations. As the drones followed them, the deployments were brought into view. Gas echoed from all directions. It was clear that, starting from the path up the mountain, in a remarkably short period of time, the Dawn Legion mecha girls had already made numerous deployments. Trips, mines, traps. Even the locations between them were vaguely connected. It's conceivable that if even a single point is triggered, Lightning could face siege from all sides. How can we fight this? Is this still a free-for-all? Isn't this just 99 bullying one? Hiss. The commander has incurred public wrath. Now, all the retribution is coming to his own mecha girls. How can you talk like that? Is that retribution, Commander? If not retribution, what else can you call it? That's the mecha girl's passionate love for the Commander. What about the pilots? Do the pilots love the Commander too? A pilot's love can only be pure, right? As soon as the soldier spoke, the crowded seats suddenly became much emptier. On the field, Lightning clearly realized this. She tapped her toes, and the entire mech slid sideways, its thrusters blasting out in rapid succession as it charged towards the nearest hilltop. Hong Ying frowned slightly. Isn't Lightning being too hasty? The match has only just begun. Shouldn't she be intercepting the mechs that enter later? If she attacks the mechs on the hill now, The ones that enter later will quickly double-team her. Heiyu stared at the situation on the field without blinking. Trust her. Apart from her master, no one knows her better than she does. Back in the day, she performed miracles time and time again on the field, didn't she? But those were ordinary pilots and mechs. These are battle-hardened warriors. Besides, there are no weapon restrictions in this team assessment. As soon as Hong Ying finished speaking, lightning on the screen began to accelerate again on the hilltop. Cao Dao's voice emanated from the screen, instantly stirring everyone's emotions. She's accelerating again. Our red lightning has accelerated again. It turns out that previous speed wasn't her limit. She can go even faster, even faster. She shrugged, and the alloy telescopic spear was already in her hand. The next second, the spear spun, and the sharp tip popped out, emitting a chilling glint. Here it comes! The mecha's magazine at the target instantly opened, and a dense stream of training missiles poured out, covering the front. She tore off her weapon, grasped the massive rifle with an alloy bayonet, and took aim at the direction of the roar. Amidst the rising dust, the roar of the mecha's engines grew louder. A red figure broke through the smoke, and a steel spear took the lead, stabbing the mecha's head. Chapter 483. Bang! The training round slid past the spear's tip, breaking in two. The spear came hurtling down with unparalleled force, but the mech girl raised her muzzle slightly, and caught it directly with her own. The black-red mech's center of gravity suddenly dropped, its entire body propelled by the immense force of the lightning. Even with its thrusters at full throttle, it couldn't stop its backward momentum. It knocked over several large trees, completely destroying all the equipment hidden behind it. Behind the two mechs, the previously set trip mines exploded with a bang. The fragments of the training round pierced the tree bark, making a rattling sound. In the cockpit, the mech girl clenched her teeth, her hands shaking uncontrollably. The pilot frowned, typing in commands one after another. The mech, clutching the steel spear, retracted it, swung its bayonet against the barrel, and lunged at the lightning. If it were the Legion commander piloting lightning, he might not have been able to defeat him in a single blow. But now, lightning was alone, and he firmly believed that he and the mecha girl, 1 + 1, were greater than 2. The barrel and bayonet of the rifle erupted in a violent shower of sparks. Lightning twitched the butt of his rifle, and the barrel instantly curved, the tip aiming for the mecha girl's head. The bayonet blocked again, but the mecha girl gritted her teeth, risking her injury and taking 2 more steps forward, stepping inside Lightning's barrel. Weapons are always stronger with every inch of length. To break Lightning's attack, besides relying on long-range firepower, the only way to achieve victory was to close in. Bending his knees to meet the mecha girl's elbow, Lightning twisted his rifle to block the mecha girl's raised knee. He jerked the control stick, avoiding an elbow at a slight angle, and took advantage of the gap to deliver a powerful punch to the mecha girl's armpit. The outer armor shattered instantly, and she took the opportunity to remove the safety from the grenade on Lightning's hip. She kicked forward to create distance, then spun around, swinging her spear. Instead of fleeing, she thrust her spear again, striking Lightning's right shoulder. The safety lever flicked open before her eyes, and without hesitation, the pilot grabbed the grenade and hurled it at Lightning. However, her right arm was defenseless, and was pierced by the spear. Without hesitation, the pilot grasped the spear with her left hand and launched the entire mech forward, allowing the spear to pierce her body to restrain Lightning's weapon. With a tug and a pull, she forcibly pulled Lightning off balance. She intended the grenade to engulf them both, but unexpectedly, a golden light flashed from Lightning's visor, and she kicked the grenade backwards. 3 seconds later, an explosion erupted, sending the audience into an uproar. Is this still a match? This is a fight to the death. No one doubted it. If this were a real battlefield, Lightning's gun would definitely be aimed at the mecha girl's cockpit. This competition allowed everyone to witness the Dawn Legion's ruthlessness and determination. It seemed that in the eyes of the contestants, there was no such thing as a competition. They were now mortal enemies, Tripp's mines, guns. The swiftness of the clash between cold and hot weapons was dizzying. The close combat, every move deadly. The mecha girl's damaged armor under her armpits made everyone feel a sharp pain. Not to mention pulling the safety pin on the opponent's grenade. This kind of spontaneous maneuvering further showcased the mecha girl's micromanagement. What did I see? Lightning actually took the risk of pulling the grenade from the opponent? Oh my god! Is this something you can actually do in combat? It's incredible. Truly incredible. Perhaps we could give her a needle. She might be able to mend the enemy's clothes on the battlefield. Cao Dao's shock was beyond words. The 3-meter blind spot seemed non-existent. He had only seen this happen when Su Li was piloting the Lightning. If she had Su Li's assistance back then Lightning now truly relied on her own abilities. Oh my god! This is a real fight! Oh my god! This mecha girl and pilot are so ruthless, from the 2nd division, right? Fighting for an arm is one thing, but even with an arm missing, they're still trying to pull a lightning bolt and die together. With that kind of determination, I deserve my back. Amazing! An S-rank mecha girl, relying on her pilot, can fight an SS rank with equal force. Even with the loss of an arm, they're not afraid, they fight with style. See, that's my comrade. Hurry up and sit down. You're blocking my view of the match. He's not just your comrade. If you don't sit down, I'll take you. In the stands, the eyes of the various Legion commanders were filled with absolute shock. On the one hand, it was recognition of the mecha girl and pilot's skills, and on the other, shock at their determination. Knowing they were unbeatable, they fought to the death, giving their all, determined to die together. This scene, though merely a minor incident during the competition, was enough to demonstrate the Dawn Legion's military spirit. I heard earlier that Su Li single-handedly held off most of the large species in the hive, simply to buy his team time. Now, it seemed, everything about him had been inherited intact, his skills and his military spirit. What a shame! If only one of those bastards on his team had such skill. No, they didn't even expect such skill, let alone such awareness and military spirit. Above the hovering platform, Su Li watched another mecha girl catch a flying grenade, a faint smile playing on his lips. It seems the battlefield is truly a place of intense training. From her vigilance to her understanding and control of movements, Lightning has reached a considerable level. With her current level of control over her mecha, she might as well attempt to upgrade to SSS rank after the match. Inside the capsule, Jun Quan became more determined to have Su Li accompany her in the piloting. The corners of her mouth twitched downwards, clearly not expecting the match to turn out like this. This wasn't a match at all, but a life-or-death struggle. If she were left alone on the battlefield against 99 mecha girls, she might as well just give up. Lightning's fate caused many mecha girls to frown. Su Li had thought they separated for the sake of fairness. But now it seemed the challenge was directed at both sides. It wasn't just a challenge to the legionaries, but also to them. Having fought their way out of such a battlefield, it was undeniable that their hearts were thrilled. Junwei rubbed her palms, feeling her heart pounding and burning. Her blood began to slowly boil. She had never experienced a competition before, but the mere thought of such a match made her tremble slightly. She wanted to dominate the scene. Chapter 484. A sharp gasp emanated from the mech. With a wave of her spear, she swung the two mechs in front and behind her away. She drew the shotgun from her waist, loaded it with one hand, swung it back, and pulled the trigger without aiming. The sharp sound of the gun rang out, and the immense recoil caused Lightning's body to involuntarily surge forward. Instantly, using the momentum, her spear finally pierced the other arm of the black and red mech in front of her. The pilot pounded his thigh in anger, but no matter how much he hated it, without both arms, their combined capabilities were severely limited. He couldn't even rely on his arms to restrain Lightning's movements. He could only mobilize his legs with all his might, creating a chance for his teammates behind Lightning. Dense craters dotted the shield held by the mech behind her. She swung out an anchor cable, breaking through the tree trunk in front of her and rapidly wrapping around Lightning's legs. Lightning, as if he had eyes on the back of his head, dodged the cable with a light leap, and the next second, he dotted the ground, rapidly increasing his speed. Fighting meant nothing to her. Seeing the armless mech girl in front of her still trying to stop her, she shook her hand, and the tip of her spear instantly pierced the opposing mech girl's head. 1 kill. Our Lightning, within the first 3 minutes, got the first kill of the match. She's continued her tradition. No one can steal the first kill from her. Cao Dao's voice broke again. Every time he live-streamed Lightning's matches, he couldn't control himself. The bald head shone brightly in the sunlight, his face, from eyebrows to eyes, passionately expressing his inner excitement. Even after not commentating on a match in such a long time, he still managed to stir the crowd's excitement. In the stands, soldiers clapped their hands vigorously. Their faces flushed with enthusiasm, their blood boiling. The thrilling battle scene drove everyone wild. Could they watch a battle like this without paying? It was unimaginable. Up on the podium, Gao Mingrui clenched his water cup tightly, then, in his excitement, threw it. It was so thrilling. When he was a pilot, he competed in competitions. But could that be called a competition? It was just childish play. I've been enlightened. Today was truly an eye-opener. The coordination between the Dawn Legion mecha girls was flawless. Lightning's disassembly was exquisite. If she hesitated or made a mistake, she'd be slammed to the ground by the mecha girl behind her. This sudden acceleration clearly gave the mecha girls behind it a false impression. Thinking she was running, they instinctively took a defensive stance. But who could have imagined she was actually accelerating to accelerate her attack? Gao Mingrui's water cup rolled a long way. It felt like it had been wrong after all. Now even its owner was throwing itself, when Jing quickly caught up with the cup, unwilling to take her eyes off the big screen. It wasn't like she hadn't seen high-level mecha girls fight before. But she had never seen such high-quality fighting. In just 3 minutes, the intensity of the mecha girls' movements and commands was unheard of. In the audience, white smoke rose above the mecha girls flanking the various Legion commanders. It seemed they weren't there to watch the game, but to act as atmosphere. Plumes of smoke surrounded the square. Anyone who didn't know would have mistaken them for special effects designed by Tao Tao. The mech girls were completely paralyzed. Other mech girls have to pay for matches. The Dawn Legion's matches are deadly. People can take quick-acting hard pills to alleviate their pain. But what about the mech girls? They just went over the instructions in their heads, and their fever was already boiling, almost like their brains were on fire. How did the mech girls on the field manage to fight while their brains were burning? The 2 Dawn Legion mech girls were fine, but Lightning was outnumbered. While juggling the attacks of 2 people, she also had to keep an eye on the situation to her side. Who called her a fool? Who said she had a brain defect? How could someone with a weak brain handle such a complex situation simultaneously? No, she wasn't a fool. They were. The thought of themselves licking their faces, thinking they had brains, made them want to flip their skulls open and throw their brains away. Everyone present saw Lightning turn and speed downhill. The undulating road, along with the immensely thick trees, swooped past her like phantoms. The mecha girl holding a giant shield followed closely behind, but her movements were noticeably less fluid than Lightning's. Perhaps due to the unpredictable road conditions, Lightning's speed slowed somewhat uncontrollably, giving Lightning an opportunity to catch up. The mecha girl from the 2nd Division held her gun with one hand, attempting to sneak up on Lightning from behind as she moved, but Lightning dove through the trees like a loach, leaving her no chance to aim. Gunfire rang out, blasting massive holes through the trees one after another. While the continuous firing didn't yield a single hit, it did serve to alert potential allies to Lightning's location, strengthening their encirclement. Off-screen, 038 quietly clenched her fists. She glanced at Han Hai, tears welling in her eyes. Remember these people? Han Hai was momentarily stunned, somewhat bewildered. But then, 038 continued, who can understand my suffering? To restore the ecosystem of Lingsue Star, I toiled day and night, following the ships. Not to mention those giant trees, even a single bird. I brought them back from another planet. But what did they do? They used guns to pierce the eyes of the giant trees they brought me back? They used my trees as traps. I don't care. Anyone who damages a tree will be recorded. After the game, 10 times the damage will be paid. Han Hai grinned, wanting to tell 038 he was focusing on the wrong thing, but he suppressed it. From the nearby platform, another exclamation came. Gao Mingrui even stood up straight. He no longer cared about the cup of water that had tumbled to the ground again. Lightning delivered a stunning counterattack, piercing the mech completely, leaving her defenseless. Seeing Lightning temporarily resolve the battle, when Jing finally tore her eyes away from the screen. She quickly pulled a bottle of fast-acting heart pills from her briefcase and poured the entire bottle into Gao Mingrui's mouth. It wasn't that she didn't want to feed him separately. She was more afraid that in her excitement, she'd forget about him. Eve, watching the match from the side, also had a brilliant look in her eyes. She saw it much more clearly than most. She saw it so clearly. This was the kind of pilot mech girls wanted. A pilot who could unleash their full potential. Chapter 485. Today's pilots, let alone overclocking, can't even fully unleash the potential of their mechas. But the pilots of the Dawn Legion are different. Although they train on the most basic commands, it's this kind of instruction that ensures each command is seamlessly connected. It can be said that even with the different personalities and adaptability of the mechas, if a mecha is killed or incapacitated on the battlefield, the pilots, as long as they have a backup mecha, can immediately jump into battle. She looked at the defeated pilots on the field, her eyes bright with interest. Others might only see the Legion's defeat. But a discerning eye only needs to observe the mecha's movements to clearly understand the significant role played by the pilots. Precision. With the support of the pilots, the mecha's movements are more imaginative and precise. On the field, Lightning wasn't the only one being pursued and blocked by the numerous mechas. As Lightning secured the first kill, several loud explosions echoed across the mountain. There were quite a few SS-rank mecha girls in the Dawn Legion. The unregulated brawl brought all the S-rank mecha girls together. The special focus was on those with extremely high ranks and pilots. Yurong's bright white mecha cut through the smoke, her long sword wielding wildly, as she blocked several incoming grenades. The entire mecha landed on the ground, spinning to absorb the impact before charging back into the smoke. Little Yurong, are you sure you don't want to send your master's wife for support? These people are crazy. They're 5 against 1. If you can't pilot an SS rank mecha girl, I'll switch pilots after we leave the arena. I still believe in you, so break the 3-minute limit and let me see the virility of my man, okay? Li Tianlang gritted his teeth, his hands and mouth moving constantly. You better talk about my driving skills. Yurong crouched in the driver's seat, rolling her eyes in annoyance. The longsword brushed past her body, and the white mech swung, blocking a black and red mech. It spun around, shielding itself from the swirling missiles. This is too real. Are you sure they're using training rounds? In the shallow puddle, Yurong tossed the shielding mech aside and raised her hand to collide fiercely with the opposing mech. Li Tianlang. Stay. There are 5 of us squeezing into one of you. How long can you hold out? A familiar voice emanated from the other cockpit. Li Tianlang cursed inwardly, barely wiping the sweat from his forehead before retorting, 5? Sorry, I didn't see any. I only saw 4. Have you forgotten that your tactical moves were taught to you by your father in training camp? What did you teach me? 3 minutes of true manliness? Faced with the other party's provocation, Li Tianlang finally couldn't help himself. What's wrong with 3 minutes? He could rapidly deliver 3 minutes. That's the ultimate length. Why did it sound so off to him? His hand speed instantly increased. As he typed in command after command, Yurong involuntarily raised her head and snorted. A sneer curled up Li Tianlang's lips. This was the real skill he learned from Su Li after 2.5 years of apprenticeship. As long as he was fast enough, no one could stand up to him. The mecha's roar suddenly intensified, and a visibly rising heat wave surrounded Yurong's body. The pilot, who had just been taunting, suddenly felt as if he were facing a formidable enemy and quickly took up a defensive stance. But he was still too slow. The white Yurong moved, her long sword piercing the air with such speed that one could barely see the blade's edge. Li Tianlang's command input became increasingly rapid. He couldn't maintain the same rapid pace as Su Li, but he had also found his own way. In a short period of time, his input speed could even surpass Su Li's. With full kinetic energy, like an explosive burst of power, Yurong's movements instantly became blurry. No, not blurry, but so fast that it was misleading. Shields and guns didn't even have time to switch before the long sword shattered them. While she lacked lightning speed, her connected moves were equally unstoppable. One strike. Each strike, the overwhelming force of the sword gradually merged into a continuous stream, striking a chill in the very enemy's heart. Under such relentless blade power, even if he could predict the trajectory of the next strike, there was no room for intervention. It seems the battlefield is destined to be more than just lightnings. What did we see? Yurong's body has practically become a shadow. Oh my god, is this the way to wield this blade? Tao exclaimed again. Yurong's arms were barely discernible. Only through a high-speed camera could the blade's trajectory be barely captured. Others might not know, but Su Li undoubtedly knew. Her calculation power was immense. A single blade was far from her limit. With 2 blades in hand, she could even pierce the defensive circle of 5 mecha girls in an instant. Su Li watched Li Tianlang's performance with great interest. He had to admit, he had truly found his own path. Even though he didn't have much stamina, he could responsibly say that with the current Li Tianlang, even he wouldn't confront him head-on. Keep your distance. He could only hold out for 3 minutes. Use your firearms for diversionary fire. The mech girls had undoubtedly chosen the safest approach, but they clearly underestimated the destructive power of the Li Tianlang and Yurong combination. They could close the gap and quickly close the distance. But if they wanted to leave, it depended on his consent. He's caught up. Oh my god. Is this still Li Tianlang? What's he doing? Is he ripping the mech girl's clothes with a knife? Fragments of the outer armor flew everywhere. The armor, which could withstand the bites of ordinary Zerd mouthparts, couldn't stop Yurong's swift blades. She pressed her feet again, and her white figure trailed behind the 4 mechs, less than 10 meters apart. 10 meters away, perfectly within the reach of her blade, the sharp-eyed Su Li noticed Yurong's left hand pause for a moment. She ultimately refrained from drawing her other longsword. In a team competition, level dominance was already a significant difference in performance. They were all comrades in the same legion, so they should at least give each other some respect. The remaining 4 mecha girls were shocked. They were merely waiting for an opportunity to strike back, hoping to halt the enemy's pursuit. They had never imagined that upon contact, they would be swept away by the blade's force, completely caught in the vortex of the enemy's attack, unable to escape. In the stands, Xiao Shuguang clenched his fists tightly, his eyes sparkling. With so many Mecha Girl suits damaged, the Legion's logistics must be incredibly busy. Could she possibly sneak into the hangar and observe the action? Chapter 486. From the stands, exclamations echoed one after another, sending the crowd soaring and surging. Gao Mingrui had never been to a match in person. At this moment, he finally understood why competitive sports were so popular. Unlike the life-or-death struggles of a battlefield, this kind of reasonable stimulation, within a safe range, was most effective in unleashing the latent desires within the human heart. Even he felt that all his pent-up frustrations had been thoroughly vented in the thrill of a match. The only downside was that he was getting older, and needed a quick-acting hard pill to stay alive. The taste of ice flakes spread in his mouth. He searched for his cup, only to find it had somehow rolled away. He glared angrily at Eve beside him. He felt that this woman, over 200 years old, was still throwing his cup at him. How annoying. Looking at Wenjing again, she made no effort to pick it up for him. She simply stared at the big screen, her hand covering her mouth, her face growing redder and redder. Under this collective effect, people's emotions resonate. Did you see that lightning-fast twist just now? The audience members, their blood boiling, pulled at their friends, their sleeves ripping in their panic. I saw it. I saw it. She was less than a centimeter away from that tree. The drone's camera captured the scene with such precision that everyone's heart leaped into their throats. You're not walking on the perfectly clear path. You're flying down the mountain. You're leaving your legs unused, using someone else's shield as a skateboard to slide down. How can you be so slick? The bright red mech lowered its center of gravity, and as it passed a fallen mech girl, it leaned over and snatched her weapon. Mech girl, eh? Audience, eh? Tao Tao. It seems our lightning remains true to her original aspirations. This is a sound example. We never know what emergencies we might encounter on the battlefield, so collecting weapons we can use is. He glanced at the 7 or 8 weapons Lightning carried, unsure how to continue. He hadn't looked at her for a moment, and she already collected so many. Su Li observed the competition. Nearly all the SS-rank mech girls were receiving special attention. Challenging a stronger foe is a good thing. But Su Li hoped even more that they could stand out among their peers. The price of challenging higher-ranked mech girls was simply too high. Even if they managed to win by chance, they would inevitably lose their ability to compete for the championship. They were all the best, chosen from among countless mecha girls. Being eliminated without showing their prowess on the field was unfair in another sense. But those mecha girls never tire of this, as if any chance of conquering a tough opponent would bring smoke to their ancestral graves. Keep going. Shoot her down. My dad said. If you can take her down, I'll open a separate section of the family tree. The pilot's jubilation made his mecha girl roll her eyes. She's like the wind and the rain. You'd be lucky if she didn't turn around and use her spear to warm your heart, let alone take her down. And still take her down? There's no weed growing on your ancestral grave. There are the crazy, and there are the sane. People's joys and sorrows can never be shared. Like Li Tianlang. In the first few minutes, he can chase people to tears, only to be chased down and left in the utter throes of utter shame in the next. After 3 minutes of manly action, his hands were replaced by cramps like chicken claws. The wind strong. Jerk. He controlled the joystick with one hand, fine-tuning Yuerong's movements, while his other hand lashed frantically at his leg, trying to regain control of his hand. He had the final say in this matter. If you dare to give him 10 minutes of whipping, he'll do it again. The sound of gunfire echoed across the mountain, one after another. Once the ambushes at various locations began, their coordinated defenses were broken. With communication cut off, the mecha girls could only rely on their pre-arrival deployment to provide support. But if the battles on both sides broke out simultaneously, it would be a matter of fate. Li Tianlang cursed out loud as he rushed to his aid, feeling like he was about to burst into tears. Misfortunes never come singly. When he was having a fit, these mecha girls really didn't treat him like an outsider. They acted like mortal enemies, clinging to him relentlessly, and making no effort to shake him off. The lightning is in the southeast. What are you all chasing me for? Catching a cat or walking a dog? It's no different. Even if I didn't run into a cat, walking your dog is still fun. Li Tianlang twitched his lips and flicked the joystick. The bright white mecha swooped down, dodging the thick branches of a giant tree. Then he leaped high, spinning and swinging his long sword. The glint of long swords rang out, drawing another gasp from the stands. The audience had never witnessed such high-quality combat. Regardless of the fact that this wasn't a mecha clash, it looked more like armored humans moving through a dense forest. Their movements were incredibly agile. Compared to them, the matches he's seen before were like puppets clashing on a canvas. This wasn't even on the same level. The faces of the Legion commanders changed. They longed to gather together and discuss quietly, but the match before them was so captivating that they couldn't bear to turn away. They had already been thrust into the battlefield. If they had encountered such an enemy on the battlefield, it would have been a nightmare, even for the entire Legion. No wonder Sully, with only 50 mecha girls, could storm into the human council from his home planet with ease. Now it seems they could do it if they had 50 of these mecha girls. So formidable. If such a competition could be broadcast live worldwide, one can imagine that the bastards in the corporate federation would have to maintain the space shielding system at all times, not daring to slack off even for a moment. With pilots like these, with mecha girls like these, it's safe to say that every mecha girl can withstand the powerful attacks of large species. Even elite species would suffer a bitter defeat at their hands. And that's just S rank. What if it were SS rank? Their gaze shifted to Lightning, who stood atop the shield, using it as a ski. Everyone fell silent. Unconsciously, their gaze shifted to Eve. Perhaps, even against Eve, Lightning wouldn't be completely powerless. They had heard that Su Li had gained a lot from the battle on Guanghua Star, although they didn't know the requirements for SSS rank mecha girls. But they dared to think, perhaps Lightning's advancement was just around the corner, so would an SSS level Lightning be stronger than an SSS level Eve? Chapter 487. Nutty. It was truly numb. Only after seeing it firsthand did they realize how short-sighted their previous understanding had been. The Legion commanders could not help but beat their chests and stamp their feet. When the Dawn Legion was initially deployed to various military regions, they had given them ample attention, allowing them to fully integrate into the team and overcome difficulties. But now it seemed that they hadn't paid enough attention. They should have forcibly detained them, and, at all costs, trained a group of similar pilots for them. Lin Tianan's mouth was practically stretched to his ears. His Legion now boasted the second highest strength in Long-O. He had the nerve to say it so openly. Don't you look down on the eliminated soldiers? He does. He brought all the eliminated personnel under his command, effectively increasing his leg strength by more than 3 times. Since accepting these personnel, his back pain and leg soreness have subsided, and he even walks with more energy. Don't ask, just ask. He never considered the eliminated soldiers to be defective. Of course, he would accept those eliminated due to physical reasons or due to narrow failure in the assessment, but those eliminated due to character issues or insubordination were to be sent packing. His Iron Army was no internment camp. Lin Tianan's smile was so radiant that it deeply stung the hearts of the Legion commanders. Beside him, the resentment of the Legion commanders practically solidified. Damn it. That **** got all the benefits. Are they blind or out of their minds? They're so eager to take advantage of the situation and hand their own soldiers over to someone else. Now, the superior combat power belongs to others, and the achievements are also theirs. He and his companions have been left with a life of following behind and taking advantage of the situation. In a few years, these combat troops will simply be transferred to logistics. Old Lin. Do you think we should revise the agreement we signed regarding the recruitment of soldiers? Lin Tianan's face darkened. Revise? What do you mean by revise? The most important thing in life is to have a sense of contract. What? You don't even want to be a human being anymore? It's no wonder he turned against them. This is the foundation of his Legion's strength. He had invested a lot of money to trick them into signing this agreement. Now, others are getting jealous. Too late. If he doesn't reap all the benefits, it would be a sign of his own incompetence. Isn't it just pioneering work? Whoever wants to go can go. His lieutenants can also take charge. As a Legion commander, he just likes to stay on Lingsue Star. What's wrong with that? Not only does he stay there, he also cultivates good relationships with the pilots. He even frequently gave small gifts to the pilot girls. You're a Legion commander. Can't you do something a Legion commander should do? I heard you spend all day on the training ground staring at legs. You probably don't know. You're famous in our circle. What do you care? I stare at legs or kidneys. I'm happy to. You're talking as if you don't. Lin Tianan turned to glance at the pilot girl. Her stockings gleamed beneath her standard miniskirt. Huh? They're all 1,000-year-old monsters, calling others goblins? If he dared to move, some would shamelessly approach. Then, I'm afraid these people wouldn't just stare. They'd probably pry open the pilot's mouth to check his teeth. To prevent the Dawn Legion's pilots from being sold cheaply, he should just stay put and do his job. Apart from anything else, His own piloting skills had improved significantly through continuous learning. The Legion commanders' faces turned bitter. Su Li's training methods were kept secret from the various legions. The problem was, if they continued to implement them, their legion's combat effectiveness would plummet to more than one-third of its previous level in a very short period of time. Disrupting the existing operating system would leave the pilots completely at a loss. By then, let alone building combat effectiveness, even operating mechas would be a question. Therefore, they urgently needed to adjust their training methods, while also recruiting a new force to compensate for the dire consequences of the Legion's imbalanced combat power. But it had to be said that they had missed many opportunities, partly due to their own cognitive biases, and partly due to the fear of declining combat power. Only Lin Tianen took the plunge, summoning unprecedented courage to take the gamble. In the end, he won the bet. Oh, and there was another person who also won the bet, the commander of the 76th Army, Qin Fang, but his existence had quietly faded from everyone's memory. On one hand, no one knew what he was doing, and on the other, no one knew what he held in his hands. On Fire Blue Planet, in a remote mountain range, in a deep underground insect nest, Yi lazily turned over. Her enormous abdomen was shrouded by a curtain, and her movements stirred a gentle breeze. One by one, larvae shuttled in and out of the curtain, carrying out oval eggs one by one. They placed the eggs neatly in the incubation area at the right temperature. As time passed, the crackling of eggs could be heard from time to time in the incubation area. Then came a rustling sound, and the faint chirping of insects. Throughout the hive, densely packed headworms clung to the summit of the mountain wall. Illuminated by beams of cold light, looking up, the entire mountain wall was covered with different faces. Young, old, white, black, and even Asian. Each of them wore a strange smile, swaying slightly, sending a shudder of terror through one's bones. If anyone stumbled upon this spot, death by fright would be the only outcome. Qin Fang sat in a chair, watching the headworm crawl onto his knees, and caressing its head affectionately. The smile on its face grew even stranger. After nuzzling Qin Fang's finger, it rustled and crawled back up the mountain wall, joining its brothers and sisters. Sui stood beside Qin Fang, his eyes narrowed slightly. Abnormal. This guy is definitely abnormal. He really wanted to rip Qin Fang's collar open to see if he had a deep scar on his neck. Because, besides Su Li, he was the only one who wasn't afraid of the brainworm. You know, even Su Li would frown at the sight of the brainworm. But Qin Fang, on the other hand, gave people the feeling of being at home. His eyes were filled with no disgust or fear, only ecstasy. In the end, he didn't tug at his collar because Qin Fang's scent was so authentic. A tang of humanity, nothing to do with bugs at all. I intercepted the congressman's video feed. Ha. What do you think most of them are doing? Qin Fang raised his terminal with a hint of amusement, his expression a bit ambiguous. They're watching the Leng Chui Star game. And they're trembling while watching. Chapter 488. Unlike the many spectators in Longzhou, the council members' faces were wrinkled and huddled together, like old women's armpits. What are they doing? Are they competing? They're completely flaunting their power. We must strongly resist this behavior. We can't just sit back and wait for death. Can we rest easy in this small corner? We must take the initiative. His desperate cry, with a cracked voice, completely exposed his inner fear. The council members looked at each other. Some lowered their heads to study the patterns on their clothes, while others looked up to continue watching the broadcast. At this moment, it seemed as if the patterns on their clothes and the battle scenes on the screen were far more meaningful than the council members' words. Yes, Councillor Gelda is absolutely right. The venue where the council members gathered was even more luxurious than the former human parliament. But they had clearly lost their former courage. Their half-hearted approval was ineffective. Only a few words rang out before silence returned. Everyone's gaze involuntarily turned to the vacant speaker's seat at the top. It wasn't that they didn't want to express their opinions, it was more that they had no one to take charge. Those who had once coveted that seat now lost their desire. The situation was unclear, the outcome uncertain. They were leaderless again. Although they had relocated to a new star region, all previous deployments and work had come to a relative standstill. We must continue to provide more support for the various covert operations. Let's completely destabilize the major planets. At the very least, we must prevent Longzhou from freeing up the time and energy to launch a surprise attack on us. They can't sneak attack, right? We deployed too many relevant means. Space stabilization devices alone cover the entirety of outer space, including the ground. It's safe to say that even a fly can't get into the flame blue galaxy right now. A council member opened his mouth upon hearing this, then closed it again. With so many space stabilization devices, the daily energy consumption is incalculable. Space is relatively easy. Simply attaching transmitters to space junk can serve as stabilization devices. But on the surface, it's a different story. Considering signal attenuation and potential harm to the human body, only low-frequency, massive space stabilization devices can be used. At this rate of consumption, the entire Flame Blue Galaxy's annual production capacity barely keeps pace with its consumption. If faced with an emergency, they wouldn't even have enough energy reserves. They couldn't possibly dismantle the fleet's energy reserves. What a bunch of cowards. If he'd been elected speaker, he wouldn't have even chosen to evacuate. A good hand, played terribly. Watching the mechas fighting each other on screen, everyone remembered that day, how the black and red mecha girls had stormed into the parliament, completely annihilated the small fleet, and even abducted the speaker and vice speaker before their very eyes. And that so-called public trial, a public trial even revealed the existence of the Divine Grace cult, completely stripping away its once mysterious veil. And now, what was supposedly a competition, but in reality a martial arts show. They were terrified and completely lost about the future. They suddenly realized that rash action, leading to the split of the alliance, was not a wise move. At least the mecha girls' high-end combat capabilities had reached an astonishing level. No matter how powerful they are, what can they do? As long as we pull out the Star Destroyer, they won't dare to cross the line. The words of a council member made everyone frown. Star Destroyer reactors? After finally cracking 16 of them, they mysteriously disappeared, their whereabouts still a mystery. Did they really think the launch commands set by the Mecha Island were so easy to crack? The most urgent task is to elect a speaker who can take charge of the situation. That's the most important thing. That's right. We desperately need someone to take the helm. The council members, who had just been hesitant at the threat of force, were now energized. I propose that the Minister of Finance be the new speaker. I propose that the former Vice Chairman of the military be the new speaker. I propose that the Minister of Civil Affairs be the new speaker. For a moment, the voices of nominations for the speakership echoed one after another. None of those whose names were called showed any joy. Although their stern faces didn't say it out loud, their eyes revealed the feeling of grief and indignation as if their mothers had suddenly died. They glanced at the members of parliament who had nominated them, and sure enough, they were all former political enemies. Did they really think they didn't understand their subtle motives? Because they couldn't win the political battle, they handed the knife to the enemy? Who doesn't know that being the speaker is a high-risk job these days? Not to mention the speaker, even the deputy speaker wouldn't want to take the job. The thought of the enemy's targeted attack, packing up and taking everything away, made them shrink back. The finance minister's corpulent figure seemed ready to curl up into a ball. If Su Li's actions were clearly targeted, they could be on guard. What he feared most was the woman beside him complaining that the bucket they brought wasn't full. In his opinion, the most important law this entire parliament should implement was for everyone to eat around 250 kilograms. At least it would take up more space when filling the bucket, which would be a way of sharing the burden with other councillors. No, no, no. I can't take on the speakership. Let my colleagues take priority. I'm busy with financial affairs, and all departmental expenditures must go through my hands. If I rashly make changes, I'm afraid all work would come to a complete standstill. I can't do that either. External mobilizations, and a host of military matters are beyond the control of an outsider. Then I, someone in charge of public welfare, would be even less suitable. I can't even manage my grandmother having a second child. How can I be speaker? The councillors were stunned. The first two people's reasons were plausible. As someone in charge of public welfare, what does your grandmother having a second child have to do with you being the speaker? Sure. Thinking about it, it might be quite relevant. To ensure sufficient manpower, he gone all out. He had plenty of expertise, but he had plenty of everything. Work still needs to be done practically. His grandmother has already set an example. It's foreseeable that, at least within the next 3 years, the birth rate in the Fire Blue Galaxy will see a significant increase. So, who will truly be the speaker? For the first time, the members of the Divine Grace cult, who had previously been very high profile, remained silent, no longer interfering in the matter. Everyone's gaze roamed over the crowd, finally settling on a man. Perhaps because the air conditioning was blasting too hard, he had already donned a high-necked wool sweater. Noticing everyone's gaze, his face shifted slightly, a wry smile playing across his face. As someone in charge of environmental protection, he was undoubtedly the most suitable candidate, with no real power, and a position of no consequence. He probably never imagined that one day, he would be nominated. Chapter 489. Ha! Inside the cave, Qin Fong snorted with disdain. He had never imagined that his side could so easily penetrate the enemy's power center. What are they playing at? They had originally targeted marginalized figures, but who could have imagined that these marginalized figures would become so popular, being forcibly propelled to the top? Su Yi turned his head away at Qin Fong's snort. Why, what's so strange? Qin Fong shook his head slightly. What kind of trouble could there be? Small figures have their own circle of small figures. When they discover how extensive their circle is, some will be tempted. Whether it's to test them or to make friends. Doesn't that give us an excuse to infiltrate them one by one? Su Yi's brows relaxed. The head follows the butt. If he truly could take the position of speaker, then their snowball was bound to grow even bigger. And this momentum is unstoppable. How's the infiltration progress of each division? Su Air is working on it. However, since we don't have detailed intelligence on these divisions, it will take a considerable amount of time. Qin Fong nodded. Then let's be more cautious. First, we need to rotate the heads of the people on the list. At the very least, we need to suspend all attacks on the mainland and provide our forces with a stable rear. He stared at the screen as the mecha girls fought each other, a genuine smile spreading across his face. Sometimes, he truly felt that every move Su Li made was incredibly ingenious. He had originally been worried about the small number of names on the list. But this broadcast had invisibly rekindled the paralyzed enemy, the Corporate Federation. Whenever they moved, there would be clues. He just needed to find a thread, then follow it, and keep searching. Lung Chui Star, on the field. A pulsating red electric light danced wildly on the spear. As lightning thrust forward, the light suddenly leaped several meters beyond the spear's tip, piercing the mecha girl before him. Sweat streamed down her forehead, and a scorching stream of air gushed from her mouth. Even though the sweat dripped into the corners of her eyes, making her feel extremely uncomfortable, lightning had no time to wipe it away. The feeling of her combat uniform sticking to her body was equally unpleasant. But this exhilarating battle made her feel strangely happy. Useless? Back on the field, the insults and hostility she once endured had completely transformed into her own strength. Master, I can do this, she whispered softly. Su Li always used to tell her she could do it. She could do it. But she'd never been confident enough, but today, she truly could do it, even though the dozen or so mech girls before her had formed a siege. A sneer curled up at the corners of her mouth, sheathed her gun, and stood still, silent. Behind her, a dozen mechs collapsed on the ground, awaiting rescue. The gun swung like a dragon, the king of all weapons. The bright red mechs radiated heat. Even the air began to distort. Standing there, alone with her gun, was enough to send a chill down their spines. What is she made of? Why hasn't she reached her limit yet? Are all SS-class mech girls' limits so terrifying? It has nothing to do with the materials. It's all about willpower. A bright white figure, accompanied by a dozen black and red figures, sprinted through the encirclement. Li Tianlong's curses echoed from the cockpit, accompanied by a sharp paw. You're not done yet, are you? If you can walk away from me standing in 10 seconds, I'll kill you. The mecha girls froze. No, what on earth did you do in the cockpit? Is it just their imagination? Why is there Yuerong's groan of overwhelm in the air? Are you seriously piloting the mech? In the cockpit, Li Tianlong's left leg was noticeably thicker than his right. He strained his thigh until the trembling in his palm stopped. His face lit up, and he slapped Yuerong's hips, pulling the keyboard away. Ha ha. Your living father is back. You look down on your father's 3 minutes? You'll soon find out how long 3 minutes is. Before he finished speaking, Yuerong subconsciously clenched her teeth. It's okay, just bear with it. It's only 3 minutes. No matter how fast it goes, I can hold on. Above the hovering platform, Tao Ao watched Li Tianlang come back to life, the white phantom with a residual shadow reappearing on the battlefield. The offensive and defensive dynamics were instantly reversed. Hey bro! Li Tianlang, have you taken any medicine? Exploding every 10 minutes? Su Li waved his hand. Actually, this method is the norm on the battlefield. Whether it's a mecha girl or a pilot, they rely on high-intensity bursts. Only in this way can combat effectiveness be instantly maximized. Of course, this applies to assault teams roaming the battlefield. After each burst, they have ample time to rest and negotiate with the enemy. In contrast, large-scale combat tests endurance. Su Li waved at the circling drone, smiling and explaining to the camera. Commander, please restrain yourself. Stop laughing. We in Longzhou still have a lot of single men. Su Li twitched his lips unhappily. You were the one who said you wanted a live stream effect, but you're the one who stopped people from laughing. Offstage, accompanied by Li Tianlong's explosive power, a lightning red figure flashed across the field once again. She seemed to be trailing a trail of red light. After a few heavy stomps, she swung her guns overhead, breaking the encirclement with both hands. With a grip of her palms, the gun tips spun and charged forward. The black and red machine gun women had long since emptied their ammunition. Waving their cold weapons, they used their comrades in front of them as shields and charged at the red flash. Fast, so fast, by the time they had even settled into position, the lightning had already arrived. The gun tips pierced the air, and not even the whistling wind could catch up to her. Everyone sensed only a fleeting flash of red light before the eyes on the mech's head lost their glow. Lightning strikes became increasingly effective. This was the first time she had truly commanded the field. It must be said that the intense battles rapidly honed all her combat experience. Everything Su Li had taught her was fully integrated into her mind during these exhilarating battles. The red lightning streaked across the field, this time finally unleashing its full power. Under the constant heat, wisps of white smoke rose from her head, and veins bulged on her hands. From the stands, Cao Ao suddenly uttered a piercing cry. "Look! Our red lightning has completely dominated the competition." Chapter 490. At the edge of the field, teams of medical mechs and maintenance crews bustled about. They shuttled in all directions where elimination signals had illuminated, their flight modules blazing white light as they searched for the wounded, while also recycling their broken parts. "It hurts. It hurts so much. Stop, don't move, I think my waist is broken. It's better than having my breasts pierced." She was so violent, just piercing my face from the side and piercing the armor. Do you know what that felt like? I felt like my thunder was about to be blown away. Sister, tell me my thunders can still be repaired, right? Do they look intact? I mean, without the padding, can they still hold up as well as before? The medical mech, carrying the stretcher, glanced over at the mechs and shook her head slightly. Don't worry. They'll still be able to fly again after they're repaired. Sometimes, one must learn to face reality, especially when the patient is a beautiful woman, and one must be especially careful with one's words. She's completely numb. Don't ask why someone with A-level status can call themselves Big Thunder. It's just a rhetorical device of exaggeration. Little Shuguang followed behind Juanza, peering in at each injured person. She had no interest in treating the mecha girls in their human form. Instead, she glanced at the various mecha parts stacked to one side, joyfully approaching, her small hands on the parts, and then unleashing an epic lung-throwing blow. This little taste, so strong it went straight to her head, instantly hit her. Juanza frowned slightly, observing the somewhat embarrassed looks from the surrounding mecha girls, and furtively tugged at little Shuguang's skirt. As a young girl, you should be mindful of your influence. Just holding someone's foot, and smelling it like that would definitely be considered a pervert. Any man who did this would be beaten to death on the spot. Sister Juanza, I still don't quite understand how the master can tell the extent of the damage by smell. But I just sniffed it carefully, and I have some idea. There's a slight burnt smell at the sensor location, which confirms an overloaded circuit board. Of course, there's also the smell of leaking gear oil, engine oil, lubricant, and a hint of patent leather, but there's also a sour smell, and I can't quite place the problem. Juanza covered Xiao Shuguang's mouth and looked around. Seeing that no one heard what she said, she lowered her voice and said, "My dear, there are some things we can't say so bluntly. Especially when it comes to someone's privacy." Does that count as privacy? Then, if the maintenance staff didn't notice while she was doing the repairs, would she have proactively informed them? Junzai looked into Xiao Shuguang's earnest eyes, opened his mouth, and said uncertainly, "I think so." Xiao Shuguang nodded thoughtfully. "I understand. You can't avoid seeking medical advice when you're ill, right?" Junzai nodded quickly. Yes. That's what you mean. Then I understand." She grabbed the hem of her skirt and scurried towards the mech girl in front of her, frowning like Su Li. "Hello, I'm a trainee mechanic in the maintenance department. I'd like to know the reason for the sour taste in your mech's legs." Juanza suddenly felt like slapping herself. "What's right? You're wrong now, aren't you?" Embarrassed, she pulled Xiao Shuguang aside, apologized to the speechless girl, and dragged her off to the side. But the child was so stubborn, even after being dragged away, she still didn't forget to ask. Juanza had no choice but to pick her up and, as he hurried away, he lowered his head and explained to Xiao Shuguang, "Well, that's the smell that comes from long training sessions or trekking through mountains and rivers. Water stains mixed with algae ferment under constant high temperatures. It's not inherent to the machine. So does that mean it doesn't need special treatment during maintenance?" Juanza paused slightly. Yes, it does. After all, the smell isn't very pleasant. Sister Junza, is treading water considered private? If it's someone else's private matter, why do you know so much about it? Xiao Shuguang asked, her nose twitching involuntarily. Junzai instinctively covered her skirt and pushed Xiao Shuguang away, her face flushing. Don't smell me. I don't smell like that. For a moment, she felt completely embarrassed. She had always thought Xiao Shuguang was quite amusing, just like Su Li. But seeing her now so solemnly sniffing someone else's feet, she began to feel that something was amiss. Even more shocking was that she had actually sniffed out the secret. This would undoubtedly propel her further down this path, until she had mastered Su Li's true skills. Should she nip this in the bud? She bit her lower lip, unable to make up her mind. The shrill whistle finally sounded on the big screen, signaling the end of the game. The screen flipped, revealing the names of 10 mecha girls. Lightning's name, Bright Red, was at the top of the list. The record of 32 kills behind that name amazed everyone. Those who had watched Lightning's match from beginning to end roared to the heavens. The stands erupted in roars, each wave louder than the last. Even after the match ended, the crowd showed no sign of dispersing. Instead, the cheers intensified as highlights of their impressive kills played. In the medical area, the faces of the wounded mecha girls showed no sign of dejection. They all knew they had done their best. As long as they had given their all, it was a life of unbridled youth. It was worth it. The floating platform slowly descended, and Su Li jumped off, walking to Junzai's side and squatting. He subconsciously picked up a piece of external armor from the ground and sniffed it, his brow furrowing slightly. Seeing this, Xiao Shuguang imitated him, taking a deep breath from the armor fragment in his hand, then frowned as well. Juanza's steps forward suddenly stopped. How could such a similar expression be expressed on two faces so different in appearance, so similar? Even the angle of their brows was identical. That smell isn't right? Su Li and Xiao Shuguang said in unison, their eyes meeting involuntarily. Su Li's eyes lit up, and he bent down to pick up Xiao Shuguang, raising his hand to scratch her nose. You smell it too? Tell me what's wrong. Xiao Shuguang frowned and thought for a moment. The armor fragment smells like low-quality gun maintenance oil. That stuff is extremely corrosive. It shouldn't be on external armor unless it's mixed with the maintenance wax.